Chapter 1151. Turbulent Flow Sea Battle, 2 halves. With the appropriate arrangement, as long as Fang Yuan falls for it, he will suffer. Even if we cannot trap him, we can greatly delay his growth. Ying Wuxie felt a little smug. Fang Yuan's development was too fast, it was terrifying. Heaven's Will was trying all means possible to kill him, it even used the snowmen and rockmen. They had to suppress him. Earlier, Fang Yuan was in Lang Ya Blessed Land, Ying Wuxie could not do anything. Now that he was coming over, they were going to teach him a lesson. Of course, they could not act personally. They had a huge responsibility, he had the most important task to rebuild Shadow Sect. This is good, we can suppress Fang Yuan while not falling into Heaven's Will's trap. Suddenly, Ying Wuxie's gaze froze. Be careful, there is a desolate beast in the sea, it is moving rapidly, it is very strange. Ying Wuxie frowned, reminding them. Merely a desolate beast. Rank 7 GU Immortal Shu attacked. Boom! Huge ripples and waves appeared on the water surface, as Fang Yuan emerged and showed himself. I finally found you. Ying Wuxie. Fang Yuan's mouth opened, revealing a ruthless smile. The 5 immortals were stunned, this was the first time they were seeing Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan was vigilant, before setting off on this trip, he had already changed his appearance. You are. Suddenly, Ying Wuxie's body shook. He used Luck Inspection Immortal GU, seeing that Fang Yuan's tall luck was exactly the same as his and He Lulan's luck. Connect Luck Immortal GU. Ying Wuxie had used Connect Luck on He Lulan. And He Lulan was luck connected to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's appearance could change, but his luck was unconcealed. Seeing his luck, Ying Wuxie realized that this was Fang Yuan. Quick, the ancient battle formation. He shouted loudly, panicking. The other 3 immortals had coordination, they subconsciously acted, using the ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. Swoosh, the 4 immortals disappeared completely. Only one person was left behind. Liu Qingyu. Fang Yuan. The 2 looked at each other, falling into silence. Ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. It could allow Ying Wuxie and the rest to escape from Heavenly Court's GU immortals, it naturally had incredible effect. Fang Yuan was seeing it for the first time as well. Thus, he was speechless. Even though he had some guesses, after seeing it personally, he still felt quite shocked. This method might be strong, but as long as I have Qi Luck sensation, I will be able to find them. Now, I should kill this person first. Fang Yuan thought as his attention went over to Liu Qingyu. Liu Qingyu. Seeing Fang Yuan's cold gaze filled with killing intent, he subconsciously flew backwards. His mood was even worse than Fang Yuan. He had tried so hard to obtain the information path inheritance, yet it got snatched away. After killing the Blood Path demonic immortal, the crucial clue was lost. He returned to the Turbulent Flow Sea area to wait, but he encountered Ying Wuxie, his helpers were all killed, and he had to surrender. So be it if he surrendered, so be it if the alliance agreement was overbearing, he admitted his loss. So be it if he had to call Ying Wuxie his boss. For his life, Liu Qingyu was determined to become a core member of this group called Shadow Sect. However, when leaving Eastern Sea, a person suddenly appeared. And next, Ying Wuxie ran away. He ran. Not only did he run, the other 3 GU immortals also ran. And they ran so quickly. In literally one moment, they vanished without a trace. This is absurd. Liu Qingyu really wanted to swear. But he could not. He was under the alliance agreement, he had to be polite to Ying Wuxie at all times. If he cursed, he would face the backlash of the information path Dao marks. Liu Qingyu's current mood was simply terrible, it was at rock bottom. He did not recognize Fang Yuan, because Fang Yuan was only rank 6 now. But Liu Qingyu sensed that Fang Yuan was a GU immortal that was rank 6 as well. This time, Fang Yuan had casually changed his appearance. In terms of aura, he did not conceal anything. His main goal was to kill Ying Wuxie and the rest. Everyone knew each other and their cultivation level. His aura was not too important. This caused Liu Qingyu to feel deeply aggrieved. Against a rank 6 GU immortal, why are you running? Running for what? We have 2 rank 7s and 3 rank 6s, we are all experts. Why are you running? Ah. Why did you run? Liu Qingyu screamed internally, furious. But he could not get any answers. He had joined Shadow Sect for too short of a time. Ying Wuxie did not expect Fang Yuan to come so quickly. He did not tell Liu Qingyu some details. If Ying Wuxie told Liu Qingyu that the reason why they fled was because Fang Yuan had the rank 8 battle strength, upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, then Liu Qingyu would not scream like this internally. He would definitely flee more quickly than Ying Wuxie and He Lulan. Oh, no. He could not outrun them. But in terms of effort, he would definitely exceed them. Rank 8 battle strength was no joke. Killing them was as easy as killing an ant. This is the deterrent of rank 8. At this time, Fang Yuan had a lot of insight. Ying Wuxie and the rest fled. They were wise and resolute. If their positions were reversed, Fang Yuan would escape too. Earlier in the northern icy plain, he did not flee. That was because Fang Yuan could not begin to escape. It was not that he did not want to. There was no shame in running away. For an old demon like Fang Yuan, temporary retreat was a brilliant tactic in battle. However, Ying Wuxie and the rest did not know that the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had died already. It had returned to being an unhatched egg. Even though Fang Yuan told this to Lang Ya Land Spirit, he had asked him to not leak out this secret. Thus, Sixth Hair only obtained intel about the earlier part. He could not tell Ying Wuxie about the most crucial intel that was kept secret. At this moment, Ying Wuxie and the rest left. Only Liu Qingyu was left. This situation was very good for Fang Yuan. Originally, Fang Yuan was a bit concerned in chasing after them. After all, they had an advantage in numbers. There were 2 rank 7 GU immortals. Fang Yuan recognized Liu Qingyu, but this was the first time he saw Shen Yu. Now, once Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, Ying Wuxie ran away. Only Liu Qingyu stayed. It was correct to escape. Trying to probe a rank 8 was courting death. During the Grey Cloud Battle Puppet Killer move, Fang Yuan did not dare to probe the immemorial Rock Dragon as well. Right now, Fang Yuan was considering killing Liu Qingyu first. Eliminating him would weaken their combined strength. This was a good chance to take them down. If Fang Yuan could not make use of it, he would definitely get hit by lightning. After killing him, I would be able to use Soul Search and obtain intel regarding Ying Wuxie and the rest. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan attacked. Sword mark targeting death. At once, he used an extraordinary sword path killer move. Even though Liu Qingyu was screaming internally, he was still filled with immense wariness. The logic was simple. He was something who made Ying Wuxie and the rest so fearful. Even though he was a rank 6 GU immortal, he was definitely dangerous. Liu Qingyu was already completely focused against this huge foe. At this moment, sword light flew out. Liu Qingyu quickly moved, dodging Fang Yuan's attack. Sure enough, this guy is also a rank 6 GU immortal with rank 7 immortal GU. Sword path. Liu Qingyu thought bitterly. He only had 2 rank 6 immortal GU. He had lost to He Lulan earlier because of this. After some rounds of fighting, Liu Qingyu was in a disadvantaged position. He was a lone cultivator. Even though his cultivation level was higher, with rank 7 cultivation level, he had only 2 rank 6 immortal GU. His immortal killer moves were also deduced by himself. They were not exemplary, and few in number too. After another dozen rounds, Fang Yuan had almost completely understood Liu Qingyu's methods. He only used the same few moves over and over again. How could he not learn everything? Liu Qingyu was covered in sweat. He was in a sad state. Even though Fang Yuan could not use Blood Asset Immortal GU temporarily, he had other time path defensive methods. He could easily attack or defend. He had an easy time. His strength had grown too quickly. In the past, Liu Qingyu chased Fang Yuan and caused him to run, but now, Fang Yuan was suppressing him instead. Even though he had rank 6 cultivation level, in terms of battle strength, he far surpassed Liu Qingyu. No wonder Ying Wuxie ran, this is a monster. He is unbelievably powerful, and by the looks of it, he has not used his full strength yet. Liu Qingyu lost his motivation as he fought. He really wanted to surrender. But now was different, he had Shadow Sect's alliance agreement, he could not surrender to the enemy. He had only one option left, that was to fight to the death. Follow me if you dare. Liu Qingyu desperately avoided Fang Yuan's attack as he turned into a green rainbow, escaping towards the turbulent flow sea area. Too naive. Fang Yuan sneered, he pointed at Liu Qingyu's escape route. Immortal Killer Move, a Year Beast Summoning. A snake year beast tore through space, suddenly appearing and blocking Liu Qingyu. Liu Qingyu was obstructed and could not escape anymore. Fang Yuan used sword escape Immortal Gu behind him and easily caught up to him, attacking. Liu Qingyu was struck, his life was over, his body self-detonated as his soul broke into several pieces. Fang Yuan quickly acted, but he only salvaged a portion. Liu Qingyu's immortal aperture also fell into the sea, sinking, as the heaven and earth chi surged into it, a blessed land was formed. His remnant soul was dissipating, it seemed to be Shadow Sect's method. Fang Yuan tried several methods but did not seem to be able to stop the soul from self-destructing. Fang Yuan quickly soul-searched. Dozens of memory fragments were seen by him. Fang Yuan was quite lucky, he saw the scene of Liu Qingyu and Ying Wuxie setting up the trap. Oh? It seems that after Ying Wuxie found out I have rank 8 battle strength, he knew he could not fight me, so he set up a trap to harm me. He has truly grown. The other fragments were useless. Soon, these remnant soul fragments dissipated completely. Liu Qingyu's body also turned into pulp, it was hard to collect it. Already, all of his Dao marks had returned to his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan let out a sigh. He wanted to absorb Liu Qingyu's Dao marks into himself. But GU immortals in the 5 regions were not so easy to loot. After some commotion, a blessed land was completely formed from the immortal aperture. The entrance opened. This was a rare chance to enter the blessed land. If he missed it, to enter it later, there would be much greater obstacles. In the past, when Fang Yuan placed Star Form Blessed Land and Ge Pai Blessed Land, he also used these chances to enter the Blessed Land. Chapter 1152. Obtaining 5 Light Mountain. Inside Liu Qingyu's Blessed Land, there was a dorky duck calling out to Fang Yuan. This was the land spirit that was formed using heavenly power after Liu Qingyu's death. Appearances of land spirits differed drastically, a duck land spirit was nothing peculiar. Fang Yuan listened attentively. Even though all he heard was the duck quacking, in his mind, it was translated into words that Fang Yuan could understand the meaning of. In fact, Hei Fan's heavenly spirit was a brass bell, but it could communicate with people as well. Unfortunately, before Hei Fan died, he had allowed his immortal aperture to absorb a fragment of immemorial azure heaven. It caused heaven's will to enter and caused his heavenly spirit to lose intelligence. The condition of inheriting this Qingyu blessed land and becoming its owner is actually this. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, he showed a look of joy and surprise. Even though Liu Qingyu was killed by Fang Yuan, his obsession was not to find Fang Yuan for revenge. He was not trying to locate Ying Wuxie and find trouble with him either. It was the whereabouts of the crucial clue to the information path inheritance. The clue to the information path inheritance is carved in Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan took out Flying Sword Immortal Gu, showing it to the duck land spirit, explaining the situation to it. A moment later, the duck land spirit circled around Fang Yuan, using its beak to peck Fang Yuan's white shoes. It was very fond of him. Fang Yuan was now the owner of the blessed land. However, this blessed land was quite desolate. It was not that Liu Qingyu had poor foundation, but after he joined Shadow Sect, the resources inside his immortal aperture were all taken away by Ying Wuxie. Ying Wuxie did not take Liu Qingyu's 2 immortal Gu, that was because he wanted to preserve his battle strength and make him work like a slave. But Ying Wuxie took away his cultivation resources. This was leaving him no way out. In the future, when Liu Qingyu wanted to continue cultivating, he would lack resources. He could only rely on Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan only had to think for a bit before understanding this. As for Liu Qingyu's GU worms, they had already been destroyed. This applied to the two immortal GU and the mortal GU. Nothing was left for Fang Yuan. What is left in this blessed land? Fang Yuan looked around, asking the land spirit as he frowned. Qingyu blessed land was completely ransacked. It was left in a state similar to Heifan Grotto-heaven when Fang Yuan took over it. At this moment, Fang Yuan could somewhat feel what Chudu had gone through at that time. The duck land spirit! Quack! 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 Fang Yuan turned around. Bring me there. The duck land spirit could not teleport. It brought Fang Yuan to the destination. A rainbow-colored mountain which was neither tall nor short was displayed before Fang Yuan. The mountain rocks were giving off green, red, yellow, blue, and white lights. There were no trees on the mountain, but there were many different types of grass. These types of grass had 10 colors. They shone together. They were more beautiful than a sea of flowers. It was a dazzling sight. 5 light mountain, 10 colored grass. Fang Yuan muttered. These were resources that Light Path GU immortals often cultivated. The special environment would cause this mountain to produce large numbers of Light Path mortal GU. Evidently, this 5 light mountain was heavily developed by Liu Qingyu. It was quite big. Ying Wuxie does not have pulling mountain immortal GU. He had no methods to move this mountain. He could only leave this here. Fang Yuan guessed the truth. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots too. Mountains were not easy to move. Using brute strength would only cause the mountain to collapse. And methods to move mountains were very rare in the world. Back then, when Fang Yuan was able to move Luo Po Valley, even the rank 8 GU immortal Prince Fengxian was shocked. Even though Ying Wuxie inherited a portion of Shadow Sect's wealth, he lacked a method to move 5 light mountain. He originally had pulling mountain immortal GU, but in those transactions, it was sold to Fang Yuan. When he saw this 5 light mountain and could not move it, he must have felt annoyed. All in all, this 5 light mountain was now Fang Yuan's property. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan used pulling mountain immortal GU and moved this 5 light mountain into his own sovereign immortal Aperture. He placed this mountain into Mini Southern Border. Mini Southern Border had many mountains. It was a place with rich earth path Dao marks to begin with. With the addition of 5 light mountain, all of the mountains from Heifan Grotto-heaven were outmatched. Immortal Succession Mountain could only become the second tallest mountain. After all, Immortal Succession Mountain was used as an inheritance ground. The inheritances were all gone now. 5 light mountain was now the biggest mountain in Mini Southern Border. I had some gains at last. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. If he did not have 5 light mountain, his losses would be severe. Even though he won this battle, from Fang Yuan's perspective, victory had no value. The loot after winning did. It was a pity. Even after taking 5 light mountain, Fang Yuan concluded that in this battle against Liu Qingyu, he still made losses. It could not be helped. He was using green grape immortal essence, and most of his immortal GU were rank 7, he also had to use many immortal killer moves. In every battle, his green grape immortal essence expenditure was severe. Of course, blessed lands could annex each other. However, Liu Qingyu cultivated Light Path. This blessed land was a Light Path blessed land. Fang Yuan's Light Path attainment level was only ordinary. This was a rank 7 blessed land. He could not annex it. In the following period, Fang Yuan asked the Duck Land Spirit. He obtained a lot of intel. The Duck Land Spirit still remembered many details from when it was alive. This allowed Fang Yuan to become quite aware of the trap that Ying Wuxie set. And also regarding the information path true inheritance, Fang Yuan also obtained some information. After obtaining the intel, Fang Yuan left behind some mortal GU for the Duck Land Spirit, and ordered that without his permission, it was never to open the Blessed Land's entrance. If any enemies attacked, it had to inform Fang Yuan using Treasure Yellow Heaven immediately. Liu Qingyu's rank 7 red date immortal essence was still left behind. Fang Yuan did not take them, he gave them to the duck land spirit. Quack, quack. The duck land spirit had tears in its eyes, it flapped one wing, saying goodbye to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not look back, he left the blessed land. The blessed land's entrance closed after he left. This rank 7 blessed land, as long as the entrance is shut and it is hidden well, it should not be discovered. However, if Heavens will wants to harm me, it will have many ways of dealing with this blessed land. It would be great if I can keep this rank 7 blessed land, but even if I can't, it is fine. It has too little value anyway. Fang Yuan did not have the time to raise his light path attainment level, and his cultivation level was still far from reaching rank 7. To continue to pursue Ying Wuxie? Fang Yuan was hesitant. From the duck land spirit, he had obtained a lot of information, he had a clearer understanding of their strength. Ying Wuxie had 4 GU immortals including himself. A rank 7 GU Rockman GU immortal named Shen Yu, he cultivated Earth Path. He Lu Lan was now a Strength and Fire Path cultivator. Tai Bai Yunsheng had lost his Time Path Immortal GU, but he now had Cloud Path Immortal GU, he had originally been secondarily cultivating Cloud Path. As for Ying Wuxie, he still had a Strength Path Immortal Zombie body. He still used Soul Path Immortal GU, he had the lowest cultivation level, but his battle strength was likely to be the highest or second highest. If Fang Yuan had the immemorial upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, he would pursue them immediately. But now, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was just an egg, even though Fang Yuan had many immortal GU. Looking at it, with his strength and intelligence, against Ying Wuxie's group, it was difficult to predict the winner. How long has it been? Ying Wuxie and the rest have already gained so much strength, it is truly out of my expectations. Fang Yuan's growth shocked Ying Wuxie and the rest. But Ying Wuxie and the rest also grew at a rate that shocked Fang Yuan. He had originally thought that Ying Wuxie and the others had suffered a huge setback after the transactions. To think that not long after, they had already recovered. Shadow Sect was already in shambles, but it was still not to be underestimated. Ying Wuxie and the others were truly huge threats from Fang Yuan's perspective. Because of Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU, Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan had an unresolvable conflict. Ying Wuxie was not dealing with Fang Yuan now, it was because saving his main body was more important, he was making a wise decision. Fang Yuan did not deal with Ying Wuxie earlier because he had insufficient strength, he needed to deal with the earthly calamities and try to develop his sovereign immortal aperture. Now that he had He Fan's true inheritance, with enough strength, he came to find Ying Wuxie straight away. Once Ying Wuxie saved his main body, Fang Yuan knew that he would no longer have any chance of victory. Because the other party was one of the 10 venerables, even though he had died before, Fang Yuan was not his match. Of course, there was still a crucial point. That was Wisdom GU. Wisdom GU was not lost, it was currently in Lang Ya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan regained his former Strength Path Immortal Zombie body, there was just one key point, he was afraid that inside this immortal zombie body, there was a trap set by Ying Wuxie which targeted his soul. Fang Yuan did not dare to act rashly. He had thought of using other GU immortal souls and putting them inside the immortal zombie body to test it out. But there were many flaws with this. Firstly, he had to undergo such experiments secretly, he could not take out his immortal zombie body openly, this would reveal many secrets to Lang Ya Land Spirit. Secondly, even if he used GU immortal souls to test it, they were unreliable. Because Fang Yuan was not clear if Ying Wuxie had set up traps that targeted weak or strong souls, or was it a trap specifically targeting otherworldly demons. The problem of using Wisdom GU was the greatest restriction towards Fang Yuan's development. Thus, Fang Yuan thought of the plan in Eastern Sea. His main objective was to deal with Ying Wuxie. If he succeeded, he might be able to check from Ying Wuxie whether this immortal zombie body had any traps. If there was a trap, how would he resolve it? Ying Wuxie wanted to suppress Fang Yuan's growth speed, but Fang Yuan was also afraid that Ying Wuxie would grow too quickly and save his main body. Thus, when he came to Eastern Sea now, the information path inheritance was secondary. He went straight for the main objective. Ying Wuxie was his main goal. Chapter 1153. Fighting across vast distance. Blue Water Regional Wall. Between the 5 regions, there were regional walls. They were like thin membrane which shielded the region. Blue Water Regional Wall was the protective membrane of Eastern Sea. The Turbulent Flow Sea area was very close to Blue Water Regional Wall to begin with. Precisely because of this, when Fang Yuan was on the journey from southern border to northern plains, when he got close to the Turbulent Flow Sea area, he encountered Liu Qingyu and the rest. Ying Wuxie and the other immortals used omnidirectional travel to directly reach this place. Are we leaving again? He Lu Lan sighed. Who was that person earlier? Tai Bai Yunsheng questioned. An enemy, a strong enemy, an irreconcilable enemy. Don't look at his rank 6 cultivation level, he has rank 8 battle strength. Ying Wuxie looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng, choosing to expose some information to him. Hearing this, Tai Bai Yunsheng breathed in sharply. He shouted in disbelief, rank 8 battle strength. He Lu Lan pretended to be shocked too. No wonder we had to retreat. Shenyu had no expression. Tai Bai Yunsheng suddenly thought of something. He showed sadness on his face. Sigh. Since he has rank 8 battle strength, Liu Qingyu is finished. It is a pity. Dying for Shadow Sect is his greatest honor. Shenyu snorted, saying in disdain. Let's go, since he can chase us, we should increase our distance. That upper extreme heavenly eagle is an immemorial desolate beast that can roam the 9 heavens. It is likely to be a life form from the immemorial 9 heavens. It can travel in the 5 regional walls freely. He Lu Lan transmitted secretly, reminding Ying Wuxie. Ying Wuxie looked at her deeply, replying, Don't worry, I have already checked the historical records in northern plains. Fang Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle came from He Fan, and the upper extreme heavenly eagle that He Fan had was raised in northern plains. If it enters the 5 regional walls, it would face suppression as well. We are quite safe now at the border of the regional wall. Is that so? He Lu Lan was stunned, before showing an expression of relief. Where are we going now? We cannot go to Central Continent. Are we going to southern border to work on the rescue? He Lu Lan asked. Ying Wuxie smiled. He did not enter the Blue Water Regional Wall. Instead, he used his immortal essence as aura of GU worms burst out from within. His entire body was floating in the air. He turned around and looked in the direction of the Turbulent Flow Sea area. Ripples appeared below his feet, making a soft sound. The cold and wet sea breeze blew on the 4 GU immortals' faces. Wait. Ying Wuxie said one word in reply to He Lu Lan. Wait for what? Tai Bai Yunsheng was confused. Wait for the enemy. Ying Wuxie said. The rest of the 3 GU immortals looked at each other, not understanding why. Since they retreated earlier, why were they waiting for him now? That person had rank 8 battle strength. Why were they waiting for him? Waiting for him to kill them? He Lu Lan's expression changed. I see. See what? Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly asked. He was extremely lost. Shenyu was expressionless, but his gaze also revealed curiosity. He Lu Lan smiled. Don't you find it strange? How did he know our location? When chasing us, why did he have such precise knowledge of our whereabouts? This time, even Shenyu's expression changed. Tai Bai Yunsheng's tone became lower. He Lu Lan, you mean to say, we have a traitor? Impossible. How can the 4 of us is unless that Liu Qingyu is a spy? Wait. He went under an alliance agreement to join us. Could the alliance agreement be exploited? The probability of a traitor is small. Ying Wuxie shook his head, replying. He looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng. Even though Tai Bai Yunsheng was kept in the dark, he was also under an alliance agreement from Ying Wuxie. He could not become a traitor. The most probable reason is, he has an investigative method that can track our locations. Ying Wuxie said. These last days, we have been staying in our base. We rarely went out. Tai Bai Yunsheng frowned. Hei Lu Lan smiled. GU immortal methods are unfathomably vast in number, some are incredibly brilliant. How much do we actually know? That's true. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded. Hei Lu Lan continued, if we cannot find a way to counter it, no matter where we go, that enemy will find us, it is only a matter of time. Thus, Lord decided to stay here and not enter the regional wall. Lord is waiting for the other party to use his investigative killer move. I see. Shi Enyu suddenly realized. Actually, a lot of information was only known to Ying Wuxie. At this moment, countless thoughts were forming and colliding in Ying Wuxie's mind. Even though he was a strength path immortal zombie and could not think well, he had lots of methods to bypass this flaw. Ying Wuxie was rapidly thinking now. What method is Fang Yuan using to find my location? I came to Eastern Sea secretly, how did the intel leak? Is he able to find my location in Northern Plains, across 2 regional walls? That is impossible. Even Heavenly Court's GU immortals could not deduce anything after I used my GU formation to conceal my traces. No matter what is inside Hei Fan's true inheritance, he would not be able to do this. Heaven's will. Ying Wuxie had an answer in his mind. Since I can be plotted against by Heaven's will, gaining its reminder regarding Fang Yuan's intel, would Fang Yuan also receive the same information about me? This was very possible. But Ying Wuxie was not satisfied with this answer. If at this time, the person in my situation is not me but Fang Yuan, what would he do? What would he consider? He would consider the worst possible situation. And what was the worst possible situation? Ying Wuxie asked himself, and had answer, the other party has an investigative killer move that can pass regional walls to confirm my location. Ying Wuxie smiled, how could that be possible? But suddenly, his smile froze. He thought of a possibility. Luck path. Fang Yuan had the most important clue all along. It was that their lucks were all interconnected. Connect luck immortal GU. Back then, Ying Wuxie had no choice, he could only sell this immortal GU in Treasure Yellow Heaven. After transacting with Fang Yuan, Ying Wuxie obtained the GU refinement materials he needed. When Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, he took back Connect Luck Immortal GU. Even though Fang Yuan had a new body, Connect Luck's effect also targeted his soul. Thus, his luck connection to Hei Lu Lan and the rest was still in effect. Ying Wuxie gained a lot of information from Shadow Sect regarding how to resist Heaven's will. There was one point, fate is hard to defy, but luck can be exploited. Using luck, one could deal with Heaven's will effectively. Who had better luck? Undoubtedly, it was Fang Yuan who owned dogshit luck immortal GU. Fang Yuan had dogshit luck, Ying Wuxie knew this clearly. Sixth Hair, who was in Lang Ya sect, was not to be forgotten. Thus, Ying Wuxie used Connect Luck and connected his own luck with Hei Lu Lan. Even though Hei Lu Lan was unwilling to, she could not resist. This way, Ying Wuxie and Fang Yuan truly had their luck connected. If he realizes this relationship and uses a luck path method, even if we are in 2 separate regions, he can still sense me, that is possible. Is it luck path? Right at this moment, Ying Wuxie's body shook. He saw it. Using Luck Inspection Immortal GU, he saw that at this moment, the luck above him and Hei Lu Lan's head was shaking slightly. As expected, a luck path method. Impressive, Fang Yuan. To think that you even made use of the fact that we have Connect Luck, and found your way to us. It is a pity, I have understood your method already. Ying Wuxie's eyes flickered brightly. Even though he knew about Fang Yuan's method, Ying Wuxie could not break the luck connection. He did not have break luck immortal GU. However, he had a lot of soul path methods, he could influence and interfere with the luck. He tried them one by one, but the effect was not good. The luck was still shaking. In fact, even if he was concealed, there was still Hei Lu Lan. Unlike Liu Qingyu, Hei Lu Lan could not be thrown away easily. She had huge value. Once they lost her, they could not even use the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. Thus, Ying Wuxie quickly gave up this thought. Then, enter an immortal aperture? Ling Wuxie entered Shi Enyu's immortal aperture, and he was surprised to find out that in conjunction with his soul path methods, the luck on top of his head stopped shaking. He ordered He Lulan to enter Shi Enyu's immortal aperture as well. Next, Tai Bai Yunsheng and Shi Enyu entered the Blue Water regional wall, quickly vanishing from sight. Fang Yuan had just come out of Qingyu Blessed Land. Luck Path Investigative Killer Move, Qi Luck Sensation. He activated his immortal killer move. At once, he sensed several locations. Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border. Among which, Eastern Sea had the clearest sensation and highest number of people. Qi Luck Sensation had a huge investigative range, but the effect was not very outstanding. If not for Connect Luck, Fang Yuan could not pass regions in investigation. They are at the border of Blue Water Regional Wall. This ancient battle formation is actually so amazing. HMPH. Even if victory is hard to obtain, I will pursue you. Even if I cannot kill you, I will weaken you. As long as I prevent you from saving Spectral Soul's main body, I would be victorious. Strange, why did they stop? Suddenly, Fang Yuan's expression changed. He showed shock. In his senses, two people had suddenly vanished. Oh? He sensed it so quickly. Fang Yuan's heart sank. This way, he could not pursue them. But as long as your luck is connected, you will be threatened by my killer move. I have the initiative. I can use this killer move from time to time and check your location. But you need to be wary of me at all times. You will have to pay a bigger price than me. This will cause a battle of attrition between us, but if you break the luck connection, isn't that just what I want? Forget it, I should get the good stuff inside the turbulent flow sea area first. Chapter 1154. Immortal Hua Die. Ever since reviving, this was the second time Fang Yuan was up against Shadow Sect. The first time, Ying Wuxie had no choice but to undergo transactions with Fang Yuan. In the end, Fang Yuan took great advantage of it. In the second contest, Fang Yuan only had a slight edge. Even though Fang Yuan's strength had grown immensely due to He Fan's true inheritance, in the end, he did not achieve his goals. He only killed one member of Shadow Sect. He slightly weakened Ying Wuxie and the rest. Fang Yuan was growing fast, but Ying Wuxie was also increasing in strength. And Fang Yuan's growth was uncertain and unstable. After all, benefits like He Fan's true inheritance were once-in-a-thousand-year encounters. They were not easy to get. Conversely, Ying Wuxie's growth in strength was very steady. Because he could go and obtain Shadow Sect's inheritances in all 5 regions, these originally belonged to him. They were reliable and predictable. Based on this point, it was wise of Fang Yuan to kill them preemptively. If he did not use this chance to act, the disparity between them would grow more obvious. Once Spectral Soul was successfully rescued, Fang Yuan's doomsday would arrive. Ying Wuxie's immediate retreat was shameless, but it was the wisest and most resolute choice. For Ying Wuxie, as long as he continued to gather Shadow Sect's remnant forces, he would grow rapidly in strength. Accumulating them, he eventually would grow to become quite powerful. In the Turbulent Sea area, even though both sides did not fight, they had competed against each other across a vast distance. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information regarding Ying Wuxie and the rest. He even saw the ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel, as well as Ying Wuxie, He Lulan, and the other situations. Meanwhile, Ying Wuxie identified Fang Yuan's investigative killer move. Even though he only resolved it temporarily, and did not solve the problem, his advancement was not halted. His plan could still continue smoothly. Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxie were bound to engage in a battle of life and death. But now was not the time. Ying Wuxie chose to retreat. One day, between Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxie, one would die. Their enmity was far from resolved. Fang Yuan turned around, going back to the turbulent flow sea area. Vast clouds and turbulent sea water, it was a chaotic sight. Fang Yuan was about to go in, when a female immortal suddenly came from the west, calling out, "Please wait." Fang Yuan turned around, only to see that this woman was dressed in a raiment. Her sleeves were fluttering. She wore light pink. Her eyes were clear and shiny. She was extremely beautiful. Immediately, Fang Yuan stopped moving, his eyebrows raised as he waited for the female immortal to arrive. So it is Immortal Hua Die. I wonder why you called out to me. Immortal Hua Die smiled, her tender pink lips parted to show her pearl-like teeth. I am ashamed, you know my name but I am unaware of your name. I am Chu Ying. Fang Yuan casually said a name, his current appearance was disguised as well. Chu Ying, it sounded like remove Shadow One. Even though Fang Yuan's goal was not achieved this time, Fang Yuan was determined to eliminate Shadow Sect, with a firmer attitude now. Chu Ying, I saw that you were about to enter the Turbulent Flow Sea area. I have a suggestion, if it works, it will benefit you too. Immortal Hua Die said. Please speak. Fang Yuan smiled, having a warm attitude. In his mind, he was thinking, if he killed this Immortal Hua Die, would the chances of success be high? She was a beautiful woman, but to Fang Yuan's heart, she was better off as part of his Dao mark accumulation. Fang Yuan knew a bit about Immortal Hua Die's information. She was a transformation path GU immortal from Eastern Sea, she had rank 6 cultivation level and had passed 2 heavenly tribulations. In terms of battle strength, looking at her records, she was at the peak of rank 6. For Fang Yuan, that was not a problem. Transformation path. The important thing was this. Currently, Fang Yuan was a transformation path Grandmaster, he had quite a few transformation path Dao marks, but there was nothing wrong with accumulating more. Immortal Hua Die smiled too. She felt that even though Fang Yuan had an unimpressive appearance, he behaved gently and politely, he was not a frenzied demonic path GU immortal, he was likely to be a lone immortal like herself. If she knew what Fang Yuan was thinking, who knew how she would feel? Even though I cannot set up a battlefield killer move, my battle strength should be superior to hers. But Immortal Hua Die has a close relationship with Miao Mingshan, how confident am I in killing her? Fang Yuan was considering the possibility. Miao Mingshan was a rank 7 expert in Eastern Sea, his status was similar to that of Qin Bai Sheng before awakening his memories. Most importantly, Miao Mingshan was a space path GU immortal who had a method to expand the size of immortal apertures. As a result, many Eastern Sea GU immortals, especially lone immortals, sought his help. After all, the space of an immortal aperture was limited, many GU immortals had to choose carefully when cultivating resources. Miao Mingshan could expand the immortal aperture, it could provide a lot of convenience and help to these GU immortals. And Miao Mingshan himself was an ambitious person, he was very good at building relationships, he had a lot of charisma. Thus, around him, there were a group of GU immortals with common interests. This group had 4 people. With Miao Mingshan as the core, and Immortal Hua Die, Feng Jiang, and Gui Qi Yi as his followers. Among them, Immortal Hua Die and Feng Jiang had rank 6 cultivation level, Gui Qi Yi and Miao Mingshan were rank 7, but the latter had the greatest battle strength. If Fang Yuan killed Immortal Hua Die, he would become enemies with the other 3. Miao Mingshan had a huge network and knew many people, a lot of Eastern Sea GU immortals wanted to be friendly with him. Even super forces refused to offend him. After all, they might need his help one day. If Miao Mingshan and Fang Yuan were enemies, he would fully use his network and call upon lots of Eastern Sea GU immortals to push aside Fang Yuan. But so what? Fang Yuan had familiar face, he could freely change his identity, so what if it was Miao Mingshan? As long as it was not a rank 8 GU immortal. However, if I kill Immortal Hua Die, familiar face cannot defend me from wisdom path deductions, my identity might get exposed. Familiar face was not all-powerful. In the past, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used this method to deceive 2 rank 8 GU immortals, he had ensured that they did not have investigative methods against it. Even though this was an amazing story, it made others alert, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could not replicate this glorious event in the future. Not long ago, Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxie had met. Ying Wuxie used Luck Inspection Immortal GU to observe Fang Yuan's luck and discern his identity, before retreating immediately. Just rank 6 Luck Inspection Immortal GU could make familiar face ineffective. It seemed peculiar, but it was not. The world was balanced, all living beings had their food and natural predators. The same went for Immortal GU. The essence of Immortal killer moves was the use of a combination of GU worms. It could not escape this principle. This was why there was no strongest GU worm, only strongest GU Immortal. But I am a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. As long as I elevate my Wisdom Path methods and conceal my true identity, when I use Familiar Face to conceal myself, who would be able to find my true identity? Especially with his sovereign immortal body, he could travel through regional walls easily. He could even completely alter his aura and become a local. He was unlike He Lulan and the rest. They had Northern Plains aura. It was still fine in Eastern Sea. But when they got to Southern Border, Western Desert, or Central Continent, they would face strong ostracism from the locals. However, I remember that this Miao Mingshan had a method to find that immemorial desolate beast blue dragon whale. He had once rallied more than 10 Eastern Sea lone immortals to find it. Should I build a relationship with him, so that I can use this relationship to take a share of the profits from entering the blue dragon whale as well? Taking this into consideration, the blue dragon whale was naturally more important than merely Immortal Hua Die. Fang Yuan dispelled the thought of killing her. There was another advantage in becoming friendly with Miao Mingshan. Eastern Sea had the most cultivation resources among the 5 regions. Eastern Sea GU immortals often held meetups to exchange resources between each other. These resources were very precious, they had great value. Lifespan GU were used for transactions. In comparison, Treasure Yellow Heaven was an open market. It was not a private auction location. Miao Mingshan was a common guest in these private auctions. With his approval, Fang Yuan would be able to enter these events as well. Immortal Hua Die did not know that she had just barely escaped death. Because of her relationship with Miao Mingshan, she narrowly avoided a terrible fate. She smiled lightly as she said, "Chu Ying, since you know about me, you must know about Lord Miao Mingshan as well. Lord Miao Mingshan has observed the turbulent flow sea area for years. He wants to find a tributary of the River of Time among these chaotic currents. If you have the opportunity to find that tributary of the River of Time, I hope that you can locate it and inform us. We will definitely thank you for it." As for why a space path GU immortal like Miao Mingshan was searching for a tributary of the River of Time, Immortal Hua Die was not going to explain it. "So that's it." Fang Yuan agreed. "I have long since heard of Lord Miao Mingshan. I would not ask for a great reward, I would simply like to be on good terms with both of you." Fang Yuan was so tactful, Immortal Hua Die's smile became even wider. Fang Yuan was not the first person she had talked to. In fact, Immortal Hua Die, Gui Chi Yi, and Feng Jiang would guard the turbulent flow sea area in turns at regular intervals. When they see any GU immortals approaching the turbulent flow sea area, they would talk to them and ask for their help. Some rejected, but most people would agree. The reason was naturally Miao Mingshan's method to expand immortal apertures. Thus, Fairy Hua Die was not surprised that Fang Yuan agreed. "Then I will wish you good luck, friend." Immortal Hua Die turned around and was about to leave. She did not think highly of Chu Ying, because she had never heard of this person before. Of course, Eastern Sea had no lack of hidden cultivators. But Immortal Hua Die had many connections. Chu Ying was someone who was completely unknown, and he only had rank 6 cultivation level. How strong could he be? Lord Miao Mingshan is searching for the tributary of the River of Time. It does not require cultivation level, but luck instead. Maybe this Chu Ying might be able to find it? Oh, I have such thoughts each time. But more than 10 years have passed, we have not even seen a trace of that tributary. Immortal Hua Die sighed internally, saying goodbye to Fang Yuan. However, a while after leaving, Immortal Hua Die used an information path Mortal GU and transmitted to him. "I almost forgot to tell you. A blood path demonic immortal, Ding Qi, has recently come to the turbulent flow sea area. This person's younger brother, Ding Yang, had once held the clues to an information path inheritance. He was attacked by Liu Qingyu, Zhu Li, and Tang Song. Ding Yang is dead. Ding Qi wants revenge, because he heard that Liu Qingyu had come to the turbulent flow sea area. As if to obtain the information path inheritance, he rushed here. Blood path demonic immortals are ruthless and crazy. They are unlike us, their minds are completely insane. When they see a GU immortal, they would first think about whether they should kill that person to increase their own strength. If you encounter him, you should be careful. Fang Yuan kept the information path Mortal GU, rubbing his nose. Immortal Hua Die gave him some friendly advice. She was a kind person. But she did not know that the person she was talking to was a blood path demonic overlord, a person bearing great sins. He had once casually slaughtered countless lives in Central Continent. Chapter 1155. Snatching Oyster. Fang Yuan finally went into the turbulent flow sea area. The sea water moved randomly, like intertwined ropes, or completely messy balls of string, filling Fang Yuan's vision. Strength Path Giant Hand. Seeing nobody around, Fang Yuan used his immortal killer move. The giant hand smashed more than 10 currents, causing the sea water to become chaotic. Fang Yuan charged towards a certain direction. This was at the fringe of the turbulent flow sea area. He could forcefully make his way in. But a moment later, a huge current of light yellow water blocked Fang Yuan's path. This is yellow spring water. Fang Yuan stopped his steps. This current was huge. Strength Path Giant Hand could not smash it. In fact, he might even get injured. Yellow spring water came from the Yellow Spring Sea area. That was the territory of Zombie Alliance's headquarters. As the largest zombie farming area in the 5 regions, the Yellow Spring Sea area was filled with zombie corpses. At the bottom of the sea, there was decomposed coral, and between them, there were strands of seaweed drifting with the flowing water. Yellow spring water contained Dao marks. It was a type of GU refinement material. Fang Yuan activated his defensive method, entering it. This yellow spring water current flowed in one direction, but it was not the one Fang Yuan wanted. He could only charge through this current, using his immortal GU and consuming immortal essence. A while later, he broke through the yellow spring water current, arriving at another current. This water was pale white. After entering it, Fang Yuan felt like he was moving inside clouds. Illusory scenes were displayed before him. Thousand Illusion Water. It came from Eastern Sea's Thousand Illusion Sea area. Fang Yuan used Wisdom Path methods, easily blocking the interference of these illusions. After spending some effort, he got into the third current. Magma Current. This current was not from Eastern Sea. It came from Western Desert's largest pit, Blazing Glory Pit. It was extremely deep and was linked to the underground. Every 100 years, magma would burst out from the earth veins. The hot magma would fill the entire pit, even oozing out and changing the terrain of the surrounding area. Magma Current. It came from a deep part of the magma. It was very hot. Once Fang Yuan entered it, he would need a defensive immortal killer move. Ordinary rank 6 GU immortals without an immortal level defensive method could only avoid this. His immortal essence expenditure was multiple times that of the 2 earlier currents. Thankfully, this magma current was not big. Fang Yuan got through in a few dozen breaths of time. This time, he did not encounter another current. He went into an empty space. Other than Fang Yuan, there was nothing. Looking back, the magma current was still flowing behind him. On his front left side, there was deep darkness. Waves were crashing inside, resembling thousands of vengeful souls. This black soul water came from the Black Soul Sea area. It contained Soul Path and Dark Path Dao marks. On his right, there was a third current. It was golden and shiny, like countless gold fragments mixed together, moving forward together in a dazzling manner. Fang Yuan saw this and was surprised. If I am not wrong, this is a gold fragment current. Rumors say that Immemorial Yellow Heaven has a lot of metallic heavenly rivers. After Immemorial Yellow Heaven broke, most of the metallic heavenly rivers were destroyed. This gold fragment current is likely from a certain Immemorial Yellow Heaven fragment world. Because of the nature of the turbulent flow sea area, by gathering all the different currents in the world, I am able to witness it. Magma Current, Black Soul Current, and Gold Fragment Current. These 3 currents contested against each other. They reached a mystical balance. A completely empty space was created between them. This was where Fang Yuan was at now. As if he was in the eye of the cyclone, he could not stay here for long, but it gave him precious time to rest. Fang Yuan did not rest. His strength had grown drastically. he had a lot of immortal essence, he had not reached his limit yet. After finding his direction, he shot out into the gold fragment current at lightning speed. He faced a lot of obstructions, more than 10 times of the magma current, but his immortal essence expenditure had decreased instead. The magma current was too hot. Fang Yuan crossed the entire gold fragment current. During this process, he collected up to 500 kilograms of gold fragments. On Earth, this would be a huge amount of wealth. But in this world, it was merely a common GU material. Other than gold fragments, the gold fragment current also had a large number of GU worms. They were mostly metal path. There was Golden Dragon GU, it looked like an earthworm, but it had claws and a head, it resembled a miniature dragon. There was also Golden Aurora GU, it could allow a GU master to fly. And a rare mortal GU that could make all mortal GU masters go crazy, Polished Gold GU, it was a one-time consumable GU that could increase a GU master's aptitude. For Fang Yuan, this Polished Gold GU had little use. He casually collected some. After getting out of the gold fragment current, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture gained a new small gold fragment river. Fang Yuan placed this river in mini yellow heaven, it was just to add to the scenery. With this tiny gold fragment river, it could not give him any benefits. GU masters might treat it like a treasure, for Fang Yuan and other GU immortals, it was worthless. Fang Yuan got through many currents, gradually getting towards the center of the turbulent flow sea area from the fringe. A moment later, a huge current blocked Fang Yuan's path. The huge current was deep blue, every drop of water flickered with electricity, it caused the entire current to be eye-catching and bright. Fang Yuan let out a breath, he knew that this was a lightning water current. When lightning accumulates to a degree, it would become liquid. The destructive force would convert in a water of vitality that could draw out potential. Lightning Path GU immortals often built lightning pools, storing this lightning water inside. Lightning Path GU immortals would use these lightning pools to nurture large numbers of Lightning Path mortal GU. The significance of a lightning pool to Lightning Path GU immortals was like 5 Light Mountain to Light Path GU immortals. Fang Yuan had already reached the center of the turbulent flow sea area. With his strength, he could not go into currents rashly anymore. The strength of the currents had gotten stronger, if Fang Yuan went in, he would be swept away. In this situation, to get to his destination, it depended on luck. With good luck, a random current would bring him to his destination, Fang Yuan would be able to travel smoothly. If he was unlucky, even after dozens of currents, he might still be going in circles. This was the special characteristic of the turbulent flow sea area. Fang Yuan entered the lightning water current. This current was huge, it was as if Fang Yuan was a small rabbit which had entered a large river. Thankfully, the lightning water was very calm. Only the ripples at the top would create lightning, with destructive force that would destroy whatever touched it. Fang Yuan only had to sink to the bottom of the lightning water, the immortal essence expenditure was low, it was calm and smooth. He traveled along with this current. A while later, Fang Yuan got to the end of the lightning water current. At the end, there was another current with the same size as the lightning water current. Fang Yuan entered it as the water carried him along. He was quite lucky. Even though there were some hurdles, in the end, he still moved closer to his target destination. A day and a night later, Fang Yuan got to an empty space with no currents. This was the 12th one he had seen during this trip. This space has just formed, the surroundings currents won't change for now, I should rest first. Fang Yuan wanted to rest here. Because now, even he felt a little tired. The expenditure of immortal essence was not small. But after resting for a while, there was some commotion from the current above his head. Soon, a giant oyster came out of the current. This oyster was the size of for elephants, it gave off the aura of an ancient desolate beast, the surface was entirely white gold. After seeing Fang Yuan, this oyster moved in a stunned manner. Soon after, a voice came from the oyster, "Eh? There's someone here, you are just a rank 6 GU immortal, how can you reach here?" Fang Yuan did not speak. The oyster's shell opened, as its pinkish flesh was exposed. This flesh was like a bed, with 3 people lying on it. 2 mortals female, considerably beautiful, were lying on a male GU immortal's body with their clothing undone. This male GU immortal had a young man appearance, he was thin and had a sharp gaze, he looked at Fang Yuan with an overbearing gaze, he analyzed as he said with curiosity, strange, you really have rank 6 cultivation level, quickly tell me your name. Fang Yuan was silent, his gaze went from the male GU immortal to the oyster. The male GU immortal was angry, hey, I am talking to you, are you deaf or mute? Fang Yuan asked instead, this is the rumored precious beast, hidden room oyster. The male GU immortal immediately felt praised, he laughed, you have quite some knowledge, I had asked for this from my grandpa after much work. My grandfather is the famous enslavement path GU immortal in Eastern Sea, Ren Xiaoping. Fang Yuan nodded, saying plainly, I know about Ren Xiaoping, he is an expert at the peak of rank 7, not long ago, he found his blood-related grandson, and spent a lot of effort to get him to ascend to immortal, that is you, right? Ha ha ha. The male GU immortal laughed, that's right, you are not bad, your foresight is good. Hand over the hidden room oyster, and I will spare your life. Fang Yuan said plainly. What? The male GU immortal thought he was hearing things. His expression froze, he laughed out of pure anger, he pointed at Fang Yuan, good. I praised you wrongly, you have foresight but you are blind, you offended the wrong person. You are truly courting death. Then I shall, The male GU immortal was still talking, when he suddenly gasped. Fang Yuan had already attacked. The strength path giant hand grabbed the hidden room oyster fiercely. The male GU immortal had a fearful expression, because he realized that the hidden room oyster was currently being squeezed by the giant hand, the 2 shells were making cracking noises under the pressure. Misunderstanding, it is a misunderstanding. He screamed, I am Ren Xiaoping's grandson, who are you, we might be friends. Who is friends with you? I can let you go, just hand over the GU worm that controls the hidden room oyster. Fang Yuan sneered, otherwise, you will die here. You are a demonic path GU immortal. You cannot do this, my grandfather will not let you off, think about it clearly. It's just Ren Xiaoping, so what? Fang Yuan smiled, aura surged out of his body, going from rank 6 to the peak of rank 7. The young GU immortal had an ashen expression, the 2 mortal female beauties were completely shocked, they were shrinking away in a corner, shivering. Chapter 1156. Immortal GU Perceivable Dao. Pat. He patted the young GU immortal's face, wise choice, lad. The young GU immortal had a stiff expression, he did not dare to move, but his eyes were burning with embarrassment and hatred. Fang Yuan ignored it. Next, he jumped up into the hidden room oyster, sitting in the young GU immortal's former spot as he left. Before leaving, he even said, my name is Chu Ying, I took your hidden room oyster, remember to tell your grandfather. Looking at the hidden room oyster which had closed its shell and vanished into the currents, the young GU immortal said with a forceful tone, good, Chu Ying? Don't worry, I have already transmitted your appearance to my grandfather. Young master, what do we do now? The 2 beauties were crying, they were tugging the young GU immortal's sleeves. The young GU immortal's expression froze, the surrounding space was shrinking, the currents were about to form, his expression sank. With his strength, he could not enter this place, he got here thanks to the hidden room oyster. Don't worry, even though the hidden room oyster is lost, I have my grandfather's traveling son GU, I can return to the doting mother GU, which is with my grandfather. The young GU immortal gritted his teeth. That's great, we are saved. The 2 girls were overjoyed. Boom boom. With 2 sounds, the 2 beautiful girls looked with shocked gazes, one looked at the bloody hole in her chest while the other looked at the young GU immortal, young master, you. The young GU immortal had a grim expression, both of you witnessed everything, HMPH. Immediately after, he showed a look of pity. He stretched out of arm, touching the 2 beauties' faces, it is a pity, they are quite beautiful, it is all Chu Ying's fault. As he said that, he threw these two corpses into the current. Without the defensive methods of a GU Immortal, the mortal corpses were torn to shreds in the currents instantly. Seeing that this space was about to collapse, the young GU Immortal gritted his teeth, using Traveling Sun Immortal GU. This turbulent flow C area had very chaotic Dao marks, the same applied to Space Path. GU Immortals could not use Space Path Immortal GU easily, the safest way was to travel normally. But the young GU Immortal was not using a Space Path Immortal GU now, but Emotion Path instead. Emotion Path was a path originating from Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path had three elements: thoughts, wills, emotions. Traveling Sun GU and Doting Mother GU were a set of famous Immortal GU in Emotion Path. When the Turbulent Flow C area was formed, Emotion Path had not been created yet, thus, at this moment, the young GU Immortal could use Traveling Sun GU without any danger. The young GU Immortal allowed the power of Traveling Sun GU to send him away. He seemed to have entered a long river, he felt groggy and dazed. A few minutes later, he regained his senses, realizing that he was inside Ren Xiaoping's blessed land. "Grandfather, I?" The young GU Immortal showed fear and unrest. "HMPH, while I was placing my immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth chi and stabilize my blessed land, you sneaked out to have fun. If I knew this, I would not have given you the hidden room oyster for protection." Ren Xiaoping chided. "Grandfather, the hidden room oyster was taken away." The young GU Immortal said in a distressed tone, "I met a demon, he stole my hidden room oyster and killed my two servants." "Oh." Ren Xiaoping's eyebrows rose, "Tell me the details." The young GU Immortal added lots of inflammatory details as he explained. "Chu Ying." Ren Xiaoping muttered, frowning. He had never heard of this name before. The two mortal girls were nothing, but a rank 7 GU Immortal approached and took away the hidden room oyster. This was the act of a demonic scoundrel. But why did he leave his name behind? Was he not Chu Ying but someone else? Trying to frame him? What ulterior motives did he have? But regardless, Ren Xiaoping memorized the name of Chu Ying. He had a cold expression as he lectured his grandson. "Now, do you know about the cruelty of the GU Immortal world? Up until now, you have been around me, all you saw were immortals I was on good terms with, they had a warm attitude towards you, or even flattered you because of me. Now, you have to learn a lesson. I will punish you to 10 years of secluded cultivation. For the next 10 years, you have to stay in my immortal aperture and will not leave." "What?" The young GU Immortal was shocked. "Scram!" Ren Xiaoping billowed his sleeve. The young GU Immortal's vision changed, he was inside a cave instantly. "A jade cannot become refined without polishing. Grandson, I cannot let you mess around anymore. Otherwise, even with my protection, there are many people in Eastern Sea who would not give me face. As for this Chu Ying, I will deal with him one day." Thinking of this, Ren Xiaoping's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Since I am trying to befriend Miao Mingshan, I might as well offend Ren Xiaoping. Speaking of which, this hidden room oyster is quite useful, it is easy to use for transport. As long as the current isn't too strong, I can rest inside and regain my strength. Fang Yuan sat inside the hidden room oyster as it flowed along with the currents. Just like this, he got closer to his destination. But in the turbulent flow C area, distance did not relate to time from destination. After taking the hidden room oyster, Fang Yuan's luck started to fall. He encountered several bad currents and went in bad directions. He had to make many detours. After a long trip, a day later, he finally reached the central area of the turbulent flow C area. The currents here were massive. Fang Yuan entered them like an ant jumping into a river. Ordinary currents would change directions or locations once in a while. But the central area of the turbulent flow C area was too big. Because of its size, it was hard to shift. Even though it changed at every moment, the extent was small, it was actually quite stable. And in these currents, there were many bubbles. There were big and small bubbles, from the size of a human head to a mountain. These bubbles were formed during the huge battle. It was unknown which great expert's immortal killer move did it. In the bubbles, there were carcasses and inheritances. Most bubbles contained sea water and small-sized islands. Found it, it's this! Fang Yuan looked for his target. He approached it with difficulty before entering it. The bubble's surface was torn open, but it soon was restored. Only some water went in. It was not a problem. Fang Yuan's vision changed. There was a green sea with a calm surface. The sky was pure white, like an egg in color. It was simply another world. At the center of the sea, there was an island. There was wild grass on the island, and in the grass, there were many tall stone pillars. Some people said that the worlds inside the bubbles were actually portions of the turbulent flow sea area originally, but after the battle, space was torn into pieces. Some also said that these were the fragment worlds of the great expert's Immortal Aperture. Because of a unique Immortal Killer move, these bubbles were formed. Fang Yuan did not care about the reason why there were bubbles. He came to the stone pillar and took out Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Seemingly having sensed the information path insignia on Flying Sword Immortal Gu, these stone pillars started to shine in red light. Soon after, they started to move slowly. When they slowed down, space of around a vat size opened, as a skeleton fell out. Fang Yuan carefully inspected it. This skeleton was full of bone path Dao marks. It was a quasi-rank 8 immortal material. The skeleton's right hand was holding a dark green lump. Fang Yuan took out this dark green lump. After inspecting it, he burst it and several sleeping Gu worms were revealed. 2 immortal Gu, and 5 mortal Gu. Unfortunately, most of them were dead, only a corpse was left. When the wind blew, they turned to ash. Countless years had passed. The Gu worm preservation method was not very good. It was no wonder that time prevailed. Eventually, only one rank 6 immortal Gu was left. Fang Yuan quickly saved it, as it barely hung on to life. What Gu worm is this? Fang Yuan was perplexed. He did not recognize it. Looking at the skeleton, there was nothing left. This is that so-called information path inheritance. Fang Yuan sighed. An ordinary Gu immortal would be joyous. But Fang Yuan, who had just obtained He Fan's true inheritance, felt quite unsatisfied. Inspecting the corpse, Fang Yuan discovered that in the skull of this skeleton, there were many thoughts sealed. The thoughts were fragmented, but Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. He could barely excavate some details from them. The name of the Gu immortal who left behind this inheritance could not be found. Fang Yuan only knew that he had barely survived that intense battle with his last breath. He managed to enter this bubble and set up his inheritance. It was indeed an information path inheritance, but most of the information was lost. But Fang Yuan was not leaving empty-handed. He knew the name of the immortal Gu he saved, Perceivable Dao. Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu was an information path investigative immortal Gu. It had a very niche effect. It could help the Gu immortal see clearly what types of Dao marks the target had and their quantity as well. As for the origin of this skeleton, it was not the inheritance's creator, but an enemy killed by the information path Gu immortal. In the thoughts, the information path Gu immortal who left this inheritance said that this skeleton could be used as immortal material directly. Because the enemy's Dao marks were all left inside this skeleton. This made Fang Yuan feel some surprise. Because after a Gu immortal dies, their Dao marks usually go back to the Immortal Aperture. Unless it was an immortal zombie, without a normal Immortal Aperture, their Dao marks would remain in the body. This information path Gu immortal has amazing methods. He could gather all of the Gu immortal's Dao marks into their skeleton and preserve them. Unfortunately, the inheritance's information is too lacking, and it cannot be restored. Fang Yuan felt it was a great pity. He was hoping that this information path inheritance could allow him to obtain a method to break his alliance agreements. Unfortunately, most things in the world do not proceed as one hopes. What he obtained was only Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu. Keeping the Immortal Gu in his Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan prepared to leave. Murderer, where are you going? At this moment, a blood-red figure charged into this huge bubble. His bloodshot eyes were staring at Fang Yuan fiercely. Chapter 1157. Exterminate. One thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, Ding Qi. Some days ago, Immortal Hua Die had told Fang Yuan about the blood path demonic path immortal, Ding Qi, who had come to the Turbulent Flow Sea area. His brother, Ding Yang, was the blood path demonic immortal that had died at Liu Qingyu's hands. Now, Fang Yuan saw this person, he naturally had a guess towards his identity. Next, another group of GU immortals appeared as they charged into the bubble. The two at the front were familiar to Fang Yuan. One was Tang Song, the other was Zhu Li. Tang Song shouted, Ding Qi, where are you trying to go? In exactly 1 year, it will be the anniversary of your death. It is a pity, your brother is dead, nobody is going to send you offerings, ha ha ha. Ding Qi seemingly did not hear anything, he stared at Fang Yuan, gritting his teeth, it's you. You just obtained the information path inheritance, my brother found that clue after so much trouble, but it is with you. You are also his murderer. What? The GU immortals pursuing him heard this and turned to stare at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled, interesting. How did you know I took the inheritance? Ding Qi smiled coldly, because I have blood trace immortal GU. Saying this, he used his immortal GU. Soon, blood-colored shadows appeared in the island. The shadows formed a series of movements. It was Fang Yuan who had entered the bubble and took away the information path inheritance. Zhu Li and Tang Song screamed angrily, he stole the inheritance. Who are you? Hand over the inheritance. Fang Yuan's smile bloomed, he ignored the immortals, he only looked at Ding Qi with curiosity, blood trace immortal GU, this is the first time I have heard of this. This is a blood path immortal GU that I created together with my brother. Other than this, we also created the immortal GU blood oath. Mentioning his brother, Ding Qi was extremely angry and upset. Zhu Li, Tang Song, and the other immortals were furious too. As it turned out, Liu Qingyu gathered a bunch of people to come to the Turbulent Flow Sea area, it caused Ding Qi to appear. Information got out, Zhu Li and Tang Song also gathered a group of GU immortals to come here. Initially, they were suspicious that Liu Qingyu had gotten the information path inheritance clue. They had spent so much effort in getting here, but the immortals met Ding Qi. Ding Qi had already gotten here long ago, using blood trace immortal GU to make some arrangements. Both sides fought, but Ding Qi was alone, even though he was a blood path demonic immortal, he could not rival so many enemies, he had to escape while fighting. During which, Fang Yuan came in and obtained the inheritance. Ding Qi felt something and rushed over without caring about anything else, meeting Fang Yuan. This is blood trace immortal GU? Very interesting indeed. Fang Yuan looked at Ding Qi with a look of appreciation, sighing, geniuses are indeed everywhere, they have their own unique talents. Speaking of blood path, the most famous person was Blood Sea Ancestor. He was a great demon with 7 Blood Sea true inheritances, everyone knew about them, he had left a deep mark in history. But at present, if blood path experts were listed down, Ding Qi and Ding Yang would definitely have reputable rankings. These brothers had deeply researched, they created Blood Oath and Blood Trace, these 2 blood path immortal GU. Most importantly, they actually managed to refine them, in terms of blood path, they were truly talented, it was rare. What are you sighing about? Hand over the inheritance. That's right, the inheritance is mine, you are an outsider, you actually snatched it from us. Zhu Li and Tang Song screamed. They had worked so hard and put in so much effort, in the end, an outsider whose name was not even known had taken their rightful gains. Zhu Li and Tang Song had already regarded this inheritance as their own. Fang Yuan was naturally taking away their food, how could they stand it? Zhu Li and Tang Song gave up on their original target, Ding Qi, they turned towards Fang Yuan. But Ding Qi was even quicker, he directly attacked Fang Yuan, murderer, hand over your life. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, you want my life, but I'm not going to play with you. The inheritance is mine already anyway. Saying so, he charged out of the bubble, going into the currents. Chase! We will catch him, dead or alive. Zhu Li and Tang Song shouted angrily, they refused to give up, especially Fang Yuan's final words. It truly sent their anger over the edge. A group of GU immortals were chasing in the chaotic currents. In this special environment, GU immortals could only move along with the currents. During the process, countless attacks aimed at Fang Yuan were unleashed. Fang Yuan used his immortal GU to defend as he accelerated. Sword Escape Immortal GU was not to be underestimated. Soon, a group of GU immortals fell behind. They were too far apart. Eh? This person's movement is so familiar. Zhu Li was perplexed. Tang Song's eyes opened wide. He wanted to get back his inheritance. He did not think in that aspect at all. Between the two sides, there was also the blood path demonic immortal Ding Qi. His eyes were blood red. He was filled with killing intent. Die, die. My brother died, and you took advantage of it. It was such a regretful death. Death, you deserve death. I will tear you into pieces. Intense rage burned through his rationality. He was in a frenzied state. Fang Yuan suddenly turned, dodging a huge waves of attacks. The pursuers were stifled. Fang Yuan's movements were too slippery. Even if some killer moves could chase after the enemy, he destroyed them personally. The GU immortals chased him for so long, but there was no result. They even wasted a lot of immortal essence. Here was not like other places. The environment was quite unique. A bubble appeared before them. Fang Yuan thoughts shifted, directly entering it. He went in. Quick, quick, encircle it. Something is wrong. Why did he enter a bubble instead of escaping? The immortals surrounded this bubble, but they did not enter. They were filled with suspicion. A blood-red figure shot into the bubble like an arrow. It was the blood path demonic immortal Ding Qi. He was more resolute than these GU immortals. The immortals stayed outside the bubble, but they saw no disturbance. They started to get restless. They could not stand it anymore. Tang Song went in first, followed by Zhu Li, and the rest. All of the GU immortals went into the bubble. Strange, where is this? A city. The GU immortals who came in found that they had appeared amid some houses for some reason. These houses were designed meticulously, but they had broken walls, as if an earthquake had occurred here. Furthermore, this place was full of cobwebs and dust. It looked like a city that had been abandoned for many years. Strange, strange. There are lots of pans and bowls here. It seems like many people had lived here before. On such a large scale, they cannot be GU immortals. But mortals actually lived here. Even before the turbulent flow sea area formed, I have never heard of many mortals living here. The GU immortals gathered as they discussed. Also, where is that GU immortal who ran away? Ding Qi is missing too. No, Ding Qi is there, facing Lord Tang Song. The GU immortal who took the inheritance is really missing. He seems to be hiding inside here. Find him and force him to hand over the inheritance. The immortals were about to get to work when they suddenly heard Fang Yuan's voice from the sky. It was loud and grand. You are all here. Good, everyone, enjoy this. It is your final moment before death. As he said this, the immortals felt the sky turning dark. They raised their heads, and at the next moment, the immortals showed extremely shocked expressions. Only to see that a huge hand, enormously big, covering the entire sky, pressed down slowly. The aura was too imposing. It was like the sky was collapsing. Everyone felt a strong feeling of weakness and helplessness. Impossible! This is an illusion. If he has such strength, how could he be running away from us? Zhu Li shouted. The immortals jolted. Their morale rose. They felt that Zhu Li was right. All of the immortals attacked. Boom! With a loud sound, the giant hand pressed down. Countless houses collapsed. Several GU immortals died at once, turning into meat paste. How can this be? Zhu Li climbed up from the pit with much difficulty. He opened his eyes and looked around in disbelief. The entire city was gone. It was a pathetic sight full of ruins. The GU immortals who survived stood up in the rubble. They were all shocked and fearful. In a contest of strength, they had so many GU immortals, but they actually lost. Shadow Sect's trap is truly useful. Hee hee. Fang Yuan thought as he activated Strength Path Giant Hand again. Thus, in the Immortal's eyes, the sky turned dark again, the giant hand crashed down slowly while covering the entire sky. It's coming again. Hold on, we have to endure it. At the moment of life and death, forget about the rest, take out your trump cards and survive this trial. The Immortal shouted. They were fearful and uneasy, their attitude was clearly different from before. Boom! The giant hand caused the entire ground to lower by several meters. This time, only 3 people stood up. Zhu Li, Tang Song, and the Blood Path demonic Immortal Ding Qi. Giant hand was used for the 3rd time. The 3 Immortals had a look of despair. I will not let you have an easy time even if I die. Ding Qi self-detonated. Zhu Li and Tang Song resisted but to no avail. Eventually, they died at Fang Yuan's hands. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, city well, it truly lives up to its reputation. Fang Yuan praised as he sighed. Right now, there was a well in front of him. The well was squarish on the outside, but it was circular on the surface inside. Fang Yuan stood on the edge of the well. He looked down, seeing a miniature town at the bottom of the well. Right now, it had been completely decimated from his 3 uses of giant hand. There were some bloody patches in the rubble. It was the meat paste of GU Immortals who were killed. City well first appeared in the Legends of Ren Zhu. Or more accurately, the Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 4, Section 23 clearly described it. Chapter 1158. City well. Ren Zhu's 4th child, Boundless Forest Samsara, fell from the tree. She did not follow after Ren Zhu. Instead, she was trapped inside ordinary abyss. One day, when she was sleeping, she met a Miniman. The Miniman was crying. Boundless Forest Samsara asked him why. The Miniman spoke while crying, I am the tallest in my tribe, and I was brave, arrogant, and proud because of this. Today, I intended to climb a mountain, but to think that this mountain was really a person. There are actually such giant people like you in the world. This is the first time I've seen someone like you, so I burst into tears. Since then, Boundless Forest Samsara and the Miniman became good friends. They were inseparable. Miniman, oh Miniman, where is your father? Do you not have siblings? Why have I never seen your family? One day, Boundless Forest Samsara asked the Miniman. The Miniman directed Boundless Forest Samsara to a well, saying, Look at this well, my former home is inside. Boundless Forest Samsara sprawled in front of the well, extending her head to look inside. Next, she shouted, there are so many Minimen. She saw that there were countless Minimen inside the well. They were living together. They built many houses, they lived among each other, there were markets, flowers, it was a harmonious scene, they were very happy. The Minimen in the well also shouted. Why did the sky become so dark? It's night time already. There was thunder but no rain, I don't see lightning either. The Minimen were in panic. They discussed as the entire city went into commotion. Your family is here? Why did you go outside the well? You don't want to live with them? Boundless Forest Samsara asked. The Miniman shook his head. They were the ones who exiled me. They think I am a monster. Oh? Why is that? Boundless Forest Samsara was curious. The Miniman answered with sadness, I told them that the world we were living in was just a well. The outside world is very big. But they did not believe me. They told me to stop spouting nonsense. I also told them that the mountain at the fringe of our city is a very small mound. But they refuse to believe me. They think that it is the tallest mountain in the world. They told me to stop spreading lies. Which mountain is it? Boundless Forest Samsara asked. That's Minuscule Mountain. The Miniman pointed. Boundless Forest Samsara started to giggle. You call that a mountain? It can fit in my palm. Suddenly, Boundless Forest Samsara clapped. Then let me tell them the truth. The Miniman shook his head. It is useless. Boundless Forest Samsara did not believe him. She faced the well as she shouted. The Minimen inside started to panic even more. They felt that today was too strange. Not only did the sky turn dark, there was thunder rumbling, and it was getting louder and more frequent. Heaven is raging. I want to repent, I want to confess. No, it is a monster ate heaven, it is burping now. Save me, this world is getting destroyed. Some Minimen knelt on the ground and begged, some had despair on their faces, while others were running around crazily. Boundless Forest Samsara's breathing became a tornado inside the well. Boundless Forest Samsara's saliva became a huge rainstorm when it went into the well. Boundless Forest Samsara's words were like rumbling thunder in the Minimen's ears, their eardrums almost burst from it. Boundless Forest Samsara eventually gave up. She sprawled outside the well, exhausted. She said weakly, "Why are these Minimen so stupid? Can't they be like you, to get out of the well and see the world?" The Miniman shook his head as he sighed. They think that they are big enough, they think the sky is round, they think the mountain is only that tall, they think life is just like this. Then why did you climb out? Boundless Forest Samsara opened her eyes wide as she asked with curiosity. The Miniman smiled bitterly, because I realized how small and insignificant I was, therefore, I got out to see how big the world is. Fang Yuan walked in a circle around City Well, his eyes were flickering brightly. This was the third secluded domain of heaven and earth he had encountered. The first two were Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley. In order to harm Fang Yuan, Ying Wuxie had set up a trap. It was by using City Well. But Fang Yuan took him by surprise. He obtained precious information from Liu Qingyu, and in turn, made use of City Well to kill a bunch of Eastern CGU immortals instead. Like what was recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu, Boundless Forest Samsara's breathing became a tornado, and her saliva became rain. Fang Yuan was outside the well. When he used his immortal killer move, the power was amplified by tens or hundreds of times when it entered the well. But Fang Yuan had to pay a price. His immortal essence expenditure was also tens or hundreds of times as high. Even though Fang Yuan only used 3 giant hands, the expenditure was around the same as 100 uses of it. If an uninformed person entered the bottom of City Well, they would be trapped. But once they realize their situation and know this is City Well, they would be able to escape. Like what the legends of Ren Zhu said, once the Miniman realized his own insignificance and wanted to see the world outside, he managed to climb out of City Well. One could say, leaving City Well was both difficult and easy. Precisely so, Ying Wuxie did not use City Well to target Fang Yuan to a great extent. Firstly, he could not control his strength. What if he killed Fang Yuan? How could he find the immortal material to refine sovereign immortal fetus GU again? Secondly, Fang Yuan might immediately recognize the truth and escape with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. By then, Ying Wuxie would not stand a chance. The bigger reason was the second one. Because he was uncertain, Ying Wuxie made this City Well a trap to stall Fang Yuan, instead of using it to kill him. Fang Yuan wanted to take this City Well for himself. Because this secluded domain of heaven and earth would be a huge help to him when he develops his immortal aperture. Pulling Mountain Immortal GU. Fang Yuan began to try. But City Well only shook slightly. Pulling Mountain could pull out mountains, but City Well was not a mountain, although it was on the ground and needed earth chi. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fang Yuan tried to dig out City Well. However, once the giant hand got close to City Well, it rapidly shrank, like a burst bubble. In a few breaths' time, it was completely depleted. It seems that even though Shadow Sect has control of this secluded domain of heaven and earth, they cannot relocate it. Fang Yuan tried a few more times without success. His best attempt was the first time. The result was evident. He used Pulling Mountain Immortal GU and managed to make City Well shake slightly. In this case, Pulling Mountain Immortal GU is actually effective, but just Pulling Mountain alone is not enough. I need to think of an immortal killer move that can relocate this City Well. Realizing this, Fang Yuan could only give up for now. He entered the well. When he got to the bottom, his body became very small. Looting the battlefield. Only Zhu Li and Tang Song had complete corpses. Fang Yuan put them into the sovereign immortal aperture. As for the other GU immortals, they were all meat paste. The Blood Path demonic immortal Ding Qi had self-detonated, but his Blood Path immortal aperture was left behind. Other than him, the other GU immortals also left behind their immortal apertures. Soon, the world inside the well started to stir. Heaven and earth chi burst out as blessed lands formed one by one. Fang Yuan spent a lot of time entering these blessed lands and exploring them. Forget about immortal GU. But there were quite a number of resources that were normally owned by Eastern Sea cultivators. These GU immortals were not as poor as Liu Qingyu, most of their assets were still around. Except the blood path demonic immortal Ding Qi, even all of the resources inside his immortal aperture were destroyed. Even so, Fang Yuan was a blood path Grandmaster. He had enough attainment level to annex Ding Qi's blessed land and expand the sovereign immortal aperture. Inside these blessed lands, some had land spirits, some did not. In the blessed lands without land spirits, Fang Yuan took away all of their resources. Those with land spirits were more troublesome. They needed to acknowledge him as their master, otherwise, Fang Yuan could not take away all of the resources inside. Of course, it was not impossible to just plunder it, but that was a short-term benefit disregarding the long-term gains. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not use brute force. After spending some time in the well, he left and started to modify this bubble. The bubble had a sea and an island. City Well was in the middle of the island. Because of Ying Wuxie's arrangement, outsiders would directly end up at the bottom of the well when they went in. But Fang Yuan had Liu Qingyu's information. He did not fall for it. Instead, he used this trap to kill all the pursuers. He got rid of a lot of trouble. If Ying Wuxie knew that his arrangements not only failed to give Fang Yuan problems, they even provided huge help to him, would he spit out blood from anger? Fang Yuan preserved some of Ying Wuxie's arrangements. At the same time, he added in some of his own methods to conceal the bubble even more. Next, he left the bubble and directed the bubble to a new location. Not long ago, Ying Wuxie did the same thing. This bubble with City Well was not originally here. Ying Wuxie wanted to harm Fang Yuan. He spent a lot of time and effort to move this bubble here. Inside the current, Fang Yuan could not control where he went. He was washed away by it. Thankfully, he had the hidden room Oyster. He could rest inside. Fang Yuan moved back and forth dozens of times before moving this bubble into another current. He spent more than 10 times the amount of immortal essence and time as Ying Wuxie. After completing this, Fang Yuan took a detour and went to Ying Wuxie's former camp. There, it was another island in a bubble. Fang Yuan entered deep underground, but Regret Pool was already taken apart by Ying Wuxie. Even the surrounding GU formations were gone. The tributary of the River of Time that Shadow Sect had kept here was also missing. This was the special characteristic of the turbulent flow sea area. Every current was constantly changing and moving. But with this, it is enough to befriend Miao Mingshan. Fang Yuan used his information path Mortal GU, sending it through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Chapter 1159. Development of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. There is a trace of the River of Time indeed. It is very recent. Immortal Hua Die inspected and felt overjoyed. With this clue, she could definitely locate the tributary of the River of Time. Chu Ying, we have truly troubled you. To think that you really found this tributary of the River of Time. We searched for decades without finding any useful clues. Immortal Hua Die was very excited. She could finally give Miao Mingshan good news. Go ahead and track it. I do not need any compensation. I might need Lord Miao Mingshan's help in the future. I will take my leave. Fang Yuan was understanding and kind. Immortal Hua Die had a good impression of him. Before leaving, she advised again, be careful, blood path demonic immortal Ding Qi has appeared, engaging in battle with Zhu Li and Tang Song. If you meet them, you should avoid them. There is no need to get involved in this. Fairy, I will remember your words, thank you. Fang Yuan showed a moved expression. Immortal Hua Die had no idea. It was this person who had killed Ding Qi, Zhu Li, Tang Song, and everyone else. But the turbulent flow sea area was very complex. It was normal that they all went missing. Nobody felt anything strange. There were often GU immortals who went missing for months or years before appearing suddenly again. Half a month later, Fang Yuan returned to Lang Wei Blessed Land. In this journey to Eastern Sea, even though his goal was not achieved, he had great gains. In the Cloud City secret room, Fang Yuan quietly sat as his divine sense activated, inspecting his entire sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture had changed greatly. In the past, it was barren and empty. But now, it had a lot of resources. At a glance, it was no longer so empty and boring. Actually, all of these resources that Fang Yuan gathered could not fit inside ordinary blessed lands. But the sovereign immortal aperture was simply too huge. After placing these resources, there was still a lot of space left. In many northern plains, half the area was covered in snow and frost. The other half had green grass. On this grassland, Fang Yuan placed a few desolate beasts, like the giant horned sheep and shark-fin wolf that he had since long ago. In mini western desert, there were already 11 eerie fire dragon python dens. Because of his aperture's rate of time being at 60 times, along with Dongfang tribe's superb method of rearing, the eerie fire dragon pythons were reproducing at a rapid rate. In mini Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan had created several artificial lakes, putting dragonfish groups, air bubble fish groups, literature carp groups and others. Now, with more of the common resources obtained from killing the Eastern Sea GU immortals, he had great gains. Even though they were not particularly precious, the quantity was high. He could develop using this foundation. In mini Central Continent, there was a huge area of mirror willows. It had formed a giant forest spanning 100 li, speaking of which, Fang Yuan had originally planted mirror willows inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After relocating them, these mirror willows were moved into mini Central Continent. And because of the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow, although Fang Yuan had never put effort in them, with just their own growth rate, the forest reached this scale. Other than mirror willows, mini Central Continent also had a huge underground bloodgy forest. Its scale was only smaller than the mirror willows. Mini Central Continent was too huge. Mirror willows and the bloodgy forest had no competitors. They could grow freely. The most flourishing region was mini Southern Border, which was overflowing with life. The resources obtained from Heifan Grotto-heaven were mostly relocated here. However, mini Southern Border was not filled up. Large numbers of musical trees and tea streams were seen. There were also the Chi Death bird groups bringing immense vitality to mini Southern Border. More than 10 mountains had appeared in mini Southern Border already. The tallest mountain was 5 Light Mountain. It was bright and grand, followed by Immortal Succession Mountain. It had many stone pavilions on it. The scenery was good. Mini Southern Border's most important resource was the regretful spider group. It had already grown in scale multiple times already. Above the 5 regions were the 9 heavens. In mini Orange Heaven, there were profound lights. They were emitting from the flowing light fruits. This was the result of Fang Yuan's previous effort in farming them. In mini Yellow Heaven, there was a gold fragment river. It was not big, but better than nothing. In mini Azure Heaven, there was Azure Fog. It was the pill Azure incense that Fang Yuan bought. There was also the storage pool of the heavenly crystals. It was temporarily placed here without any use. In mini Blue Heaven, large clouds were floating with star fragment grass and arrow bamboo forests on them, producing star path mortal GU for Fang Yuan. There was also a young ancient desolate beast falling star hound. It was saved by Fang Yuan and was playing around in mini Blue Heaven. In mini Purple Heaven, the heavenly crystal eagle nest was eaten by the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Only an upper extreme heavenly eagle egg was left. There were also some heavenly crystal fragments. These were all exchanged from Lang Ya land spirit. In mini Black Heaven, there was a walking meat tree. In mini White Heaven, there were 3 remnant heavenly dogs, and a group of eagle hounds, as well as some multicolored overlord flowers. The light was making the environment quite conducive already. Earlier, because Fang Yuan killed some Light Path GU immortals, the Light Path Dao marks in the immortal aperture had increased. Unfortunately, I did not bring back City Well into the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was still thinking about City Well, inside the turbulent flow sea area. Even though City Well was damaged greatly, Fang Yuan could use landscape as before to restore it. The destroyed buildings could not be repaired, but minuscule mountain could definitely be reformed. It turned out that this legendary mountain had been destroyed during the Battle of Yitian Mountain when Fairy Li Shan died. However, Fang Yuan thought of a way to restore it. According to the legends of Ren Zhu, Minuscule Mountain was a part of City Well. If I had city well, I could raise large numbers of variant human groups inside the well. It is a pity. There were 3 stages in managing an immortal aperture. The initial stage was when the GU immortal grows enough resources to fulfill the needs of their immortal goose food. The middle stage would be to develop more resources in addition to the immortal goose food, to help the GU immortal in cultivation while also selling them for immortal essence stones. The upper stage would be raising variant humans inside the immortal aperture, or even humans. This had huge significance to the GU immortal and has many benefits as well. For example, earlier, Fang Yuan bought hairy man slaves in Hu immortal blessed land to refine GU for himself. This saved him a lot of time and effort. Among the other variant humans, Minimen could grow flowers and grass, Rockmen could develop underground space, Snowmen could produce ice tiers and survive in the icy plains. Pure-bred humans had the greatest intelligence, they could reproduce rapidly and create things with their wisdom, large numbers of GU recipes and killer moves could be created without the GU immortal making deductions themselves. If one developed well, the immortal aperture might even have GU immortals or human GU immortals. They would be extremely loyal because they grew up in there. This would be a great help for the immortal aperture's owner. Currently, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was at the initial stage. Because he had gained a few more immortal GU, and had not fulfilled their feeding needs. Attitude GU, Wisdom Sword immortal GU, and the other rank 8 immortal GU were hard to feed. Fang Yuan could only devise a plan, he had solved a portion of them, but these problems were not resolved yet. However, in terms of the middle stage, he had incredible achievements. Because he had obtained countless resources from Starform Blessed Land, Dongfang Tribe, and Heifan Grotto-heaven. Most normal resources, like Star Path Mortal GU, Regretful Spiders, Musical Trees, and others, they were all sold outside and provided profits. Not to mention Danghun Mountain, Guts GU has always been Fang Yuan's greatest source of profit, it earned him revenue daily. Horses need extra grass to grow healthy, humans need windfalls to get rich. What made Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture so wealthy were the countless windfalls that he had obtained. And these resources were Fang Yuan's great assurance in cultivating. Without these resources, no matter how high Fang Yuan's battle strength was, he would not feel assured. Currently, Fang Yuan could not raise variant humans in large numbers. Of course, he could do the same thing as in Hu immortal blessed land, buying large numbers of variant humans to work inside the immortal aperture for him. But that was not the proper way. The true way was to allow these variant humans to grow and reproduce naturally, they would be real members of the immortal aperture, living inside peacefully. Only like this, they could grow healthily and produce great profits in the future. If he bought variant human slaves and made them work, Fang Yuan would only incur losses. He had already learned this lesson in Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan stone nests had hairy man slaves dying from GU refinement almost every day. The hairy man slaves had no time to reproduce or rest, their numbers dwindled, Fang Yuan could only make a loss as he continued to buy slaves to replenish them. However, if he had City Well, it would be different. City Well was a special environment isolated from the outside world, it was very suited for raising humans or variant humans. The reproduction and deaths of variant humans inside City Well would also have an effect of nourishing and elevating City Well itself. Forget about this mystical property for now. All in all, with City Well, Fang Yuan could instantly start his upper stage developments while still in the initial stage, he would obtain great gains. This would undoubtedly allow his cultivation journey to be smoother, and his cultivation level would grow many times faster. Fang Yuan ended his inspection of the sovereign immortal aperture. There were areas where he was pleased, and areas where he was not satisfied. What made Fang Yuan satisfied was, the sovereign immortal aperture's Dao marks had grown favorably. For example, Earth Path Dao marks, even though they were still lacking, they had improved greatly compared to earlier. He was not satisfied with the fact that other than mini southern border, the rest of the regions were still quite empty and had little resources. The sovereign immortal aperture was just too big. Having huge space was a good problem. The current situation would cause conflict between his resources in the future. For example, the mirror willows, they were growing rapidly in mini-central continent. If another type of plant also grew quickly, and the two types met, an intense conflict would occur. Conflict between plants was quite mild. But what about beast groups? If two fierce beast groups met, wouldn't they fight to the death? If the blessed land was small, the GU Immortal could adjust it quickly. But Fang Yuan's blessed land was too big. By the time he noticed their conflict, his losses would be severe. To prevent this situation, Fang Yuan could only start planning early with great foresight. The sovereign immortal Aperture was not easy to manage. Fang Yuan not only had to consider his current gains, he also had to think about the future. Chapter 1160. Qi Luck Sensation is ineffective. The sovereign immortal Aperture had too much potential. It had 5 regions and 9 heavens. Even mini-southern border, which had taken in all of Fang Grotto-heaven's resources, could not be filled up. Nobody would believe this story. And every layer of the 9 heavens had the size of all 5 regions combined. Fang Yuan had already noticed that the development of the sovereign immortal Aperture would be a vast and unparalleled project. Up until now, out of 100%, his current developments could barely be considered to make up 2% completion. Were it not for me being the person involved and witnessing this myself, how could I possibly believe that such an immortal Aperture exists in this world? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Shadow Sect, and Zombie Alliance planned for 100,000 years to obtain this. I took this from them. This conflict is truly irreconcilable. Sigh. It is a pity, even though in this trip, I managed to deal a blow to Ying Wuxie's group, it could not truly shake their foundation. Fang Yuan sighed when he thought of this. In the dark secret room, he sat quietly, his hair hung down to his waist, his skin was pure like jade, his eyes were unfathomably dark like an abyss, as cold light flashed in them occasionally. After adjusting his breathing, Fang Yuan mobilized his immortal essence, using an immortal killer move. Qi Luck Sensation. At once, a feeling spread out from Fang Yuan's body. If he had Luck Inspection Immortal GU, Fang Yuan would be able to see his huge luck shaking above his head. Fang Yuan started to feel vague spots of sensation appearing one by one. Western Desert. The sun was blazing hot, causing steam to rise up from the sandy ground. A pursuit of life and death was engaging here. Rascal, you actually dare to snatch the GU worm that us bandits want. Don't let me catch you, I will tear you to pieces, and use your skin as a lantern cover. Surrender, obediently hand over polished gold GU, and you might have a chance to live. A large group of GU masters with an imposing aura were chasing Han Li, who was running in front of them. Han Li had extremely great luck. When he was alone, his luck could be low at times, but after it was connected, it had been very stable. He cultivated for a period of time. He had rank 3 cultivation level now. Elder level. In the GU master world, he could already hold his own. He was neither a beginner rank 1 nor a cannon fodder rank 2. Rank 3 cultivation level was elite in the GU master world. However, in his current situation, 3 of the pursuers had rank 3 cultivation level, the rest were rank 2 and 1. Han Li could only run. His Prime Val essence fell rapidly, his injuries were becoming a burden, blood was oozing out. With every breath he took, Han Li endured pain that felt like a fire was burning his chest. But such pain could not make him let go. Right now, he was holding on to that polished gold GU. My aptitude is not high enough, even though I have fortuitous encounters, in the long term, they are unreliable. This polished gold GU can increase my aptitude, it can grant me a brighter future. I need to push on. Only by betting my life on it, can I have a chance to get stronger in the future. Han Li breathed roughly, he was extremely tired, but his legs moved like the wind, his running speed did not slow down at all. His eyes were burning with fire. Southern border. Water flowed down the lush green mountain. Yifan shouted loudly, as his body suddenly grew to twice of his original size. He was tall and extraordinary. Multicolored lights were shining out of his muscles and pores, his eyes were radiating with bright light, he was truly grand and elegant. Under the shocked gaze of his opponent, he punched with both fists like an unstoppable warrior. His aura was incredibly powerful. Rumble! Yifan took huge steps forward. Everywhere he went, light shone as rocks shattered and streams dried. His enemies were forced back by him without any chance of retaliating. Cough, cough, Shang Clan's Yifan, you live up to your reputation. This time, we, the 18 sons of Wine Village, admit defeat. The leader of the enemy spat out blood. Even though he wanted to get up, he could not. The other 17 GU masters were also lying on the ground. Some had fainted while others were grunting. Even though they could not fight anymore, they stared at Yifan with intense hatred. Yifan slowly adjusted his stance. He let out a breath. His huge body shrunk back to its original size. He looked at his opponent on the ground, saying calmly, according to the rules, you 18 sons of Wine Village are not to take a step onto this mountain again. This is now Shang Clan's territory. HMPH, don't worry, we might be lone cultivators, but we lost this contest fair and square. We will keep our word. The leader replied firmly. Yifan nodded. He rubbed his hands together as jade green light shone on the 18 sons of Wine Village. They first shook in anxiety, but soon they found that their injuries were rapidly recovering. Soon, the 18 sons of Wine Village stood up. They were able to move again. The 18 sons of Wine Village looked at Yifan with more relaxed expressions now. Ever since Yifan accepted GU Immortal Shang Qingqing's GU Master inheritance, his cultivation level might not have risen much, but his overall strength had grown drastically. He had methods in all aspects, and did not have a visible flaw. When Shongshin Ci first became clan leader, Shang Clan's mortal sector had lots of internal and external problems. It was Yifan who stood up and helped Shongshin Ci resolve her problems. Right now, Yifan chased away the 18 sons of Wine Village. He helped Shang Clan open up a new trade route and eased her political pressure. The leader sighed, cupping his fists. Yifan, you are very strong, but you let us off in the end. We brothers will accept this favor. As long as you are in Shang Clan, we will not target it. However, if you want to open up the trade route, we are only the third hurdle. You have 2 more obstacles ahead. I understand, any GU master in these 2 rounds would be stronger than all of you combined. Yifan nodded expressionlessly. He had a lot of information. Shang Clan was a huge force. Shongshin Ci would not restrict Yifan in this aspect. But the leader's following words made Yifan's expression change. He. Yifan, be careful. These 2 obstacles have changed. Not long ago, White Demon appeared and defeated those lone cultivators. Right now, she has already gathered all the GU masters in these 2 rounds, becoming the mastermind. If you arrived a day later, we would have surrendered to White Demon as well. White Demon? You mean the black and white demons? Yifan's eyes shined brightly. The leader of the 18 sons of Wine Village nodded. If it were not a famous demonic cultivator like White Demon, why would those lone cultivators submit? She has unfathomable strength. I would advise you to consider it thoroughly. Shongshin Ci's image appeared in Yifan's mind, before He too appeared in his mind. No. His body shook with determination. He spoke plainly, with an indisputable tone. I will go. Central Continent. In a nameless cave. Don't come here, don't come here. Hong Yi's clothes were torn, his muscular chest was exposed. A morbidly obese female GU master chuckled as she approached him. Little sweetheart, can you escape? You have ended up in my hands, accept your fate. Just submit to me, ha ha ha. Whoosh. With a soft sound, Hong Yi's clothes were all stripped away. The female GU master jumped, about to press on him. No. Hong Yi screamed in fear. At the moment of crisis, he unleashed 200% of his potential. He broke the seal on his body and pushed the female GU master away. Impossible. How could you break the seal I created? The female GU master was startled and angered. That is because I am here. A Miniman GU master appeared on Hong Yi's shoulder. You finally came. Hong Yi was about to cry. We got the thing, let's go. The Miniman whispered. The female GU master's expression changed. She sensed something amiss. the muscles on her fat face distorted. So that's it. You two came here to steal my ecstasy water. Hong Yi, Yi Fan, Han Li. Even though Fang Yuan could not see their experiences, he could sense their locations and differentiate them. Because of their relationship from Connect Luck, Qi Luck Sensation could detect them across all 5 regions. However, He Lulan and Ying Wuxie were nowhere to be found. From this, Fang Yuan concluded that Ying Wuxie indeed had a way to conceal his own luck connection. Actually, so be it if he does. But Ying Wuxie as a person is maturing, he will be much more problematic to deal with in the future. This was why there was no strongest immortal GU, only strongest GU immortal. The GU immortal was the core. Ying Wuxie's matured mind, in Fang Yuan's opinion, was far scarier than whatever strong immortal GU he had. The other party can deal with Qi Luck Sensation, then in the future, I can only reduce the number of times I use this immortal killer move. After all, this was an immortal killer move, it required green grape immortal essence to activate. Once it was used frequently, even Fang Yuan could not bear the cost. This trip to Eastern Sea was rather successful, but his green grape immortal essence stockpile had already reduced sharply, he needed to replenish it. From Fang Yuan's perspective, the best situation was that he could find Ying Wuxie's location and exert pressure on him, or even kill him to get rid of the threat entirely. But currently, the situation was not as he wished. Fang Yuan thought about it, he could only choose the best alternative and focus on raising his strength. But he knew deeply, there was only one true inheritance of He Fan, but Shadow Sect has remnant forces in all 5 regions. In this trip to Eastern Sea, I did not get rid of Ying Wuxie. The next time we meet, they might already greatly surpass me in strength. Shadow Sect did not lack resources, and they had at least 4 GU immortals on their side. Right now, Fang Yuan could only do his best and develop. When they met again, hopefully, he would not be left in the dust by Ying Wuxie and the rest. Fang Yuan took out Perceivable Dao Immortal GU. This rank 6 Information Path GU worm was now healthy and strong, it gave off an alluring light, it had been saved by Fang Yuan. Breathing in deeply, Fang Yuan started to activate this Immortal GU. Chapter 1161. Testing Perceivable Dao Immortal GU. This Immortal GU had a round head and a black body, it had many segments in its body, once activated, it started to shine in starlight. Blue starlight reflected on Fang Yuan's entire body. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply and concentrated, he observed meticulously, preventing any accidents from occurring. When GU masters used GU, it was not safe. Many GU worms had backlashes or weaknesses. The same went for Immortal GU, and because they were powerful, the drawbacks and weaknesses were also larger. This was the first time Fang Yuan was using Perceivable Dao Immortal GU, even though he used Wisdom Path methods to deduce it already, he still had to be careful. Initially, starlight only shone on Fang Yuan's body. But after a few breaths of time, starlight accumulated, it covered Fang Yuan's entire body like a thin layer of water. Starlight gathered into shining water, it got thicker and thicker, accumulating on Fang Yuan's face, limbs, and body. Afterwards, as time passed, the shining water faded, after more than 10 breaths, it vanished. The starlight around Perceivable Dao Immortal GU also vanished, it returned to its black state. But in Fang Yuan's mind, there was some information, he could see how many Dao marks he had in his body. The greatest number were in Snow Path and Ice Path Dao marks, reaching a total of 16,000. Fang Yuan learned this and his heart jumped. 100 Dao marks meant that an Immortal Gu's effect would increase by 10%. 1,000 Dao marks would double its effect. Then 16,000 Dao marks would result in 16 times the amplification of effects. This meant that when Fang Yuan uses an Immortal GU from Ice or Snow Path, the effect would be very strong. For example, compared to a GU Immortal without any Dao marks using an Ice or Snow Path Immortal GU, Fang Yuan's might would be 17 times of this GU Immortal. And the most important point was, even though the power was 17 times as much, Fang Yuan's Green Grape Immortal Essence expenditure was the same as the other GU Immortal. This was different from City Well. Even though the Immortal Killer move was 100 times stronger, Fang Yuan's Green Grape Immortal Essence expenditure rose by a similar proportion. He also spent 100 times as much. This was very fearsome. Why did the battle strength of GU Immortals as their cultivation level got higher? This was the reason. Below Ice and Snow Path, the second highest quantity of Dao marks belonged to Luck Path. It had 15,000. My Luck Path Dao marks were basically all absorbed from Feng Jun's accumulation. This person had a deep foundation. He personally ascended Immortal Succession Mountain and succeeded, inheriting a large number of Luck Path Dao marks from it. Oh, right. There was an earthly calamity with the giant disaster blazing tree. After passing it, I gained Luck Path Dao marks as well. Below Luck Path Dao marks were Chi Path and Sound Path Dao marks. Both had around 13,000. Chi Path Dao marks mainly come from Chi Zai. He was a rank 7 GU immortal who cultivated Chi Path. Almost all of his Chi Path Dao marks are absorbed into my body now. Sound Path Dao marks came from Tang Song. This person is also rank 7. He is a supreme elder from a super force of Eastern Sea, Tang clan. Below that was Blood Path Dao marks, about 12,000 of them. They were obtained from Heifan Grotto-heaven's Blood Path GU immortal, Zhengtuo. Fang Yuan thought about it. He realized that among his Dao marks, the rest of those that reached 10,000 were all from rank 7 GU immortal corpses. Among them, Rule Path Dao marks had 12,000. They were from Heifan Grotto-heaven's Rule Path GU immortal, Chen Kai. Water Path Dao marks were around 11,000, obtained from Lone Immortal Ju Li after Fang Yuan absorbed his foundation. Below that was Transformation Path and Strength Path. They summed up to 9,000 in total, close to 10,000. Other than that, there was an assortment of other paths, haphazardly mixed in. For example, there was Wind Path, Wood Path, and Food Path. I went through a few earthly calamities. The Wind Flowers, Spring Dawn Jade Orioles, they gave me Wood Path and Wind Path Dao marks. Food Path actually exceeds these two paths. I guess the Profound White Flying Salt Calamity gave me Food Path Dao marks. And fewer than these were Earth Path, Time Path, and Information Path. Earlier, I joined the Alliance of Variant Humans. They used an Earth Path method to attain Information Path effects. Thus, I gained quite a number of Earth Path Dao marks. As for Time Path, they are probably from the 100 Years Harmony that I set with Chu Du, similar to the Variant Human Alliance. As for Information Path Dao marks, they must be from the Alliance Agreement of Lang Ya sect. The least in quantity, like Phantom Path, still had 100 or so. This was the initial number of Dao marks that Sovereign Immortal Fetus brought with it. Fang Yuan considered these numbers. From these, he had a glimpse of the nature of some calamities and tribulations. He concluded. Ice and Snow Path were highest, followed by Luck Path, Chi Path, Sound Path, Rule Path, Water Path, and Blood Path. They all had over 10,000. Below these were Transformation Path and Strength Path. And below those were Food Path, Wind Path, Wood Path, Earth Path, Time Path, and others. I mainly fight with Strength Path, Sword Path, and Time Path methods. Familiar Face and Blood Asset Immortal GU are supplementary methods. My 5 Grandmaster attainments are in Wisdom Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Blood Path, and Transformation Path. Fang Yuan looked at his situation. It was quite awkward. His paths with more than 10,000 Dao marks were almost completely different from his main methods and 5 highest attainment levels. According to Fang Yuan's original cultivation plan, his focus was on Transformation Path. But now, because he joined the 4 Races Alliance, this plan had a lot of barriers. He could not undergo tribulation in the icy plane. Fang Yuan could not draw out Reckless Savage true meaning. If he could not influence the earthly calamity, he would not gain Transformation Path Dao marks, or even any rise in his attainment level. Fang Yuan pondered. From this, it seems that most rank 7 GU immortals have about 10,000 or more Dao marks of their main path. But I have only gone through 4 earth calamities, and already have 16,000 Ice and Snow Path Dao marks, while my Transformation Path and Strength Path Dao marks are close to 10,000. Looking at my wood path, wind path, and food path Dao marks, my total gain from these calamities add up to 30,000. Evidently, this number was abnormal. GU immortals with rank 7 cultivation level had undergone up to around 40 to 50 earthly calamities, 4 or 5 heavenly tribulations, and 1 or more grand tribulations. After all these, their main paths only had about 10,000 Dao marks. Fang Yuan had only gone through 4 earthly calamities, but he had already gained 3 times the number of Dao marks as them. The stronger the calamities and tribulations, after passing them, the greater number of Dao marks the GU immortal would obtain. Ordinary GU immortals would have simpler tribulations. When they get to rank 7, they would have about 10,000 Dao marks in their main path. Those with higher aptitude and having high-grade blessed lands, or even immortal apertures originating from the 10 extreme physiques, would have more resources in their blessed lands. With greater fortune comes greater disaster. They would have stronger calamities and tribulations, and would gain more Dao marks after passing them. Fang Yuan's situation was unique in the entire world. Even if the sovereign immortal Aperture had no resources, it was an immense amount of fortune in itself. The earthly calamity that befalls also reaches the limit of its strength. And because he was a complete otherworldly demon, Heaven's will would try every possible way to kill Fang Yuan, causing his earthly calamity to be elevated to the maximum force allowed. In his first 4 earthly calamities, each one was extremely difficult. Fang Yuan passed them with great danger. It was like he was walking on a tightrope. But now it seemed, the risks were great, but his gains were huge as well. Even though my current development and my methods don't match, my Dao mark growth is real. At this rate, after each earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation, my foundation would rise to a terrifying degree. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt that all the difficulty and hard work he had gone through were worth it. Even his attitude towards the earthly calamities had vaguely changed. Each earthly calamity could be seen as a great chance to gain more Dao marks. After a few more earthly calamities, how much would I grow? How much would my foundation grow? Even Fang Yuan could not estimate this. The sovereign immortal Aperture surpassed the norm by too much. His growth potential and speed could not be assessed by normal means. The amount of Dao marks Fang Yuan gained from 4 earthly calamities was multiple times that of an ordinary rank 7 GU immortal's Dao marks in their main path. After clarifying the number of Dao marks in his body, Fang Yuan took out his immortal GU, using Perceivable Dao to investigate them. But unfortunately, even though the starry water covered the surface of the immortal GU, Fang Yuan did not get any results. He realized, man is the spirit of all living beings, GU are the essence of heaven and earth. Mortal GU have Dao marks, while immortal GU have fragments of the great Dao. Perceivable Dao can only investigate Dao marks. It is ineffective against great Dao fragments. Indeed, when he used Perceivable Dao Immortal GU on Mortal GU and checked them, it worked like a charm. But his tests were far from over. Next, Fang Yuan took out immortal materials and used Perceivable Dao Immortal GU to inspect them. He realized that even though the Dao marks in the immortal materials could be sensed by him, the expenditure of immortal essence rose when the quality and rank of the immortal material was higher. Perceivable Dao Immortal GU is an information path immortal GU. When looking at purely information path immortal materials, the immortal essence expenditure is lower. Other than that, any other type of immortal materials would have an element of conflicting Dao marks. Thus, the immortal essence expenditure is greater. As for why using it on me does not cause more immortal essence expenditure, that is because my Dao marks are non-conflicting. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan had a stern expression on his face. The property of non-conflicting Dao marks of the sovereign immortal body was both a good thing and bad thing for him. For ordinary GU immortals, when killer moves of other paths land on them, their Dao marks would first reduce the might of the attacks, but Fang Yuan would have to face its full force. In fact, when his Dao marks are of the same path as the attacking killer move, it might even get amplified. With just this point, Fang Yuan could not fight at close range. He was suited for long-range battles. After creating some distance, he could amply think and evade attacks. Perceivable Dao Immortal GU cannot be used on Immortal GU, and when using it on immortal materials, there is a conflict of Dao marks. All in all, it is not very useful. After Fang Yuan tried using it, he came to a conclusion. He could only think of 3 ways to use Perceivable Dao Immortal GU currently. The first was to decipher immortal materials, preventing others from scamming him. The second was to investigative a GU Immortal's Dao marks, to probe their foundation and strength. But it was quite impractical, the time needed to use it was quite long, and the effect of the starry water was also very obvious. It was easy to take action to counter it. The third was in refining Immortal GU. Investigation using Perceivable Dao could allow him to see the Dao marks clearly during the process of refining Immortal GU, as well as to make a comparison. However, Perceivable Dao Immortal GU was unable to find out the exact location of Dao marks or influence them, thus, it had limited use. At most, it could allow the GU Immortal to turn from a blind man to a man with his eyes shut. Chapter 1162. Soul Path Trap. He flew out of his cloud city and went to Luo Po Valley. However, the usage of Perceivable Dao Immortal GU was not over. Fang Yuan multitasked. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. There were ample forests, it was no longer barren. Ordinary mountains were evenly distributed across Mini Southern Border in different places. A Strength Path Immortal Zombie was controlled by Fang Yuan, carrying some Immortal Essence and Perceivable Dao Immortal GU as it flew in the air. A moment later, it slowly descended, landing on a small mountain. Fang Yuan named this mountain Heaven Ceiling Mountain. The name was very grand, but the mountain was short and uninspiring. The mountain peak was being modified by Fang Yuan. There was a huge GU formation on it. As the interior of the mountain was empty, it was sealing an immortal zombie body. It was Fang Yuan's original body. The Strength Path Immortal Zombie entered the interior of the mountain and came to the center of the sealing GU formation. Fang Yuan's original immortal zombie body was 6 meters tall, it had a miniature pair of bat wings on its back, it had a green face and sharp fangs, its eyes were shut. Its 8 arms were all different, other than his 2 original arms. There was the Azura arm, Heavenly Demon arm, Blood White arm, Nightmare arm, Plague arm, and the Earth Chief arm. At this moment, the 8 arms were spread out like a peacock's tail, their fingers were tightly stabbed into the ground. Because it was sealed, the immortal zombie's heartbeat was very slow, there was only 1 beat every few minutes. Light was emitting from the GU formation, blowing on the immortal zombie body like a clear breeze. This showed that the sealing GU formation was working fine. Fang Yuan manipulated the Strength Path Immortal Zombie as he activated Perceivable Dao Immortal GU. Starlight gathered into flowing water as it covered the body of the immortal zombie. A moment later, Fang Yuan got his results. He mentally snorted, something was done to it after all. His caution was truly wise. Ling Wuxie had left about 10,000 Soul Path Dao marks in the immortal zombie body. It was more than Fang Yuan's original Strength Path Dao marks inside the body. After storing away Perceivable Dao Immortal GU, Fang Yuan manipulated the Strength Path Immortal Zombie, opening a slit in the sealing GU formation as the Strength Path Immortal Zombie pulled something out of its body. A GU Immortal Soul shrieked as it was dragged out by the Strength Path Immortal Zombie. "Spare me, spare me! I will acknowledge you as my master, please spare my life." The GU Immortal Soul struggled intensely, it seemed to have sensed its doomsday. Fang Yuan manipulated the Strength Path Immortal Zombie expressionlessly as his demonic claws controlled the GU Immortal Soul, preventing it from moving. In the dark space in the mountain, the sealing GU formation shone with light. Not only did it not bring the warmth of light, it gave the environment a cold, eerie feeling. The GU Immortal Soul cried out, it made the atmosphere even more creepy. The Strength Path Immortal Zombie moved slowly, pressing the GU Immortal Soul into Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. The GU Immortal Soul was unwilling, but Fang Yuan was amply prepared. He forcefully stuffed it into the immortal zombie body. Soon after, Fang Yuan used the GU formation, activating the sealing GU formation. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body did not move, it lay on the ground like a statue. But after the GU Immortal Soul entered it, the body started to shake. Soon, the shaking intensified. Suddenly, the shaking stopped entirely. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body stopped moving. He opened his eyes, they were red like blood. Roar! He opened his mouth and growled. The loud noise was echoing in the mountain's interior, like the rumbling of thunder. Fang Yuan sneered. The strength path immortal zombie that he controlled did not move. It looked down at the immortal zombie body. Indeed, due to the GU formation's restrictions, and the arrangements done to the GU immortal soul earlier, Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body struggled to get up but could not, feeling weakness all over. "What are you doing? What are you trying to do?" The GU immortal soul screamed. He did not understand Fang Yuan's intentions. He felt an utter wave of fear and horror. Soon, the GU immortal soul screamed in a high-pitched tone, "What did you do to me? My soul is melting. You have a vicious heart. I only have my soul left, and you still refuse to let me off." Fang Yuan controlled the strength path immortal zombie. He watched with concentration. He ignored the GU immortal soul screaming and crying. The soul would melt if they enter her. Fang Yuan investigated with all sorts of methods. Oh, this is an amazing soul path method. This GU immortal soul could not even last a short period of time. Fang Yuan gasped. At his will, the strength path immortal zombie stretched out its right arm, trying to pull out the GU immortal soul from the immortal zombie body again. But at the next moment, a ghost face appeared on the chest of Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, cackling at Fang Yuan loudly. An immense strength burst out as the strength path immortal zombie took 3 steps back. Looking at it again, the ghost face had vanished. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body stopped moving, returning to the state of a statue. Fang Yuan controlled the strength path immortal zombie, carefully getting closer. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body did not move at all. Fang Yuan continued to probe. The GU immortal soul that he stuffed into the immortal zombie body earlier had completely melted, not even a bit of it was left. The melting speed is really fast. Once the soul goes in, it is like a deep trap. Even if I pull it out, it cannot escape from the trap. Fang Yuan analyzed mentally. Ying Wuxie's trap was incredibly vicious. The method was extraordinary. Fang Yuan was glad that he was vigilant. He did not take a risk to enter the body, otherwise, the consequences would be severe. After several inspections, Fang Yuan used Perceivable Dao Immortal GU again, inspecting his immortal zombie body. What is going on? The soul path Dao marks did not decrease, they even rose by 2,000. Fang Yuan was shocked. At this moment, Fang Yuan was completely stunned by Shadow Sect's incredible soul path methods. Melting the GU immortal soul was a huge problem, but Fang Yuan could deal with it. The simplest and crudest method was to use GU immortal souls and constantly stuff them into the immortal zombie body so that the trap would weaken after several activations, before breaking down eventually. But Ying Wuxie's trap was not normal. It not only prevented the soul that entered Fang Yuan's immortal body from leaving, it even melted the soul and after that, strengthened itself, to replenish its expenditure and become stronger. Truly impressive. In this case, my action of sending GU immortal souls to probe it is restricted. Unless I have a method that can truly target the soul path Dao marks in this body. Otherwise, I would only be making this trap more powerful. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Actually, the Eastern Sea Information Path inheritance would have had many methods that targeted Dao marks. This could be seen from the Information Path Dao mark insignia in Flying Sword Immortal GU. Flying Sword Immortal GU was a Dao mark fragment of Sword Path, but Information Path Dao marks were added to it. The conflict between different paths was resolved. It was very difficult to achieve this, even rank 8 GU immortals might have problems with it. Furthermore, the quasi-rank 8 skeleton that Fang Yuan obtained was also clear evidence. After a GU immortal dies, their path's Dao marks would go into the immortal aperture as it forms a blessed land outside. If a blessed land did not form, these Dao marks would scatter into nothingness and return to the 5 regions. But this Information Path GU immortal could actually directly carve this Bone Path GU immortal's Dao marks into his skeleton. The method was very special, it was rather unthinkable. In the end, Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu even proved that this information path Gu Immortal had special methods that targeted Dao marks. The complete information path True Inheritance might have really had methods against Dao marks. It is a pity I obtained this True Inheritance too late. Most of the Gu worms are dead, and the information path methods are lost. How could everything be perfect in this world? Fang Yuan could obtain He Fan's complete True Inheritance. It was already very lucky. The Eastern Sea information path inheritance had been there for too long, and the information path Gu Immortal had just killed his enemy. He created the inheritance on the verge of death. The contents of the True Inheritance could not be preserved for long. Even though he obtained Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan still needed to get more information path methods that could prevent him from being restricted by his alliance agreements. Searching for an information path Immortal Gu that can break alliance agreements is one way. But I need to keep it a secret. I cannot find Lang Ya sect for help on this. Let alone getting Lang Ya land spirit to help me refine such an information path Immortal Gu. Information path inheritances would not be easy to obtain, and Fang Yuan's information path attainment level was at ordinary level. He could not design his own Immortal Gu recipe and innovate. In this trip to Eastern Sea, even though his gains were not few, Fang Yuan's original goal was not achieved. He still sought out and lacked information path methods. As his focus turned away from the sovereign immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan began to focus on his soul path cultivation. An hour later, he left Luo Po Valley. He rigidly stuck to daily soul path cultivation. Because his soul path foundation grew rapidly, Fang Yuan could stay inside Luo Po Valley for a 50% longer time now. However, now that Fang Yuan saw the trap inside his immortal zombie body, he was wavering on his plan of cultivating his soul. Ying Wuxie knew that Fang Yuan had Luo Po Valley and Dang Hun Mountain. How could he not consider this? Cultivating his soul was not a wrong decision, but by the time Fang Yuan gained enough soul foundation to resist the trap, a long time would have passed. He would have to put in a huge amount of effort. And Fang Yuan's time and energy were not unlimited. He needed to spend a lot of time and effort in planning, devising ways to advance his cultivation and development. But I have to leave the matter of information path for later. The fifth earthly calamity is coming. This earthly calamity was different from the previous four. The last 4 times, Fang Yuan used Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. But now, Fang Yuan could not stay in the northern icy plain. He had to find a new tribulation location. What location should he choose? A few days later, Chu Du sent him a letter, saying that he would help Fang Yuan undergo tribulation, in exchange for reckless savage true meaning. At once, Fang Yuan was in a situation with his hands tied. Chapter 1163. Chu Du vs. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Chu Du stood in the air, the immortal Gu aura on him was emanating, his immortal essence was being consumed rapidly. Open! Suddenly, he shouted, his eyes burst with bright light, his body shook intensely. The ground several meters away from him started to crack open under the power of his immortal killer move. Suddenly, this opening became larger, it extended out, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet. After tens of breaths, He Fan Grotto-heaven stopped shaking, a huge trench of tens of thousands of feet opened up along the ground. Chu Du had created an artificial earth trench with his strength alone. He was indeed an expert that stood tall and proud in northern plains. He breathed roughly, looking at the trench below him, he frowned. It is not perfect yet, even if it is long enough, it is not deep enough. After all, Earth Path Gu Immortals are most skilled in doing this. All paths had their own specialties. Earth Path Gu Immortals were particularly skilled at changing the terrain of the ground. But Chu Du was a famous Strength Path Gu Immortal. There is another way. I can buy many Rockman slaves and modify this place. However, forget it, this trench is enough for now. Thinking of this, Chu Du took out a huge object from his immortal aperture. This object was huge like a small mountain, it was a red and black meatball, it was hot and round, vibrating weakly. Chu Du used his strength path hand, carrying this huge thing and slowly placing it into this newly created earth trench. This huge thing landed in the trench. Once it came into contact with the soil, it spread out, becoming flat, spreading across several li. Next, its color started to change. Initially, it was black and red, but after spreading out, it took in earth chi, as its color changed. A portion became blue, another became green, part of it resembled jade, while another side was red like fire. Chudu watched from above, seeing this color-changing scene in the earth trench. It was quite a dazzling sight. These were multicolored guts. A rank 7 immortal material that came from deep within earth trench. Chudu acted quickly, taking out dozens of multicolored guts from his immortal aperture, tossing them in. The earth trench that was empty earlier was completely filled. No more multicolored guts could be put in. After carefully inspecting it, Chudu let out a breath. His body slowly ascended into the air. He looked far away, taking in the view of Heifan Grotto-heaven. When he took it over from Fang Yuan, it was barren and completely ransacked by Fang Yuan. It was a terrible sight. But now, it had mountains and rivers. The resources were prudently distributed. Undoubtedly, these resources were all relocated from Chudu's own immortal aperture. Even though he was just a lone immortal, his foundation in terms of resources was very deep. The initial developments are complete. In the future, Heifan Grotto-heaven's production will far surpass my own immortal aperture. Looking at the time, Liu Guanyi is about to undergo tribulation. Suddenly, Chudu's expression froze. His sharp gaze pierced through the sky. He saw a twisted figure squeezing into Heifan Grotto-heaven with much difficulty. "Who is it? You dare to invade my Grotto-heaven?" Chudu shouted. His body flew over like a gust of wind. After the figure got into the Grotto-heaven, he smiled at Chudu. "Domination Immortal, as a junior, your talent is quite good. In such a short time, you have already taken ownership of this place." The invader spoke big words. Against the Great Northern Plains expert Domination Immortal Chudu, he regarded himself as a senior. But Chudu did not rebuke him. He had a heavy expression. "It is you, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu." It turned out, the invader of Heifan Grotto-heaven was none other than one of the rank 8 GU immortals in Northern Plains, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was originally a lone cultivator, but in recent years, because Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88 True Young building, he saw hope in creating a super force. He had planned this long ago. Inside his Bai Zu Grotto-heaven, he had countless blood-related descendants and even multiple GU immortals. Initially, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu and Yao Huang worked together to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu. Even though they lost, he had obtained Yao Huang's support. After that, when He tribe was exterminated, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu used the chance to take over He tribe's Iron Eagle Blessed Land, and also taking in all of He tribe's remnant forces. Right now, Bai Zu tribe had officially taken over He tribe, becoming one of the Righteous Path super forces publicly recognized in Northern Plains GU Immortal World. However, Northern Plains was different from the other 4 regions. Most of the super forces were of the Huang Jin bloodline. As an outsider, Bai Zu tribe was quite unique. Even though Heavenly Lord Bai Zu knew this and tried to be amicable with the other super forces, giving up most of He tribe's resources to satisfy their appetite. But after he officially created Bai Zu tribe, he realized that the surrounding forces were still targeting him. Because he had rank 8 cultivation level, these super forces did not give him problems openly, but they created many small issues indirectly. In order to defend his hard work, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu could only stay to guard there personally. As a result, he wasted a lot of time. Until not long ago, when the surrounding Righteous Path Huang Jin tribes realized they could not gain anything anymore, they gave up and Bai Zu tribe's situation became better. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu finally rushed to Heifan Grotto-heaven. The 4 supreme elders of He tribe did not know the exact location of Heifan Grotto-heaven, but they knew which area it was in. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu acted secretly, coming here and spending a lot of effort to find out where Heifan Grotto-heaven was. After getting enough information, he took action and started to invade Heifan Grotto-heaven. "Chudu, you are an astute person. If you back off, I will not make it hard for you. I was a lone cultivator myself," Heavenly Lord Bai Zu said calmly, urging Chudu to give up. Chudu's lips curled up. He directly attacked. Rumble. With an intense clash, dust and clouds rose. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was destroyed by Chu Du in one move. There was a huge pit in the area he was standing at. Sending just an illusion, and you want to take Heifan Grotto-heaven? Chu Du snorted, turning his head. The space behind him suddenly distorted, as a small centipede entered Heifan Grotto-heaven from the outside. Soon, the distortion vanished, and the centipede turned into Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's appearance. It was exactly the same as before. Nice method. The second Heavenly Lord Bai Zu looked at Chu Du, praising as he commented, "You attacked earlier without any warning, and not a bit of Immortal Gu aura leaked out. Is this your Immortal Killer move Formless Strength?" Chu Du did not answer. He asked, "Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, even if you have rank 8 cultivation level, to snatch Heifan Grotto-heaven away from me, it will not be easy. Because I have already developed this place for a while, I have made many arrangements." Heavenly Lord Bai Zu smiled. "No matter how long you have been here, or how many arrangements you have made, I can break all of them with my own strength." He spoke calmly, but he had an aura of confidence and power. There was only one reason. He was a rank 8 GU immortal, while Chu Du was rank 7. Chu Du did not rebuke him. He nodded and admitted, "You are right, I cannot resist the might of a rank 8. But Heifan Grotto-heaven is my territory, how can I give it up so easily?" Heavenly Lord Bai Zu shook his head. "Heifan Grotto-heaven is good, but it is not essential. If the Great Domination Immortal dies in my hands because of it, isn't it a waste?" Chu Du's eyes shined with a cold light. HMPH. Too much bullshit. If you want to take Heifan Grotto-heaven, just these small methods will not work. Show your true abilities. I want to see the might of a rank 8. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was silent for a while, before saying, "Fine." As he said that, around Chu Du, in an enormous surrounding range, countless distorted figures appeared. Huge quantities of centipede GU went into Heifan Grotto-heaven, turning into Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's appearance. In an instant, Chu Du was surrounded by over 10,000 figures of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Even though he was encircled, he was not nervous. He even showed a look of disdain. "Just illusions, no matter how many, they are useless." Chu Du raised his right hand. His fingers were spread out, before clenching together, forming a tight fist. Boom! A huge strength shot out from all directions. In the blink of an eye, all of the figures of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu were exterminated. "You made many preparations indeed." Another figure of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu came from afar. Chu Du's pupils shrunk. The Heavenly Lord Bai Zu in front of him was not the main body either, but it was different from the illusions that Chu Du had destroyed earlier. Chu Du could sense the aura of Immortal Gu on this Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. "Let's fight in the sky." Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was the first to fly up. Chu Du followed him willingly. There were lots of resources on the ground. He had placed them with much effort. Chu Du did not want these resources to be destroyed. This was also Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's concern. He had taken in He tribe and built Bai Zu tribe. He made great losses. He had already paid a huge price to negotiate with the other 4 rank 8 experts. Even though he took in He tribe, most of He tribe's resources were distributed to the other forces to satisfy them. Thus, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had a huge desire towards Heifan Grotto-heaven. But when he got here, he saw that the Grotto-heaven had far less resources than he had estimated. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu quickly realized that most of the resources were newly added. He naturally thought, did Chu Du store those resources away already? Thus, Chu Du became his greatest target. An intense battle unfolded in the sky of Heifan Grotto-heaven. One side was the clone of a rank 8 great expert, while the other was a famous rank 7 expert. The two sides fought like rumbling thunder. The entire world was shaking. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's clone could not take it anymore. It lost. But soon, a second Heavenly Lord clone appeared and joined the fight. It also brought Immortal Essence and Immortal Gu with it. It was stronger than the first clone. Chu Du fought against 2 enemies, but he got stronger as they fought. After another 10 rounds, he had the advantage. He was about to execute the killing blow when a third Heavenly Lord clone appeared. Chu Du's expression changed. He realized something was amiss. Chapter 1164. Fifth Earthly Calamity. Fang Grotto-heaven has a huge space, and the brass bell heavenly spirit was destroyed by Liu Guanyi. I cannot see the entire place. I do not know how many Heavenly Lord Bai Zu clones there are at this moment. Every time I am about to kill a clone, new ones come in. This shows that he definitely has more than 3, they have already formed and are ready to enter battle. Once I understand their methods and gain the advantage, when I am about to deal the killing blow, they would show up to save the other clones. This is definitely him trying to stall for time. Thoughts flashed in Chu Du's mind. He felt a bad sensation. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was stalling for time. He definitely had his motives. Even though Chu Du could not decipher his true motive, there was one unquestionable point: he could not fight according to the enemy's tempo. Thinking of this, Chu Du erupted. His body expanded rapidly, turning into a 10-meter giant. Immortal Killer Move. Battle Strength Transpiration. His entire body turned red, all of the pores on his body opened up, as his sweat turned into steam, surrounding his body. Next, he raised his right hand to face the sky, palm up, his left hand was facing the ground. He chanted softly, "Try this move, heaven and earth combined strength." Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's 3 clones could not move. They felt like the entire world was sending an unparalleled strength that restricted them, crushing towards them from all directions. Chu Du did not feel well either. The muscles in his entire body were tense. He had used all of his strength. Within the steam, his face was bright red, his eyes were bloodshot, especially his 2 arms. They were bulging with beings resembling moving earthworms. It was quite terrifying. His right arm moved down, his left arm moved up, as if 2 hills were converging towards the center with great difficulty. In his immortal aperture, red date immortal essence expended rapidly. As Chu Du did this, the 3 Heavenly Lord Bai Zu clones felt horrible. They felt that the force around them was increasing, they were almost getting crushed. Seeing that these 3 clones were about to explode, at the crucial moment, the 4th, 5th, and 6th clones came to save them. Boom boom! With 2 loud sounds, the first clone and second clone were completely smashed by Chu Du. They were reduced to dust, but their immortal GU and immortal essence were missing. They were not destroyed. What an amazing killer move! It can attack, defend, and even immobilize multiple targets. It is almost like an incomplete battlefield killer move. The 3rd clone was saved, but it still felt lingering fear. No matter how many clones come, it is useless. I prepared this next move for rank 8 existences. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, if you refuse to show up, you will not be able to save these clones. Chu Du shouted, preparing his attack. He had spread out his arms and legs in a shape, his hands were facing heaven, palms upward, aura of immortal GU and mortal GU were emanating from his body, changing constantly. Just the aura alone was far superior than the heaven and earth combined strength earlier. It was truly shocking. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's clones all moved back. They used their defensive killer moves, preparing themselves. Boom boom boom. At the next moment, the Heavenly Lord clone self-detonated without any warning. What move is this? Outside Fang Grotto-heaven, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's main body frowned deeply. Even though his clones were all destroyed, he still had memories of the battle. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu could learn about Chu Du's mystical attack. This killer move is formless and covers a range. Once one is within range, from within, an internal strength would be produced and detonate the body. The area that it covers is actually so huge. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu frowned deeply. Inside Fang Grotto-heaven, Chu Du covered his mysterious strength path killer move over the entirety of Fang Grotto-heaven. It caused all of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's clones to self-detonate. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu smiled. Interesting, it seems that I cannot deal with Chu Du unless I enter personally. Once he said that, he used an immortal killer move. A profound white centipede figure flew out of his body. It drilled into space, causing a huge distorted shadow to appear in Fang Grotto-heaven instantly. Next, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu took large strides, stepping into the shadow. Want to come in? Chu Du laughed, stomping his feet. A strength path leg flew out and kicked the distorted shadow, sending Heavenly Lord Bai Zu out. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was stunned, before showing a furious and helpless expression. This Fang Grotto-heaven is easy to defend and hard to attack. I will need 20 breaths of time to enter it. In this process, there is enough time for Chu Du to stop me. If I send clones in, they will instantly self-detonate. They are useless. Chu Du was completely defending, hiding inside Heifan Grotto-heaven. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu felt difficulty against this well-defended fortress. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu is attacking Heifan Grotto-heaven. Fang Yuan held Chu Du's letter of emergency support as he let out a breath of air. His worry was lifted. Even though Chu Du was his ally, in order to defend Heifan Grotto-heaven, using the properties of the Grotto-heaven to contest with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, there were great advantages for Fang Yuan in this. Lang Ya Land Spirit wanted to recruit Chu Du. It was very difficult. But if it succeeded, and Chu Du joined Lang Ya sect, it would greatly affect Fang Yuan's current status. If he failed, Fang Yuan's relationship with the variant humans would be exposed. The situation would be unthinkable. Fang Yuan could only stall it, one day at a time. Because of the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan could not lie to Chu Du, especially in terms of the tribulation. Fang Yuan could not continue to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. This way, Chu Du would make guesses. It would expose the snowmen and rockmen under the northern icy plain. If this was settled poorly, and Chu Du attacked the tribe, Fang Yuan would be trapped in the middle. The situation would be very awkward and dangerous. Thus, he could not make alliances casually. In fact, most GU immortals were very wary when making alliances. Fang Yuan had originally intended to use his time path killer move to slow the time in his immortal aperture, and inform Chu Du about it. This was not lying, it was the truth. Next, Fang Yuan would hasten his immortal aperture's time. Before starting his tribulation, he would inform Chu Du that the situation had changed. This way, Chu Du would not make it in time, even though it would ruin his relationship and trust. It was the best way. Chu Du was very astute. There were no loopholes in his alliance agreement. Fang Yuan could only think of this roundabout way. This method was very troublesome, however. Not only would it waste Fang Yuan's immortal essence, it would also cause a rift between Fang Yuan and Chu Du. All in all, it was troublesome. But now, Chu Du was forced to defend Heifan Grotto-heaven. He was engaging Heavenly Lord Bai Zu in battle. He could not leave. Fang Yuan mentally praised, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu really came in the nick of time. He solved a huge problem for me. For that to have happened, my luck was pretty good. Fang Yuan started to reply using the information path Mortal GU. In the letter, he expressed concern and sympathy for Chu Du's encounter. He showed his intense fury and hatred towards Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's invasion. He said that he would definitely help Chu Du and would not break the alliance agreement. But his tribulation was coming. He had to get through this first before helping Chu Du and getting rid of the huge threat, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. He hoped that Chu Du would understand. Chu Du quickly replied. He showed his understanding and told Fang Yuan it was not hard to deal with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's invasion. He had already rallied allies to support him. He hoped that Fang Yuan could settle his problem and quickly help. Fang Yuan quickly replied he would do his best, and all that he could. He hoped that Chu Du could hold on. A few days later, Fang Yuan left Lang Ya Blessed Land, using the Super GU formation to teleport out. Next, he rushed to Earth Trench without stopping, choosing an appropriate location to place his immortal aperture. The main part of Northern Plains Earth Trench had 17 sections. They were managed by Zombie Alliance. But after the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Zombie Alliance was used by Shadow Sect and sacrificed, used to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU. It caused the Zombie Alliances in all 5 regions to vanish overnight. However, Shadow Sect also had their arrangements. For Northern Plain Zombie Alliance, the headquarters, Dark Flow City, had sunken into Earth Trench. Other than the remaining members of Shadow Sect, nobody could find it. Fang Yuan came to an Earth Trench. It was not the one in Zombie Alliance. There were large numbers of lone immortals and demonic immortals there. They were all trying to look for Dark Flow City. Ying Wuxia and the rest might have even gone to the secret base there. Unless Fang Yuan was a fool, he would not undergo tribulation there. Most parts of Earth Trench were split up by super forces, or were occupied by GU immortal experts. The part Fang Yuan chose had been completely excavated. Nobody wanted it anymore. after countless battles, it was barren and empty, nobody came here anymore. Fang Yuan chose this place purely because this place had rich Earth Path Dao marks, as well as many Dark Path Dao marks too. Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Fang Yuan successfully activated this Immortal Killer move. Next, he opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance, as Heaven and Earth Chi rushed in. Soon, the fifth earthly calamity formed. The sky turned dark, a huge skeletal shadow covered up half of the sky. The skeleton cackled, opening its mouth and spitting out a dark current that resembled a black python. The dark current flew rapidly, everywhere it went, the soil became corroded, in an instant, they melted completely and turned into puddles of black rotten water, emitting a foul smell. Earthly calamity, corrosive dark current. Fang Yuan recognized the earthly calamity, he quickly dealt with it. The corrosive dark current was hard to deal with. Fang Yuan did not have any methods that resisted it, he could only fight it using his strong offensive methods. The skeleton continued to spit, as waves of corrosive dark current rushed towards Fang Yuan like seas of snakes. Heaven's will had purposely raised the calamity's power to its limit. Fang Yuan was in a difficult state. This earthly calamity did not have reckless savage true meaning. It was completely controlled by Heaven's will, thus, it was multiple times as powerful than before. However, Fang Yuan had grown drastically in strength. Forget about the Eastern Sea Information Path inheritance, he had also obtained He Fan's true inheritance, he had many time path immortal killer moves to use. Even though he looked distressed, rushing around frantically, he had been preserving his strength to deal with unexpected situations. Chapter 1165. Yifan vs. Bai Ning Bing. I have finally passed the fifth earthly calamity. Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort in dealing with the corrosive dark current, but he had He Fan's true inheritance, he did not have obvious weaknesses. After persevering for a while, he passed the tribulation. The terrain here had completely changed, he needed to spend a lot of effort to get it back to its previous condition. Thankfully, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was huge enough. This area in mini-western desert was originally barren to begin with, Fang Yuan's losses were minimal. In fact, he could even preserve this area and not modify it. Fortune and disaster were correlated, there were two sides of the same coin. This place could not cultivate normal crops, but it was now an extreme environment, many types of special fierce beasts and plants could live and grow here. Of course, there was Heaven's will lingering here, Fang Yuan needed to use a lot of self-will GU to get rid of it. But it was a small matter. The important thing was, the fifth earthly calamity was over. Successfully returning to Lang Ya blessed land, Fang Yuan concluded that even though the fifth earthly calamity was powerful, beyond the first four, it did not greatly surpass his expectations. There was one crucial reason why he passed it, Fang Yuan's strength had grown far quicker than the growth of the earthly calamity's power. It seems that earthly calamities themselves are no longer a problem, they can no longer stop me for now, the problem is human calamities. Fang Yuan thought about the fourth earthly calamity, the human calamity was too terrifying, he still felt a chill in his heart. That human calamity was terrifying, even the immemorial rock dragon had appeared. Its might had greatly exceeded Fang Yuan's limits, thanks to his bluffing, he evaded the danger and survived it. That means, Heaven's will is conjuring human calamities now because earthly calamities can no longer kill me. Precisely so, Heaven's will is plotting and scheming to use human calamities to destroy me. In this tribulation, I did not encounter any human calamities. That is because I am a complete otherworldly demon, Heaven's will cannot decipher my plans, and because I moved very quickly, it did not have enough time to construct a human calamity. Heaven's will was not a fake will, it could not have such an obvious influence. Especially towards the higher cultivation level targets, or human GU immortals, having the highest intelligence. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt that he should not undergo tribulations at fixed locations. Constantly undergoing tribulation in the northern icy plane allowed Heaven's will a chance to affect many GU immortals subconsciously, it nearly killed Fang Yuan. But this time, I purposely chose Earth Trench because I wanted an Earth Path calamity, to increase the number of Earth Path Dao marks in my sovereign immortal aperture. In the end, it was a Dark Path earthly calamity. Inside Earth Trench, Earth Path, and Dark Path Dao marks were in the highest quantity. Fang Yuan successfully activated Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. The earthly calamity had to be from these two. But Heaven's Will did not want Fang Yuan to get what he wanted, thus, an Earth Path earthly calamity did not form, it was Dark Path instead. Fang Yuan used Perceivable Dao Immortal GU to inspect it. He realized that his Dark Path Dao marks had increased, they were very close to 10,000. Earlier, my Dark Path Dao mark foundation was very weak, but in this earthly calamity, I gained at least 9,000 Dao marks. I made quite some gains. Even though Fang Yuan's Dark Path attainment level was low, he had a Dark Path Immortal GU, Dark Limit. This Immortal GU was very useful to him. He could conceal himself from Heaven's Will's perception to an extent. Fairy Jiangyu had once used this to conceal He Lulan's 10 extreme physique aura completely. For this tribulation, Fang Yuan only spent a few days. Over in Heifan Grotto-heaven, it was still at a deadlock. Chudu had rank 7 peak battle strength, while Heifan Grotto-heaven was heavily guarded by him, it was impregnable. However, Fang Yuan could tell that it was Heavenly Lord Bai Zu who had the upper hand, even though he could not break through and was pushed back repeatedly. But Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was merely attacking, he could attack or retreat, he could decide completely when he fought or left. Chudu could only defend using the Grotto-heaven, he did not know when Heavenly Lord Bai Zu would attack or what methods he would use. He was in a passive position. Chudu is bound to fail at this rate. But he is still far from reaching his limit. Fang Yuan mentally assessed the situation. He thought, if Chudu died in this battle, would he benefit or lose out from it? After consideration, Fang Yuan concluded it was better for Chudu to be alive. There were several points. Firstly, Fang Yuan had invested heavily in Chudu. The first investment was the rank 7 Immortal GU Calamity Beckoning. If Chudu died, Calamity Beckoning would perish. Secondly, Chudu had an alliance agreement with him, he could not abandon him if he requested assistance. Thirdly, the calamities and tribulations were only going to get stronger from now. Chudu's Calamity Beckoning could help Fang Yuan divert a lot of the pressure. His existence was useful for Fang Yuan's development. Fourthly, if he helped Chudu defend Heifan Grotto-heaven, Fang Yuan would be able to relocate his storage pool, using Heifan Grotto-heaven to produce heavenly crystals and hatch the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle once more. It seems that I need to take action and help against Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Fang Yuan made his decision. However, he was not in a rush to act. Chudu could continue to suffer, he had just undergone tribulation, he needed to rest and restock his green grape immortal essence. This was a justifiable reason, it did not break the alliance agreement, even if Chudu knew, he could not blame Fang Yuan. Southern border, Sun Crown Mountain. This mountain was green and lush, it had stood for a long time. During each sunrise, there would be a halo over the mountain peak, resembling a bright crown, thus it was named Sun Crown Mountain. But now was night time. The bright moon was radiating over the entire mountain. Who else? Yifan stood arrogantly, his arms were crossed in front of his chest, he was standing on a huge rock. Opposite him, a group of GU masters were shivering, hesitating. They were fearful of Yifan. Yifan, you were chased out by your clan, you are also a lone cultivator. We are also lone cultivators, why are you making life hard for us? A GU master spoke. Yifan sneered, before we fought, all of you sought to overwhelm me with numbers, why did you not say that? Also, are you considered lone cultivators? Dominating this mountain and plundering the surroundings, as GU masters, you bully the weak and fear the strong, you slaughter and humiliate mortals. You are all vicious fiends, you are demonic cultivators, you are not lone cultivators. We are innocent. The ringleader and main culprit has already died at your hands, we were forced to comply. Also, ever since we submitted to Boss White Demon, we have stopped committing crimes. The GU masters cried out. Yifan's expression eased. According to the intel he obtained, the situation was indeed like this. Ever since Bai Ning Bing took control of Sun Crown Mountain and Silent Flow Mountain, she had restrained the demons, taking them in, but did not give them any evil orders. HMPH, if not for this, you would all be dead now. How could I let you live? Yi Fan snorted. He continued, I represent Shang Clan. I need to get through Sun Crown and Silent Flow Mountain. I will wait here, get White Demon to come and see me. Otherwise, tomorrow, I will slaughter everyone here. Yi Fan was very perceptive. He was not a rash brute. He knew that Silent Flow Mountain's defense was far stronger than Sun Crown Mountain. He came here alone. He could not take it down through force. Alerting the enemy and luring out White Demon was the best method. But the moment he said that, he heard an icy voice resound, no need to call them, because I am here already. Saying so, more than 10 figures appeared partway up the mountain. The demons saw this and cheered loudly, Boss White Demon! Boss White Demon has come to save us! Yi Fan watched with caution. He saw that all of the people who came were GU Masters. They were stronger than the ones on Sun Crown Mountain. Among them, there were many demonic path and lone cultivators. There were also several famous people with their own unique traits. But what truly attracted his attention was the woman at the center of them. This woman was dressed in white clothes. Her silvery hair was shiny, like a tassel. It extended to her waist. Her deep blue eyes were clear like a lake. They were calm and peaceful. Her skin was pale like snow. Her face was cold and aloof, but her unparalleled beauty could not be concealed. At this moment, she was lying down on a bamboo chair. She was relaxing and her eyes were shut, like she was resting. There were 4 snowmen carrying her chair. Yi Fan's heart shook. He had roamed outside and seen many things. But in terms of appearance, Bai Ning Bing was simply a divine beauty. The only person comparable to her in looks was Shongshin Ci. Boss White Demon, we have tried our best to defend. We waited for you so desperately. You have finally arrived. At this time, a demonic path GU master tumbled and crawled towards Bai Ning Bing, calling out loudly as he showed a fawning expression. You, who avoided the enemy and refused to fight, deserve death. Bai Ning Bing opened her eyes slightly. Blue light flashed in her eyes as that kneeling GU master froze completely. At the next moment, he was beyond dead. The demons were shocked. The few experts behind Bai Ning Bing shook. They recalled the terror when they had first met her. Yi Fan was also shocked, before he burst into anger. His good first impression of Bai Ning Bing was completely gone. It was replaced with deep anger. As expected of a demon. You even kill your own men. Yi Fan shouted, jumping down the rock, staring at Bai Ning Bing angrily. Bai Ning Bing smiled lightly, stretching out her jade finger, pointing lightly at Yi Fan. At that moment, Yi Fan felt a cold sensation, covering his left leg. He looked down, only to see that on his left leg, a huge piece of ice had instantly formed. What move is this? I had already used my defensive killer move, but it could not block it at all. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. All along, he had used these methods without fail. But now, it had completely failed in front of Bai Ning Bing. What cultivation level does White Demon have? My methods were given to me by Lady Shang Qing, a GU immortal. It was actually useless. Looking at her expression, she still has not put in all her effort. Will I die in this battle? Yi Fan's heart shook intensely. He had greatly underestimated Bai Ning Bing to think that their difference in strength was so huge. But after his shock, Yi Fan quickly calmed down. His battle intent surged in the face of despair. Chapter 1166. White Form Immortal Snake. The demons licked their lips, they gritted their teeth, they were going to charge up, wanting to kill Yi Fan and cut him into pieces. But Bai Ning Bing suddenly said, isn't it too boring to directly kill him? Go one by one. These words saved Yi Fan's life. It greatly delayed the timing of his death. After spending so much time with Bai Ning Bing, a demonic path expert who knew of her personality stepped up with shining eyes. Since Boss White Demon wants to watch a show, allow me to kill this person. As long as the boss is happy, it will be our fortune. The demons heard this and all mentally badmouthed at this demonic path expert for being shameless. They were envious and jealous. Why did they not speak first? This was the best chance to bootlick. But soon, they no longer had such thoughts. Yi Fan was in a desperate situation, but he displayed great might, killing a number of demonic path GU masters. Even though his methods were useless against Bai Ning Bing, they were more than enough to deal with the rest. Interesting. Bai Ning Bing watched the entire battle while relaxing on the bamboo chair. It was as if the people dying were not her subordinates, but strangers instead. Yi Fan felt a chill regard her aloof nature. He felt disgust towards her. This white demon might look like a peerless beauty, but she has a vicious heart. She cannot compare to Lady Shinseai. Birds of a feather flock together. The black demon guy who was with her is likely not a good person either. Ah! Suddenly, Yi Fan screamed. It turned out that his right arm had been pierced by multiple icicles from the inside. At once, his entire right arm was pierced, flesh was exposed, his pale broken bones could be seen, his blood was about to squirt out but it was frozen by the frost energy. Yi Fan's right arm was crippled. All right, continue. Bai Ning Bing said plainly. The demons had low morale, but seeing that Yi Fan's right arm was crippled, they saw hope again. A few more entered the battlefield, trying to take advantage of his weakness. But Yi Fan got bolder as he took wounds. He ignored his injuries, fighting while disregarding his life. Meanwhile, the demonic path GU masters were fearful for their lives. They did not dare to fight directly, they were slowly losing. Some were defeated, while others were killed by Yi Fan when he had the chance. What do I need such useless people for? Bai Ning Bing's eyes flashed as blue light flickered in them. The few demonic path GU masters who were defeated and still alive did not even get a chance to shout. They were frozen into icicles, dying on the spot. Bai Ning Bing was fierce and ruthless. The GU masters were trembling in fear. Even Yi Fan felt a chill in his heart. Bai Ning Bing pressed lightly with her right hand. The four snowmen noticed and quickly lowered the bamboo chair. Bai Ning Bing slowly stood on the ground, looking at Yi Fan with her hands behind her back. The demons were overjoyed. Looking at this, Bai Ning Bing was going to fight. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. Bai Ning Bing's terrifying strength made him feel deep despair. There always exists someone stronger than you. I was too overconfident. I deserve the fate of dying here. But before I die, may you answer a question that I have? Oh. Bai Ning Bing looked at Yi Fan, assessing him as she said plainly, you are quite brave. Few can be so unmoved in the face of death. Very well, go ahead. I want to ask, what kind of person is Black Demon? Yi Fan asked the deepest question in his heart. Bai Ning Bing frowned. All along she had been having a cold expression, but this change in her expression showed that she was not calm on the inside. He? Bai Ning Bing looked at the moon in the sky, dragging her words. Yi Fan focused, listening attentively. But Bai Ning Bing showed a mocking and cold gaze in her eyes. Yi Fan stared with his eyes wide open. He was instantly frozen into an icicle. Bai Ning Bing looked at the night sky and bright moon. After a few breaths of time, she retracted her gaze and walked away. Behind her, Yi Fan's entire body was frozen in transparent ice. He died. The demons were silent. They were like frightened cicadas. But Bai Ning Bing only took a few steps when a peculiar black aura appeared behind her, causing her silvery hair to flutter in the air. Oh. Bai Ning Bing's blue eyes shrunk to pin size. She turned around and realized that four figures had suddenly appeared behind Yi Fan all of a sudden. Among them, one had an ugly appearance. He was an immortal zombie, placing his arm on Yi Fan's shoulder. He was using an immortal killer move. The peculiar aura that Bai Ning Bing sensed earlier came from it. Bai Ning Bing's hair was standing. Her battle intent rose to its peak at this moment. GU immortal aura burst out from her body. Soon, her body started to change. Her Adam's apple appeared. Her body grew taller. Her soft and plump chest shrank and became a muscular male chest. Her face had turned into one with a sharp dagger-like appearance. He, Bai Ning Bing, your phantom aperture was given to you by my shadow sect. It can suppress the transformation path Dao marks in you and revert you to your male body. It can also allow you to become a false immortal and own green grape immortal essence. You will be able to refine and use immortal GU. But now, you want to use this phantom aperture to fight me. Ying Wuxia chuckled. A member of Shadow Sect. Bai Ning Bing squinted. A dangerous cold light was flashing in his eyes. As he said that, Yi Fan was revived by Ying Wuxie. The ice around his body had turned into water. He sat on the ground weakly, gasping loudly with a pale expression. The feeling of life and death, he could feel entirely what true horror was. His mental state was heavily affected. He could not control himself. You cannot kill this person. Ying Wuxie looked at Yi Fan plainly. He had luck inspection immortal GU. He could see Yi Fan's abundant luck. Ever since they escaped from Eastern Sea, he had been hiding inside Shi Enyu's immortal Aperture, devising methods to deal with Fang Yuan's investigative killer move. Even though there was not much success, after Ying Wuxie saw Yi Fan, he could feel a resonance in their luck. He knew that their luck was connected. Fang Yuan is the owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada and was a tool of Heaven's will. He returned from the future and knows who has great luck. Killing Yi Fan would harm my own luck. As for Bai Ning Bing, he is under Shadow Sect's alliance agreement. I am not afraid he will turn on us. He also has one of the 10 extreme physiques. He would be very useful in saving my main body. Ying Wuxie thought over this, while he suddenly tossed out a rank 5 mortal GU. White form immortal snake. Bai Ning Bing received it with a perplexed expression. He recognized this GU worm which had left a heavy impression in him. This is a crucial clue in the old bet of the Heaven surveying 5 songs. Bai Ning Bing, you are the last bloodline descendant of Bai Xiong. You have the proper status to participate in the bet. Ying Wuxie said slowly. Bai Ning Bing was silent before asking, this is the reason why your shadow sect is scheming to rope me in. Ying Wuxie did not answer. He only moved as he left this place. He Lulan, Shi Enyu, and Tai Bai Yunxing followed closely after him. Bai Ning Bing gritted his teeth. He restrained the cold light in his eyes as he followed them. Yi Fan was left behind, kneeling on the ground with his arms supporting him, stopping him from collapsing, as he gasped heavily. As for those demonic path GU masters, they were all like statues. When the wind blew, they turned into rotten black mud. Northern Plains, become Dragon Mound. Sir, you have come to help us. Our Chu sect is extremely grateful. A Strength Path GU Immortal greeted Fang Yuan respectfully. Fang Yuan nodded, looking at the person. Before encountering Fang Yuan, in order to get Reckless Savage true meaning and increase his Strength Path attainment level, Chu Du had spent a lot of time and effort to nurture mortal GU masters, to help them become GU Immortals. As time passed, he gained a good number of Strength Path GU Immortals. Chu Du treated them as disciples, and casually created a sect, naming it Chu Sect. Even though Chu Du is nurturing these Strength Path GU Immortals, it is not his aim. Strength Path is declining, and these Strength Path GU Immortals lack Immortal GU. They are not a threat. Fang Yuan assessed as he looked at Become Dragon Mound in front of him. This mound was short and flat. It did not look amazing, but it was a true land of fortune. In Become Dragon Mound, there were lots of Transformation Path Dao marks. These Transformation Path Dao marks could allow the living beings staying here to transform into dragon beasts. There were large numbers of Dragon GU that were produced here before, like Golden Dragon GU, Water Dragon GU, Earth Dragon GU, Dragon Claw GU, Dragon Breath GU, Dragon Pearl GU, and so on. Unfortunately, after He tribe was destroyed, this place was ransacked by several GU Immortals. But in the last few months, Bai Zu tribe took control and started to develop, sending GU Immortals to guard Become Dragon Mound, allocating resources to rebuild it and return it to its former glorious state. This was one of Bai Zu tribe's important resource points. I have already investigated clearly. This place was originally guarded by He tribe's 4th Supreme Elder. But the developments he had made here were taken away by Bai Zu tribe's GU Immortals, no longer present. He tribe's 4th Supreme Elder has rank 7 cultivation level. But the Bai Zu tribe GU Immortal sent here only has rank 6 cultivation level. It is good for us to act. We will attack this place. Everyone is already in position. We just have to attack and fight the first battle. As long as we deal a huge blow to Bai Zu tribe, it will surely make Heavenly Lord Bai Zu wary and give up on Fang Grotto-heaven, returning to guard his territory. Chu Sect's GU Immortals continued to talk, feeling excited. If Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was still a lone cultivator like before, Chu Du might have given up on defending Heifan Grotto-heaven already. But now that he was taking over He tribe and creating his own righteous path super force, even though his territory was expanding rapidly, he gained a weakness. Strength and weakness in this world were relative. Like in the past, when Zombie Alliance took revenge on old ancestor Xue Hu, Blazing Heaven Demonists did not dare to fight him head-on, but they looked to trouble Snowy Mountain's demonic path GU Immortals, plundering their immortal materials and ruining their collection. Before long, old ancestor Xue Hu could not take it anymore, he had to give in to Zombie Alliance. Chu Du had both brains and brawn, his tactic in dealing with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was definitely the best one. However, the actual effect would depend on how much damage Fang Yuan and Chu Sect's Strength Path GU Immortals can do. Chapter 1167. Become Dragon Mound. The Strength Path GU Immortal from Chu Sect continued. It is not easy to get information on this GU Immortal from Bai Zu tribe. Their GU Immortals all live inside Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's Grotto-heaven, they rarely move around in northern plains. It turned out, when he was still speaking, Fang Yuan had already flown out. Quick, come back. Our battle plan has not been established yet. Don't be rash. We might have two people on our side while the enemy is alone, but they have the territorial advantage. Become Dragon Mound has a set of GU formations that can allow them to defend. As long as they last for a moment, there will be an endless stream of reinforcements from Bai Zu tribe. The Chu Sect GU Immortal quickly transmitted. He was extremely frantic. Fang Yuan did not reply to him. He flew into the air and called out, Bai Zu tribe, come out, my Chu Sect is taking over Become Dragon Mound. What Chu Sect? Never heard of it. You dare to cause a scene in my Bai Zu tribe. A young GU Immortal appeared on Become Dragon Mound, showing intense rage. We're doomed. The Chu Sect GU Immortal had his head in his hands, showing a defeated and aggrieved look. Why did Master find such a person? He is too rash, he is just too rash. The situation was good earlier, sigh. He shook his head continuously. Right now, they had no choice but to attack forcefully. The Chu Sect GU Immortal was about to appear when Fang Yuan attacked. Boom! A giant hand flew out, crushing the air like an imposing mountain. It had an incredible aura. Be it the Chu Sect GU Immortal or Bai Zu tribe's GU Immortal, they were staring with dumbfounded expressions at this move. The Bai Zu GU Immortal was the first to react. He shrieked, rank 7 battle strength. You, a senior that is pretending to be weaker, aren't you ashamed? Saying so, he frantically activated Become Dragon Mound's defensive GU formation. After activating the GU formation, Become Dragon Mound shone in layers of bright light. The entirety of Become Dragon Mound was enveloped by it. Fang Yuan snorted. The Strength Path giant hand ignored it, slamming on the formation. Bam bam bam. The Strength Path giant hand had incredible power. Everywhere it went, the GU formation collapsed without resistance. It could not even last 5 breaths of time. Become Dragon Mound's defensive GU formation was crushed by Fang Yuan. It became extremely damaged. The Bai Zu GU Immortal had a pale expression. He was only rank 6. Seeing Fang Yuan's strength, he did not dare to stay. He did not speak, rushing away immediately. Fang Yuan did not chase him. He flew towards the sky above Become Dragon Mound. Become Dragon Mound was completely ruined, but it was fine. Fang Yuan had landscape as before Immortal GU. However, he could not use it in front of others. Thus, Fang Yuan used another Immortal GU. Pulling Mountain. Rumble. Under the Chu Sect GU Immortal's shocked gaze, the entirety of Become Dragon Mound was pulled up by Fang Yuan before he opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and stuffed it inside. He actually took away Become Dragon Mound entirely. Chu Sect's GU Immortal stammered. He was completely incoherent. At this point, he finally realized Fang Yuan's words earlier were true. He was not exaggerating to raise morale. Junior pays respect to senior. The Chu Sect GU Immortal lowered his head, flying into the air as he greeted Fang Yuan again. He was very careful, in a state of nervousness. Fang Yuan revealed rank 6 GU Immortal aura, but the Chu sect GU Immortal was extremely suspicious of it. He felt that Fang Yuan was one of those senior great experts who had a strange interest in pretending to be weak. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, looking in the direction of Heifan Grotto-heaven. He did not do anything else. This action was huge. Bai Zu tribe would definitely act rapidly, exacting revenge with all their strength. Retreating now was the safest option. He had already obtained Become Dragon Mound anyway. As for Bai Zu tribe's GU Immortals, there were only a few of them, they could not be killed. It was okay to kill He tribe GU Immortals, but killing Bai Zu tribe GU Immortals would truly enrage Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. That was not a wise decision. Soon, news that the tribe was getting attacked spread to Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's ears. Oh? It seems that Chu Du's force is not small. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was shocked. A total of 8 GU Immortals, all of strength path. Chu Du, you have some deeply hidden plans and motives. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu squinted, speaking in an eerie tone. This rank 8 GU Immortal had to admit, he had underestimated Chu Du. Not only did he underestimate Chu Du, he also underestimated his force. Once news got out, the entire Northern Plains GU Immortal world would be shaken. Nobody had expected that Chu Du would gather such a group of people around him. However, if you want me to retreat like this, you are simply looking down on me, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu did not waver at all, he continued to stay, considering all sorts of methods to try and enter Heifan Grotto-heaven. As expected, once information got out, the Northern Plains GU Immortal world which had just calmed down went into a commotion again. Bai Zu tribe was attacked by an unknown force, it suffered a huge loss, losing a number of its resource points. The biggest loss was Become Dragon Mound, the area had simply turned into a giant pit. Bai Zu tribe was like an enraged lion, it bare its fangs and claws, wanting to take revenge. But Chu sect's GU Immortals came and left quickly, with a well-executed battle tactic, they did not lose any members. A few days later, Fang Yuan looked at the battle reports in Lang Yue Blessed Land. This means, Heifan Grotto-heaven's danger has not been resolved yet. After all, this time, even though Chu sect attacked at full force, causing a huge commotion, Bai Zu tribe did not suffer a huge loss. The biggest loss was Become Dragon Mound, the rest of the areas were originally quite damaged, they had not been fully restored. And because these Strength Path GU Immortals have few Immortal GU, their battle strength is low, they could only cause little damage. All in all, the commotion is greater than the effect, no wonder Heavenly Lord Bai Zu could endure it and continue to attack Heifan Grotto-heaven without going back. This way, the situation was in a deadlock. The fight over the ownership of Heifan Grotto-heaven was split into 2 battlefields. One was Chu Du defending Heifan Grotto-heaven, while Heavenly Lord Bai Zu tried to invade it. Chu Du was very passive, as Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had the initiative. The other was Chu sect attacking Bai Zu tribe's territories, Chu sect had the initiative, while Bai Zu tribe had to defend. In conclusion, Chu Du's side is weaker. Fang Yuan's side. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu with rank 8 cultivation level was much stronger. The reason why he could not display it was because he was trying to invade the Grotto-heaven of an even stronger rank 8 GU Immortal. GU Immortals with more Dao marks would face more difficulty in entering Blessed Lands or Grotto-heavens. Rank 8 GU Immortals could not even enter Blessed Lands, if they tried, the entire Blessed Land would burst from exceeding its capacity. And even though Bai Zu tribe had been created recently, it did not have a weak foundation, it took in many members of He tribe, its combined strength exceeded Chu sect. Chu sect was able to have the advantage the first time because it launched a sneak attack, it caught the Bai Zu tribe members off guard. If they tried this again, the other party would be wary, it would be less easy and safe. At this rate, there is a high chance of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu taking over Heifan Grotto-heaven, however, Chu Du still has his trump cards. Fang Yuan decided to wait and see. A few days later, the entire Chu sect was worried about Chu Du's safety, they wanted to launch another attack and invited Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan rejected them, telling them not to act rashly. Chu sect did not listen to Fang Yuan, but soon, Chu Du sent a letter to restrain them. Even though Chu Du was being attacked by a rank 8 GU immortal, he had a clear mind, he could look at the situation and assess it accurately. This move was very strategic, he preserved Chu sect's foundation. The situation fell into a deadlock again. Next, it will depend on how Chu Du reacts. Fang Yuan did not believe that the Great Domination Immortal would stop here. He forgot about this matter for the time being, the fifth earthly calamity was already over, his focus was on developing his immortal Aperture. After taking Become Dragon Mound, Mini Southern Border obtained another named mountain. Even though Become Dragon Mound did not look amazing, it had deep foundations, it successfully overthrew Immortal Succession Mountain, becoming the second most valuable mountain after Five Light Mountain. In Mini Western Desert, there was a rotten dark swamp, filled with dark path Dao marks. Fang Yuan had already used enough self-will GU to completely cleanse away the lingering heaven's will in it. Other than that, in Mini Eastern Sea, there was a new blood lake that was isolated from the outside sea. This blood lake had the blood of desolate beasts and GU immortals added by Fang Yuan. Blood asset immortal GU was placed in it, floating inside the blood lake. This immortal GU had been overused by Fang Yuan in a previous calamity, it was heavily damaged. Thus, it was placed here, recovering slowly. Fang Yuan used his divine sense and looked at it, realizing that blood asset immortal GU was still quite far from a full recovery. But this blood path immortal GU could already be considered easy to heal. Other immortal GU would require parallel refinement methods to recover. Not only would the difficulty be high, the risk would also be high. Among my Dao marks, the one most suited to me is my high number of blood path Dao marks. But I only have one immortal GU, blood asset, if I can refine blood deity. Fang Yuan's plan of refining blood deity had been going on for some time. Inside Lang Ya Blessed Land, White Hair Continent, Yellow Hair Continent, and Black Hair Continent had been in war for many years. Hold on, you have to persevere, our reinforcements are here. The leader of the black-haired GU masters shouted, attempting to raise the morale. On this battlefield, only a small part of the black-haired army was left, the rest of the place was occupied by the allied white-haired and yellow-haired armies. Black-haired GU masters fought bravely, but they had limited troops, they were shrinking in number. Croak! Right at this moment, the croaking of a toad resounded in the battlefield like thunder. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A huge tide flowed, sweeping the battlefield, everywhere it went, countless white-haired and yellow-haired troops were washed away. At once, the allied army suffered huge losses. A black-hair rank 5 GU master. Oh no, it is that toad GU master Fanging. The allied white and yellow-haired armies were in chaos. We are saved, it is Fanging. The black-haired GU masters had complex emotions. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Ding stood on the back of the river swallowing toad, he was dressed in a blue robe, entering the battlefield with a rush of his tides. Rumble! He suddenly attacked, his offense was extremely strong, rampaging in the battlefield, everywhere he went, troops fell over their horses, the allied army was sent into chaos by him. Chapter 1168 Lightning Refinement, Ma Hongyun. Fang Zheng replied plainly, with enough accumulated growth, it happens naturally. These last years, he killed mercilessly. Under the pressure of life and death, he was gradually understanding Fang Yuan's emotions when he slaughtered his clan. He had no choice. Either you die or I die. Fang Zheng was still unable to forgive Fang Yuan, but he understood the reason why he did it. His deep hatred had faded slowly as time passed, after Fang Yuan's fake will helped him to escape danger time and time again. Run! We are not Fang Deng's match. Soon, the allied white and yellow-haired GU master army broke apart. Fang Deng did not talk to the black-haired GU masters, he cleared out the battlefield and left. Leaving behind black-haired GU masters who were looking at him with complex expressions as he left. So he is that rumored human GU master. Amazing! In the blink of an eye, victory was decided. Unfortunately, he offended the higher-ups, and is not a hairy man. No matter how big his contributions are, he can only reach this stage. Even though I am grateful to him, for my own future, I should keep a distance from him. Lang Ya Blessed Land. After receiving the fake will, Fang Yuan had an understanding expression. Oh, it seems that Fang Zheng is going to be ready soon, but Blood Deity's recipe has not been completed. Should I divert some of my energy towards this? Originally, according to Fang Yuan's plans, he was going to use the Light of Wisdom to deduce Blood Deity's recipe. It was the fastest way. But the Light of Wisdom was unusable now. Fang Yuan might as well deduce it himself. It would be more quickly this way than trying to use it again. But thinking about it, Fang Yuan gave up on this alluring option. Firstly, he had He Fan's time path true inheritance. He did not lack methods. Refining Blood Deity was only icing on the cake. On the other hand, Blood Path was not doing well in the current period. Once he used it, he would be chased down by all kinds of GU immortals. From Fang Yuan's perspective, the 5 regions chaotic war was the best time to display Blood Path again. Ever since he took Become Dragon Mound, these last days, Fang Yuan had been waiting for Chu Du to act while cultivating diligently. His profits were starting to decline. Because a large number of the resources in He Fan Grotto-heaven had already been sold by him. A lot of the resources in He Fan Grotto-heaven could not grow in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. He could only sell them and exchange for the things he needed. This way, his profits increased rapidly. But these were non-replenishable resources. After a few months, he ran out of them. Even though Fang Yuan earned a lot of immortal essence stones, he also used a lot of them. An earthly calamity every 2 months was simply too frequent. And recently, Fang Yuan had fought in He Fan Grotto-heaven, Eastern Sea, and Become Dragon Mound. He used rank 7 immortal GU, thus his green grape immortal essence expenditure was huge. And because he was developing his immortal aperture, he had invested a lot in it. His immortal essence stones came and went like a flowing river. Even though the quantity was huge, he was not left with much to keep. Currently, the only thing that can allow me to grow rapidly is to use the Light of Wisdom after settling the soul path trap in my immortal zombie body. Other than that, I can obtain information path methods to resolve the alliance agreements that I have. It will allow me to deal with the different forces and relationships more freely. I would be able to make full use of them. I can also rise to rank 7 and obtain Red Date Immortal Essence. It will greatly lower my expenditure and give me a qualitative growth. Fang Yuan was aware of his options, but that did not mean he could easily succeed in doing them. He was at an impasse in his cultivation. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter, he could only get through these hurdles slowly. But how could fortuitous encounters come whenever he wanted them? Even if they did, Fang Yuan had to be wary of whether they were part of Heaven's will's plot. Fang Yuan spent 2 hours cultivating his soul. In the remaining time, he would use Sword Eyebrows Immortal GU to increase his number of Sword Path Dao marks, or go to the outside world and use Star Eyes Immortal GU to refine the stars in Black Heaven. Other than this, he had to spend a lot of effort in training his time path killer moves, to gain more proficiency to use them in actual battles. He was mainly working on developing his immortal aperture. Speaking of which, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's initial stage arrangements were not completed yet. The reason was that he had too many immortal GU. For him to be self-sufficient and not rely on the outside world, he would need to rely on the production in his Sovereign Immortal Aperture to feed all of his immortal GU. At that time, his initial stage developments would be completed. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had many rank 8 immortal GU. He had just started gathering the food of Attitude GU and Wisdom Sword immortal GU. There was no follow-up yet. He had no choice, this was his limit. Every day, he was making the most of every second. He was very stingy towards the use of his time on specific objectives, but his time and energy were limited. Fang Yuan could only think carefully before cultivating the most important aspects that he had chosen. Such hard work caused Fang Yuan to improve rapidly. Almost every day, he made great progress. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture defied heaven itself. Fang Yuan's hard work was simply inhuman. He was ruthless towards others, but was even stricter and more cruel towards himself. With these two elements, His Immortal Aperture's development was rapid. Fang Yuan's strength was rising all the time. Half a month passed like this, until Fang Yuan finally received Chu Du's letter. In the letter, Chu Du invited Fang Yuan to help. Once they succeeded, he would pay Fang Yuan hugely. Chu Du spoke very courteously and humbly, almost as if he had forgotten Fang Yuan was his ally. Chu Du could control himself for so long, it is quite extraordinary. Fine, I will make the trip. Fang Yuan was mentally prepared long ago. He immediately left. A day and a night later, he arrived at the secret meeting location. When he reached, many GU Immortals had already arrived. Senior, you have arrived. The one who came to welcome Fang Yuan was the Chu Sect GU Immortal who had went with Fang Yuan to take down Become Dragon Mound. Allow me to make the introductions. These are experts that Master has called for reinforcements. This is Senior Haozhen. Haozhen had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He had a beard and a muscular body. He nodded at Fang Yuan. This is Senior Cho Lao Wu. Chu Sect's GU Immortal continued. Cho Lao Wu had a dismal-looking face. His body was thin and dry. His back was hunched. He smiled at Fang Yuan with his uneven yellow teeth. His appearance was extremely ugly. This is Senior Li Sai Chun. The Chu Sect GU Immortal said with an evasive gaze. This GU Immortal was quite unique. He had a square face, with thick brows and huge eyes. His nose bridge was very tall. His chest had thick black hair that was exposed. He was a man, but he wore a flowery skirt. Seeing Fang Yuan, his eyes shined brightly as he pulled his flowery skirt, saying seductively, "Oh my goodness, it's a handsome little brother." The Chu Sect GU Immortal shuddered. He immediately moved past this person, arriving at the final GU Immortal. This is Senior Immortal Wang Wan. Immortal Wang had a short stature. He had a red nose and triangular little eyes. Looking at Fang Yuan as he said, "We have already introduced ourselves. You are the last one here. Why don't you introduce yourself to us?" Fang Yuan smiled plainly. "I have nothing much to say. I am just a lone cultivator. You can call me Liu Guanyi." Liu Guanyi. The Chu Sect GU Immortal quickly memorized this name. This was the first time he had heard Fang Yuan's name, because he easily chased away the Bai Zu tribe GU Immortal and even took away Become Dragon Mound. He had developed a strong interest and curiosity in Fang Yuan, and even a little admiration. In fact, he was not the only one. The other Chu Sect GU Immortals also paid a lot of attention to Fang Yuan. After all, they mainly cultivated Strength Path. Fang Yuan's Strength Path battle strength was immense. In this world where Strength Path was declining, he was like their shining beacon of hope. Liu Guanyi. Haozhen muttered, seemingly trying to remember this name. The others also etched this name deep in their minds. To be invited by Chu Du, and have the guts to deal with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, he was definitely not ordinary. Haozhen and the rest had rank 7 cultivation level. Of course, Fang Yuan was currently using Familiar Face. He was also emitting rank 7 aura. "Darling Liu, I heard that you uprooted the entirety of Become Dragon Mound and took it away. You are so capable." Li Sai Chun laughed in an enticing manner, approaching Fang Yuan. All of the immortals felt goosebumps over their bodies. Fang Yuan was unmoved. He stared at Li Sai Chun with a cold expression. He said plainly, "Stay away from me." The hearts of the other invited immortals shuddered. Fang Yuan emitted a trace of deep killing intent that was bone-chilling. These invited immortals were all knowledgeable people. They instantly knew that this person was an Evildor who had killed countless people and was filled with ruthlessness. The Chu Sect GU immortals around them had little experience. They could not sense Fang Yuan's ferocious nature. The GU immortal who was doing the introductions for Fang Yuan earlier said, "According to Master's arrangement, us Chu Sect GU immortals have low battle strength. We will not participate. We will be relying on you seniors. Once we succeed, Master will definitely compensate you well. Tell us about the battle plan." Immortal Wang said. The Chu Sect GU Immortal said some shocking things. "Master has devised a conclusive plan. Seniors, we hope that you will work together and attack Iron Eagle Blessed Land. At the same time, Snowy Mountain, First Peak." The Refinement Path GU formation was shining in golden light. it was so condensed it was almost solid, firmly cast over the peak of the snow mountain. Within the light, Lady Wan Shou and old ancestor Xuehu were standing in front of Ma Hongyun. Lady Wan Shou was extremely tired. She was carefully taking out a ball of lightning. The ball of lightning was fist-sized, there were sparks inside, creating thunderous sounds, the exterior was protruding at times. At one glance, one could tell this lightning ball was unstable. What are you trying to do? No, Ma Hongyun screamed. He had a frantic expression, but his entire body was immobilized, he could not move. This is the final crucial step, Lady Wan Shou said, pushing the lightning ball towards Ma Hongyun. The lightning ball quickly fused into Ma Hongyun's chest, vanishing instantly. Arth! Ma Hongyun was hit by intense waves of lightning, his body was shaking as he raised his head, he was screaming loudly with all his strength. Chapter 1169. Sudden Attack on Iron Eagle Blessed Land, 1/2. Ma Hongyun quickly fainted as his eyes rolled over, saliva leaking out of his mouth. He had completely lost consciousness, but his body was still shaking intensely. The lightning started out strong and slowly weakened, until it vanished. Old ancestor Xuehu's expression sank. Ma Hongyun's lightning refinement failed. If they succeeded, why would Ma Hongyun still be around? He would be refined by lightning, his flesh and bones would be gone, only a lump of golden luck essence would be left. Lady Wan Shou let out a gasp, there was paleness on her beautiful face. She was the one using lightning refinement on Ma Hongyun. It was a crucial step in refining fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. Now that she failed, Lady Wan Shou suffered a heavy backlash, she was injured. Dear. Old ancestor Xuehu had an anxious tone, he expressed concern in his gaze. Lady Wan Shou smiled at him lightly, saying softly, "Don't worry, I can endure such a level of injury. I just need to rest for half a day and I will recover." Old ancestor Xuehu let out a breath, "That is good." Pausing for a while, he continued, "Even though we failed this time, it is fine, this is only the first attempt. We have prepared ample refinement materials." "That's right." Lady Wan Shou acknowledged, "Even though we failed once, and have to start over, this refinement path GU formation preserves much of our beforehand successes, the second refinement will definitely go smoothly. Let me rest for half a day, after I recover, we will start over." How could Immortal GU refinement succeed at the first attempt? Especially Rank 8 Immortal GU, the success rate was absurdly low. In the past, when Heifan refined years flow like water Immortal GU, he failed consecutively, he even lost confidence in it after many failures. Thus, old ancestor Xuehu and Lady Wan Shou did not put this failure to heart. They were very confident. "Dear, why the rush? It is fine if you rest for a few days. You may not know yet, another storm is brewing in northern plains. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu and Chu Du are fighting over the ownership of Heifan Grotto-heaven. Right now, they are in a deadlock, but I am sure Chu Du has backup plans, he has just not used them yet." Old ancestor Xuehu smiled, explaining the details to her. "Oh." Lady Wan Shou heard this and joy flashed across her face. Old ancestor Xuehu was refining fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu, the risks involved were not just the Rank 8 Immortal Gu refinement itself. Northern Plains had other Rank 8 GU Immortals, they were unwilling to see old ancestor Xuehu obtain a Rank 8 Immortal GU and become even stronger. Thus, old ancestor Xuehu had to keep a close watch on these Rank 8 existences. Since Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was fighting with Chu Du now, for old ancestor Xuehu, it was a wonderful thing. However, after Lady Wan Shou heard his words, she shook her head firmly, rejecting old ancestor Xuehu's suggestion, "I only need half a day of rest." This refinement path GU formation was created by Sun Ming Lu, who mimicked Regret Pool. It has several functions of Regret Pool, but it can only last for a day. Resting half a day is the limit, I need to refine GU using the rest of the time. So that's it. Old ancestor Xuehu realized, he said with much concern, "Dear, it has been hard on you. No matter, it is an extremely exciting thing for me to be able to refine a rank 8 immortal GU. Lady Wan shows eyes shone with dazzling brilliance. That night, moonlight shone on the grasslands. Several figures approached Iron Eagle Blessed Land stealthily. They were Fang Yuan, Haozhen, Chou Lao Wu, Li Sai Chun, and Immortal Wang. Iron Eagle Blessed Land was He Tribe's headquarters originally, but after they were wiped out, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu took over and made it the main base of Bai Zu tribe. At this moment, Iron Eagle Blessed Land was hidden in empty space. It could not be seen from the outside. Fang Yuan took a glance, only to see that the green grass was reflecting the moonlight like a lake. It was extremely lush. The night's winds blew on one's face, like the hands of one's lover. It was a harmonious scene, but Fang Yuan and his fellow GU immortals were overflowing with battle intent. Flames were burning in their hearts. Chu Du's battle plan made Fang Yuan feel admiration towards him. Chu Du endured for half a month. It was not a short time. He planned secretly and gathered his strength, bursting it out as he attacked the enemy's base. If Iron Eagle Blessed Land were to be successfully taken down, it would greatly influence Bai Zu tribe. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu might truly be forced to return and give up on Heifan Grotto-heaven. Chu Du has some brains indeed. He is taking advantage of Bai Zu tribe's inner conflict. Haozhen smiled. Bai Zu tribe took in He tribe. They assimilated the He tribe GU immortals. Even though the He tribe GU immortals changed their surnames to Bai Zu, they have genuine Huangjin bloodline. They are being ostracized. Just now, almost all of He tribe's GU immortals were sent out to defend the important resource points. But the Bai Zu GU immortals were staying guard inside Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Chou Lao Wu added. Because Chu sect's GU immortals were hidden, they could attack at any time. Bai Zu tribe's outside resources could not be unguarded. This type of defense mission was very difficult. It was far more dangerous than guarding Iron Eagle Blessed Land. After all, the GU formations at the resource points were rebuilt after they were destroyed earlier. Because these points were far from each other, when a single GU immortal defended one area, it was easy for many enemies to attack them at once. Darling Chu is simply a heroic genius. I was thinking earlier, which resource point should we choose to attack this time for Darling Chu? But to think that we would attack Iron Eagle Blessed Land directly, every time I think about Darling Chu, my heart pounds so quickly. He is really amazing. Li Sai Chun curled his flowery fingers as he clutched his chest, showing a look of attraction and infatuation. Haozhen and Chou Lao Wu beside him felt their hair standing. They quickly moved away from him, as far as possible. All right, we have to strike fast. Who has a method to break into Iron Eagle Blessed Land? Why are you not going ahead with it? Fang Yuan asked coldly. Li Sai Chun's eyes shined brightly. Darling Liu is so cool, I am really moved. Fang Yuan said expressionlessly, F*CK off, will you? Li Sai Chun gasped, holding his chest as he took a few steps back, shaking his head. I am so upset, my heart is about to shatter. As if he could not stand Li Sai Chun's amorous words, Immortal Wang stood up. Like what Fang Yuan had estimated, among them, someone had a way to break into Blessed Lands rapidly. This was not Fang Yuan's confidence in these strangers, it was his confidence in Chu Du. He was an intelligent person. Why would he not think of this when devising a plan to attack Iron Eagle Blessed Land? Immortal Wang's throat emitted a sound. His aura rose intensely as countless GU worm auras emanated from his body. With a bright flash, Immortal Wang turned into a giant hound. This hound had white fur, like snow. It had 4 strong limbs and a big head. Its eyes were pale and colorless, without any pupils. Li Sai Chun gasped as he cried out, this is an immemorial desolate beast, heaven-swallowing hound. Haozhen and Chou Lao Wu looked at each other, feeling joy and surprise. Did it mean he had rank 8 battle strength? Fang Yuan shook his head calmly. Even if he became a heaven-swallowing hound, he only has rank 7 cultivation level. How can he have rank 8 battle strength? If he did, why would Fang Yuan, Haozhen, and the rest need to come? Just Immortal Wang alone could take down Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Furthermore, if he had rank 8 battle strength, he would be famous in Northern Plains. How could Chu Du invite him over so easily? At this moment, the heaven-swallowing hound that Immortal Wang turned into burst out with countless GU worm auras again. These auras intertwined. Instantly, another immortal killer move was conjured. The heaven-swallowing hound suddenly opened its mouth, biting at the space in front of it. Space shook, a shadow was torn out, entering the heaven-swallowing hound's mouth. Next, shocked shouts could be heard. "Who is it? You dare to devour our Iron Eagle-blessed land? Enemy attack!" Like the shattering of a mirror, a huge gap was created. Fang Yuan and the others could see the scene inside Iron Eagle-blessed land. The Bai Zu GU immortals reacted quickly. Several figures flew over, wanting to block Fang Yuan and the rest. Immortal Wang turned back to human form, saying weakly, "I need to recuperate, it is up to all of you now." Seeing his pale face, turning into the immemorial desolate beast was clearly beyond his limits, or perhaps, that immortal killer move earlier had a strong drawback. Boom! Fang Yuan stomped, creating a huge pit on the ground. Before Immortal Wang finished his words, he had shot out like a cannon, charging over imposingly. He was the first to invade, entering Iron Eagle-blessed land. Such guts! Look at our immortal GU. The GU immortals from Bai Zu tribe faced him. Among them, there were rank 6 and 7 GU immortals. They attacked fiercely. Fang Yuan snorted, pushing with his right hand. With a loud sound, air burst as a huge giant hand slammed in that direction. Fighting a fence with a fence. Fang Yuan displayed incredible battle strength. He was extremely powerful. The Strength Path giant hand crushed the layers of attacks by the Bai Zu GU immortals. Thereafter, it flew towards the Bai Zu GU immortals. But after blocking the attacks earlier, the Strength Path giant hand did not have enough force left. A Bai Zu GU immortal attacked fiercely. With a swoosh, countless golden needles flew out of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it pierced countless holes in the giant hand, before flying towards Fang Yuan. A cold light flashed deep within Fang Yuan's dark eyes. Sword escape Immortal GU. In an instant, his speed rose drastically. He flew deep into Iron Eagle-blessed land like a flying sword. Bai Zu tribe's GU immortals were shocked by his speed. Haozhen, Chou Lao Wu, and Li Sai Chun, these three immortals behind him were very shocked too. They were hoping that Fang Yuan would be in front, diverting the firepower away from them. But would Fang Yuan let them take advantage of him? At the next moment, a GU immortal from Bai Zu tribe chased after Fang Yuan relentlessly. The other GU immortals remained on the spot, blocking Haozhen, Chou Lao Wu, and Li Sai Chun. Countless attacks flew out like torrential rain. A chaotic battle ensued. The GU immortals could not care about anything else. They were all stuck here. Fang Yuan flew into the sky. His investigative methods had been activated long ago. He could see many traces left behind during the Battle of He Tribe. Chapter 1170. Sudden attack on Iron Eagle-blessed land, 2 halves. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He could see many eagle nests floating in the sky. There are few resources on the ground, but the sky has at least 100 eagle nests. It seems that Bai Zu tribe's strategy is to develop Iron Eagle-blessed land specialty and fully place effort in raising Iron Crown eagles and other desolate beasts. Fang Yuan realized. This was clearly a good strategy. Raising desolate beasts and selling them in Treasure Yellow Heaven would grant a huge profit for each of them. Last time, I could not be here for the destruction of He tribe. This time, I can earn a huge profit and snatch all of these eagle nests. Fang Yuan felt excitement. He was very perceptive. At one glance, he could tell that in the entirety of Iron Eagle-blessed land, the most valuable thing were these eagle nests. And there was a crucial point: these eagle nests were easy to take, unlike the other resources. Evil scoundrel, stop! Behind him, a Bai Zu tribe GU immortal was frantically shouting. It seems that I need to get rid of this problem. Fang Yuan sneered, turning around and charging towards the pursuer. This pursuer was called Bai Zu Wei. He had rank 7 cultivation level, and was the leader of the defenders of Iron Eagle-blessed land. Just earlier, he was the one who sent out all of He Tribe's GU immortals to the resource points in the outside world to defend them. He felt that Iron Eagle Blessed Land was still safe, but Chudu's strategies had outmaneuvered him. This attack came too quickly. When Fang Yuan and the others attacked, it was like lightning had struck Bai Zu Wei's heart. If Iron Eagle Blessed Land suffered a huge loss, as the leader, he would have to bear the responsibility. Thus, he was very anxious now. He made up his mind, even if he had to put his life on the line, he had to defend Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Thus, Bai Zu Wei's facial muscles moved when he saw Fang Yuan charging at him. He showed a ruthless expression. He did not dodge. Instead, he rushed at Fang Yuan with an even fiercer stance. Oh! Fang Yuan's gaze shined. He saw that his opponent's body was shining in golden light. A Metal Path GU Immortal? He seems to be very confident in his defense. Fang Yuan had this thought in his mind as he turned around, flying in the backward left direction. Sword Escape Immortal Gu speed was extraordinary, but he did not gain any distance from Bai Zu Wei. He used his Immortal Killer move. His speed was not any slower. Even though Bai Zu Tribe's GU immortals have always lived inside Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's Grotto-heaven, they are not weak at all because of this rank 8 GU immortals nurturing. Then, let me see your investigative methods. Fang Yuan's body shook. He used the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self. Rumble! At the next moment, countless Fang Yuan phantoms appeared, filling up half of the sky. Bai Zu Wei's expression of rage and anxiety froze. He used his investigative killer move next. His eyes turned golden. 2 rays of light seemed to be shooting out from his eyes as he started looking around. My investigative immortal killer move was created by Heavenly Lord himself. No matter where you are hiding, how can you escape my detection? Bai Zu Wei was confident. But next, after a few breaths of time, he was stunned. How can this be? Where is his true body? I can't see it. He was extremely shocked. He would not know. Even though his investigative killer move was good, Fang Yuan's familiar face was immensely better. The former was created by Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, but the latter was a move famously used by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Boom boom boom. Eagle nests broke open as Fang Yuan manipulated the myriad self-army, attacking these eagle nests with full force. In the eagle nests, there were young eagles and eggs that had not hatched yet. Their homes were wrecked. The young eagles were chirping, moving out and fighting with Fang Yuan's phantoms. Fang Yuan's phantoms had low quality. They could not fight against the young desolate beast eagles. However, the number of phantoms was too high. They could attack from every direction. The young desolate beast eagles could not defend the nests. Soon, eagle nests were destroyed as they fell from the sky. No! Bai Zu Wei shouted, rushing over, using a Metal Path killer move to try and catch an eagle nest that was falling. He next carefully placed it on the ground as it descended. Using this chance, Fang Yuan revealed his true self. He used Strength Path Giant Hand and grabbed an eagle nest, stuffing it into his Immortal Aperture. His Immortal Aperture's entrance opened and closed, stuffing an eagle nest inside. Bai Zu Wei saved the eagle nest in front of him. He had just let out a breath of air when he saw this scene. Immediately, his eyes turned red as he furiously shouted, "No! Damn thief, return our eagle nest!" Saying this, he pounced at Fang Yuan with a ferocious aura. Fang Yuan's lips curled. He smiled sinisterly as he entered the myriad self-army, manipulating these strength path phantoms to scatter. Bai Zu Wei was stunned. His investigative method could not expose familiar face. He could only attack randomly, betting on chance. But how could his luck surpass Fang Yuan, who had dogshit luck immortal GU, and had also used connect luck on for lucky people? Like this, Fang Yuan manipulated the myriad self-army, attacking eagle nests everywhere. Bai Zu Wei was alone and could not find Fang Yuan's true body. He could only rush everywhere, desperately salvaging the situation. Fang Yuan used this chance to strike, taking more eagle nests into his Immortal Aperture. Bai Zu Wei roared angrily, but he was helpless to stop him. His lungs were bursting from anger. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Shameless thief! Fight me fairly and openly if you have the balls to do so. Fang Yuan ignored him. Bai Zu Wei screamed again, "You cowardly bastard, you are running around like a rat. How dare you invade my Bai Zu tribe?" Fang Yuan stored another eagle nest. Bai Zu Wei had bloodshot eyes, his voice was hoarse. "You will not remain smug for long, you have offended Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Even if you run to the ends of the world, we will find you and deal with you." Fang Yuan laughed heartily, chanting on the spot, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, "The eagle nests are in my hands, what can Bai Zu tribe's GU immortals do to me?" Goo! Bai Zu Wei spat out a mouthful of blood from pure anger. In fact, these eagle nests were managed by him, he poured his blood and sweat into each of them. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu would not care about these things, he trusted and gave him the authority to manage them, but Bai Zu tribe did not have much resources. Bai Zu Wei was putting in a lot of effort to try and increase the resource production. These eagle nests were his biggest hope in helping Bai Zu tribe ascend and break free from financial problems. But these beautiful prospects were ruined by this accursed Fang Yuan. "I will not let you off, I will not let you off even if I die." Bai Zu Wei screamed, he was spitting out blood and having a shrill voice, but the hatred in his voice made Immortal Wang, who had just arrived, feel a chill down his spine. How many eagle nests did this Liu Guanyi take to make Bai Zu Wei so enraged? Immortal Wang reacted, he felt envious and jealous, he wanted the person Bai Zu Wei was cursing to be himself. Haozhen, Chou Lao Wu, and Li Sai Chun were still fighting. "Where is Immortal Wang?" He entered the place. This dog actually went on a detour and made a new entrance at the back. The three immortals conversed, they were anxious and furious. They wanted to go inside too and scavenge for resources, but Bai Zu tribe's GU immortals were blocking their entry. These Bai Zu tribe GU immortals could not be killed. Fang Yuan knew this, Haozhen and the rest also knew that this was their bottom line. Bai Zu tribe was just established, they only had these few GU immortals, they were all nurtured by Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. If they died, it would mean becoming enemies with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu without any hope of reconciliation. If Heavenly Lord Bai Zu did not take revenge, he would not have any face to remain in Northern Plains. Attacking Iron Eagle blessed land and making Bai Zu tribe lose some resources, or even killing some He tribe GU immortals was fine. The important thing was, these Bai Zu tribe GU immortals could not die. Chudu had placed much emphasis on this point before they went. Chudu did not want to be a mortal enemy with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. In terms of strength, Bai Zu tribe's GU immortals were inferior to Haozhen, Chou Lao Wu, and Li Sai Chun, these three rank 7 GU immortals, but they were united and fought together. The three immortals were actually suppressed instead. Li Sai Chun shouted, "Let's retreat first." The other two immortals reacted, immediately moving back. Bai Zu tribe's GU immortals chased after them, as the three immortals split up. "Quickly come back. This is the outside world of Northern Plains, we are not reinforced by Iron Eagle blessed land. There are already enemies inside the blessed land, let's go back and help Lord Wei." Bai Zu tribe's GU immortals chased for a while before returning to Iron Eagle blessed land. The three immortals saw a chance and flew back immediately. Among them, Li Sai Chun went to the entrance created by Immortal Wang, successfully getting into Iron Eagle blessed land. Bai Zu tribe's GU immortals were panicking, the entrance could not be blocked anymore, even if they went to the bigger gap in space, they could not change the situation. They were also concerned about Bai Zu Wei's safety. After all, three rank 7 GU immortals had already entered Iron Eagle blessed land. "Let's go find Lord Wei first." This was a wise decision. Without anyone guarding it, Haozhen and Chou Lao Wu got into the blessed land as well. "Quick, quick, we are the last ones in. Go and see what resources there are, and get them for ourselves." Haozhen and Chou Lao Wu were extremely hurried. GU immortals needed resources to cultivate, this was their foundation for cultivation. Without resources, they could do nothing. This time, the immortals came to attack Bai Zu tribe, their own objective was to gain benefits. Without profits, how could anyone resolve themselves to offend a rank 8 GU immortal? All right, these soft jades are all mine. Li Sai-chan licked his lips, unsatisfied. The soft jade beach in front of him was newly built by Bai Zu tribe. Unfortunately, there were only a few hundred soft jades on the beach. The largest one was only basin-sized. Li Sai-chan was not satisfied. This is the third resource point I have found. There are so little resources. Damn, Bai Zu tribe is so poor. What's the point of trying to become a super force? Li Sai-chan stood with his hands on his waist as he cursed. Oh? Wait, no. He raised his head, looking at the sky with a flickering gaze. Damn, why did I forget about this? He patted his forehead, rapidly flying into the sky. There were only 3 eagle nests in the sky. Countless Fang Yuan phantoms were still flying in the sky, diverting Bai Zu Wei's attention. Fang Yuan's true body was hidden among them. No matter how Bai Zu Wei cursed him, he refused to come out. Chapter 1171. Wind Thunder Roar. He chased Immortal Wang all over the place. Immortal Wang turned into a falling star hound. He was fast as he ran, shouting, "Why are you only chasing me? I did not even get a single eagle nest. It was all Liu Guanyi. Are you blind? Do you have a brain? You will all die, you will all die." Bai Zu Wei was beyond angry. He could not find Fang Yuan's true body, he could only take it out in Immortal Wang. Immortal Wang was strong, but he did not dare to make a killing move against Bai Zu Wei, so he could only run away. Thanks to him drawing Bai Zu Wei's attention, Fang Yuan successfully obtained another eagle nest. Ah! Bai Zu Wei charged towards him, but Fang Yuan smiled, using the same move to hide among the myriad self-army. Bai Zu Wei roared loudly. He was extremely angry. Countless golden needles rained down like a storm, pouring. Countless myriad self-phantoms were destroyed, but Fang Yuan used it again, replenishing the phantoms. This tactic was too shameless. Bai Zu Wei was breathing roughly from anger. At this time, Bai Zu tribe's other GU immortals arrived. Ah, where are our eagle nests? Lord Wei, are you all right? Scoundrel! Return out eagle nests. Bai Zu tribe's GU immortals were furious. They were currently experiencing He tribe's GU immortals' feelings when their headquarters were attacked and taken over, the rage and helplessness they felt. At the same time, Li Sai-chan arrived too. Hearing the screams of Bai Zu tribe's GU immortals, he easily understood what was going on. He looked at the falling star hound that Immortal Wang had turned into, saying enviously, "Immortal Wang, you truly made great gains." The falling star hound, who was full of injuries, heard this and burst out angrily, speaking human language, "Woof. What damn gains? I did not get a single thing." Li Sai-chan rolled his eyes, pointing at the falling star hound. "Sai, who are you kidding? Look at how petty you are. I am not after your gains." Immortal Wang was almost jumping from rage. "Woof. So be it if you do not believe me. All the good stuff has been taken by that crafty Liu Guanyi." Li Sai-chan was stunned. Before looking at the army of myriad self-phantoms, his eyes shined. To think that darling Liu has such amazing methods, I am truly seeing him in a different light. As he said that, something happened over there with Bai Zu tribe's immortals. Green light burst into the sky, a huge green giant formed, its imposing aura enveloped the entire battlefield. "None of you will escape!" The green giant shouted. It was loud as thunder, echoing in Iron Eagle-blessed land. Immortal Wang, who had become a falling star hound, saw this and ran rapidly with all 4 legs. Li Sai-chan screamed, "Oh mother! Ancient battle formation, Green City rampage." Before finishing his words, he turned around and ran. Ancient battle formation, Green City rampage, it was an amazing method that could rival rank 8 GU immortals. After Heavenly Lord Bai Zu recruited the 4 supreme elders of He tribe, he obtained it and gave it to Bai Zu tribe's GU immortals to learn it. This time, the Bai Zu GU immortals were using this formation for the first time in battle. Boom! The green giant clapped. Golden light shone, instantly destroying all of the myriad self-phantoms in the battlefield. Fang Yuan's true body was hiding in an eagle nest. He had transformed into a small eagle. his heartbeat was accelerating. As expected of Green City Rampage, my myriad self-phantoms were instantly destroyed, yet the 3 eagle nests were unharmed. By gathering everyone's strength, the attacks of the Bai Zu tribe immortals became much stronger, and their manipulation also became more precise. It is a pity they are still unable to find me. Familiar face was this useful. Without luck inspection or similarly special methods, it was almost unstoppable. The green giant's eyes burst out with golden light. The Bai Zu GU immortals activated all sorts of investigative killer moves, but they could not find Fang Yuan. Bai Zu Wei snorted coldly, suddenly moving the giant's hand, grabbing an eagle nest and putting it into his immortal aperture. He became smarter. Fang Yuan sighed, activating Myriad Self as he moved his real body. He could not enter Bai Zu Wei's immortal aperture along with the eagle nest. Even though that was Bai Zu Wei's greatest weakness, Fang Yuan did not have methods to break out of the immortal aperture. He was likely to be stuck inside. For just 3 eagle nests, it was not worth the risk. He had already taken more than 80 eagle nests. He is here indeed. Die! The green giant screamed, golden light flashed as the myriad self-army was decimated, only Fang Yuan was left. Next, the green giant waved its hand as a dark green wind blade was formed. The wind blade slashed at Fang Yuan with incredible speed. Fang Yuan used myriad self again, hiding among the phantoms. But the wind blade turned into numerous blades, slashing their respective targets. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His time path defensive killer move was instantly broken, his ribcage had multiple fractures, his spine was nearly snapped, he had suffered a huge blow. This was the terrifying battle strength that matched rank 8 existences. The wind blade had already split into countless ones. Fang Yuan was only hit by one of them. He wanted to dodge, but after the wind blade split up, its speed rose tremendously, he could not evade it. Man as before. At the next moment, Fang Yuan healed completely. The green giant was very confident in this move. Seeing that Fang Yuan was unharmed, it was enraged, charging towards him angrily. Fang Yuan sped away as he flew. He decided on a direction and flew towards Immortal Wang. Immortal Wang saw that Fang Yuan was luring Green City Rampage over. He was so shocked he barked non-stop, his 4 dog legs moved like a windmill, desperately running for his life. Fang Yuan quickly got closer to him. Green City Rampage was chasing him relentlessly. Woof! Don't come here. Woof! Liu Guanyi, you took all the benefits, and you still want to drag me down with you. You are too ruthless. Woof! Let me off, we are friends of domination immortal. Fang Yuan had a cold expression, he ignored these words, he was bent on making Immortal Wang his cannon fodder. There was no choice, Green City Rampage speed was faster than Sword Escape Immortal GU. Without cannon fodder, Fang Yuan could not outspeed Green City Rampage. Immortal Wang saw that Fang Yuan had run ahead of him, while Green City Rampage was right behind. At this moment, he was filled with intense rage and killing intent. He had mixed in Northern Plains GU Immortal World for so many years, he had never suffered like today before. This Liu Guanyi, this pretty boy. He did not give a good impression at first glance, and after attacking Iron Eagle Blessed Land, he earned the most. Immortal Wang did not even get a single eagle nest. The important thing was, he was trying to use him as a sacrificial lamb now. Immortal Wang almost attacked Fang Yuan. But he restrained this urge. The reason was obvious. Before this battle, they had gathered into a temporary alliance. They were restrained by Dao marks. If he attacked an ally, he would face a terrifying backlash. This was necessary. Because Fang Yuan, Li Sai-chun and the rest were not close, when they worked together, they needed an alliance agreement. That was the basis of trust. And the one who created the alliance agreement was a GU immortal in Chu sect that Chu Du had chosen. At least you are still smart. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He was a vigilant person, he naturally was on guard against Immortal Wang's attacks. Sword Escape Immortal GU continued to fly, his green grape immortal essence was expended drastically, Fang Yuan flew faster and shrugged off Immortal Wang. But he could not break away from the Green Giant. This was the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, ranked 3rd in the past. It was only weaker than Heavenly Giant Solar and Golden Heavenly Saint. If he did not scheme, Fang Yuan would be caught by the Green Giant eventually. Doing something like this which harmed an ally also caused him to suffer some backlash. But the extent of it was mild, because Fang Yuan did not attack his ally. Immortal Wang was anxious, his dog fur was standing up, he could feel intense killing intent from Green City Rampage. "Quickly save me!" Immortal Wang shouted, feeling despair. "Don't worry, Brother Wang, we are here to help you." Far away, Haochen shouted. Beside him, there was a Gu Immortal, it was Chou Lao Wu. Immortal Wang heard his words and was overjoyed, quickly shouting, "If I am saved, I will definitely thank you guys." Haochen nodded, speaking to Chou Lao Wu softly, "Brother Chou, let's start." "All right." Chou Lao Wu burst out with an intense aura that shot up into the sky, a large amount of his red date immortal essence was expended at once. Around his entire body, a dark green wind was enveloping it, forming a gigantic ball of compressed winds. "Wind," Chou Lao Wu growled. "Thunder!" Next, Haochen cried out at the sky. His muscular body was upright like a spear, he was floating in the air, countless lightning sparks were flickering, turning the area of 100 steps around him into a plasma pool. Next, Chou Lao Wu and Haochen opened their mouths, bellowing loudly towards the Green Giant which was still far away. Roar! Double Immortal Killer Move, Wind Thunder Roar. First, the dark green wind ball flew out, forming into a horizontal tornado. It was like a world-destroying serpent, moving forward with destructive force. Next, the lightning plasma shot towards it, fusing with the tornado in an instant, forming a thick wind and lightning pillar. The pillar moved extremely quickly, it shot out and flew several meters above the ground. Along the way, intense air currents were formed, digging huge trenches along the grassland on the ground. 2 breaths of time later, the wind and lightning pillar crashed into the Green Giant's chest with an unstoppable force. Peak Rank 7 Battle Strength. The Green Giant stood on the ground and braced itself, raising its arms in defense. After several breaths of time, the attack dissipated, while the giant was still standing. "If I were to be hit by Wind Thunder Roar, I would die for sure. Worthy of Green City Rampage." Fang Yuan flew as he watched the battle of 2 sides. Immortal Wang was still running without even looking back, he was afraid that any pause would cause him to die there. "No wonder it can rival rank 8 Gu Immortals, let's run." Haochen had a pale expression, the use of Wind Thunder Roar was extremely taxing on him. Chou Lao Wu was not feeling good either, the two quickly retreated. The Green Giant almost perfectly blocked Wind Thunder Roar, but unexpectedly, it stopped moving after the attack, staying completely still. Something strange. During this period, most of the battling Gu Immortals had fled a huge distance. At the next moment, they saw that the Green Giant broke apart all of a sudden. Bai Zu tribe's Gu Immortals were all spitting out blood, they fell towards the ground. Chapter 1172. Unresolvable. Lord Wei. Someone cried out. Bai Zu Wei was the key person controlling the formation. After the ancient battle formation was broken, he suffered the biggest damage, he actually died on the spot. Bai Zu Wei was the number 1 person below Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, the core of Bai Zu tribe's Gu Immortals. To think that after Bai Zu tribe was created, when he was about to reach the prime of his life, he died in their base camp. This shocking change not only made the Bai Zu tribe Gu Immortals feel deep sadness, Fang Yuan and the rest who invaded Iron Eagle Blessed Land also turned solemn. A member of Bai Zu tribe died. The enmity was huge now. Fang Yuan had a heavy mood. Li Sai-chun, with his flowery appearance, had a pale expression as he asked, What do we do?" Haochen and Chou Lao Wu had even worse expressions. How could this happen? Green City Rampage can rival rank 8s, our Wind Thunder Roar cannot cause such harm to him. Chou Lao Wu could not believe this. They were not familiar enough with the formation. Fang Yuan had a realization in his mind. The ancient battle formation Green City Rampage was powerful, but it was not so easy to use successfully. The 4 top supreme elders of He tribe could use it well, that was because they had spent a huge amount of time practicing it. But the Bai Zu tribe GU immortals had only practiced Green City Rampage for a short period of time. And now was their first true battle in using it. It was understandable that they had made some errors. The matter is huge now, let's all discuss, what do we do now? The immortals left the battlefield as Haoshan called out. HMPH, you two are the ones who killed him, what does it have to do with me? Fang Yuan sneered, flying away. You? Haoshan was furious. Chou Lao Wu quickly said, Liu Guanyi, we are all in the same boat, do you think the Heavenly Lord will let you off in his rage? But Fang Yuan ignored him, he continued to retreat, quickly entering the clouds, vanishing from everyone's vision. The other immortals were still flying, but they were silent and uncertain. Haoshan and Chou Lao Wu felt panicked and flustered. Chou Lao Wu tried to calm himself down, he broke the silence, Liu Guanyi is such a scoundrel. Before he finished his words, Immortal Wang interrupted, I am heavily injured, I need to seek treatment, I will take my leave first. He turned into a falling star hound and changed directions, running away. Li Sai-chun saw this and thought quickly, smiling, I am skilled at healing techniques, wait for me Immortal Wang, I'll help you. Saying this, he followed behind Immortal Wang, swiftly leaving the place. Chou Lao Wu looked at this in disbelief, he stared with wide-opened eyes, cursing, this dog shit Wang, he is so shameless. To think we saved him. If we'd known this in advance, why would we even help? Chou Lao Wu looked at Haoshan, all of the negative emotions inside him were alleviated by a bit. After all, he was not alone. Other than him, Haoshan had also attacked. Chou Lao Wu and Haoshan had a good relationship, this was rare among demonic path GU immortals. Once this happened, these two unlucky brothers' relationship would grow closer. But this did not help matters. The two looked at each other, Haoshan had a stiff expression, he said in a heavy tone, since this has happened already, there is nothing we can do. Now, we can only rely on Chu Du. Chou Lao Wu's eyes were shining, he was like a drowning person who saw a floating log, that's right, you are right. We were invited by Chu Du to help him, he cannot abandon us. Let's go find him. Fang Yuan did not stick around, he immediately returned to Lang Ya Blessed Land. The situation is a little complex now. He frowned slightly, analyzing the situation. Originally, this attack on Iron Eagle Blessed Land was rather successful. Fang Yuan and the others attacked Iron Eagle Blessed Land, they destroyed and took away a lot of resources, it was a huge blow to Bai Zu tribe. If that was all that happened, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu would have to retreat, to defend his base. He had created a super force after so much work, he had squeezed into the cracks between the Huang Jin tribes, obtaining his own territory. This expended so much of his time and effort, he had even paid a huge price. If he continued to attack Heifan Grotto-heaven relentlessly, allowing Fang Yuan and the others to continue attacking them, the situation would become very unstable. Bai Zu tribe's reputation would be completely ruined before it was even established. Other forces and GU immortals would gather like hungry wolves, targeting Bai Zu tribe like how they attacked He tribe. Once such a situation occurs, even Heavenly Lord Bai Zu would feel very troubled. Because he was not the only rank 8 in Northern Plains GU immortal world. In order to defend his hard work, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had to either take down Heifan Grotto-heaven quickly, or wisely give up on it and return to stabilize the situation, and fortify his base. Attacking Heifan Grotto-heaven quickly was not feasible for Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. If he could, he would have already won by now. Chu Du had noticed Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's greatest weakness, thus, his tactic aimed at his weakness, it was truly brilliant and impressive. But unfortunately, how could simply a person's strategy completely determine the outcome? At the crucial moment, an unexpected mishap occurred, a rank 7 GU immortal from Bai Zu tribe died. Fang Yuan naturally knew that Haoshan and Chou Lao Wu acted to save Immortal Wang because they were after the reward. After they help Immortal Wang break free from Green City Rampage, how could Immortal Wang not thank them heavily with compensation? The two of them were the last to enter Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Their gains were unable to satisfy their appetite. This is why they wanted to earn a fortune from Immortal Wang. It was a pity they overestimated the Bai Zu GU Immortals and caused this terrible outcome. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. This way, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was sure to take revenge. If he did not, his reputation would go down the drain. How could a rank 8 GU Immortal be unable to protect his own people? He might as well go die in that case. This was more unforgivable than having Iron Eagle Blessed Land be completely destroyed. Forget about managing any super force, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu would lose all of his reputation. This means that Chudu and Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's conflict is now unresolvable. And I am Chudu's ally, who had also joined the battle in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. At this point, Fang Yuan was also dragged into it. Even though his circumstances were better than those of Chou Lao Wu and Hao Zhen. What should I do? Fang Yuan paced around in the secret room, thinking hard. He had the alliance agreement, he had no choice. His desire towards information path inheritances grew even stronger now. He thought about it for a while. There was a solution that was not really a solution. In the worst case, I can only get Chudu into Lang Ya sect. Lang Ya sect is already part of the Variant Human Alliance. By then, we can use the immemorial Rock Dragon against Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Thinking about this, Fang Yuan saw hope in getting Chudu to join Lang Ya sect. Originally, Domination Immortal Chudu had the pride of being a human GU Immortal. How could he lower his head and join a variant human force? Or maybe, Chudu still has his trump cards. Fang Yuan thought of another possibility. Of course, he also had another solution, that was to leave Northern Plains directly. He had the sovereign immortal body anyway, he was unique, he could survive in any region. He was unlike other GU Immortals. For example, when a Northern Plains GU Immortal leaves Northern Plains, a foreign region's heaven and earth chi would cause their immortal aperture to become unstable, it might even break apart. Trying to undergo tribulation was courting death. If I cannot fight you, I can still escape. Fang Yuan thought. So-called reputation and pride were not obstacles in his way. Of course, unless he had no choice, Fang Yuan would not want to leave Northern Plains. Over here, he could use Lang Ya sect's power and live well. If he left, he could not use Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. He could also not use Luo Po Valley, which had already been sold to Lang Ya sect. There were also lots of other problems as well. Southern border. At dawn. Far away, the dawn sky was white like marble white. The fog in the mountains fused with the fragrance of the grass and trees, giving off a cooling feeling. Two figures were descending from the cloud layer. One was rank 7, the other was rank 6, they resembled youngsters. They wore deep green short-sleeve shirts and long black pants, they also had jade leggings. Big brother, they said. Third Supreme Elder went crazy. Do you think it is true? The rank 6 GU Immortal asked. The rank 7 GU Immortal had a grim expression. He sighed and answered, ever since us Righteous Path forces started the Super Dream Realm exploration, 2 GU Immortals have already fallen unconscious, and 1 GU Immortal soul was completely destroyed. Third Supreme Elder went crazy. I'm afraid it's true. Ah. The rank 6 GU Immortal gasped, Third Supreme Elder has such high cultivation level, he is a senior among rank 7s, already having gone through 2 grand tribulations, how could he go crazy? The rank 7 GU Immortal shook his head, exploration of the Dream Realm has nothing to do with cultivation level. Other than bringing back Third Supreme Elder now, we have to take over his role. Little brother, you need to be careful, he is a good example, do not succumb to the Dream Realm. Don't worry big brother. Even though there is a prophecy on Great Dream Immortal Venerable, I know my limits, how could I court death? The rank 6 GU Immortal had a fearful expression. The two Immortals spoke casually, passing by a nameless peak as they continued flying, before vanishing in the sky. They went in. Hey Lu Lan said. Currently, besides her, there was Ying Wuxie, Shen Yu, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, and Bai Ning Bing. This Super GU formation was set up by Kai Chu Yu. He used up a great number of immortal GU from the Southern Border Righteous Path super forces, as well as countless mortal GU. The defense is really tight, Shen Yu said heavily. With such a powerful defensive GU formation and a large number of Righteous Path GU immortals defending it, with just the power of Ying Wuxie and the others, they could not break through. Ying Wuxie, however, smiled lightly. This GU formation is not a problem. The Dream Realm is still expanding. Every once in a while, the formation has to be reset. At that time, the Righteous Path GU immortals have no spare energy to care about other things. That is the time to attack. What truly obstructs us is this Dream Realm. Saying this, he spoke more slowly as he sighed eerily. I have lead soul into dream, but I do not have a method to unravel dreams. Fang Yuan does. He Lu Lan transmitted. Him? Ying Wuxie's heart shook, his gaze suddenly became very complicated. Chapter 1173. Crazed Demon Cave. Tens of thousands of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu figures floated in the air, looking down towards Chu Du. The expression and attitude of the Heavenly Lord Bai Zu figures were completely different from before. All of their faces were grim and heavy. Chu Du. Hand over the murderers and Fang Grotto-heaven, I can spare your life. Tens of thousands of mouths spoke at once. The loud volume reverberated in Fang Grotto-heaven. Chu Du stood on the ground, raising his head and looking. Compared to the numerous Heavenly Lord Bai Zu figures in the sky, he was all alone, seemingly lonely and weak. However, his body was upright and straight like a spear, his domineering aura shrouded his body, he could resist Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's imposing display without wavering. HMPH. You are attacking my Grotto-heaven, and you want me to surrender? So what if that Bai Zu tribesman died? This is your punishment and a price to pay for attacking me. Chu Du spoke plainly, his voice was echoing in the Grotto-heaven. The group of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu figures still wanted to speak, but Chu Du activated his immortal killer move at the next moment. Ineffective self-detonation. The immortal killer move's range covered the entirety of Fang Grotto-heaven. Inside the Heavenly Lord Bai Zu bodies, inner strength was appearing out of nowhere. It expanded until it reached its limit. Next, all of the Heavenly Lord Bai Zu clones self-detonated at the same time. It was an incredible sight. At once, the overwhelming army was completely destroyed by Chu Du in one move. Domination Immortal. Outside the Grotto-heaven, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's true body frowned as he gritted his teeth, fuming with rage. Not long ago, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had received a letter from his tribe. He was informed of Bai Zu Wei's death. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was naturally very upset, and also furious. Bai Zu Wei was nurtured by him single-handedly. He was like a child that he had raised. To think that after building the tribe, and having started building their foundation in Northern Plains, he died, it was truly regretful. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu quickly noticed that if this matter was not dealt with properly, it would cause a huge crisis. If I do not take down Fang Grotto-heaven and kill the murderers, my reputation would fall drastically, people would think I am weak, Bai Zu tribe would be pushed aside. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu would not allow that to happen. But his earlier call for surrender did not work. Domination Immortal Chu Du. This person is as tough as a rock on the seashore, just waves alone cannot stop him. Then let me show him a tsunami. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had a firm expression. Inside Fang Grotto-heaven. Lord Domination Immortal, it is my, Haotian's, greatest honor to be acquainted with you. Lord Domination Immortal, I, Chou Lao Wu, admires you and solely you alone. Somehow, at some point in time, Haotian and Chou Lao Wu were brought into Fang Grotto-heaven. They were hidden underground. After Chu Du killed all of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's illusory clones, they showed themselves. Originally, they were worried, but Chu Du rejected Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's offer of surrender with a firm tone. Their doubts were dispelled. They felt deep admiration towards him. You too. Chu Du faced them, having a sincere expression. You both got into trouble because of me. If I submit to the threat of a rank 8 GU Immortal and abandon you, I will be letting down my title as the Domination Immortal. That is definitely not my style and demeanor as Chu Du. Lord Domination Immortal, what do we do now? Chou Lao Wu asked. Chu Du smiled lightly. Don't worry, this Heifan Grotto-heaven is not ordinary. Earlier, I alone was able to defend it. With the help of both of you, we have no worries. Chou Lao Wu and Haozhen nodded, but the worry in their faces did not go away. Chu Du continued, of course, simply defending will eventually lead to failure. Right now, we are in a passive situation. I have already sent a letter out. I am inviting friends to fight with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu once and for all. Haozhen and Chou Lao Wu finally cheered up. The former said, Lord Domination Immortal, you can firmly control the situation, we are at ease. The latter added, fame and reputation attracts people. Relying on Heifan Grotto-heaven to defeat a rank 8 GU Immortal is definitely an incredible achievement. If we use benefits and fame to attract them, GU Immortals will surely come to help us. Saying this, Haozhen and Chou Lao Wu looked at each other, before saying loudly to Chu Du, we are willing to shoulder the cost of inviting help. Domination Immortal laughed, no need for that, this was my problem to begin with, how can I watch without paying a price? Saying this, he held the hands of Haozhen and Chou Lao Wu, saying in a moved tone, fortune and disaster comes together, whether it ends up as fortune or disaster will depend on our hard work. If we can defend the Grotto-heaven, I am willing to give up 60% of the space here to both of you. It was fate that brought us together. From today onwards, I hope that the three of us can go through thick and thin together, regardless of poverty or wealth. A huge amount. Chu Du promised that after success, he would give 60% of Heifan Grotto-heaven to Haozhen and Chou Lao Wu directly. At once, Haozhen and Chou Lao Wu's eyes shined, their hearts were pounding. This was Heifan Grotto-heaven, it had no calamities and tribulations. As long as they defended it, Chu Du would give them 60%, they would get 30% each. This was simply a God-sent fortune. Haozhen's body shook, he had a look of excitement, through thick and thin together, regardless of poverty or wealth. Chou Lao Wu was so moved his eyes were red, meeting Domination Immortal is the greatest blessing in my life. The two of them had no alternatives to begin with. Chu Du not only took them in, he even gave them great benefits. At once, their passions were burning. BZZZ BZZZ BZZZ. Waves of buzzing noises entered their ears. A change occurred, large numbers of distorted shadows appeared in Heifan Grotto-heaven's sky, some even appeared on the mountains and in water. Next, from these distorted shadows, figures of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu walked out one by one. There were even desolate beasts, some were ruthless two-legged beasts while others were flying with flapping wings. The three immortals had solemn expressions. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was an enslavement path cultivator, he could not enter Heifan Grotto-heaven, but he could send a large number of desolate beasts in. No, not just desolate beasts, even ancient desolate beasts. There were even ancient desolate plants, their roots entered the soil as they changed the terrain into their temporary camps. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu is finally using his true methods. We have to take action, kill, kill, kill. Chu Du called out loudly, good, both of you, go kill these fierce beasts. I will manage the situation, I will prevent Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's main body from entering the Grotto-heaven. If Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's true body came in, they could not compete. There was an enormous difference in strength between rank 7 and 8. The reason why Chu Du could resist Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was because he was using Heifan Grotto-heaven as a barrier. Lang Ya Blessed Land. Inside the Cloud City secret room, Fang Yuan was seated as an immortal GU moved to his side. This immortal GU, in terms of width and length, was the size of an adult's finger. It was silver and blue in color, shining with bright light. It was like a centipede, but instead of having multiple pairs of legs, it had soft and thin hair instead. This was the rank 7 immortal GU Sword Eyebrows. At this moment, Fang Yuan was using Sword Eyebrows immortal GU to increase his sword path Dao marks. The secret room was dark and eerie, but Sword Eyebrows immortal GU was shining with silver light. It was flying around Fang Yuan as it drew a beautiful arc of dazzling light in the darkness. A while later, Fang Yuan stopped his cultivation for now. After the fifth earthly calamity, Fang Yuan had been using Sword Eyebrows Immortal Gu to increase his sword path Dao marks. He also had fixed times for cultivation daily, going to Luo Po Valley to cultivate his soul. All in all, Sword Eyebrows Immortal Gu was quite useful, but it was a rank 7 Immortal Gu, unfortunately. Fang Yuan was only rank 6, using a rank 7 Immortal Gu had a huge burden on his green grape Immortal Essence. Thus, Fang Yuan could not freely use Sword Eyebrows Immortal Gu. It was because his pressure from the calamities had decreased to the extent after the fifth earthly calamity, along with his good financial status in earning Immortal Essence Stones, that he could undergo this cultivation. Oh? Chu Du sent a letter. Fang Yuan had just stored Sword Eyebrows Immortal Gu into his Immortal Aperture when he felt something. He sensed a letter Gu. Through Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan retrieved the letter Gu, his consciousness entered it as his expression changed. Chu Du had told Fang Yuan about the situation inside Heifan Grotto-heaven. He also told Fang Yuan his firm attitude. When Chu Du wrote this letter, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had not asked him to surrender yet, and had not sent in his army of beasts, but Chu Du had anticipated it. In the letter, he said, the might of a rank 8 cannot be resisted. Even with the Grotto-heaven's help, the inevitable failure is only delayed. He is quite aware, I see. Fang Yuan praised before continuing to read. Chu Du asked for Fang Yuan's help in inviting reinforcements for him to resist Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. At the same time, he told Fang Yuan about his following plans. Inviting reinforcements to defend Heifan Grotto-heaven so that Heavenly Lord Bai Zu could not have any gains was not the important point. The important thing was that other forces and GU immortals were not happy with Bai Zu tribe. As long as Heavenly Lord Bai Zu realized that he could not continue to attack Heifan Grotto-heaven, if he did not return to stabilize the situation, the Bai Zu tribe that he had worked so hard to create would break apart. That was the only way to get Heavenly Lord Bai Zu to leave. Lone cultivator Heavenly Lord Bai Zu did not have this weakness. But after taking over Hei tribe and creating the Righteous Path super force, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had to defend it. Undoubtedly, this plan would work. It was also the only way to deal with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Fang Yuan had thought of it earlier as well. Chu Du's plan and his were the same. Who is Chu Du asking for help? This letter shows much confidence, but he is only asking me to go to Crazed Demon Cave to ask for reinforcements. There must be some capable people. Crazed Demon Cave. One of the 10 great fierce areas in Northern Plains. Who was cultivating in seclusion there? Who would make Chu Du think of drawing support from their power? Immediately, Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of curiosity. Because Crazed Demon Cave was different from the other fierce areas. If it were Taichio, even though it was dangerous, it was still possible for people to cultivate there in secret. Lang Ya sect was already doing that now. But Crazed Demon Cave was created by Limitless Demon Venerable single-handedly. The cave was filled with demonic sounds. Other GU immortals would go crazy uncontrollably, before losing all their senses. In history, even a rank 8 GU immortal had lost their reasoning because of it and became a lunatic. Chapter 1174. 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics. Regardless, I have to go. Chu Du and Heavenly Lord Bai Zu were competing over Heifan Grotto-heaven. This originated from Fang Yuan's actions. He had benefits linked with Chu Du. He was also involved with the attack on Iron Eagle Blessed Land. All in all, he was deeply related to the issue. Fang Yuan acted quickly, immediately setting off. Using the Super GU formation, he teleported out of Lang Ya Blessed Land, heading towards Crazed Demon Cave. There were no issues along the way. More than 10 days later, Fang Yuan stopped in the air, looking down. On the ground of flat yellow soil, there was a huge cave. The surroundings of the cave were a circular shape, spanning hundreds of kilometers. There was a thick rainforest in the cave, having both yellow and green colors. From time to time, desolate beasts growled, large numbers of featherless birds flew out, their red bodies made Fang Yuan think of pterosaurs. It was a scenery of wilderness. Fang Yuan descended, as the cave got bigger in his vision, until it eventually filled it up. As he went down, Fang Yuan was completely shrouded by the rainforest in the cave. Entering the rainforest, the humid and moist air enveloped Fang Yuan. The branches of the trees were thick and large, but sunlight was very intense. Vines were hanging on the tree trunks, or intertwining on them. Fang Yuan could not find a place to land at times. Creak creak. Far away, many strange monkeys with grey fur were chasing each other on the trees. Suddenly, a motionless vine moved up, opening its bloodthirsty mouth as it swallowed dozens of grey monkeys into its stomach. In truth, this was a desolate beast tree python that had successfully hunted its prey. The grey monkey group was in a commotion. They called out loudly. Their voices attracted the king of the monkeys. It was also a desolate beast. The desolate beast tree python continued to retreat. It was already full. Its goal was achieved. It did not want to fight the grey monkey king. The grey monkeys were not insistent on revenge in nature. The monkey king saw that the tree python was leaving and did not chase it, only calling out loudly. But at this time, there was a sound echoing in the place. Oh no, demonic sound. Fang Yuan quickly used his GU worms, using Chudu's method to defend against the demonic sound. Ordinary methods could not block demonic sounds. But Chudu's method worked against it with immediate effect. Fang Yuan felt like the demonic sound was gone, as if it never existed. The vocalizations of the Monkey King and the Tree Python could be heard now. Influenced by the demonic sound, the two desolate beasts which were going to leave suddenly engaged in combat like they had gone crazy. This was not just an intense battle, it was a battle to the death. The two desolate beasts fought to the death. They were entangled, rolling around as many trees were snapped. Countless living beings died. The monkeys around them also went crazy. Not only did they attack their allies, they even self-mutilated, banging against hard rocks or digging out their own eyes with their fingers. The peaceful rainforest became chaotic. There was roaring everywhere. Many life forms went into madness, fighting each other as dust clouds rose. An intense bloody smell was emanating. Fang Yuan maintained his composure and calmness. But the surrounding birds were all attacking him. Even the ants and bees nearby were suiciding as they attacked him. This is Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan sighed internally, using GU worms to defend himself. He was clear-minded. He had many strong methods to survive in this crazy environment. He did not feel much pressure. After all, these crazy life forms were not targeting him alone. They were attacking at will, acting like maniacs. The demonic sound continued for a while before vanishing. The noisy rainforest became silent at once. The wild beasts that were mixing around earlier were corpses now. They had severed limbs and incomplete corpses scattered all over the rainforest. At some places, their blood formed into small rivers, nourishing the ground. Countless snapped trees obtained sufficient nutrients and rapidly grew again. Far away, the two desolate beasts who fought had died. The tree python's thick and long body was coiled around the Monkey King multiple times, while the final loop was around its neck, snapping it completely. But the Monkey King struggled before dying, tearing apart the python's stomach. All of the monkeys that it had eaten were freed, but they were all dead. The tree python was near death. As the demonic sound faded, it regained clarity, before the light in its eyes faded. It lost its life. Fang Yuan had a thought as he rushed to the battlefield, keeping these two dead desolate beasts in his own immortal aperture. If I were you, I would not waste my effort. The life forms in Crazed Demon Cave, be it flying birds or land-based beasts, even GU worms and plants have no value. The corpses of these desolate beasts cannot be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, because the Dao marks in their bodies are completely chaotic. A voice could be heard. Who is this? Fang Yuan was shocked. Even though he had been using familiar face, and the Time Path Killer move 3 breaths future vision, the latter could only let him see events related to himself 3 breaths later. See was not here. 3 breaths future vision had its flaws. Like right now, Fang Yuan could not foresee voices. But soon, Fang Yuan saw the future. A white-robed GU immortal with a middle-aged appearance came out of nowhere. He was behind and towards Fang Yuan's right, about 10 steps away. Fang Yuan was fully focused, but he was still looking around. 3 breaths of time later, towards his back, At the right, a white-robed GU Immortal appeared in that very spot. This GU Immortal had a pale face and black beard, he had long wide sleeves and eyes that were shining like stars, his disposition was extraordinary. Fang Yuan quickly turned around, looking at this foreign immortal with a nervous expression. The white-robed GU Immortal smiled as he said, "Don't be afraid, friend, I am not immortal." Fang Yuan was exposing rank 6 aura now, but the white-robed GU Immortal was rank 7, his aura was not concealed. What? Fang Yuan was perplexed. My title is not immortal, I live in Crazed Demon Cave. The GU worm that you have is the token that us 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics gave to Chu Du. The white-robed not immortal smiled. Fang Yuan realized, hearing not immortal's words, there were 2 other people in Crazed Demon Cave. He quickly greeted, "Junior greet Senior, I came here without an invitation because we need Senior's help to assist Lord Domination Immortal. Us 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics have lived here for hundreds of years without bothering with the outside world. If Chu Du wants to join us, we will gladly welcome him. But if he wants us to leave Crazed Demon Cave, that is absolutely impossible." Not Immortal smiled. Oh. Fang Yuan had an anxious expression, but he felt nothing on the inside. Regardless of whether Not Immortal was saying this to elevate his own value, just Domination Immortal Chu Du alone was not someone who toyed around. Chu Du definitely had a close relationship with the 3 immortals here, he had a plan if he asked Fang Yuan to come. Since Chu Du gave you the GU worm, I suppose he has also given you many methods and the traveling route as well. Not Immortal asked. Yes. Fang Yuan nodded. Not Immortal assessed Fang Yuan involuntarily, to make Chu Du entrust him like this. What capabilities did this GU Immortal Junior have? In that case, follow me. You were quite lucky, I came out here for a breather. Crazed Demon Cave is getting more dangerous in recent years, the routes are changing, follow me, if you take a wrong step, you will face the consequences yourself. Not Immortal said as he entered the rainforest. Fang Yuan hesitated, before moving and following him. The 2 entered deep into the rainforest and went into a hole, arriving at the 2nd layer. Crazed Demon Cave had 9 layers, the 2nd layer was an incredibly hot land of burning rocks. A large amount of rocks were piled up together, big and small, the large ones were like huge elephants, the small ones were like pebbles. A moment later, the 2 immortals arrived at the 3rd layer. The 3rd layer was covered in white fog, a large number of fog GU were living here. Along the way, Fang Yuan saw figures of large fierce beasts moving about in the fog. There was a very large quantity of cloud bamboo. It was this special bamboo, on the same scale as the rainforest in the 1st layer, that created the endless fog here. Next, Fang Yuan saw the image of a city in the fog. A tall city with markets and vendors, countless people were moving about rapidly, but there was no sound, it was a peculiar scene. That is Fog City, the vengeful souls who died gather and form here, there is no point looking at it. Not Immortal, who was in front, informed. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked, he knew about Fog City, this was the first time he saw it. Souls that could form Fog City were at least GU immortals, and a large number at that. With Fang Yuan's current strength, if he entered it, he would definitely die, there was no way to escape. Crazed Demon Cave was one of the 10 great fierce areas in Northern Plains, it was naturally very dangerous. The 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics including Not Immortal were living here permanently, their strength was naturally not low. Under Not Immortal's lead, Fang Yuan entered deep into the cave without much danger, he got to the 6th layer. Even we do not dare to enter the bottom 3 layers casually, it is too dangerous. Come, let me bring you to GU Immortal Pang Shan, he has the most interaction with Chu Du, he was the one who recommended Chu Du in the first place. Chu Du knows our rules, but he still asked you to come here, he definitely has his objectives. Pang Shan should know. Under Not Immortal's lead, Fang Yuan met with GU Immortal Pang Shan at a small valley in the 6th layer. A huge person. Pang Shan was dozens of meters tall, he was situated in the valley, he was using the valley as his chair, he was in a half-lying down position. He made Fang Yuan think of that Leshan giant Buddha back on Earth. Pang Shan opened his eyes slightly, waking up from his sleep. Oh? Chu Du is asking for reinforcements. We did have an agreement before. Pang Shan said in a deep tone, speaking very slowly. As expected. What agreement? Not Immortal stroked his beard and asked. Lend him Immortal GU and killer moves to resolve his alliance agreements. Pang Shan replied slowly. Chapter 1175. Do not care. During this period of time, he had been looking for a way to remove his alliance agreements, but to think that it would show up in front of him like this. At once, Fang Yuan felt extremely complex. He had thought that Chu Du was here to ask for reinforcements, but to think that Chu Du's true intention was to remove alliance agreements. Chu Du had such a backup, but he had not used it yet, only activating it now, evidently, asking the 3 Crazed demon eccentrics for help as a price. Crazed Demon Cave was a special place, demonic sounds often played, causing Dao marks to become chaotic and all immortal materials to become useless. Because of the special environment, GU immortals here could not connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven at all. The 3 Crazed demon eccentrics were isolated from the world. And Domination Immortal Chu Du needed to guard against Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's invasion. He could not leave. He was unable to act personally and leave the defense of Heifan Grotto-heaven to others. Thus, even though Chu Du and Fang Yuan did not know each other for long, because of their closely linked alliance relationship, at this moment, Chu Du had to ask Fang Yuan to come, exposing the secret of Crazed Demon Cave. No, Chu Du is very shrewd. He might be intentionally exposing this to me. Fang Yuan had a thought flash in his mind. If this guess was accurate, then Fang Yuan could not clearly guess Chu Du's intention. Fang Yuan was skilled at scheming, so was Chu Du, the domination immortal that could make the super force Liu tribe feel helpless. How could he be a simple brute? Immediately, Fang Yuan held his breath as he asked Pang Shan, according to what I know, Lord Domination Immortal has many alliance agreements. They are of different sources. They are not purely information path alliance agreements. There are also other paths that could attain the result of information path. Fang Yuan was spouting nonsense. However, Chu Du had roamed northern plains for so long, he had to have relationships with people. He definitely had many alliance agreements. Not Immortal stroked his herd and kept silent, smiling lightly. Pang Shan spoke slowly, but his voice was filled with confidence. No matter what alliance agreement it is from whichever path, my method can resolve it. Because my Immortal GU is called Care. Immortal GU Care? Fang Yuan did not conceal the shock inside him, it was shown all over his face. Care Immortal GU, almost everyone knew about it. Because it was in the top 10 of the list of mystical GU. In the past, it was ranked 3rd. But after the Battle of Yiqian Mountain, Fang Yuan's identity was exposed. Everyone knew that he was a person from the future who had used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth. Thus, Spring-Autumn Cicada went from 7th place to 3rd. Care Immortal GU, which was originally 3rd, became 4th. The list of mystical GU was constantly changing. Of course, the top 10 seldom adjusted. Spring-Autumn Cicada was related to Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The latter was incredibly mysterious. There was little information about him in this world compared to the other Venerables. As for rumors regarding Spring-Autumn Cicada, not everyone held the same view. Fang Yuan's example proved Spring-Autumn Cicada's immense value. The status of this immortal GU rose drastically in everyone's minds. Its ranking rose as a result. Most of the top 10 mystical GU were related to rank 9 Venerables. The 4th place Care GU was refined by Limitless Demon Venerable when he searched for the secluded domain of heaven and earth Care that was recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu. 5th place was Chi Escape GU. 6th place was Combat Relocation GU, it originated from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. 7th place was Connect Mind GU, it came from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. And for the number 1 mystical GU, it was refined by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. According to the Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 4, Section 24. Ren Zhu wanted to save his own children, but he encountered a beastman along the way. He was affected by Fear GU. Fear GU made Ren Zhu fear everything. He was unable to advance due to his fears. Renzu was tormented by his fear, he was in deep agony, he consulted Self-Gu. Self-Gu answered, then let me eat it. Renzu waved his hand, no, no. I want nothing more than to avoid fear. If you eat it, this fear will stay with me for life. This is too risky. Renzu asked Cognition Gu. Cognition Gu said, "Oh human, you want to conquer fear, you need to have courage." Renzu was troubled, I used to have courage Gu as my companion, it is the friend of faith Gu. But afterwards, because I encountered the hairy men, due to failure Gu, it left me. Cognition Gu said, I'll teach you a method, hide fear Gu deep within your heart. Move forward after that and courage Gu will come to you. Courageous people are not fearless, they are just hiding fear deep within their hearts. Renzu was more troubled now, oh Gu, what are you thinking? Precisely because of fear, I cannot advance, thus I need courage. But you are telling me that to obtain courage, I need to move forward first. While they were talking, a Gu worm flew over. Is it courage Gu? Renzu was overjoyed, before feeling disappointment. Because this immortal Gu was not courage Gu, it was love Gu. Sometimes, love comes to you on its own. Love Gu said, oh human, I can smell hope and fear from you, as love, they are my food. Renzu was overjoyed, you can take fear away, but hope is mine, I cannot give it to you. Love Gu refused, only hope and fear can nourish me together, that is how I survive. Oh human, then I can only stay by your side. Renzu did not have any good feelings towards Love Gu, he was not very willing, but Love Gu said, don't chase me away, with me around, you can summon courage Gu. Indeed, after Renzu called out, courage Gu flew to his side a while later. Ah, this is the aura of love. Oh, and fear too. Courage Gu landed in Renzu's heart with much satisfaction. It was actually good friends with fear Gu, the two were playing as they flew around Renzu's heart. Fear and courage are often within one's grasp. Renzu had courage, his fear dissipated by a huge amount, he could move on again. Oh Renzu, I want to thank you, you are the reason why I broke free from fear. Before Renzu left, the beastman came to him. I have two Gu here, one is loyalty, one is betrayal. Choose one, this will be my token of gratitude towards you. The beastman said, taking out two Gu worms, holding one in each hand. Renzu did not know which to choose. Love Gu said, choose loyalty, you already have fear. Cognition Gu said instead, go choose betrayal, you already have courage. Renzu was troubled, he asked the beastman, can I take a look at them first? The beastman said, of course. Renzu thus obtained both loyalty Gu and betrayal Gu, but to think that after he took them, loyalty Gu turned into betrayal Gu, and betrayal Gu turned into loyalty Gu. Renzu was puzzled. The beastman explained, loyalty to others is betrayal to oneself, betraying others is loyalty to yourself. Self-Gu spoke at this time, O human, choose betrayal. Since you are walking on your own road, you will need to betray others, and even betray yourself. Renzu made up his mind, he chose betrayal Gu. The beastman kept loyalty Gu, before leaving, he told Renzu, O Renzu, you have betrayal now, you cannot go to a place called a care. At that place, betrayal will harm you, but if you do not care, then betrayal cannot harm you at all. Renzu nodded, thank you beastman, I will remember your advice. In Crazed Demon Cave. At Pang Shan's will, Immortal Gu Care flew out of his immortal aperture. He said to Not Immortal, even though I have care Immortal Gu, it is not enough. Not Immortal stroked his herd, I understand. He took out an Immortal Gu. This is Immortal Gu, no dot. The two Immortal Gu were different in appearance, they floated towards Fang Yuan. Pang Shan and Not Immortal took out their respective wills, as well as their own red date Immortal essence. We will trouble you to bring these to Domination Immortal. By then, he will have no lingering worries, he would not be restricted by the backlashes of alliance agreements. Not Immortal said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a little stunned. Two rank 7 Immortal GU were lent out like this, they were so casual about it. Was their relationship with Chu Du really that close, or were they influenced by Crazed Demon Cave? Two wills carrying Immortal GU and Immortal Essence entered Fang Yuan's sleeves. Fang Yuan said goodbye as he asked before leaving, "May I ask both seniors, if I want to borrow these Immortal GU in the future, what should I do?" Pang Shan did not speak, he opened his eyes slightly before shutting them, falling into deep sleep again. Not Immortal smiled and did not speak. Fang Yuan sighed internally, he turned around and left. Not Immortal did not send him off. But Fang Yuan had already memorized the route, he managed to move along the route without any danger. Chapter 1176. Crazed Demon Agreement. Some days later, Fang Yuan arrived in Heifan Grotto-heaven. To think that Chu Du also has a super GU formation, and has even set it up to transport GU immortals in and out of Heifan Grotto-heaven. Fang Yuan felt admiration towards Chu Du's foresight and preparation. This was his backup. As long as he set up a teleportation GU formation in the outside world that was not discovered, Chu Du and the others would not be trapped in Heifan Grotto-heaven by Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. This showed that even though Chu Du resisted Heavenly Lord Bai Zu and had a strong attitude, he was not just being rash and reckless. "Brother Liu, you have arrived." Chu Du was already standing outside the formation, waiting for Fang Yuan. Seeing Fang Yuan, he showed joy on his face. Fang Yuan sighed, fate toys with people, if there were no mishaps, Heifan Grotto-heaven would have already become a peaceful paradise. Fang Yuan looked around, only to see that Heifan Grotto-heaven had rising smoke and flames, beast growls could be heard, there were large pits on the ground, fierce battles were happening far away. Chu Du introduced at an appropriate timing, Heifan Grotto-heaven has huge space, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu is continuously sending in desolate beasts to invade, but I have already invited several experts, they are staying guard at different locations, while I am here to prevent Heavenly Lord Bai Zu from coming in personally. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression, his gaze held deep meaning, "Brother Chu, you have heavy responsibilities, I did not disappoint you, I brought what you need." Saying this, Fang Yuan waved his sleeves as two wills flew out from them. The wills flew to the air and turned into the figures of Not Immortal and Pang Shan. From the outside, one could vaguely see the Immortal Essence and Immortal GU that they were carrying. Fang Yuan did not keep these two wills in his own Immortal Aperture. The sovereign Immortal Aperture could not be exposed. In this current situation, the wills of Not Immortal and Pang Shan could not be targeted. Along the way, Fang Yuan had thought of harming these two wills and taking those extremely precious Immortal GU for himself. But this was very unlikely. The main reason was that Fang Yuan had an alliance agreement, once he attacked, it would activate, he would die from the backlash. Secondly, these two Immortal GU were not easy to snatch, because the GU Immortals will was not just carrying the Immortal GU, the Immortal GU itself inside it was filled with will. With just a thought, these two Immortal GU would self-detonate. "Thank you," Chu Du said as he kept Pang Shan's will in his Immortal Aperture directly. This small detail was noticed by Fang Yuan, he noted it internally. The Immortal Aperture was the basis of a GU Immortal, it was the most reliable source of resources, one would not expose it to outsiders normally. Chu Du seemed to greatly trust Pang Shan. Chu Du said to Not Immortal's will, "Not Immortal, you can stay with this ally of mine." Not Immortal stroked his beard, smiling at Fang Yuan, "My main body guessed correctly, you really chose this person." "What do you mean?" Fang Yuan asked, he was filled with questions and suspicions on this trip to Crazed Demon Cave. Chu Du explained, "I will summarize it. Crazed Demon Cave is one of the 10 great fierce areas in Northern Plains on the surface, but it was actually specially created by Limitless Demon Venerable in his later years, to pursue the secrets of eternal life. Limitless Demon Venerable refined the legendary derivation GU, he hid inside Crazed Demon Cave and did experiments and GU refinements on it, hoping to reach a breakthrough. Limitless Demon Venerable. Eternal life. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly, did Limitless Demon Venerable succeed? Not Immortals will shook his head, we are unclear on that. Limitless Demon Venerable's whereabouts are not listed clearly in historical records. The conclusion is, he went missing mysteriously, whether he succeeded or failed, we do not know. However, Not Immortals will said, what you do said is true. Crazed Demon Cave was indeed where Limitless Demon Venerable stayed in his later years. Derivation GU is currently at the deepest layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Around Derivation GU, there is a huge Super GU formation set up. Derivation GU. Fang Yuan muttered. This GU was extremely famous, not just GU Immortals, even almost all GU Masters knew about it. The reason was that it was inside the Legends of Ren Zhu. Towards the end of the Legends of Ren Zhu, after the 7 heavens broke, Ren Zhu's 10 children died one by one, and Ren Zhu was about to die of old age. But at the end, Ren Zhu gathered the corpses of his 10 children and sacrificed himself, all entering the stomach of Derivation GU. Derivation GU's stomach burst, exploding as the light of life spread across the land, creating the first batch of mortals. These mortals did not have Ren Zhu or the 10 children's aptitude, but they could cultivate after awakening their aperture. Humanity thus grew and developed, forming today's size. During this process, 10 rank 9 venerables were born, each of them led their own era and left deep marks on the world. Eventually, today's situation in the 5 regions was formed. Limitless Demon Venerable actually obtained Derivation GU, was he trying to imitate Ren Zhu, and create the human race again? Fang Yuan sighed in shock as he asked. That's not the case. Not Immortal answered, Ren Zhu created humanity, it is an unparalleled method of human path. Limitless Demon Venerable, however, cultivated rule path, he wanted to use Derivation GU to derive new Dao marks, eventually using these Dao marks as clues to reach eternal life. Using Derivation GU to derive Dao marks. Fang Yuan was shocked. Chudu nodded, even though this is the estimation of the 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics, Crazed Demon Cave has physical proof of it. The demonic sounds inside Crazed Demon Cave were the result of Limitless Demon Venerable's Super GU formation. His motive was not to make all the living beings go crazy, that was only the side effect, his true motive was to cause changes in the Dao marks in their bodies, to create brand new Dao marks. So that's it. Fang Yuan's mind shook, he thought about it and asked, does that really work? Not Immortal followed up, the deeper you go into Crazed Demon Cave, the stronger the demonic sounds. Among chaotic Dao marks, new Dao marks do indeed form. But these new Dao marks will be transferred to the deepest layer due to the Super GU formation. Us 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics want to get through these obstacles of Dao marks and enter the core of the Super GU formation, to control Derivation GU and make this Super GU formation work for us. Precisely as a result, the 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics need my strength. Chu Du said. Fang Yuan realized at once, he had a guess. As expected, Chu Du's following words affirmed his guess. At the lowest layer, all sorts of Dao marks of all paths are present. The 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics have their own specialties, but their strength path attainment is below mine. Thus, they invited me, wanting to use my understanding towards strength path and methods to resolve their obstacles in terms of strength path Dao marks. Not Immortals will side, it is not about helping us 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics, it is about helping yourselves. We, the 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics, have been in Crazed Demon Cave for hundreds of years. Even though we are making progress, it is not evident. The secret of eternal life, it is not something the 3 of us can obtain with just our power. We need you, and you need us, only by working together can we obtain the fruits of Limitless Demon Venerable's labor. The 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics went through hundreds of years without much progress, they could only recruit new people to help. Chu Du was their target. And Chu Du thought that Fang Yuan was suitable, because of reckless savage true meaning. Chu Du felt that he was going to sustain his cooperation with Fang Yuan for a long time, they had to obtain deeper connections. Thus, he gave the 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics token to Fang Yuan and asked him to find them. Among the 3 eccentrics, Not Immortal and Pang Shan saw Chu Du's intent, thus they were very warm to Fang Yuan. Chu Du, you are a Strength Path Great Expert, right now in Northern Plains. No, in the 5 regions, you are an authoritative figure of Strength Path. It is not strange that you were chosen by the 3 seniors of Crazed Demon Cave, but what abilities do I have to be chosen? Fang Yuan asked. Chu Du laughed loudly. Brother Liu, don't be so humble. You are a Transformation Path Rank 7 GU Immortal. You can disguise as a Rank 6 without showing any flaws. I saw your tribulation, even though I only took a look. The power of the Calamity was immense. It shows your deep foundation. Looking over the entire Northern Plains GU Immortal world, in terms of Transformation Path achievement, hardly anyone can compete with you. What? He is a Rank 7 GU Immortal. Hearing Chu Du's words, even not immortals was shocked. He assessed Fang Yuan again. Impressive. His Transformation Path foundation is truly deep, be it my main body or Pang Shan's main body, we could not tell. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. This was mainly due to his immortal killer move Familiar Face. Of course, there was also the impression left on Chu Du by the Calamities. Familiar Face was indeed a Transformation Path immortal killer move. Fang Yuan knew, even though his Transformation Path attainment level was not low, his foundation was superficial. He was relying on Familiar Face to make others misunderstand him. But this misunderstanding was quite good. Fang Yuan thus used Familiar Face to raise his aura from rank 6 to rank 7. Not Immortal felt Fang Yuan's aura change and stared with wide-opened eyes, completely shocked. I was not intending to deceive you, but I was going into a dangerous place. I had to conceal myself for survival. I hope you will not blame me. Fang Yuan apologized to Not Immortal's will, speaking politely and having a sincere tone. Not Immortal's will quickly waved his hand. I have learned much. Indeed, Domination Immortal has good foresight. His attitude had changed drastically. Interaction between GU Immortals mostly depended on strength. Chu Du was solemn. Brother Liu, are you willing to join us in the search for the secret of eternal life, Limitless Demon Venerable's achievement in his later years? Of course I am willing. Fang Yuan was similarly solemn. Not Immortals will stroked his beard. Then after this battle, can Brother Liu go to Crazed Demon Cave? We will set the Crazed Demon agreement. All right. Fang Yuan replied curtly. Next, Not Immortal can follow Brother Liu. Chu Du arranged. This arrangement was very sincere. If Chu Du kept Not Immortal and Pang Shan's will, he would have both Immortal GU Inoa and Care. He would be able to break his agreement without facing backlash. But if he separated both Immortal GU, Immortal GU would be in Fang Yuan's hand, while Care Immortal GU would be with Chu Du. Not only can it dispel Fang Yuan's suspicions, it would also let Fang Yuan feel the sincerity of Chu Du and the 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics. However, Fang Yuan waved his hand, saying something overbearing. If both of you can trust me, I will keep Immortal GU. Not Immortal's will and Immortal Essence can be kept by Brother Chu. Not Immortal's will was days before stroking his beard. Chu Du laughed. Brother Liu, oh, you are seriously vigilant. All right, we will go with that. Chapter 1177. Contest over Heifan Grotto-heaven, 1/3. Stiff Horse who stomped on the ground, a black desolate beast horse was charging towards Fang Yuan while running like the wind. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He could have dodged, but a trench was behind him. Inside the trench, there were the multicolored guts that Chu Du had placed before. After placing these multicolored guts, they needed to absorb enough earth chi and nutrients before they could be relocated again. If they were forcefully moved, they would be destroyed. Thus, a lot of the resources in Heifan Grotto-heaven were moved back into his own immortal aperture by Chu Du, but some of the resources like the multicolored guts could not be taken away in the short term. Ever since Fang Yuan brought the 2 immortal GU to Chu Du, he was asked to defend this place, to protect the multicolored guts from harm. Of course, his services were not free. Chu Du had already promised Fang Yuan that in the end, he would give half of the multicolored guts that were left to Fang Yuan as payment. Flying Bear Transformation. Fang Yuan's body shined with dazzling light. After the light faded, he turned into a huge white bear, using his firm chest to block the charge of the desolate beast horse. Flying bear Fang Yuan took 5 to 6 steps back, almost falling to the ground. But the desolate beast horse went to a standstill, shaking its head as it felt dizzy. "Nice strength," Fang Yuan said. The pain in his chest made him grind his teeth, but the words he said turned into the growling of the bear. Flying bear Fang Yuan breathed roughly for a few seconds. Seeing that the desolate beast horse was still dizzy, he pounced at it. Boom! Dust clouds rose, the surrounding scenery shook. Flying bear Fang Yuan slammed the desolate beast horse to the ground, raising his huge bare paws as he struck at the horse. The horse was crying out in pain, struggling under Fang Yuan's body. It had great strength, but Fang Yuan was unmoved. He suppressed the horse firmly. Thankfully, I added Flying Bear Strength GU into my Flying Bear Transformation Killer move. I have the strength of an actual flying bear. Otherwise, I would not be able to suppress this desolate beast horse. Fang Yuan felt secretly glad as he acted more quickly. In a while, the desolate beast horse had saliva foaming out from its mouth, its eyes rolled backwards as it fainted. Fang Yuan chuckled, deactivating the killer move as he turned back to human. He next opened his Immortal Aperture, storing the desolate beast horse into his sovereign Immortal Aperture. This is the third desolate beast. Fang Yuan thought to himself, having a distracted gaze. He was at the rear. Dao marks were more abundant here. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu would not choose to send his desolate beasts here. It was difficult for them to reach this place and not worth it. After Fang Yuan learned about the secret of Crazed Demon Cave, he expressed his willingness to join in. He and Chu Du's relationship progressed further. In order to defend his benefits, Chu Du sent Fang Yuan here to guard the place. Even though the battle was intense, Fang Yuan had an easy time. These last few days, the desolate beasts that had gone past the front lines numbered to 3, 2 desolate beast horses and 1 desolate beast shark fin wolf. Fang Yuan treated them as his practice partners for transformation path. He killed the first 2, he only captured the desolate beast horse from earlier. The desolate beast horse earlier had no shadow. It should be the famous shadowless horse of northern plains. The shadowless horse had no shadow. This was an obvious trait. Even though Fang Yuan had not seen this desolate beast before, he could recognize it. Even though the shadowless horse was a desolate beast, it was quite a rare one. It was not commonly sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Mainly because shadowless horses were low in numbers to begin with. This shadowless horse was Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's desolate beast. After Fang Yuan kept it into his Immortal Aperture, he immediately used Perceivable Dao Immortal GU to inspect it. Indeed, Fang Yuan realized that on the shadowless horse's body, other than dark path and light path Dao marks, there were also many enslavement path Dao marks. After several attempts, Fang Yuan realized he could not get rid of these enslavement path Dao marks, thus, he gave up and killed the shadowless horse. This shadowless horse was enslaved by Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Placing it in his Immortal Aperture would only cause it to destroy the environment. He might as well kill the shadowless horse and sell the horse bones and flesh in Treasure Yellow Heaven for some profits. A living shadowless horse had greater value, but it was Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's property. Others could not enslave it. Other GU immortals were not idiots. They would not buy this problematic horse. Furthermore, selling this shadowless horse openly would naturally be discovered by Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. He might use his relationships to buy this horse indirectly. Not only would he gain the attention of a rank 8 GU immortal, he would also be strengthening his enemy. Thus, Fang Yuan killed it. After cutting up this shadowless horse and processing it, Fang Yuan put up a portion of it into Treasure Yellow Heaven for sale. He realized that these last few days, the 2 desolate beast corpses that he tossed into Treasure Yellow Heaven had almost no popularity. These 2 desolate beast corpses were taken out from Crazed Demon Cave, the Monkey King corpse and Tree Python corpse. Before selling them, Fang Yuan had used Perceivable Dao Immortal GU to inspect them. He realized that the Monkey King and Tree Python corpses had all sorts of Dao marks. Normally speaking, desolate beasts would only have Dao marks of one specific path. Obviously, the demonic sounds in Crazed Demon Cave had caused this situation. The demonic sounds were created by limitless demon venerable super GU formation. It could make the listener go berserk, while also transforming their bodies' Dao marks into all sorts of strange Dao marks. Fang Yuan thought about it. He retrieved these two desolate beast corpses and placed them back into his sovereign immortal aperture. The longer he placed them in treasure yellow heaven, the more fees he would incur. It was not worth the price. Other than these desolate beast corpses, Fang Yuan also brought back large numbers of mortal GU, among which day GU, month GU, and year GU were the highest in number. Other than those, there were GU worms of other varieties. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained He Fan's true inheritance, he had been purchasing these mortal GU in treasure yellow heaven. When he used a time path immortal killer move, it expended a lot of them. Other than day, month, and year mortal GU, Fang Yuan's greatest need in terms of mortal GU was self-will GU. But self-will GU was very rare. Fang Yuan mainly asked the hairy man GU masters in Lang Ya sect to refine them, expending his sect contribution points. Fang Yuan had been asking in treasure yellow heaven if anyone was selling heavenly crystals. Up until now, he had only found two. One was a rank 8 GU immortal. They wanted to trade with materials, but Fang Yuan did not have what they wanted. The other was rank 6, due to a fortuitous encounter, they obtained half a piece of heavenly crystal. They wanted to sell it since they did not need it. Fang Yuan wanted to buy it, but a GU immortal who wanted heavenly crystals even more appeared, buying it with 3 times the usual price. Fang Yuan thought about it and gave up. Even though he had a lot of resources, the 5th earthly calamity was coming at that time. It was not worth it for that tiny heavenly crystal. Oh. At this time, Fang Yuan suddenly received Chu Du's message. He asked him to reinforce Li Sai-chun. The situation over there was very dangerous. He needed backup. These last few days, this was the first message that Fang Yuan received. He immediately went to the battlefield. There, Li Sai-chun and Immortal Wang were already in a tough battle. A group of desolate beast wolves were encircling them. They were huge in numbers. There were 100 of them. But Fang Yuan was not surprised. He had obtained much intel from Chu Du. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had an immortal killer move. It could create clones of desolate beasts to form a clone army. There would only be one actual desolate beast, but if it could not be found, these clones would quickly replenish themselves endlessly. Each desolate beast had one figure of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu seated on them. They were clones as well. Then, which one is the main body? Fang Yuan frowned. At the next moment, he used Myriad Self. Countless strength path phantoms filled the sky as they charged at the wolf group. It's Liu Guanyi! Li Sai-chun sensed as he cried out in joy. Immortal Wang snorted coldly. Last time, Fang Yuan made him bait. His impression regarding Fang Yuan was at rock bottom. Right now, even though Fang Yuan was here to help, he was not grateful. The Myriad Self Army and the wolf group tangled together. 2 breaths of time later, the Myriad Self Army broke apart. They were almost completely killed by the wolf group. Matched against Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's cloning killer move, Fang Yuan's Myriad Self really paled in comparison. Myriad Self had huge potential. It was an immortal killer move combining strength path and enslavement path, but as his opponents got stronger, its usefulness was falling drastically. In the past, the Myriad Self Army could fight. But now, it had become Fang Yuan's method of concealing his true body. Even though they had quantity, they lacked quality and battle strength. Myriad Self Giant Hand. Only after Fang Yuan used Myriad Self First Style was there a change in the situation. Against the Strength Path Giant Hand, the desolate beast wolves could barely resist. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, First Peak. The Refinement Path GU formation was activated. Shining lights were enveloping the peak of the mountain, like a miniature sun. Third time. Lady Wan Shou breathed in deeply. She was holding onto a condensed lightning ball as she got closer to Ma Hongyun, who was in the formation. Ma Hongyun shouted, "No! No! Let me off! I am going to die, I will die!" The lightning ball entered his chest. Clap, clap, clap. Countless sparks appeared on his body. Ma Hongyun's eyes were turning as the whites were exposed. he no longer leaked out saliva, but blood instead. He fainted again. After a while, the lightning vanished. I failed again. Lady Wan Shou's vision turned dark, an intense dizziness almost made her collapse to the ground. She forced herself to continue, disregarding her injuries and healing Ma Hongyun instead. Ma Hongyun had to be alive for the lightning refinement to work. This guy's cultivation level actually rose by 1 rank. During the process of healing, Lady Wan Shou discovered an anomaly. Is it because of the lightning refinement? Indeed, some relic GU were used. It can raise the GU master's cultivation level. Dear, are you all right? Old Ancestor Shui Hu arrived at this time. No need to worry. Lady Wan Shou was still pale, but she smiled to Old Ancestor Shui Hu. I just need to rest for a while to recover. Chapter 1178. Contest over Heifan Grotto-heaven, 2/3. The desolate beast wolf group that numbered to 100 was charging towards them. Haoshan and Chou Laowu stood side by side, having solemn expressions. They looked at each other before using their strongest technique again, Immortal Killer move, Wind Thunder Roar. Bam! The wind and lightning pillar swept the battlefield. At once, the earth shook, the sky trembled, few desolate beast wolves were left, they had suffered immense damage. Fang Yuan and the others were right beside Haoshan and Chou Laowu. Their expressions changed. Every time they saw Wind Thunder Roar, they felt their hearts shaking. Such battle strength was truly at the peak of rank 7. Those desolate beast wolves were mostly clones, even weaker than their true bodies. They could not withstand Wind Thunder Roar. Even 2 true bodies died. The final one had been lucky enough to survive this Wind Thunder Roar because it was at the back of the group. Kill it, we cannot let this true body escape. Otherwise, in a few hours, it will have another group of clones protecting it again. GU Immortal Wei Ming shouted, pouncing at it. This GU Immortal's eyes were shut. He was a blind man. He had rank 7 cultivation level and incredible battle strength. He became blind on purpose as he pursued battle strength. Be careful, there is a fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. At the next moment, Immortal Wang shouted frantically. Wei Ming's body froze. At that moment, a fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf appeared out of nowhere. Its sharp fangs were about to bite Wei Ming. Wei Ming snorted coldly. His body retreated backwards towards the left like an illusory shadow. The fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf bit, but it missed by an inch. Its sharp teeth did not land on Wei Ming. Wei Ming broke out in cold sweat, suddenly saying, "Oh no!" At the next moment, the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf opened its mouth as a lump of green wind shot towards Wei Ming like a plasma cannon. Wei Ming's defenses lasted for a short while before they were torn apart. His entire body was shredded into countless pieces of flesh. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's clone stood arrogantly on the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf's head. He had a cold expression as immortal GU aura emanated from him. You ran away quickly, but next time, you will not be so lucky. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu said coldly. So close, thankfully, I used my body replacement killer move. The real Wei Ming showed himself. He had managed to escape. This happened again. The immortals' gazes focused on Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. They had heavy hearts. The fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf was an ancient desolate beast. It had rank 7 battle strength. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's clone could use immortal GU, coordinating with the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. He would observe the situation and use the immortal GU at appropriate times. Because of that, their combined battle strength was many times higher. At the start, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was sending large numbers of desolate beasts to invade Heifan Grotto-heaven. But now, he gained a deeper understanding of Heifan Grotto-heaven. He could use desolate beasts and clones to create battle opportunities, to even send in ancient desolate beasts. Every ancient desolate beast was accompanied by a clone of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. This combination had appeared many times already. It was gradually changing the battle situation. Immortal Wang immediately turned into the falling star hound, saying human words, "Brother Hao and Brother Cho, quickly retreat." This fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf has hidden itself. It probably is attempting to target you too. Haoshan and Chou Lao Wu had pale faces, they were very weak. Wind Thunder Roar was powerful, but using this move had a huge price. For the following period of time, Chou Lao Wu and Haoshan would have reduced battle strength, their usefulness would fall drastically. This contest over Heifan Grotto-heaven had been ongoing for days. Haoshan and Chou Lao Wu's Wind Thunder Roar was a powerful tool, especially useful against desolate beast groups. All the GU Immortals agreed on this. Thus, for the eventual victory, the GU Immortals were intentionally protecting the lives of Haoshan and Chou Lao Wu. Chou Lao Wu and Haoshan also understood this, they immediately retreated. "I will escort you." Li Sai-chun flew to them. Fang Yuan, Immortal Wang, and Wei Ming were left. Quickly settle this ancient desolate beast, about 3,000 li away, another ancient desolate beast has appeared. At this time, Chu Du sent them a message. "I will block it from the front, the two of you find a chance to kill it." Immortal Wang howled, turning into the falling star hound to face the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. Fang Yuan and Wei Ming cooperated, one flew into the sky while the other went to the back, attacking at the same time. An intense battle ensued. Immortal Wang was temporarily matched against it, Fang Yuan found a chance and flying sword Immortal Gu flew over. Ding! With a loud sound, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's clone used his Immortal Gu and blocked it. Use an Immortal Killer move. What can an Immortal Gu do on its own? Woof! When Immortal Wang felt anxious, he would subconsciously bark like a dog. What do you know? Fang Yuan sneered in disdain. At the next moment, Wei Ming attacked, a light path Immortal Killer move destroyed Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's clone. It turned out, Fang Yuan had attacked on purpose to draw the attention of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's clone, so that Wei Ming could find a chance to attack. As they continued to fight, the GU Immortals in Heifan Grotto-heaven started to develop some coordination. They are just clones, they have limited intelligence. But this type of Immortal GU usage is truly incredible. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had already felt this many times. Destroying the Heavenly Lord Bai Zu clone did not destroy the Immortal GU. It seemed like the Immortal GU was also a clone that was with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's clone. It was unknown how Heavenly Lord Bai Zu managed to do that. Thus, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's strength was only slightly weakened, he did not suffer much losses. Next, the three Immortals attacked the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. This ancient desolate beast was covered with Dao marks, it had incredible defense. Fang Yuan used Flying Sword Immortal Gu but could only puncture its skin and fur. After piercing deeply into its flesh, it could not move anymore. Even the Immortal Killer move Sword Mark targeting death was inefficient, a lot of its power was negated by the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf's Dao marks. Thankfully, without the help of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's clone, the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf's intelligence alone could not match the three Immortals. During this period, many distorted shadows had appeared in the sky. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was attempting to send in more clones to help the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. But Fang Yuan and the rest discovered them in time and attacked, preventing the Heavenly Lord clones from reaching the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. Minutes later, this fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf was killed and cut into pieces by Fang Yuan and the rest. They split up the flesh into 3 portions evenly among themselves. The death of an ancient desolate beast was quite a loss to Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. But in this situation, in order to take down Heifan Grotto-heaven, he had to continue. Fang Yuan and the others had severe losses too, especially Fang Yuan. His green grape immortal essence expenditure was huge. We have been fighting a lot these last days. If this continues, my green grape immortal essence will be used up. Fang Yuan showed no expression, but he was getting anxious internally. The other GU Immortals were rank 7, they used Red Date Immortal Essence to activate rank 7 Immortal GU, it was fitting. But Fang Yuan used Green Grape Immortal Essence, it was very hard and inefficient. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had good finances, he sold Desolate Beast and Ancient Desolate Beast corpses from time to time, sustaining his expenditure. After killing this fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf, the 3 Immortals went to the next battlefield, they had no time to rest. The situation was getting worse. Some days ago, Fang Yuan could still hide inside the trench and guard the multicolored guts. But recently, he had to go around helping out the others. Right now, he was like a firefighter, he could not rest, he had to travel and help out the different battlefields. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's main body was blocked by Chu Du, but he had incredible methods. He continued to send in ancient desolate beasts and desolate beasts. It caused the situation in Heifan Grotto-heaven to tilt in his favor. A moment later, Fang Yuan and the rest arrived. It was a heavenly dragon, it had 7 claws and a terrifying dragon head. It was an ancient desolate beast. Someone was already fighting the heavenly dragon. In order to defend Heifan Grotto-heaven, Chu Du spent a lot of funds getting more GU immortal experts to help him, other than Immortal Wang's group. This female GU immortal, Sang Ching Chu, was one of them. Her path was very special, it was actually theft path. This was the path created by thieving heaven demon Venerable. There were few inheritances regarding it. Sang Ching Chu was at a disadvantage, she was unable to hold much longer. Even though she had stolen a lot of mortal GU from the heavenly dragon's body, it had little effect on the enemy. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly went to help, attacking the ancient desolate beast heavenly dragon. This time, they were not as lucky as last time. After spending a lot of effort, the immortals finally killed Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's clone. Killing the heavenly dragon took multiple times as long as the last beast, because the heavenly dragon could fly and was very fast. It was not easy to hunt. After killing this heavenly dragon, Fang Yuan's mood became grimmer. In the battle, his immortal essence expenditure was several times that of before. Currently, his usage was greatly exceeding his gain in immortal essence stones. At this rate, in a few days, he would be out of immortal essence. The GU immortals gathered together and split the heavenly dragon corpse. When Chu Du spoke, "Quick!" The battle earlier was a decoy by Heavenly Lord. He has already planted a field of desolate plant snow willows here. We have to get rid of them. Once Heavenly Lord gets a foothold in here, the consequences will be severe. Fang Yuan and the rest noticed how dangerous the situation was. They did not dare to wait, they acted immediately. A moment later, they arrived at the scene. The situation was far more severe than they had expected. Not only was there a field of desolate plant snow willows, there were 100 ice-spiked divine apes to guard them. Snow willows had an abundance of snow path Dao marks. The ice-spiked divine ape was also ice path. The two complemented each other, and countless Heavenly Lord clones were moving around the snow willow forest, setting up GU formations. We have to destroy this camp. The longer we drag on, the greater his advantage. Chu Du said, "If there is no other way, I will act myself. You should stay there and defend against Heavenly Lord. If his main body comes in, we are all finished." Haoshan quickly responded. He and Chou Lao Wu had also arrived. Even though he had not recovered, the situation was dire, they had to risk their lives. At the next moment, 6 GU immortals split up and charged towards the snow willow forest, engaging in an intense battle. Chapter 1179. Contest over Heifan Grotto-heaven, 3/3. Fang Yuan floated in the air, breathing roughly as he looked at the battlefield. An intense battle had ended. The battlefield was completely deformed. There were many pits with mangled corpses of ice-spiked divine apes inside. Flames that were created with fire path killer moves were still burning quietly. There was frost mixed with blood, snapped bones, and flesh, as well as leaves from the desolate plant snow willows. The GU immortals were either injured or dead. They were all injured, but the one that died was the theft path female GU immortal. She had not been killed by the heavenly dragon, but was killed by the cooperation of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's clones when she rushed to assist in the battle, losing her life. Fang Yuan was also injured. His left lung was punctured by an ice spike. An icicle with the size of a javelin was still stabbed into his chest. His lower limbs were covered in a thick layer of frost. Much of his flesh had already gone necrotic. The sovereign immortal body had a huge advantage, that was the non-conflicting Dao marks. But this was also a major flaw. Once Fang Yuan was hit by an attack that penetrated his defenses, he would take the damage fully. The attacks would not be weakened by the Dao marks in his body. In this battle, Fang Yuan learned deeply about the weak point of the sovereign immortal body due to this trait. My defensive killer move is still too weak. Blood asset Immortal GU is still recovering, I cannot use Bloodstained Conqueror's robe. My time path defensive methods are not exemplary either. Even though Fang Yuan obtained He Fan's true inheritance, the true core Immortal GU, years flow like water, was sealed. This Immortal GU had a huge flaw: once its aura was leaked, it would draw immemorial year beasts to it. Once something of rank 8 battle strength entered Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, he would definitely lose. He would only be able to leave his body as a soul and give up on the sovereign immortal body. He Fan's true inheritance had very outstanding defensive methods, but they used years flow like water as the core. Fang Yuan's current defensive killer move used year GU, the effect was weaker. It was what He Fan used in his earlier days. When he reached rank 7, he stopped using it. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu is an enslavement path rank 8 indeed, truly formidable. Even though he is outside the Grotto-heaven, and only using his clones to battle, he can still fight to this extent. I am truly inferior. And the distortion of space to send desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts into the Grotto-heaven, it is truly extraordinary. In this battle, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu sent in 100 ice-spiked divine apes and a large number of desolate plant snow willows. During the process of fighting, distorted shadows appeared constantly. Even though the GU immortals desperately tried to block them, 2 Icefall divine apes still managed to get in. Ice-spike divine ape. Icefall divine ape. The two were closely related. The former was a desolate beast. It had jade green eyes with frosty azure pupils. The hairs on its body were like icicles all over it. The latter was an ancient desolate beast. Its body was like snow, its eyes were bloodshot, its fur was like icicles stabbing towards the sky. Fang Yuan was familiar with the ice-spike divine ape. Long ago, Lang Ya Blessed Land had one. Later, Fang Yuan borrowed it to defend Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He defended against a wave of attacks from Immortal Crane sect. After that, the ice-spike divine ape died during the battle to defend Lang Ya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had also fought against the Icefall divine ape. That was during He Lu Land's immortal ascension, the tribulation in the northern icy plain. Because of reckless savage true meaning, it turned into the divine ape. Right now it seems, the Icefall divine ape created from the tribulation cannot match a real divine ape in battle strength. Actually, if these desolate beasts and desolate plants are all there is to it, it is not difficult to deal with even though it is troublesome. Most importantly, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's clones are manipulating and controlling them. That makes a completely different story. Especially the desolate beasts and desolate plants, they form into troops and move as one. They have incredible battle strength when enslavement path killer moves are used. It is very shocking. Fang Yuan recalled the entire battle. He could see how powerful a rank 8 GU immortal was. Even though his main body did not enter the battlefield, by just directing the battle in the Grotto-heaven, Fang Yuan was not his match. They were able to win in battle because all of the immortals gathered their strength. Such a miserable battle. If we were to fight a few more of those, my green grape immortal essence would be completely dried up. Year GU has fallen in terms of years. I need to parallel refine it. Healing my injuries also consumed a lot of time and immortal essence. Fang Yuan could not bear such expenditure. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's losses were more severe than Fang Yuan's. Fighting up to this point, Chu Du's side had been relying on He Fan Grotto-heaven, dragging on this battle into a deadlock. The two sides were truly in a battle of attrition. The GU immortals expended their immortal essence, while Heavenly Lord Bai Zu expended the foundation in the Grotto-heaven. Both sides could not back down. They were trying to see which would be unable to continue first. The following battles became more intense. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's attempts might have failed, but there was an effect. He had attempted to create temporary bases in He Fan Grotto-heaven. After he stabilized a foothold, he sent in ancient desolate beasts, causing Chu Du's side to have much difficulty in defending. Looking at the entire battle in He Fan Grotto-heaven, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had initially sent clones to attack the different resource points and target Chu Du's foundation. He succeeded. Next, he sent in large numbers of desolate beasts and caused the battle to tilt in his favor. Now, he changed his battle tactics. He built temporary bases and forced the GU immortals to attack him instead. Even though Chu Du, Fang Yuan, and the rest had the advantage in numbers, and Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was just alone, he controlled the entire situation, suppressing Chu Du, Fang Yuan, and the rest. Even though Fang Yuan and the others resisted strongly, they could not stop the situation from tilting in Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's favor. Both sides were persisting. But Fang Yuan was the first to lose in attrition. He was a rank 7 GU immortal on the surface, but in truth, he had been using green grape immortal essence the entire time. Chu Du's expression was quite ugly. Especially when he was alone with Fang Yuan, he put away his front and showed an expression of worry. He said to Fang Yuan, "I have already recruited all the people I could possibly rope in. But this battle's eventual winner will be Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Even though we did not fight against his main body, we are unable to challenge the foundation of a rank 8. The real key in deciding victory is not in this battlefield, but the Bai Zu tribe outside." Chu Du was clear about the situation. He and Fang Yuan had the same idea. After all, great minds think alike. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu himself had no weakness, his only weakness was the Bai Zu tribe that he had just recently created. Chu Du's arrangements were taking effect in Northern Plains GU Immortal World. Rumors were spread. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu is attacking Heifan Grotto-heaven. If he succeeds in getting the place, his strength will rise to a new level. Even though Bai Zu tribe has just been built, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu is holding it up. Their only weakness is their weak foundation. Once Heifan Grotto-heaven becomes Bai Zu tribe's territory, in decades, Bai Zu tribe will surpass every Huangjin tribe. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu is a lone cultivator. He does not have Huangjin bloodline. The strengthening of Bai Zu tribe is actually beneficial towards the survival of demonic and lone immortals. All sorts of rumors and discussions were going on. The main topic was on Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's threat, and the emphasis that he was not a descendant of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's bloodline. Not just this, there were some GU immortals pretending to be from Bai Zu tribe, causing trouble everywhere and provoking the super forces. Bai Zu tribe's leader, Bai Zu Wei, had already died on the battlefield, and Bai Zu tribe's new leader did not have enough capability. He was facing huge trouble. He was telling Heavenly Lord Bai Zu about the difficulties and danger Bai Zu tribe was facing, and that they had enemies on all fronts. But Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was unmoved. He replied, "This is Chu Du's ploy. Chu Du is neither from the righteous path nor has the Huangjin bloodline. If our Bai Zu tribe deals with him, those people from Huangjin tribes would be most pleased." Chu Du let out these rumors and pretended to be us, purposely provoking those tribes. This is his scheme. It shows that he is weak now on the inside, only putting up a front. The other tribes are not idiots. They could tell what Chu Du was doing, but because of my deterrence as a rank 8, they did not dare to do anything. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu has excellent astuteness. He was clear of the situation. He was determined to take down Heifan Grotto-heaven. He had chosen the best timing. Yao Huang and old ancestor Shui Hu were busy refining GU. 5 Elements Grandmaster was busy dealing with Longevity Heaven, and even though Prince Feng Xian was doing nothing on the surface, he was secretly retrieving blessed lands. For Fang Yuan, it was becoming harder and harder to endure as time passed. To increase his amount of green grape immortal essence, he had to start selling desolate beasts in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He originally had 2 spine-fin star dragonfish. He sold them to replenish his immortal essence stones out of necessity. This was starting to harm his immortal Aperture's foundation. Earlier, he had been in a positive feedback loop due to his financial management and growth, but now, he was facing a vicious downward cycle. Undoubtedly, this was a warning signal. In terms of Blessed Land Foundation, I surpassed Chu Du, but green grape immortal essence is my greatest weakness, thus, I was the first to burn out among the immortals. It seems that after this battle, I need to advance to rank 7 as soon as possible. The battle situation was becoming more intense. Temporary camps were already being built. Chu Du had to act in person and destroy them all. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu chose very good timings. On multiple dangerous occasions, he nearly managed to arrive with his true body. Fang Yuan secretly asked Lang Ya sect for help. He said to Lang Ya Land Spirit, this was the best chance to recruit Chu Du. But Lang Ya Land Spirit caved in when faced against a rank 8 GU immortal. he clearly expressed that Lang Ya sect would not help. If something happened to Fang Yuan, he had to keep Lang Ya sect a secret. If he revealed anything, the alliance agreement would kill him. Even though I can still hold on, I have thought about it, the battle result has been decided, there is no point in wasting more resources. Chu Du decided to give up. He did not conceal this thought from Fang Yuan, he looked for Fang Yuan to talk about it. Fang Yuan had already been wanting to back out, he quickly agreed. However, just as Chu Du and Fang Yuan were talking about their retreat plans, the commotion in Northern Plains GU Immortal World changed. All of the Huang Jin tribes, the Righteous Path super forces, united and wanted to pass judgment on Bai Zu tribe. To think that at the final crucial moment, a change for the better had arrived. Chapter 1180. Heaven and Human Path, Grandmaster discusses Tao. Longevity Heaven. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's rank 9 Grotto-heaven. Golden light enveloped the 4 desolations, and azure hue shone over the 8 extremities. For desolations and 8 extremities, these formed the terrain of Longevity Heaven, much like how Sovereign Immortal Aperture had the 9 heavens and 5 regions. And at the heart of the 4 desolations, at the center of the 8 extremities, an Immortal GU house was shining in a profound white light, shooting towards the skies. It resonated with the entirety of Longevity Heaven, emitting a loud humming sound. Rank 8 Immortal GU House, Calamity Luck Altar. 3 floors of round altars with multiple pillars holding it up, white jade railings and shining aurora. 8 GU Immortals in Longevity Heaven were standing at the center of the 9 corners of Calamity Luck Altar, doing their best to concentrate in controlling the operations of Calamity Luck Altar. At the center of Calamity Luck Altar, lightning was flashing, dragons were dancing, luck was steaming, as clouds enveloped the area. A GU Immortal's figure was seated on the ground, resisting the might of Calamity Luck Altar. Around him, there was a ring, it was flying around and surrounding his body, emitting light in 5 colors. 5 elements Grandmaster, you might have rank 8 cultivation level, but inside the Calamity Luck Altar, you cannot turn this around. I urge you to surrender, when our 4 Desolation Immortals awaken, perhaps you might have a chance of survival. The leader of the 8 GU Immortals, Heaven Extremity, snorted and said. It turned out that the GU Immortal trapped in the center of Calamity Luck Altar was one of the 5 rank 8 existences in Northern Plains, 5 elements Grandmaster. 5 elements Grandmaster laughed loudly, the rank 8 Immortal GU house is nothing impressive. You 8 extremities have combined forces to manipulate it, after suppressing me for this long, even using the might of Longevity Heaven to try and kill me, but now, you have not even broken through the first layer of my 5 elements ring. Heaven Extremity, you have the face to ask me to surrender. Heaven Extremity sneered, that is because you do not know the mystical power of Calamity Luck Altar. Its true ability is to reverse calamity and luck, turning calamity into luck, and luck into calamity. By interlinking calamity and luck, it becomes unceasing. This is the profundity of heaven and earth luck. As a mere lone cultivator, how can you possibly understand? Hearing the words heaven and earth luck, 5 elements Grandmaster's smugness vanished, disappearing from his face. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created luck path, his entire life's cultivation was summarized into 3 parts, self-luck, all living beings' luck, and heaven and earth luck. Among which, heaven and earth luck was created during Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's later years. It was grand and deep, deciphering the mysteries of heaven and earth. 5 elements Grandmaster had stalled in his advancement now, he could not break through on his own, thus, he sneaked into Longevity Heaven and tried to steal the heaven and earth luck true inheritance. But to think that even though the 4 Desolation Immortals were asleep in Longevity Heaven, the defense still exceeded 5 elements Grandmaster's expectations. After some fighting, 5 elements Grandmaster was trapped inside Calamity Luck Altar, he was suppressed by the 8 extremities, unable to get free. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had 3 rank 8 Immortal GU houses in his life. I've known about Calamity Luck Altar since long ago. But reversing calamity and luck, just what constitutes as reversing calamity and luck? 5 elements Grandmaster thought for a moment before asking. The 8 extremities looked at each other, evidently surprised. But soon, they reacted. Heaven Extremity sighed internally, I have long since heard that Five Elements Grandmaster has an incredible thirst towards knowledge. When he was mortal, he hid his identity and went around learning from different masters. After becoming a GU Immortal, in order to obtain some experience and guidance from GU Immortals, he was willing to be at their beck and call. This time, he actually asked his enemies for guidance inside the formation. He is truly passionate. However, an ignorant person fears nothing. If I inform him of the truth, I can strike a blow at his confidence and morale. Thinking of this, Heaven Extremity spoke. Right now, the outcome has been decided. It is fine even if I tell you. Calamity Luck Altar was purposely left in Longevity Heaven by Ancestor Giant Sun. It was to defend Longevity Heaven. Reversing Calamity and Luck, we can turn calamities and tribulations into our own good luck. Right now, you came to invade Longevity Heaven. It was our human calamity. By using this Calamity Luck Altar, we can turn this difficulty into good luck, turning disaster into fortune. You will end up contributing to Longevity Heaven's eternal existence. Superb, brilliant. Five Elements Grandmaster listened with shining eyes. He asked again, if a human calamity is like this, then what about earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations? We naturally reverse them as well. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities do not cause any damage, they instead become nourishment for our Longevity Heaven. Heaven Extremity said proudly. Five Elements Grandmaster had wide-opened eyes. Longevity Heaven is a rank 9 Grotto-heaven and has not absorbed any fragments of the immemorial 9 heavens. By relying on Calamity Luck Altar, it can go through all of its calamities and tribulations. Ha ha ha! You are already a rank 8 GU Immortal, but you do not even know about the origins of calamities and tribulations. Heaven Extremity laughed in disdain. Five Elements Grandmaster was not upset. He asked humbly, I hope you can teach me, Heaven Extremity. Heaven Extremity sensed Five Elements Grandmaster's earnest attitude and the disdain inside him vanished, turning into traces of admiration. He sighed, answering, why do humans have calamities and tribulations? The truth is, not just humans, but desolate beasts and desolate plants also have them. Like the thousand snakes haze tree, it faces the tribulation lightning. The origin of calamities and tribulations is in the principles of heaven. Heaven takes away surpluses while replenishing deficits. It emphasizes on balance and maintains this over cycles. Any existence which breaks the cycle of balance will face calamities and tribulations. But humans possess the greatest intelligence. Thus, we are more of a threat than beasts or plants. GU Immortals can manage their own small worlds. It draws wariness and attacks from heaven. What is calamity? What is luck? Heaven Extremity suddenly asked. Five Elements Grandmaster had a realization. He spoke immediately. I understand. Heaven takes away surpluses while replenishing deficits. The so-called calamity takes away surpluses, while luck replenishes deficits. Heaven Extremity raised his eyebrows. You answered correctly. That is exactly the case. And my ancestor Giant Sun was extremely talented. He created Luck Path. It targets the operations of the principles of heaven. Self-luck true inheritance replenishes oneself. All living beings' luck takes away others' surpluses to replenish oneself. While heaven and earth luck takes away heaven and earth surpluses to replenish oneself. So that's it. Five Elements Grandmaster sighed deeply. No wonder Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not enter Heavenly Court during his life. Heavenly Court followed the will of heaven, and upholded justice for heaven. Meanwhile, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path usurped the authority of heaven and earth. When nature operated according to the principles of heaven, and an individual was determined to be too strong and breaking the balance, it would generate calamities and tribulations to suppress them. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path avoided calamities and tribulations, and in the section of heaven and earth luck, it directly turned calamities and tribulations into fortuitous encounters. Heaven and earth suppresses me. It wants to take away my surpluses to replenish others' deficits. Then I shall go ahead and take away heaven and earth surpluses to replenish my own deficits. As the saying goes, there is nothing to say if there were opposing objectives. If heaven cannot use calamities and tribulations to destroy Longevity Heaven, it will use human calamities to destroy it. Heaven Extremity continued, and you, 5 Elements Grandmaster, were subconsciously influenced by Heaven's will, eventually becoming the human calamity that is here to destroy my longevity heaven. What a pity that you, a great rank 8, were influenced by Heaven's will without even knowing it. Ha ha ha, I have learned much. 5 Elements Grandmaster laughed grandly. Even if it is Heaven's will influencing me, so what? This is also my own intention. And I believe that man will triumph over heaven. No matter how vast Heaven's will is, it cannot compare to the will of humans. Throughout the long history of humanity, we were so weak and feeble, pushed aside and humiliated everywhere, until we became the overlords of the world today, suppressing all variant humans and other life forms under our feet. The human race is the one that destroys the balance the most, but can heaven suppress us? There were 10 rank 9 venerables in human history, and countless GU immortals among us. We roam heaven and earth, we can capture stars and overturn mountains and rivers. What can heaven do? Heaven Extremity laughed. The other 7 also expressed joy. This joy was the joy of meeting a companion, someone who shared similar understanding and aspirations as oneself. Heaven Extremity's laughter faded. It seems that you, 5 Elements Grandmaster, have also been reading the Legends of Ren Zhu frequently. Of course. The Legends of Ren Zhu contains Ren Zhu's human path true inheritance. Every GU immortal who cultivates to a high level will try to benefit from it. Unfortunately, I do not have the wisdom and comprehension ability. I can only read the meaning that human path triumphs over heaven path. I had once heard that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created self-luck and reached an impasse where he stalled. He only obtained an inspiration after reading the Legends of Ren Zhu, creating all living beings' luck. After that, he went on to ascend to the Immortal Venerable throne, before creating heaven and earth luck. 5 Elements Grandmaster continued. Heaven Extremity nodded, indeed. 5 Elements Grandmaster went on, I am a northern plainsman, born and bred here. Even though I do not have the Huangjin bloodline, I admire Giant Sun Immortal Venerable greatly. Human path triumphs over heaven path. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path is deeply using the essence of human path. The trend of the rule of humanity cannot be overturned, it cannot be defied. Even heaven is not its match. Do you all agree with me? Of course that is the case. Heaven Extremity replied arrogantly. 5 Elements Grandmaster smiled lightly. The trend of humanity is clear to everyone here. But the trend of Northern Plains, can you see it clearly? Heaven Extremity's expression changed. What are you trying to say? 5 Elements Grandmaster said calmly but loudly, right now, Northern Plains' trend in terms of humanity is that the demonic path is rising up while righteous path is shifting lower. 88 True Yang building collapsed, allowing many lone immortals and demonic path members to gain strength. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu created Bai Zu tribe personally, allowing the righteous path to have a different bloodline. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's hereditary monarchy was indeed a grand aspiration, but it was really quite restrictive. Northern Plains is not his to begin with. It belongs to all Northern Plainsmen. The death of a person is like the snuffing of a candle. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's influence has affected Northern Plains for so long, so many years. It is time to change. A load of nonsense. Heaven Extremity was furious. The other 7 extremities also started berating angrily. 5 Elements Grandmaster was very tranquil. You are angry and furious, that is because of the fear in your hearts. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Huangjin tribes, they have dominated Northern Plains, ruling over it. It is starting to decline now. Just like the 10 great ancient sects in Central Continent, they seem strong, but they are rotten on the inside. There are many internal conflicts and useless members. What about the lone immortals and demonic cultivators? Look at Northern Plains rank 8 GU immortals. How many have Huangjin bloodline? Old ancestor Xuehu is demonic path. I am a lone immortal. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu turned from lone to righteous path. Prince Fengxian is a member of Gong tribe, but he is not of Huangjin bloodline. Only Yao Huang alone is holding up the Huangjin tribe's reputation. Chapter 1181. Sudden changes, benefits are key. Because this is the trend of humanity in Northern Plains. You say that I was affected by heaven's will, that is not so. I was rushed here by the tide of humanity. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's reputation can no longer intimidate me. He has been dead for too long. Next, more GU immortals will be discontent with the Huangjin tribes and covet your wealth. Northern Plains is full of battles. Northern Plains GU immortals have bravery and fighting spirit. Suppression would only be met with even more resolute and crazed resistance. I am just the first person to come to Longevity Heaven. Next, more and more will come here. Are you prepared for it? There was silence. The 8 extremities were so angry they were trembling, having cold expressions. Heaven Extremity had a stiff expression. He smiled forcefully. Amazing rank 8 GU Immortal, amazing 5 elements Grandmaster. You want to convince us that instead of being wiped out by this trend, we should merge and ride the wave, imitating Gong tribe to take in more lone immortals and demonic cultivators, to recruit a rank 8 GU Immortal like you. We do not have a deep feud, we can cooperate. 5 elements Grandmaster said solemnly. Even though the 4 Desolation Immortals are rank 8, they have little lifespan, they cannot move around freely. I have no such problems. Heaven Extremity laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. You? You are looking down on the foundation of the Huangjin tribes. Or rather, you are looking down on Ancestor Giant Sun. If not for you, us 8 extremities would have gone to rebuild 88 True Yang building already. And that Bai Zu tribe is merely a short-lived flicker. Such impure bloodline, and he wants to be in the righteous path? Heavenly Lord Bai Zu? Is he worthy? The righteous path of Northern Plains are the Huangjin tribes. Liu tribe's base camp. Xianbai blessed land. Ah, the Longevity Edict. Liu tribe's first Supreme Elder was extremely shocked. He quickly knelt down and received it. Liu tribe was one of the super forces, a Huangjin tribe, the descendants of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Meanwhile, Longevity Heaven was the rank 9 Grotto-heaven of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Among the Huangjin tribes, it represented supreme authority. Liu tribe's first Supreme Elder received the Longevity Edict. The Longevity Edict was golden in color. It resembled a token, but it was in essence an information path Immortal GU. He felt a sensation and understood the information in the Longevity Edict. Liu tribe's first Supreme Elder frowned. Longevity Heaven has orders for us Huangjin tribes to work together and deal with Bai Zu tribe. This order caught him off guard. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was fighting with Chu Du. The entirety of Liu tribe's GU immortals were happy to see this. Bai Zu tribe took over He tribe. Their forces bordered Liu tribe. Because Bai Zu tribe had a rank 8 GU immortal, Liu tribe had a very vigilant attitude, while feeling deep wariness. And Chu Du had a feud with Liu tribe. His reputation as domination immortal was mostly due to Liu tribe to begin with. The contest between these two, in Liu tribe's opinion, was one foe fighting another. Liu tribe was watching on the fence, wanting to see them both suffer losses. Chu Du was in trouble. Liu tribe felt good seeing it. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had taken revenge for them. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu suffering losses would cause Bai Zu tribe's reputation to fall in the future. It was a great thing for Liu tribe. Nobody would want a fierce tiger to live around them. A weak neighbor was better than a strong one. But now that the Longevity Edict is out, we have to follow it. My Liu tribe is close to He tribe's former territory. Once this battle starts, we will face pressure many times that of the other tribes. Liu tribe's first Supreme Elder left his information on Longevity Edict, on the Immortal GU, before letting it go, as the Longevity Edict tore through the sky. Next, this Immortal GU would continue to visit the other Huangjin tribes. Back to the present time. Inside He Fan Grotto-heaven. Chu Du and Fang Yuan, who received this information, were surprised and overjoyed. All of the Righteous Path super forces, the Huangjin tribes are attacking Bai Zu tribe. This way, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu is bound to retreat. Fang Yuan spoke with a smile. The Huangjin tribes that have never gotten along are acting in unison at such speed. I wonder what happened. Chu Du was confused. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. Perhaps Longevity Heaven sent an edict. Longevity Heaven. Chu Du's expression changed. He thought for a while. It seems that is the only reason. In fact, the situation of the forces in Northern Plains GU Immortal World was quite similar to Central Continent. Central Continent had 10 great ancient sects, Northern Plains had the Huang Jin bloodline super forces, Central Continent had the Heavenly Court ruling above, while Northern Plains had Longevity Heaven that stood in the sky. More similarly, the 10 great ancient sects were the lower-level sects of Heavenly Court, while Longevity Heaven similarly had great influence on the Northern Plains Huang Jin tribes. Perhaps in the past, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had imitated Central Continent, purposely creating this situation. Why did Longevity Heaven suddenly send an edict, ordering the Huang Jin tribes to work together and deal with Bai Zu tribe? Bai Zu tribe is backed by a rank 8 GU Immortal. Chu Du thought, feeling doubts. What made him unable to comprehend it was, if Longevity Heaven wanted to deal with Bai Zu tribe, the best time to strike was when He tribe had just been destroyed. But at that time, Longevity Heaven did not act. So why did they wait until now? Was Longevity Heaven also interested in He Fang Grotto-heaven? Thinking of this possibility, Chu Du's heart sank. No matter what, we need to make use of the remaining time and talk to Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, ending this conflict. Immortal GUE knows and care were prepared for this moment. Fang Yuan reminded. Chu Du came back to his senses. He said solemnly, "You are right." He immediately sent his clone to converse with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Right now, Chu Du was the owner of He Fang Grotto-heaven. He had made many arrangements here. The GU worms that he sent out were not detected by others. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had more information than Chu Du. He knew that right forces, the righteous path forces, were coming at Bai Zu tribe because Longevity Heaven had directly sent a longevity edict. He was very shocked. He did not know why Longevity Heaven was suddenly finding trouble with him. In the past, when creating the tribe, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was worried about Longevity Heaven. He was waiting for a response from them. Longevity Heaven's silence made Heavenly Lord Bai Zu feel like he had probed its bottom line. He thought, as a Grand Rank 8, Longevity Heaven might not want to deal with him. After all, there was no good reason for it. The commotion and change in Northern Plains GU Immortal World made Heavenly Lord Bai Zu very perplexed. Yao Huang and Prince Fengxian are Righteous Path GU Immortals. Prince Fengxian might not come, but Yao Huang is a true Huang Jin bloodline member. Other than that, there is still Longevity Heaven. 5 Elements Grandmaster has a good understanding of Longevity Heaven. I might be able to get some information from him. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu thought quickly. The situation was turning for the worse rapidly. He felt immense pressure on him. He was still unaware that 5 Elements Grandmaster was already fighting with Longevity Heaven. In fact, the current situation was caused by the conversation between 5 Elements Grandmaster and Heaven Extremity. As for He Fang Grotto-heaven, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's gaze became dark. He assessed, I cannot take it down for now. I should stop. I cannot waste any time and energy now. I need to put all my effort into defending my hard work. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu wanted to retreat. The reason why he wanted to take down He Fang Grotto-heaven was due to the loss of his reputation. It might cause a commotion and result in severe losses to Bai Zu tribe's interests. But now, Bai Zu tribe was in a crisis. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's own interests were severely infringed now. This situation was truly the worst. How could Heavenly Lord Bai Zu have any effort to spare for He Fang Grotto-heaven? But in this situation, Chu Du's GU worm arrived in Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's hands. Oh? As expected of the Domination Immortal. After understanding Chu Du's intention, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's gaze became dark and eerie. The contest for He Fang Grotto-heaven ended at once. What made the Northern Plains GU Immortal World shocked was, Chu Du not only came to a resolution with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, he even gave up a portion of He Fang Grotto-heaven, and created an alliance with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. After achieving the alliance agreement, Chu Du let Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's main body into He Fang Grotto-heaven. Using Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's deterrence, he went on to deal with those demonic path and lone immortals that he had invited earlier. These GU immortals were facing Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's main body. How could they dare to resist? They could only lower their heads to Domination Immortal. Chu Du successfully resisted Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Using the power of Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, he forcefully subdued many lone immortals, gathering everyone and creating Chu's sect on that very day. Chu sect. Using Chu Du's words in his speech, this was the first GU immortal sect in Northern Plains GU immortal world. It had extraordinary meaning. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. Even though Lang Ya sect was the actual first sect in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan could not help but gasp in admiration towards Chu Du's incredible performance. Chu Du had truly outdone himself. He gave up a portion of Fang Grotto-heaven, but he managed to obtain a rank 8 reinforcement, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was also a deep schemer. Northern Plains' situation gave him huge pressure. He had to find external allies. And Chu Du could guess his mentality, thus he created Chu sect. It was far easier than for Heavenly Lord Bai Zu when he created Bai Zu tribe. Chu Du was not all alone. These last years, he had nurtured many strength path GU immortals. And with Fang Grotto-heaven, he had a huge basis for development. Meanwhile, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu needed Fang Grotto-heaven as a backup plan for the entirety of Bai Zu tribe. Thus, the two sides turned from enemies to allies. Chou Lao Wu and Haozhen, who accidentally killed Bai Zu Wei, were just punished mildly, before they were spared. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu could no longer bother with these two insignificant figures at this point. Thus, Haozhen and Chou Lao Wu felt immense gratitude towards Domination Immortal. They became the two most loyal people in Chu sect. Northern Plains GU immortal world had changed too rapidly. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, who was at the peak of his life earlier, having created his own tribe, was now facing the attack of all the Huangjin tribes. Chu Du and Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, who were fighting to the death earlier, were now allies. Ordinary GU immortals might be dazzled by these turns of events, but for people like Fang Yuan, it was very clear. No matter what commotion or changes there were, the key concern throughout was still benefits. It had never changed. Chapter 1182. Leaving Fang Grotto-heaven. Fang Yuan sat quietly on the ground. Chu Du, as well as the wills of Pang Shan and Not Immortal, were in front of the formation. Start! Chu Du said plainly. The wills of Not Immortal and Pang Shan formed into human shapes, nodding as they activated their immortal GU. One rule path immortal GU, no. The other was also a rule path immortal GU, top 10 in the list of mystical GU, Icare. Red Date immortal essence was rapidly expended. The two immortal GU were shining in their own profound lights. The two profound lights had different colors. One was black and empty, the other was red and warm like fire. The black and red lights entered the GU formation. Chu Du took action at an appropriate timing, activating this GU formation, to fuse the power of Immortal GU No and Immortal GU Care into it. The two profound lights fused under the guidance of the GU formation, creating a half black and half red spiraling pillar of light. The light pillar completely covered Fang Yuan's body, without any leaks. A moment later, the light pillar stabilized. It was no longer as distorted as before. It is ready. Chu Du reminded. Fang Yuan thus said, "You will not be able to imagine what is hidden under the northern icy plain. I almost died there." He spoke quickly, detailing what happened when he was undergoing tribulation in the northern icy plain, and the terrifying human calamity that he had faced. The secret of the Snowman and Rockman tribes in the northern icy plain was revealed to Chu Du. To think that there is such a situation. The empty northern icy plain actually has such a powerful variant human force. They have been hidden all along. Chu Du was extremely shocked. The wills of Not Immortal and Pang Shan also shook, showing their stirred emotions. A moment later, the black and red lights faded, the GU formation stopped its operation. Fang Yuan slowly stood up, getting out of the GU formation. He was safe. Originally, he was a member of the Four-Race Alliance, and a guest elder of Lang Ya sect. He was not able to expose the secrets of the Snowmen and Rockmen to outsiders. But because of the immortal GU Know and Care, along with Chu Du's cooperation, Fang Yuan was able to breach his alliance agreements without facing any harm. These two immortal GU were meant to be used by Chu Du. Chu Du's intention was to come to a consensus with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. After defending strongly and refusing to relent in battle, they would eventually settle at an agreement, defending Heifan Grotto-heaven. Chu Du had long since planned that if there was no choice, he would secretly sacrifice Haozhen and Chou Lao Wu to protect Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's reputation and express his sincerity. But the actual situation was far better than he had expected. Perhaps the alliance of all the Righteous Path forces in attacking Bai Zu tribe had made Heavenly Lord Bai Zu feel strong external pressure. Because of that, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu did not list any requirements of executing the murderers, he only gave them a light punishment on the surface. It is to the credit of these two immortal GU, otherwise, I would have no way to explain this situation to you. Fang Yuan pretended to be relieved, he sighed deeply to himself. Of course, he had withheld some information from Chu Du. For example, Fang Yuan did not expose Lang Ya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, he was not going to tell Chu Du everything, he was used to keeping trump cards at hand. Chu Du said in a heavy tone, by the looks of it, we cannot continue to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. Indeed. Fang Yuan nodded, he started to avoid mentioning things related to the Four Races Alliance. Because the two immortal GU know and care had stopped activating, if Fang Yuan breached the alliance agreements again, he would face intense backlash, he would either be severely injured or dead. The two immortal GU, know and care, had incredible abilities, but they had to be activated constantly. Because they had to be used together to allow the GU immortal to breach alliance agreements without suffering any damage. But they could not remove the restrictions of Fang Yuan's alliance agreements completely. This was a method that resolved the situation but did not solve the underlying problem. Regarding this, what are your opinions? Fang Yuan asked directly. The wills of Not Immortal and Pang Shan looked at each other. The former shook his head, Crazed Demon Cave contains the secret of eternal life, our main bodies would not leave it. As long as humanity is not extinct, we will not come out. The variant humans can develop all they want, even if they become many times stronger, they are not the match of humans. The latter said, if we are to deal with the variant humans, it is easy. We just need to announce this information, and the entire Northern Plains GU immortal world will go after them. No, that way, the Northern Icy Plain will get destroyed. If a huge battle occurs, the Icy Plain will not remain. And we would not be able to get anything from it, we might even get exposed and implicate Brother Liu. Chu Du shook his head. I'm just saying. Pang Shan's will grumbled. Indeed, if the variant human force underneath the icy plain was exposed, a huge battle would occur. By then, Fang Yuan would be trapped in the middle, he would not have an easy time. Fang Yuan listened to their words, the worry inside him dissipated by a lot. Fang Yuan had to tell Chu Du about the situation in the northern icy plain, because they had set an alliance agreement. There would be many opportunities to cooperate in the future. If Fang Yuan concealed it, he would be greatly restricted. Chu Du did not attack the variant human force in the icy plain, that was within Fang Yuan's estimations. After all, right now, Chu Du's focus was no longer on tribulations and reckless savage true meaning, it was how to control the situation and cooperate with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu to resist the attacks of the Righteous Path super forces. And the wills of Not Immortal and Pang Shan also made Fang Yuan realize the mindset of the three Crazed Demon Eccentrics. It seems that these three are bent on researching Crazed Demon Cave. The commotion in the outside world cannot lure them out. Fang Yuan thought about it, he could understand the three Crazed Demon Eccentrics. If he did not have so much trouble, he would also do the same thing as them. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was in a lot of danger, not just Shadow Sect, but also the pursuit of Heavenly Court and other various aspects. However, if they know my true identity, how would they react? Fang Yuan looked at the three, his thoughts were drifting. After talking for a while, Chu Du kept the two immortal GU and the wills of Not Immortal and Pang Shan in his own immortal aperture. Next, he and Fang Yuan left this underground camp together. After leaving the cave, they got back to the surface of Heifan Grotto-heaven. Heifan Grotto-heaven was currently developing. Large numbers of variant humans, rockmen, feathermen, and minimen were laboriously working. Many GU immortals would often raise variant human slaves. Right now, Chu sect had allied with Bai Zu tribe. These variant humans were slaves that came from Chu sect and Bai Zu tribe. Greetings to First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder. Haoshan saw Fang Yuan and Chu Du, quickly taking the initiative to greet them. Chu Du took the opportunity to create Chu sect. He even roped in Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was originally unwilling, but Chu Du gave him special treatment. Fang Yuan's alliance agreement for Chu sect was very loose, it was not restrictive. And because Fang Yuan intended to continue working with Chu Du, this allowed them to have another layer of relationship. Chu Du asked about the development status of Fang Grotto-heaven. Haoshan answered that they were all at the initial stage, but the different GU immortals had taken out their resources and relocated them here. There was a crucial point. Fang Yuan had also put in a lot of effort, contributing a lot of resources. These resources were originally from Fang Grotto-heaven. After going through many places, they were back at their original spots. Even Fang Yuan did not expect that. Why did he contribute this huge amount of resources? Firstly, using the two immortal GU know and care was not free. Fang Yuan had discussed with Chu Du, using this as the compensation. Secondly, Fang Yuan sold some resources to Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Inside Fang Grotto-heaven, a large portion was Chu sect's territory, but a small portion belonged to Bai Zu tribe now. The entirety of Fang Grotto-heaven became the symbol of alliance between Chu sect and Bai Zu tribe. Fang Yuan and Chu Du said goodbye to Haoshan. After flying for a while, Fang Yuan said to Chu Du, "All right, you don't have to send me off." Chu Du had a worried look. "Didn't you just obtain Fang's true inheritance?" "In my opinion, delaying the calamities and tribulations by slowing your immortal Aperture's rate of time is most stable. After all, you have just undergone so many battles. If you undergo tribulation after going back, there is a huge risk." Fang Yuan smiled. "How can there be gains without risks? Furthermore, you are around. If I encounter any sudden danger, I will seek help from you." Chu Du had an apologetic expression. "It is a pity that Chu sect was just created. We have strong enemies against us. There is unrest now. Otherwise, I would go with you." "Have you chosen the tribulation location?" "Not yet. I need to think about it." Fang Yuan shook his head. Chu Du opened the Grotto-heaven's entrance. "See you." Fang Yuan stepped out of the Grotto-heaven, flying away without looking back. Chu Du shut the door again, sighing internally. Fang Yuan was not easy to control. He was very decisive. And Chu Du still had desire towards the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method, but the current situation was very complex. Fang Yuan's battle strength and his status with the variant humans made Chu Du see a lot of value in him. Fang Yuan wanted to deepen his cooperation with Chu Du. Wasn't Chu Du also thinking the same? As Fang Yuan left Fang Grotto-heaven, in southern border, Bai Ning Bing arrived at Jade Pot Mountain. "Why did you bring me here?" Bai Ning Bing asked directly. Lulan and the others were wondering too. Ying Wuxie, who was leading the way, stopped walking. He turned around and smiled. "Bai Ning Bing, you are too weak. This Jade Pot Mountain has our Shadow Sect's arrangements. It has already formed an immortal GU. We will take it out and increase your battle strength, so that you can deal with the Bet of the Five Songs." "Bet of the Five Songs? What is that?" Bai Ning Bing frowned. Ying Wuxie laughed loudly. "It is too early to tell you now." Bai Ning Bing frowned even more deeply now, snorting coldly. "The part about you I hate the most is that air of mystery that you use. Insolence." Shen Yu stared angrily at Bai Ning Bing. He was very unhappy about Bai Ning Bing's arrogant attitude towards Ying Wuxie. "No matter, it's no bother." Ying Wuxie laughed. He did not mind Bai Ning Bing's attitude at all. Chapter 1183. Entering a new blessed land. At this moment, his divine sense was in the sovereign immortal aperture. "I have inspected it 18 times, there should be no problems. But even if any problems occur, the newly hatched upper extreme heavenly eagle is only at the power of a desolate beast. Even if it rebels, there is no danger." Fang Yuan thought in his mind. He was inside mini purple heaven in the sovereign immortal aperture. An ordinary eagle nest was floating in the sky. Inside the nest, other than an upper extreme heavenly eagle egg, there was nothing else. Within the surrounding 100 li, Fang Yuan had placed many strength path immortal zombies, desolate beasts, and even the walking meat tree here temporarily, to ensure there were no accidents. He hatched the upper extreme heavenly eagle once again. Fang Yuan began to move. A large amount of fresh blood was taken out by the strength path immortal zombies, before activating GU worms and fusing the fresh blood perfectly into the upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg. Fang Yuan had done this once before. But back then, Fang Yuan used He Cheng's blood. This time, Fang Yuan was amply prepared. Not only did he change the upper extreme heavenly eagle's memories, he even did some changes to He Fan's arrangements left on the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This way, Fang Yuan could use his own blood to hatch the upper extreme heavenly eagle. It was not like before, using familiar face to conceal himself and become close with the upper extreme heavenly eagle, obtaining the acknowledgement of this immemorial desolate beast. He went step by step, smoothly progressing. There were no unexpected mishaps. 8 days and nights later in the immortal aperture, the upper extreme heavenly eagle hatched again, as the baby upper extreme heavenly eagle emerged. Chirp, chirp. The upper extreme heavenly eagle saw Fang Yuan and immediately jumped at him affectionately. This Fang Yuan was not Fang Yuan's real body, it was a strength path immortal zombie, using familiar face to turn into Fang Yuan's appearance. Even though it had just hatched, it was not small. When it raised its head, it had the height of a youngster. The young eagle treated Fang Yuan as its parent. It surrounded him and flapped its wings, chirping and jumping around, extremely happy. All right, all right. Fang Yuan smiled warmly, stretching out his hand and stroking the upper extreme heavenly eagle's head. The upper extreme heavenly eagle obediently stayed still. Its chirping became softer and more intimate. Come, eat. Fang Yuan took out a thick and long heavenly crystal. The heavenly crystal was white and gold, in a translucent state. Placing it in front of the young eagle, all of its attention was drawn to it. Its dark eagle eyes shined with bright light. It began to peck the heavenly crystal. As it broke apart like tofu, the young eagle ate it and swallowed the crystal very quickly. The young eagle trusted Fang Yuan deeply. It did not hesitate in consuming the heavenly crystal in Fang Yuan's hands. After eating 6 heavenly crystals, it stopped in satisfaction. Its tummy was bloated. The young eagle had become plump. It sat on the ground and chirped, slapping its tummy with its wings continuously. It was very cute and lovable. Full. Fang Yuan smiled warmly, sitting down while leaning on the eagle. The eagle felt a strong sense of safety. It let down its guard, shutting its eyes as its head lowered, lying on Fang Yuan's lap as it fell asleep. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, stroking the young eagle's feathers. Its newly born feathers were yellow and soft. Together with its body warmth, it was very comfortable to touch. In the following days, Fang Yuan manipulated the strength path immortal zombie as he stayed by the upper extreme heavenly eagle's side. Other than deepening their relationship, he was also keeping a close eye on it, in case of accidents. I have enough heavenly crystal eagle nests. Fang Yuan's divine sense left the eagle nest. Taking a look, in the surrounding hundreds of li, there were many eagle nests. There were nearly 100 eagle nests. Fang Yuan had taken them from Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Fang Yuan chose the largest eagle nest as the temporary home for the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The original heavenly crystal eagle nest had already been completely eaten by the previous upper extreme heavenly eagle. Nothing was left. But now, even though the heavenly crystals in the nests could not nurture the upper extreme heavenly eagle, there was still a pile of them, taller than an adult. Among these heavenly crystals, a small portion came from Lang Ya Land Spirit. Fang Yuan had exchanged for them from Lang Ya Land Spirit using sect contribution points. The bulk of them were obtained from Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. After Chu Du and Heavenly Lord Bai Zu allied, Fang Yuan had transacted with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu through Chu Du. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was a rank 8 GU immortal. He had a Grotto-heaven. He had a huge stock of heavenly crystals. In order to get this transaction, while revealing the secrets of the variant human in the northern icy plain to Chu Du, Fang Yuan also told him about the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Actually, this was already no secret. Chudu might have known, while Heavenly Lord Bai Zu definitely knew, because he had taken in the Supreme Elders of He tribe as his subordinates. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu desired the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle greatly, but currently, he needed Chudu as an ally. And Chudu wanted to deepen his cooperation with Fang Yuan. Because of all these reasons, Fang Yuan easily succeeded in getting this transaction. Fang Yuan paid a lot of resources. But these resources were originally from He Fan Grotto-heaven anyway. To purchase these heavenly crystals, Fang Yuan sold them all without hesitation. Be it Chu sect or Bai Zu tribe, they needed these resources greatly. Because of their battle, both sides had expended a lot of their foundation, they needed replenishment. And the even better thing was, these resources were originally produced in He Fan Grotto-heaven, they suited the environment and did not need to adapt. After successfully hatching the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Fang Yuan settled down and observed it for some more days. After he confirmed that the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had no issues, Fang Yuan immediately left, using Lang Ya sect's teleportation GU formation to get to Tai Chiu. The sixth earthly calamity was about to arrive, there was little time. Why was Fang Yuan going to Tai Chiu? He could not undergo tribulation in Tai Chiu. Because it was too dangerous. Ancient desolate beasts and ancient desolate plants lacked intelligence, they were easily influenced by heaven's will, and would form into a giant beast tide. Fang Yuan followed a route and moved. He used familiar face, constantly changing his appearance, disguising himself as ancient desolate beasts or desolate beasts to travel, moving in Tai Chiu. Fang Yuan did not dare to go to the center of Tai Chiu, it was extremely dangerous. There were many wild immortal GU there and even immemorial desolate beasts. Thankfully, his destination was not at the center of Tai Chiu, it was at the fringe. 3 days later, he successfully reached his destination. The ground in front of him was uneven, even though there was a lot of giant grass, it could not conceal the traces of battle here. Some mangled corpses were scattered here. Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the surroundings, he did not discover any danger. He let out a breath of air and relaxed. In the previous earthly calamity, I gained a lot of dark path Dao marks. This time, I used dark limit to hide from heaven's will, the effect is many times better. Thus, I am still safe. Then next is... Fang Yuan mobilized his GU worms, inspecting the surroundings. He was very careful, he searched meticulously. There was a rank 7 immortal GU in his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had specially borrowed it from Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. Lending immortal GU was also part of Fang Yuan and Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's deal. Other than this, there was an immortal killer move. With this rank 7 immortal GU as the core, Fang Yuan used the immortal killer move. Not long after, he had a discovery. Good, I recalled correctly. It is here. The immortal killer move allowed Fang Yuan to discover a blessed land. It was hidden in empty space, concealed here in the air. Good Eagle, it is up to you now. Next, Fang Yuan opened the immortal aperture, letting out the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had grown multiple times in size after these days, but it was still young, it had shiny feathers and sharp eagle eyes, it was quite strong and vigorous looking. It flew in the sky, carrying Fang Yuan on its back as they flew multiple times in a circle. Under Fang Yuan's guidance, it sensed something and changed directions, aiming towards the ground and about to crash. When it was 3 meters from the ground, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle suddenly went through an entrance, as it vanished from Tai Chiu along with Fang Yuan. At the next moment, Fang Yuan arrived at a completely new blessed land. Chapter 1184. Annexing Handong Blessed Land. The entire terrain was a shallow beach. Jade green water that was less than 3 meters deep, large numbers of rocks piled on the beach, like ink on a casually drawn canvas, they resembled strokes and lines that weave together. There were many pools of green water, some formed lakes, some formed tiny seas, it was distributed like pieces of a chessboard. This is quite similar to Dongfang tribe's Jade Pool Blessed Land. Fang Yuan thought to himself. But he was aware that this place was different from Jade Pool Blessed Land at its core. Jade Pool Blessed Land was filled with many deep pools. There were tens of thousands of them, resembling the stars in the sky, forming a beautiful sight. And inside the jade pools, the water was different and bred countless aquatic species. But the water here was connected to the same source, because there were crevices between the rocks that formed the terrain of the beach. Fang Yuan looked. There were large numbers of fish and prawns, all sorts of aquatic insects and mortal GU. Under the beach, in the crevices, there were seashells, mussels, seaweed, and others. But what was most abundant was a type of snake. This snake was pinkish-red in color. It was small and delicate, about the size of an adult's thumb. Smaller ones were only a few centimeters. This was a spirit snake. GU Immortal Han Dong specialized the most in this transformation. This was Han Dong's blessed land. Han Dong was one of the traveling 3 elites. Back then when Dong Fang Chang Fan possessed Dong Fang Yuliang and tried to revive, he had used the immemorial ruin-back corpse to create a temporary base. By the time Fang Yuan and the rest got there, GU Immortal Han Dong from the traveling 3 elites had already died here. The traveling 3 elites were Lu Qingming, Su Guang, and Han Dong. They were lone cultivators, rather famous ones. When the 3 worked together, they could use an immortal killer move that gathered light, forming a chariot that could travel quickly. In the GU Immortal world, when some GU Immortals developed close relationships, they would help each other and cultivate together. As time passes, when they become more familiar, if they were talented, they would comprehend and create new joint immortal killer moves. The traveling 3 elites were like this. The wind thunder roar of Chou Lao Wu and Haoshan was similar. Among the 3 of them, Lu Qingming was a wind path GU Immortal. His signature move was Entangled Wind. It was very powerful and maneuverable. Su Guang was a light path GU Immortal, while Han Dong cultivated Transformation Path. He was a Transformation Path rank 6 GU Immortal. This Han Dong Blessed Land was a rank 6 Blessed Land. Fang Yuan floated in the sky. At this time, a pinkish-red spirit snake slithered over towards Fang Yuan. Hiss hiss hiss. The spirit snake was translucent without scales. Its flesh was pinkish. It did not have bones. Just one red line held its body from head to tail together. It hissed at Fang Yuan, showing animosity in its tone. This was different from the other snakes. Fang Yuan could understand it, as the hissing turned into words in his ears. Who are you? Why did you invade my home? Quickly leave. You are not welcomed here. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. I came here because I want to be your master. What are the conditions for that? Hiss hiss hiss. The pinkish-red spirit snake hissed unhappily. Fang Yuan nodded, feeling overjoyed. He thought to himself, so Han Dong's obsession before death has to do with Lu Qingming and Su Guang. It turned out that Han Dong Blessed Land's condition was very simple yet strict. The spirit snake in front of Fang Yuan was the Blessed Land's land spirit, created after Han Dong's death, fusing his obsession with heavenly power. This land spirit would only acknowledge Lu Qingming or Su Guang. When either of them arrived, this blessed land would belong to them. From this point, the traveling 3 elites truly had a close relationship. Han Dong's obsession before dying was to leave all of his assets to his 2 good friends. In that case, I will bring Lu Qingming here. We are good friends. Fang Yuan spouted nonsense. Hiss hiss hiss. Spirit Snake asked, is that true? You can find Lu Qingming? That is wonderful. In fact, he is nearby. Because your main body died here, Lu Qingming and Su Guang have been thinking about it. But Taiqiu is too dangerous, thus, they asked me for help, and we finally found you after so long. Fang Yuan started his chain of lies. He neither was flustered nor did his heart beat faster. The spirit snake slithered around, moving its body. It was very excited. Next, it made an agreement with Fang Yuan. In just a few minutes, Lu Qingming would arrive. Thank you, truly, you are a good person. The spirit snake's attitude changed. It was very welcoming as it opened the entrance, sending Fang Yuan out. You must find Lu Qingming. Seeing Fang Yuan off, the spirit snake closed the entrance longingly. Fang Yuan flew in a circuit outside, storing away the upper extreme heavenly eagle and using familiar face to become Lu Qingming. He came back and waited for a while, before the Blessed Land's entrance opened. Lord Lu Qingming, sob sob sob. The spirit snake was at the entrance. Seeing Lu Qingming, it started to sob uncontrollably. Fang Yuan consoled it as the spirit snake's mood lifted. The spirit snake asked, Lord Lu Qingming, where is your friend from earlier? He is a nice person, he actually brought you here. He is a kind and helpful person, he is very dependable. He has already left, he said that there is no point in staying here, he has already done his part. Fang Yuan continued with his fairy tales. The pitiful land spirit could not see through familiar face, it thought he was speaking the truth, immediately acknowledging Lu Qingming as its master. Hiss hiss hiss. The spirit snake coiled around Fang Yuan's shoulder, from now on, you are the owner of this blessed land. Fang Yuan immediately changed his tone, wonderful, I've thought about it, I will give this blessed land to that friend of mine from earlier. Hiss. The spirit snake was stunned. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, since I am the owner of this place, I have the authority for that, right? Hiss, hiss. The pinkish-red spirit snake lowered its head, it was upset but it still responded, acknowledging Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan immediately left, in a moment, he got rid of familiar face and returned in his original appearance. Very successfully, the spirit snake acknowledged him as master. Hiss hiss hiss. The spirit snake said, from today onwards, you are the owner of this blessed land. Sigh, even though I am sad, this is Lord Lu Qingming's wish. Next, there were even more saddening words coming out of Fang Yuan's mouth, since you acknowledge me as your master, work with me, assimilate this blessed land into my own blessed land. Hiss? Hiss, 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 hiss hiss. The spirit snake was completely stunned, before becoming frantic, what? Why must we do that? If we do that, I will disappear. Of course I know that. But by fusing into my blessed land, I can skip multiple calamities and tribulations, it is helpful to me. Fang Yuan continued. The pinkish-red spirit snake thought of something and cried out, to annex my blessed land, you need to be at least a transformation path master. I primarily cultivate transformation path, I am a Grandmaster. Fang Yuan replied mockingly. The spirit snake lost all its vigor, its head was lowered to the ground, fine, you are the owner of the blessed land, you can do whatever you want, I will cooperate. Immortal apertures could annex one another. There were many restrictions and requirements in this. Firstly, a smaller immortal aperture could not engulf a bigger one. Secondly, dead apertures could not devour others. Finally, annexing immortal apertures required specific attainment levels. To annex a rank 6 blessed land, one needed to have master attainment level in that path. For rank 7 blessed lands, one needed Grandmaster attainment level. And for rank 8 Grotto-heavens, one needed Great Grandmaster attainment level. Once these requirements were met, another person's immortal aperture could be devoured and become part of one's own immortal aperture. There were many benefits in this. Firstly, the resources inside the annexed immortal aperture would be completely transferred into the other immortal aperture without any need for relocation. Secondly, one would gain a portion of its Dao marks. Thirdly, and the most crucial point, the skipping of calamities and tribulations. For example, Hu Immortal, an enslavement path lone cultivator from Central Continent, had died during her 5th earthly calamity, from the blue charm lightning shadow. Even though the blue charm lightning shadow remained, the 5th earthly calamity of Hu Immortal blessed land was past. If a Gu Immortal annexed this blessed land, they would gain all of the resources inside Hu Immortal blessed land, at the same time, they would receive a portion of the blessed land's Dao marks, and they would skip at least one calamity or tribulation, to a maximum of 5. Furthermore, the countdown towards their next calamity or tribulation would be reset. Southern border, Jade Pot Mountain. Ying Wuxie's group arrived at the interior of the mountain. To think that Jade Pot Mountain has jade soil on the surface, producing beautiful jade that is renowned in southern border, but the interior is actually an icy land, it is truly another world here. Bai Ning Bing stood inside the icy cave, sighing in shock. As they got deeper into Jade Pot Mountain, the temperature lowered, frost energy emanated, even though the GU Immortals had defensive methods, they still felt a strong chill assaulting them. Ying Wuxie suddenly paused his steps. He seemed to have sensed something. He spoke while looking forward at the empty space. "We are here. This is a rank 6 Immortal Aperture left behind by a Strength Path GU Immortal of Shadow Sect." Next, Ying Wuxie turned around and said to He Lulan, "This is for you. You have enough Strength Path attainment level, you can annex this Immortal Aperture. This way, your upcoming calamities and tribulations will be bypassed." He Lulan's expression changed. She had the great strength true martial physique, one of the 10 extremes. Her calamities and tribulations were immensely powerful. Annexing an Immortal Aperture could resolve her problem, but it sacrificed her potential for growth in the future, only to obtain some short-term benefits. She hesitated, but eventually gritted her teeth, walking forward. Ying Wuxie internally nodded at this. He understood He Lulan's feelings. He spoke, "In a GU Immortal's cultivation journey, pursuing potential and long-term growth is not wise. If you cannot survive the upcoming tribulation, then there is no future to speak of. Don't worry, this blessed land contains strength path Dao marks that are not fewer in number than your 10 extreme physique tribulation. Shadow Sect's cultivation methods are not something you can imagine. But how much you can actually absorb is up to your own fortune. Because the annexing of others' Immortal Apertures will often result in a reduction of Dao marks gained to some extent. It is far less than stuffing a GU Immortal's corpse into your Immortal Aperture directly and allowing it to break down naturally." He Lulan's body shook, the anticipation in her gaze became heavier. Ying Wuxie could not help but think of Fang Yuan. He added in his mind, "Of course, the sovereign immortal body is exempt from this." Chapter 1185. Unexpected Joy. Under the cooperation of the Blessed Land's pinkish-red spirit snake, he successfully annexed Han Dong Blessed Land, turning it into a portion of the sovereign Immortal Aperture. Thus, a shallow rock beach appeared in many northern plains, within the sovereign Immortal Aperture. In the shallow beach, there was clear jade-green water, with all sorts of fish and prawns in it. They could be seen swimming in the clear water. Between the crevices of the rocks, algae and seaweed flowed with the waves. There were even seashells and conchs. There was a great number of pinkish-red spirit snakes. Some were moving alone, exploring the crevices. Some formed into groups, swimming in the green water, resembling a ball of red threads as they moved together. Some spirit snake groups moved in hundreds. It was a grand sight. What was worth mentioning was that there was a desolate beast pinkish-red spirit snake. It was resting in a crevice between some rocks. It seemed to be in deep sleep. Even when the entire blessed land was engulfed, it did not wake up. Fang Yuan moved the whole of Han Dong Blessed Land over. The assimilation was simply perfect. Normally, if Fang Yuan took out these resources and planted them into his sovereign Immortal Aperture personally, he would need to dig rivers and create their habitat. In that case, because of the change in environment and difference in Dao marks, much of these resources would wither and die. Like what happened when Fang Yuan took away He Fan Grotto-heaven's resources, he had to constantly sell the resources in the outside world. Because these resources could not grow in the sovereign Immortal Aperture. It was not worth the effort in trying. But now, Fang Yuan directly annexed the Immortal Aperture. He saved a lot of trouble. The resources in Han Dong Blessed Land, be it the fish, prawns, or plants, did not need to adapt to a new environment. Because Fang Yuan moved the entire environment over directly. This way, Fang Yuan had completely, with 100% efficiency, taken over all of Han Dong's accumulation of resources over his life, and instantly absorbed them. Han Dong Blessed Land only produces one valuable thing, that is the spirit snakes. He can already nurture desolate beast-level spirit snakes. Even though this blessed land is low grade, to reach this extent of development is already outstanding. Thus, Fang Yuan could inherit Han Dong's business and sell the spirit snakes. Spirit snakes were a type of mutated beast, but they had a high ceiling of growth. They could reach a peak of ancient desolate beast level. Fang Yuan assessed it. This rock beach was the foundation for raising spirit snakes. The profits it generated for him slightly exceeded the star fragment grass fields that were in mini blue heaven. Fang Yuan put these resources aside for now. There were other, stranger matters. Firstly, Han Dong Blessed Land's land spirit, that pinkish red spirit snake, was still around in the rock beach. It did not die. Hiss hiss hiss. The pinkish red spirit snake twisted its delicate body, shaking its head. Even the land spirit itself was confused. The blessed land was annexed, the land spirit would die. This was common knowledge in the GU immortal world. But when it came to the sovereign immortal aperture, logic was meant to be defied. Fang Yuan did not expect this at all. He was mentally prepared to sacrifice the blessed land's land spirit. But to think that this happened. Fang Yuan's will descended to the rock beach, forming into a human shape. The pinkish red spirit snake slithered over, happily hissing at Fang Yuan. Hiss, hiss hiss hiss. Master, master! What is going on? I actually did not die. I am still alive. Master, master, you are amazing. Fang Yuan's will laughed. Of course, this is my secret art, solely created by me. It is unique in this entire GU immortal world. You think I wanted to harm you? But you are truly loyal. You were willing to sacrifice yourself and give everything to me. The pinkish red spirit snake's eyes were shining. It had deep admiration towards Fang Yuan. Hiss hiss hiss. Wow, my master is so amazing. Master's talent is higher than heaven. I am truly so blessed to have a master like you. Fang Yuan's will nodded in agreement. All right, even though I have created a secret art to annex immortal apertures of others, this is the first time I used it. How much control do you have over this rock beach? The spirit snake answered, same as before. Master, master, you are so amazing. Oh. Fang Yuan's will pondered, before saying, then, little spirit snake, can you control any other areas? The spirit snake tried and shook its head. No master, I cannot. It can only control its original territory, huh? Fang Yuan's will thought and said, then, can you try and leave this rock beach? The spirit snake was very obedient. It immediately tried. Unfortunately, as Fang Yuan had predicted, it could not leave the rock beach at all. Thus, the little spirit snake can only manage this rock beach in the future. Fang Yuan felt a slight pity. He lacked a capable individual to manage the sovereign immortal aperture for him. Earlier, he had hoped that there would be someone like Little Who Immortal to manage the place for him. After all, the sovereign immortal aperture was just too big. Fang Yuan's divine sense needed time to just look over it completely. It was a hassle to manage. It used up a lot of his time and energy over typical days. The appearance of the pinkish red spirit snake was a somewhat unexpected and joyful surprise. Fang Yuan had wanted to let it manage the sovereign immortal aperture for him, but now it seemed, forget about the sovereign immortal aperture, it could not even manage the whole of mini northern plains. Because it could only move around in its original territory. Forget it. This rock beach can be taken care of by the pinkish red spirit snake. It can sense any issues immediately if they occur. Why must I be unsatisfied? Fang Yuan quickly got over it and continued thinking calmly. The pinkish red spirit snake was not destroyed, it still existed. This was just one aspect that shocked Fang Yuan. The other aspect was in Dao marks. I annexed Han Dong Blessed Land, but I actually absorbed all of the Dao marks of the Blessed Land. What is going on? Fang Yuan was puzzled. According to the logic of the GU immortal world, when GU immortals annex immortal apertures, the Dao marks they gain would be greatly reduced from the total amount. But Fang Yuan obtained everything. Before annexing the Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had used Perceivable Dao Immortal GU to inspect the number of Dao marks in Han Dong Blessed Land. Its transformation path Dao marks were the highest in number, about 7,000, followed by water and earth path Dao marks, about 1,000 each. Time path, space path, fire path, and other Dao marks were mixed in and varied in numbers. Some were less than 100, some were a few hundred. These Dao marks were all absorbed by Fang Yuan. As Han Dong Blessed Land completely fused with him, it became a part of the sovereign immortal aperture. Results by testing with Perceivable Dao Immortal GU proved this point. I kind of understand why. Fang Yuan thought for a while, realizing something. What caused this situation was very likely to be the trait of non-conflicting Dao marks that the sovereign immortal body had. Ordinary GU immortals, even those of the 10 extreme physiques, when annexing immortal apertures, would face conflicts between different Dao marks. The GU immortals' Dao marks were like the owners of the house, and the annexed Dao marks were like guests. If guests want to enter the house and refuse to leave, even attempting to become the new owners of the house, the original owners would chase them away. Eventually, the original owners will take in a batch of guests that they like, and these guests would suit the nature of the owners, they would be of the same path. As for the other path's Dao marks, they would be chased out, few of them could enter the house and become new owners. But Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was different. This house was open and invited any guest to stay. Because Dao marks did not conflict, the original owner could allow any newcomer to stay without any issues. It is all-encompassing. Not only are Dao marks non-conflicting, even land spirits can be taken in. It is like the huge world outside, there is nothing it cannot contain. Fang Yuan suddenly felt a trace of spectral soul demon Venerable's incredible fortitude and resolution. The sovereign immortal body was formed from sovereign immortal fetus GU, it was deduced by spectral soul single-handedly, expending a great amount of time, effort, and resources, eventually refined through great danger. This immortal GU was the embodiment of spectral soul demon Venerable's beliefs and mindset. Fang Yuan could not help but praise internally. Spectral soul demon Venerable reached the apex through killing, he created soul path and was invincible in the world. But after he died, his soul went to the door of life and death, he went a step further and broke the limits he faced during his lifetime, reaching a state of being akin to that of a sea which all rivers flow into, becoming an all-encompassing being. He was truly incredible. Non-conflicting Dao marks made Fang Yuan's body very fragile, but the advantages greatly outweighed the disadvantages. Fang Yuan could use strong defensive methods to negate this weakness. But the great benefits it brought could not be replicated through other means. After annexing Han Dong Blessed Land, Fang Yuan's final gain was also his main objective, skipping calamities and tribulations. He succeeded. Originally, his sixth earthly calamity was impending. But after annexing Han Dong Blessed Land, not only was the sixth earthly calamity skipped, the countdown until the next calamity, and he even jumped forward by 4 calamities. I have already passed 5 earthly calamities, with the 6th coming soon. Now that I skipped 4, I have already passed the 9th earthly calamity, and my first heavenly tribulation would be next. GU immortals pass tribulations time and time again, it is like they were obtaining the acknowledgement of heaven and earth. The achievements of predecessors would be enjoyed by the person who annexed their immortal aperture. Even though Fang Yuan was not very clear on the reasoning behind this, it was proven countless times in history by many GU immortals, annexing other people's blessed lands would allow one to skip their tribulations. This was also a way to undergo tribulations, but in actuality, there were huge restrictions and tough conditions to meet. And the disadvantages were not small. After annexing this strength path immortal aperture, even though I gained a lot, I lost a lot of future potential in exchange for the current gains. Inside southern borders Jade Pot Mountain, He Lulan had also annexed an immortal aperture. But her expression was very gloomy. Chapter 1186. I Soul Immortal GU. Making an estimation, it was less than 30% of the immortal aperture's Dao marks. She skipped more than 10 calamities and tribulations directly. This was an immeasurable loss to He Lulan. Because of her having one of the 10 extreme physiques, every time she underwent tribulation, it would be extremely strong. Fortune and disaster came together. Whenever she succeeded in passing the tribulation, the Dao marks that she gained would be much greater in number. More than 10 calamities and tribulations, it was not just earthly calamities, but a heavenly tribulation as well. Considering this, her losses were huge. Even though undergoing tribulation was a dangerous thing, for a bold and fierce character like He Lulan, she was not afraid of difficulties, she was only afraid of being ordinary. Even if I am unwilling, what can I do? I am stuck deep in the abyss, it is not up to me. He Lulan sighed internally. Ling Wuxie observed her appearance, seeing He Lulan's gloomy expression, he smiled internally as he said, "All right, let's continue traveling." The group passed the icy tunnel, getting even deeper into the mountain. Eventually, they arrived in front of a wall of ice. Through the white wall of ice, the immortals could see countless hearts inside. These hearts were blue, there were about at least 1,000 of them. Bai Ning Bing did not know of them. But Tai Bai Yun Sheng screamed, "Oh heavens, these are ice hearts, they are all ice hearts." He Lu Lan's expression also changed, not just ice hearts, there are twin ice hearts, the latter is a rank 7 immortal material, and in such quantity. Even the normally quiet Shen gasped, unimaginable, Jade Pot Mountain actually has such an abundance of wealth. If Southern Borders GU immortals knew about this, a storm would be whipped up. In order to fight for these ice hearts, they would fight until rivers of blood flowed. Jade Pot Mountain was not uninhabited, there was a village on the mountain, with the surname Yu. Jade Pot Mountain produced jade stones and jade GU. Yu Clan Village relied on these resources for survival. Among mortal forces, Yu Clan Village, which had many rank 5 GU masters, was very powerful. But to GU immortals, they were not worth mentioning. Who could have thought that Jade Pot Mountain, controlled by a mortal force, could have such a quantity of rare immortal materials stacked together? Ying Wuxie sighed deeply. Jade Pot Mountain is nothing special on the surface, it is easy to ignore. Even my shadow sect also found this place due to a fortuitous encounter. But the ice hearts formed naturally here are not so high in quantity. My shadow sect's GU immortals had secretly set up a GU formation to turn this place into a GU breeding ground. In the past, this place had nurtured ice heart GU, but they had been taken away. There is still one ice heart immortal GU here, it was not ready earlier, but now it has completely formed. Bai Ning Bing, come here and retrieve this wild immortal GU using the method I taught you. All right. Bai Ning Bing said without hesitation. She took large steps ahead. Next, using Ying Wuxie's instructions, she stretched out both hands and placed them on the wall of ice, which was covered in frost energy. Without using any defensive methods, Bai Ning Bing's hands were completely frozen. Frost energy assaulted her as a thick layer of frost formed on her arms. He Lu Lan saw this and raised her eyebrows. Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to speak, he had an expression of pity. Ying Wuxie smiled lightly, Shen was expressionless, not saying a word. Bai Ning Bing endured the intense pain as frost energy traveled through her body from her arms. Soon, she felt her body turning stiff, even her mind was becoming frozen. The intense threat of death assaulted her in both body and mind. But she was unmoved. Inside her clear blue eyes, a firm, determined gaze could be seen. She was even more stubborn and cold than this ice wall. Endure it. Even if I die, it is nothing much. HMPH, dying from frost like this, it is interesting too, isn't it? Furthermore, Shadow Sect suffered a huge blow, they need manpower. Ying Wuxie tried so hard to recruit me, how could he let me die like this? As expected, a change occurred in front of Bai Ning Bing. Inside the wall of ice, the blue ice hearts were shaking together. The vibrations were small initially, but got more intense with time. More than 10 breaths of time later, the wall of ice made a loud sound. Cracks were forming before the immortals' eyes. Soon, they were covering the wall of ice like a spider web. One of the cracks went deep into the interior of the wall. The aura of immortal GU leaked out. Tai Bai Yunsheng almost wanted to help out. This was a wild immortal GU, it was very hard to catch. If they did not take action now, it would be too late. But Ying Wuxie was unmoved, he watched silently. Since he kept motionless, He Lu Lan and Shen also did not act. Bai Ning Bing could not move. She was completely frozen, frost energy had permeated her entire body, she was close to death. But this person who was dying greatly attracted that wild immortal GU which had broken out of the ice. This wild immortal GU flew over slowly, entering Bai Ning Bing's hold. In the immortal's vision, this immortal GU was about the size of a baby's fist, resembling a spider with a white body and 8 claws, as well as a back with blue flowery markings that showed the appearance of a vengeful ghost screaming. Rank 6 Ice Soul Immortal GU. Bai Ning Bing focused her mind, opening her phantom aperture's entrance. Ice Soul Immortal GU directly flew in. When the Phantom Aperture's entrance closed, Ying Wuxie immediately acted, healing Bai Ning Bing's injuries, dragging her back from the edge of death. Good, Ice Soul Immortal GU is already in your aperture, it has nowhere to escape, refining it will be extremely easy. Ying Wuxie clapped and smiled. Hei Lu Lan's gaze shined, she suddenly spoke, I understand, this Ice Soul Immortal GU has a close connection to Bai Ning Bing. Because Bai Ning Bing has the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Indeed, the aura of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique has an intense attraction to Ice Soul Immortal GU. Thus, I asked Bai Ning Bing to capture it without using any defensive methods. It was to completely release the aura of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique without any concealment. Ying Wuxie nodded, explaining. But if Bai Ning Bing's vitality was too high, the Wild Ice Soul Immortal GU would hesitate. Thus, only when Bai Ning Bing was on the verge of death, would Ice Soul Immortal GU feel that she was no threat and go towards her automatically. So that's it. Tai Bai Yunsheng realized. Lord Fang Yuan is so wise. The loyal She Enyu also said. Ha ha ha. Ying Wuxie raised his head and laughed, my shadow sect is huge and has many resources, being with me will give you all great benefits. Like this wall of ice, my shadow sect had spent 1,000 years mimicking a natural environment, creating this GU refinement ground. The cultivation methods that my shadow sect has are unimaginable to all of you. If your aptitude is low, we will raise it. If you have few Dao marks, we will increase them. Everything is possible. Hei Lu Lan's heart shook. Ying Wuxie's final words were clearly directed at her. This fellow, he has learned how to be a true leader, he is really improving rapidly. Before Hei Lu Lan could continue thinking, Ying Wuxie waved his hand, we're leaving. Next, we will take over Bai Song Grotto-heaven. Northern Plains. I skipped too few calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan sighed, he was not happy about this. At almost the same time as Hei Lu Lan, who was unhappy over her major losses, wanting to skip as few calamities and tribulations as possible. Fang Yuan sighed, the number of calamities and tribulations skipped did not match his expectations. If possible, he wanted to be a rank 7 GU immortal at the very next moment. The endless number of battles in Heifang Grotto-heaven made Fang Yuan realize his biggest flaw. His cultivation level was too low, his green grape immortal essence was not efficient. As Fang Yuan's identity got more complex, the dangers he faced also became greater. In the past, Fang Yuan could control the future well, because he was alone. Now that he had many alliance agreements, he could not help himself. And with the trip to Eastern Sea, he did not manage to exterminate Shadow Sect, the growth of Ying Wuxie and the rest made Fang Yuan feel immense pressure. Thus, he would rather sacrifice his future potential and raise his battle strength rapidly. Without the present, how can there be a future? Potential is good, but to have room for development, one needs to spend time. The true attitude for cultivation is to be practical, everything is for the sake of our present reality. Fang Yuan's losses were even more severe than Hei Lu Lan's, but he did not feel any pity or loss, he had a resolute and determined gaze. But Han Dong had already gone through 2 heavenly tribulations and more than 20 earthly calamities. I annexed his immortal aperture, but I only progressed by 4 earthly calamities. Is this because the sovereign immortal aperture is too big? The effect of skipping calamities and tribulations from annexing immortal apertures is not very evident. Fang Yuan thought about it from all angles, he felt that the sovereign immortal aperture was the cause. Rank 6 GU immortals face an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years, after 3 heavenly tribulations, they would become rank 7. During this process, if it was split into 3, Fang Yuan was nearly 1/3 done. This is not fast enough, I need to hit rank 7 as soon as possible, it would give me a huge boost in battle strength in terms of sustainability. Financially, I will also grow rapidly. If only Han Dong Blessed Land is not enough, I will have to annex more immortal apertures. Even though the gains in Dao marks cannot compare to undergoing tribulation myself, I can save a lot of time, I can deal with challenges and dangers from all aspects more easily now. Furthermore, When annexing blessed lands, I get all of their Dao marks without any losses. Even though it is still a loss, I just need to kill some GU immortals to make up for it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan had a ruthless light flashing in his eyes. After uncovering another advantage of the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan discovered a new way to cultivate. His original method was to go with the natural flow, undergoing tribulations and obtaining a great number of Dao marks and true meaning. But this method was too slow, his battle strength rose slowly, what grew the most was his immortal aperture's foundation. It was not suited for Fang Yuan, it would only make his situation more dangerous. Currently, Fang Yuan was going to use the method of annexing immortal apertures and skipping calamities and tribulations to rapidly raise his cultivation level. When his cultivation level rises, his battle strength would also rise. Fang Yuan would use his new battle strength to kill more enemies and annex their apertures. To avoid undergoing tribulation himself, it could also allow his immortal aperture's foundation to grow, and he would gain Dao marks as well. This method allowed Fang Yuan's battle strength to grow at the fastest speed, but his immortal aperture's foundation would increase more slowly. But it was suited for Fang Yuan's situation, it allowed him to have a better chance at survival. Both cultivation methods could create a cycle of benefits for him, they just had their own advantages and strengths. Chapter 1187. Fang Yuan's cultivation opportunity. Countless GU worms flew in the sky, expending green grape immortal essence as a grand light filled the entire sovereign immortal aperture. Splash, splash, splash. The tributary of the River of Time in the sovereign immortal aperture showed its true form, it could be seen with the naked eye. Under the power of days passed like years, this tributary of the River of Time shrank, the river's surface became thinner. Huff! Letting out a breath, Fang Yuan finally relaxed. I succeeded, the immortal aperture's rate of time has greatly slowed down. The interval between my calamities and tribulations have lengthened drastically. After confirming that the killer move succeeded, Fang Yuan retracted all of his concentration. Right now, he was inside his cloud city in Lang Ya Blessed Land. After annexing Han Dong Blessed Land, Fang Yuan immediately returned. Taichio was too dangerous, while Fang Yuan's dark limit had a time-limited effect, Heaven's Will was plotting to kill Fang Yuan at all times. Now that his immortal aperture time was slowed down, the following calamities and tribulations were far away. Fang Yuan felt relaxed all of a sudden, his pressure diminished. He had undergone careful consideration before making this decision. Since he changed his cultivation method, he did not need to undergo tribulation so frequently. Annexing blessed lands could allow him to skip calamities and tribulations, this effect had nothing to do with the rate of time in his own blessed land. The most important thing now were blessed lands. Where could he find more blessed lands? Fang Yuan first thought of Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land in Central Continent. But soon, he disregarded this unrealistic idea. It was impossible. Central Continent was a dangerous territory, the 10 ancient sects along with Heavenly Court, which had deeper foundation than Longevity Heaven, would want nothing more than to kill Fang Yuan. Like how Ying Wuxia and the rest fled from Central Continent, for Fang Yuan, it was also a death zone. Some time ago, Star Form Blessed Land faced its calamities and tribulations, the land spirit wrote to Fang Yuan, sobbing while asking for help. Fang Yuan ignored it, only sending some mortal GU and immortal essence to the land spirit, asking it to save itself. Star Form Blessed Land was in such straits, the exposed Hu Immortal Blessed Land was even more out of the question. Fang Yuan thought of Luo Po Valley. Or more accurately, the location that Luo Po Valley was previously at. There was an intense battle at Luo Po Valley, with Feng Ju Ji leading the Central Continent GU Immortals to fight against Shadow Sect's Northern Plains branch with Qin Baixing as the leader. They went through an intense battle, with victory going to the Central Continent GU Immortals in the end. At Luo Po Valley's original location, there were many GU Immortals' blessed lands. These blessed lands are in Northern Plains, can I go over and take them? This was an alluring idea, but Fang Yuan hesitated for a while, and soon after, he gave up on this option as well. Because this choice carried great risks. Even though this battle was hidden and the GU Immortals of Northern Plains did not know about it, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects and Heavenly Court knew about it, as well as Shadow Sect themselves. After GU Immortals die, Blessed Lands or Grotto-heavens would be formed outside. These Blessed Lands or Grotto-heavens contain the resources accumulated by the GU Immortals over their lifetimes. No matter how affluent a force was, they would try all ways to reclaim these resources. Since Central Continent could send people to Northern Plains for investigation of 88 true young buildings' collapse, then they can naturally send others to reclaim those Blessed Lands. And Shadow Sect too would want to take these Blessed Lands back. I did not go there earlier, there is no way I am going there now. Fang Yuan's decision was very wise. Because right now, the person secretly helping Central Continent to reclaim these immortal apertures was the rank 8 GU Immortal Prince Feng Xian. If Fang Yuan was blindly hopeful and went there on his own, Prince Feng Xian would probably laugh even in his sleep, seeing how Fang Yuan went to him on his own without any effort exerted. Fang Yuan thought of Eastern Sea next. Eastern Sea's turbulent flow sea area, at its center, there were islands in bubbles. One of the islands contained the secluded domain of heaven and earth, City Well, and inside City Well, there were lots of GU Immortals' Blessed Lands. These GU Immortals were all slammed to death by Fang Yuan using the effect of City Well to amplify Giant Hand's power. He even went inside these Blessed Lands at the moment they were placed down, and went inside to scavenge for resources. The most alluring one was Ding Qi Blessed Land. Ding Qi was a Blood Path rank 7 GU Immortal. He self-detonated before dying, not leaving any resources, Immortal GU, or soul for Fang Yuan, but his Immortal Aperture remained. Even though Fang Yuan could annex his Immortal Aperture, he did not do so on the spot. Firstly, Ding Qi Blessed Land's land spirit had a difficult requirement for ownership. It needed Fang Yuan to complete the Blood Path Immortal GU recipe of a blood revenge. If Fang Yuan still had the light of wisdom, he could rapidly complete this. But now, Wisdom GU could not be used, and Blood Revenge Immortal GU was less than 10% complete. If Fang Yuan wanted to complete this Immortal GU recipe, even with his Blood Path Grandmaster attainment level, he would need to spend a lot of time and effort on it. The cost was not worth the gain. And secondly, Fang Yuan's previous cultivation method placed emphasis on potential. He went through tribulations one by one. If he annexed Ding Qi Blessed Land, it would go against his plan. But now was different. Firstly, Fang Yuan did not achieve his goal in this Eastern Sea trip. Even though he weakened Ying Wuxue and Gang, he did not kill them once and for all. Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of Ying Wuxue. Their development speed surpassed his. The next time they met, he would be on the defensive. There was also the variant Human Alliance, Heifan Grotto-heaven's contest, joining Chu sect, and the Crazed demon agreement that was coming soon. His status was getting more complex. Fang Yuan felt trapped inside a vortex. In lots of situations, he could not do what he wanted. The alliance agreements were restricting his freedom. Times were different now. As the situation continued to change, Fang Yuan realized he too needed to change. His cultivation experiences in the 500 years of his previous life gave him keen instinct towards how he should continue his future developments, as well as impending threats. He had a strong feeling that if he did not make a change, the future was going to be very bleak. Realize, when these winds of assimilation blow in City Well, will it implicate the other immortal apertures? Will it destroy City Well directly? Fang Yuan had thought about this problem back in Eastern Sea. Thus, he did not forcefully attempt to get those blessed lands. To destroy the land spirit while keeping the blessed land intact, it would need to absorb a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. But only Grotto-heavens could absorb fragments of the immemorial 9 heavens. Like Heifan Grotto-heaven, even though Fang Yuan destroyed the heavenly spirit, it still existed. It was because this Grotto-heaven world had absorbed a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. But that was not the case for land spirits. And the turbulent flow sea area was far away in Eastern Sea. Taking a journey there and back would use a lot of Fang Yuan's time. Heavens might even be plotting to prevent Fang Yuan from obtaining City Well. Fang Yuan thought about it carefully. He found another problem limiting his annexing of immortal apertures. It was attainment level. Fang Yuan was not Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, the latter had high attainment levels in every path, he could easily absorb blessed lands into the sovereign immortal aperture. But Fang Yuan could not. Or rather, Shadow Sect refined sovereign immortal fetus GU in order to devour immortal apertures. Fang Yuan realized that if he did not take sovereign immortal fetus GU and allowed spectral soul to revive, then his development would be at an incredibly shocking speed. He had the most bloodthirsty nature among the venerables, he had many killer moves. After killing GU immortals, he could either take their main path's Dao marks and give up on the immortal aperture to raise his Dao mark foundation, or annex the immortal aperture and skip calamities and tribulations, resetting the counting of his impending tribulation. The two methods could be used in conjunction in the most efficient way. No wonder spectral soul managed to succeed in my previous life. No wonder heavens will tried all means possible to send me to the past and stop him. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze subconsciously moved towards the south. Towards the direction of southern border. Fang Yuan knew that the giant dream realm was there, a trace of spectral soul's remnant soul was there, it was the target that Ying Wuxie and the rest were desperately trying to save. Attainment level, dream realm. Southern border. Fang Yuan's body shook, he suddenly thought of something. The thoughts in his mind became extremely clear at this moment. The cultivation opportunity one need is in southern border. It is there. Snowy Mountain, first peak. The refinement path GU formation was still activated. Lady Wan Shou was energetic, appearing in front of Ma Hongyun again. Ma Hongyun saw her and his hair stood on end, he screamed, "You are here to shock me again, you want to shock me again? Good that you know." Lady Wan Shou smiled, pushing the lightning ball in her hand towards him. Ah! Ma Hongyun was twitching from the pain, his eyes rolled back but he did not foam saliva from his mouth. At the same time, his voice was very clear, if one listened closely, it was rhythmic. All in all, he lasted for a while before fainting. His cultivation level rose again? Also, he lasted 30% longer this time against the lightning refinement. Lady Wan Shou frowned as she observed. From the eyes, nose, and ears, blood was flowing out. This was the backlash of GU refinement. But Lady Wan Shou had experienced it many times, she was used to this backlash. Her healing process was also very rapid and efficient. It is a bit troublesome. The more times Ma Hongyun undergoes lightning refinement, the stronger his resistance, and the more likely this crucial step is to fail. What should I do? Change the refinement method? No. If I change the method now, I will need to change the entire Immortal GU recipe. Half of the materials we found earlier would be unusable. Snowy Mountain cannot bear such a cost anymore. Lady Wan Shou sighed to herself, feeling extremely worried. Chapter 1188. Crazed Demon Agreement. Northern Plains, Crazed Demon Cave. Liu Guanyi, we have been waiting for you. Not Immortal came to the first layer, welcoming Fang Yuan and Chu Du. The three conversed as they got deeper into the cave. Fang Yuan discovered that the route this time was slightly different from the previous time he came here. Are the demonic sounds recently very frequent? Fang Yuan asked. They are getting more frequent now. Thus, our travel route also has to be modified. Once the demonic sounds start, Dao marks will go into chaos. Not only will the desolate beasts go crazy, the terrain will also change. Not Immortal explained. A moment later, they saw Pang Shan. Pang Shan woke up from his slumber, his eyes opened slightly. You are here again, Brother Chu. He seemed to have a good relationship with Chu Du. Next, he looked at Fang Yuan. Brother Liu, I know about your capabilities, let's talk in depth after the Crazed Demon Agreement. Fang Yuan asked, how will we establish the Crazed Demon Agreement? We will need to go down to the third last layer. I can't move easily, I will not go with you. Pang Shan said vaguely, his explanation was as good as nothing. Follow me. Not Immortal continued to lead the way. The three Immortals continued to go down, the deeper they went, the more turns they had to make. Sometimes, the straight distance seemed to be short, but they had to make a long detour. Believe me, detours are much faster than walking straight in this place. Not Immortal smiled. Chu Du nodded, pointing out to Fang Yuan, when we get there, don't be too surprised. Fang Yuan felt some curiosity and anticipation. A while later, through a cavern entrance, Fang Yuan officially stepped into the third last layer of Crazed Demon Cave. His vision was covered by bright glorious lights. All sorts of colors were emanated from the rocks, soil, and grass in this place. Fang Yuan sucked in a deep breath. These are all lights of Dao marks. Only quasi-rank 9 immortal materials can radiate such lights. The Dao marks here are so dense that every piece of soil and rock is a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. Not Immortal laughed. Brother Liu makes sense, but these immortal materials have chaotic Dao marks, they cannot be used. Chu Du saw Fang Yuan's shock and smiled. Back then, when I first came here, I suffered the same shock. Not Immortal ended his laughter. The Dao marks here are extremely dense, it is not as simple as just emitting the lights of Dao marks. There is almost a state of a battlefield killer move in here. Moving here is extremely difficult. Brother Liu, why don't you try? Fang Yuan quickly shook his head. Not Immortal, since you say this, I will believe you. No need to try. Not Immortal looked at Chu Du, smiling. Brother Liu is smarter than a certain person. Back then, he refused to believe it. He wanted to charge in. I could not change his mind, and in the end, he suffered a lot. Chu Du rubbed his nose, admitting to Fang Yuan, Not Immortal is talking about me. I spent 3 years to recover from that injury. Don't look down at the Dao marks here. This place is extremely dangerous. Each step you take is precarious. I'll teach you a secret. Try to get close to the Dao marks of your own path. That can make your traveling easier, and face the least obstruction. Not Immortal nodded. That is true. I am a rule path GU Immortal. I have to try walking on places with more rule path Dao marks. And I cultivate strength path. I need to get close to the strength path Dao marks. Thus, in the following journey, we cannot help you. You have to walk on your own, Brother Liu. Chu Du said with concern. Fang Yuan nodded. Not Immortal stepped forward first. I will go first. Brother Liu, watch carefully. Fang Yuan concentrated as he looked. Not Immortal's every step was very vigilant. The first 10 steps were very easy, he could move calmly, but after 10 steps, it became difficult. After 20 steps, his movements were stiff, it was like a formless force was weighing on him. After 30 steps, Not Immortal was perspiring profusely. At the 42nd step, he stopped for the first time, breathing roughly as he turned to ask Fang Yuan, Brother Liu, did you manage to watch that? Chu Du laughed. Not Immortal. Stop acting, you are clearly unable to continue. You still tried to ask Brother Liu a question to conceal the fact that you stopped. Not Immortal was exposed. He was embarrassed and snapped, Oh Chu Du, I want to see how many steps you can take. Can you go as far as me? Chu Du snorted, would I be afraid of you? Watch closely. Before he finished his words, he took large steps forward on the Dao marks in the area. Initially, his speed was faster than Not Immortal. He moved like a dragon or tiger. Not Immortal's expression was dark. But soon, Chu Du took a wrong step and the light of Dao marks below him burst out. Chu Du grunted, his body shook as he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He was heavily injured, his momentum was lost, but he did not stop. Chu Du endured his injuries as he continued to walk step by step, as slow as a snail. Eventually, he took 38 and 39 steps. By the 40th step, he could no longer continue. His final burst of strength was used up. He stopped. I could not compare to you after all. Chu Du wiped the blood from his mouth, sighing. Not Immortal was very shocked. He stared at Chu Du with wide eyes. Domination Immortal, you actually improved so much since last time. I am ashamed. I have stayed in Crazed Demon Cave for so long. I have walked along this place hundreds of times more than you. I have such a huge advantage, but I only managed to take 42 steps. Chu Du laughed. All right, don't flatter me. I know you did not use your full strength. You are trying to salvage my face. Not Immortal did not deny it. He chuckled. Even so, your improvement is beyond my imagination. You are truly a genius at strength path cultivation. Domination Immortal, indeed, as the saying goes, titles are never wrong. Chu Du laughed heartily, waving his hand. All right, let's stop the flattery. Next, we will see Brother Liu's performance. The two immortals turned around and watched Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. Don't laugh at me when I embarrass myself. Brother Liu, relax. This is your first time here. You should focus on the feeling of walking here. Don't be obsessed over the number of steps. Not Immortal said. Chu Du laughed instead. Ha ha, don't worry Brother Liu. I will remember your pathetic state later. I walked 22 steps when I first came here. If you cannot beat me, I will laugh at you forever. Ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed too. It was a harmonious scene. But in truth, he understood internally, these two are purposely probing me. Even though Chu Du recommended me, they are not confident in my ability to explore this place, thus they created this situation. They are working together, purposely asking me to walk alone. They want to probe my foundation. If I perform too poorly, and am of no help to them, they might not even set the Crazed demon agreement with me. Involving Limitless Demon Venerable and the secret of eternal life, Fang Yuan made up his mind to put up a good show, to display his strength for Not Immortal and Chu Du. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a mysterious light. He breathed in deeply and firmly stood on the ground as he took a step forward. He chose the route with the most transformation path Dao marks. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan's expression changed. Ha ha! Chu Du observed his expression and laughed at the same time as Fang Yuan's changing expression. Brother Liu, watching alone is useless. Can you feel the pressure already? Fang Yuan felt extremely mystified on the inside, but he showed no flaws on his expression. He did not answer Chu Du. He kept quiet and continued walking forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, like this, Fang Yuan took more than 10 steps forward. Fang Yuan's weird feeling intensified. What is going on? Why do I feel no obstruction? I have already taken more than 10 steps. It feels like I am walking on normal ground. This was not normal. Fang Yuan soon guessed that the situation was caused by his sovereign immortal body. Chu Du and Not Immortal face pressure because of the conflicting Dao marks. There are a lot of Dao marks here, while the GU immortals also have a lot of Dao marks in their bodies. So even though they took 1 step at a time, walking on paths with rule path or strength path Dao marks, the surrounding Dao marks are nearby and will still pressure and reject them. But I am different. The Dao marks here are not immortal killer moves. They have no offensive power. They cannot influence me. Of course, this is just my guess. The truth might not be like this. Fang Yuan thought as he continued walking, taking a few more steps ahead. Not Immortal and Chu Du's expressions changed mildly. This Liu Guanyi is so strong. Not Immortal was extremely shocked. He is almost at the 20th step. He can still move so calmly. The first time I came, every step was difficult. I had to exert all my effort. It was a pathetic sight. Chu Du recalled his own experience. Compared to the situation in front of him, his pride and self-confidence was taking a huge beating. A thought appeared in his mind uncontrollably. Don't tell me, this Liu Guanyi is an even greater genius in cultivating transformation path compared to me and strength path? He has even higher attainment level. Actually, Fang Yuan was trying his best to conceal himself. He pretended to be panting, like he was very tired. But his acting was in reference to Chu Du and Not Immortal earlier. They had gone through this many times, they were experienced, they could maintain their composure. Even though Fang Yuan showed a pathetic sight, he was just slightly weaker than them. Eventually, Fang Yuan stopped at the 20th step, smiling. I am about the same as you, Brother Chu. Chu Du looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. Brother Liu, you have not gone all out. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I am barely holding on. If I continue, I will start spitting out blood. Chu Du's smile was even more bitter than his. I will not lie to Brother Liu. The first time I came here, I started spitting out blood at the 10th step. Chapter 1189. Huge rise in cultivation level. But this was just a small mistake. It was not a problem. Let's continue moving. We can set the alliance agreement before talking more. Not Immortal smiled. His attitude was much warmer than before. Fang Yuan's earlier performance made Not Immortal's evaluation of him rise by several levels. The three traveled in the land of Dao marks with much difficulty. As they moved forward, Dao marks were denser, the obstruction was greater. Of course, this was referring to Not Immortal and Chu Du, but Fang Yuan also faced a lot of difficulty, having to pretend he was having a tough time, so that Chu Du and Not Immortal would not be suspicious of him. The three immortals walked and rested. The short journey took them 15 minutes. Eventually, they came to a rock. A newcomer? The rock suddenly spoke, as smoke rose up from the rock before vanishing. The rock had turned into a skinny and short Gu immortal. He had a goatee, he was at the height of Fang Yuan's knee, and his tiny eyes were shining brilliantly. This is one of the three Crazed demon eccentrics, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Secret Schema. Chu Du introduced at an appropriate timing. Fang Yuan gasped in his mind, this person is actually Secret Schema. He concealed his expression perfectly, acting like he had heard it for the first time, immediately greeting, "Hello, I am Liu Guanyi of Transformation Path." A day later. "Brother Liu, Brother Chu, you are leaving so soon, aren't you staying for a few more days?" At the first layer of Crazed Demon Cave, Not Immortal tried to ask them to stay. "No." Chu Du smiled bitterly and rejected, "You also know about Northern Plains situation. I recently created Chu Du and allied with Bai Zu tribe. Right now, the Righteous Path is targeting our lone cultivator sect. They cannot stand us, they are gathering members to deal with us." Not Immortal sighed, "These are external worldly affairs, what is there that you cannot part with? Fame and reputation, will they still remain after death? In the legends of Ren Zhu, after Verdant Great Sun died, his soul went to the door of life and death. He stayed in pacifying Soul Lake as reputation Gu left him. Only eternal life is the worthy goal and pursuit of us Gu immortals." Chu Du had a determined expression, "I will make sure Strength Path flourishes. This is a promise I made to someone. If I cannot achieve it, I will not live in peace." Fang Yuan could not help but look at Chu Du. This was the first time he had heard Chu Du say his aspiration. Chu Du's expression of sincerity did not seem to be fake. It seems that there is a story behind Chu Du cultivating Strength Path. Fang Yuan was thinking about this, when Not Immortal asked him, "Brother Liu, you have a lot of potential, why don't you stay here?" Fang Yuan smiled, "I came here this time to sign the Crazed Demon Agreement. Now that it is done, I have other matters to settle." Not Immortal actually thought more highly of Fang Yuan. Mainly because Fang Yuan's performance this time left a deep impression on him. Fang Yuan was more confident than Not Immortal in this aspect. He felt that he could even run freely in the third last layer's Dao mark landscape. But if he did that, it would be too shocking, the jaws of the three Crazed demon eccentrics would drop. I have not seen the bottom and second last layers yet, I cannot assess them. But the third last layer is not a problem. Derivation Gu is at the bottom layer, but with the three Crazed demon eccentrics guarding it, I cannot act alone. Fang Yuan felt it was somewhat of a pity. One day, he would return to Crazed Demon Cave, using his advantage to explore the place. But now was not the time. He had to raise his cultivation level, that was the most important matter. As for Derivation Gu, even if Fang Yuan obtained it, what use would it have? It was a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan thought back to Wisdom Gu, he could neither use it, nor would he know how to, it would be a huge burden if he actually obtained it. Other than eternal life, everything else is temporary. "Brother Liu, how long would you need?" Not Immortal asked. He did not want to let a useful person like Fang Yuan go. Fang Yuan's gaze shined, looking at Chu Du. "Actually, I am a member of Chu's sect. Right now the Huang Jin tribes are attacking Chu's sect, I need to help them." Chu Du knew that Fang Yuan was using him as an excuse, but hearing this, he still felt warmed internally. "Sigh, you guys, never mind." Not Immortal saw that he could not convince Fang Yuan and gave up. Fang Yuan and Chu Du said goodbye to Not Immortal, before flying towards the sky. On the way back, Fang Yuan asked Chu Du about the situation in Northern Plains, as well as the difficulties Chu's sect was currently facing. Fang Yuan had also undergone the Crazed demon agreement. His relationship with Chu Du had deepened again. Chu Du did not conceal it from him. He smiled bitterly. Right now, I feel great pressure too. Even though Chu sect allied with Bai Zu tribe, we are against an enemy with tens or hundreds of times our strength. But they are not unified and have their own territories. They can only deploy limited GU immortals. And they are in the righteous path. They talk about rules and reputation. We still have a chance. When are they coming? Fang Yuan asked the crucial question. Chu Du chuckled. Far from now. Even though they are spreading news everywhere and saying harsh words, they are still far from setting off. These Huang Jin tribes have their own conflicts and disagreements. They need to consider a lot of things. Things are not as simple for them as us demonic path members. Fang Yuan nodded. Chu Du's words made him gain even clearer insight and analysis of the current situation in Northern Plains. Chu Du looked at Fang Yuan. This might sound presumptuous, but Brother Liu, your transformation path has already reached Great Grandmaster attainment level. What? Not yet. Fang Yuan replied. Even if you are not a Great Grandmaster, you are at least quasi-Great Grandmaster. Chu Du said with much self-confidence. Fang Yuan laughed, asking instead, how did you know? Chu Du chuckled, I deduced it from your performance with the Dao marks. The higher your attainment level, the easier it is to explore Crazed Demon Cave. Not Immortal was shocked by my improvement. That was because I had recently attained a qualitative improvement in my strength path attainment level. Chu Du stared at Fang Yuan, his gaze contained deep meaning. Fang Yuan knew that he was trying to ask about the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. After all, Chu Du was only using Calamity beckoning Immortal GU to gain some benefits from Fang Yuan. The core method that could draw out Reckless Savage true meaning had been kept secret by Fang Yuan. He did not reveal any of it. Fang Yuan knew what Chu Du was trying to ask, but he pretended not to know, saying, oh, I see. After saying those 3 words, there was no follow-up. They continued traveling quietly. Disappointment flashed deep in Chu Du's eyes. He had been desiring Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture all along, but in this situation, that was no longer the focus. Thus, Chu Du asked very vaguely. He knew that a clever person like Fang Yuan would understand what he was trying to say. But Fang Yuan replied with 3 words, oh, I see. Chu Du immediately understood. Fang Yuan had rejected him. Like how Chu Du asked very subtly, Fang Yuan's answer was the same. Oh, I see. It meant that Fang Yuan's method to draw out true meaning was not for sale. He rejected a transaction. I can only forget about it for now. Chu Du felt it was a pity, but he was very rational. In this situation, he had to deepen his cooperation with Fang Yuan. He could not worsen their relationship. Fang Yuan did not return to Heifan Grotto-heaven with Chu Du. Halfway through the journey, he parted with Chu Du. Fang Yuan flew towards the southwest direction. Some days later, he landed on an ordinary-looking mound. According to Shui Songzi's memories, this is the place. Fang Yuan looked around, confirming that he had arrived at the right place. He started to activate his Immortal GU. After a while, the Immortal Killer move activated successfully, and he found the location of a blessed land accurately. His Immortal GU and Immortal Killer move were borrowed from Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. For this, he paid a huge price. However, it was completely worth it for Fang Yuan. Found it! Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He summoned the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. The Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle carried Fang Yuan and flew in a circle a few times, before piercing through space and bringing him into a new blessed land. The owner of this blessed land had cultivated Earth Path during his life, thus, this blessed land was covered in black rotten mud. Many small mud monsters were rolling around here. From time to time, a desolate beast giant mud monster would jump up from the soil, like a huge black tidal wave. A small mudman with a green strand of grass coming from its head floated and came to Fang Yuan. Ba ba ba. The small mudman spoke, talking to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan listened and understood what it was saying. He could not help but look at the mud below him, muttering, to become the owner of the Blessed Land, I need to defeat 5 Desolate Beast mud monsters at once. Hell, easy! The acknowledgement requirement of this Earth Path Blessed Land was difficult for most rank 6s. But for Fang Yuan, it was very simple. Fang Yuan was not unfamiliar with Earth Path. In fact, due to his previous life's experiences, his Earth Path attainment level was at Master level. After annexing this Earth Path Blessed Land, his mini-Western Desert gained a huge swamp. For the following month, Fang Yuan went around everywhere, finding blessed lands and annexing them. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle displayed immense value. Fang Yuan easily got into blessed lands to explore them. The information of these blessed lands was basically obtained from the GU immortal souls that Fang Yuan captured. Dong Fang Chang Fan, Zhengling, Shui Song Zi, and the 9 GU immortals in Heifan Grotto-heaven, as well as the countless GU immortal souls from the Turbulent Flow Sea area, and of course, Hei Cheng who was alive. Counting them all, Fang Yuan had a large number of GU immortal captives. These captives had been soul-searched many times. He obtained all of their intel. Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose tremendously. He skipped calamities and tribulations time and time again. The space and resources in the sovereign immortal Aperture also increased each time he succeeded, rising time and time again. Fang Yuan had long since passed his first heavenly tribulation. By the time Fang Yuan returned to Lang Ya Blessed Land, in this short period of time, he had already passed 2 heavenly tribulations. He was a rank 6 GU immortal who was only 3 earthly calamities away from his 3rd heavenly tribulation. Chapter 1190. Bloodplane Martial Competition. Rank 8 GU immortal Prince Feng Xian was silently sitting with his eyes shut. Flames were burning around him, like clothes fluttering in the sky. They were dazzling and brilliant, dancing like dragons or snakes, extraordinary. Right now, Prince Feng Xian opened his mouth, spitting out small pearls of flame. The pearls of flame grew with the wind. In a breath of time, they expanded to become orange-red fireballs with the size of a baby's head. The fireballs circled around Prince Feng Xian's body, flying up and down, left and right. Next, Prince Feng Xian opened his mouth again, spitting out another pearl of flame. A while later, Prince Feng Xian already had 8 fireballs around him. They were flying around, crashing into one another. They moved in a profound trail, circling around Prince Feng Xian endlessly. Right at this time, Prince Feng Xian suddenly opened his eyes. An unbelievably sharp light burst out from his eyes. It was extremely dazzling. Bam bam bam. The 8 fireballs self-detonated one by one, turning into flickers of flames, dissipating. I failed again. I did not manage to deduce any trace of Fang Yuan. Prince Feng Xian's eyes were shining. He stared at the fireballs that were gone. If his deduction succeeded, these flames would instantly draw Fang Yuan's location, as well as what he was doing. Evidently, Prince Feng Xian had failed once more. He learned nothing. I am not a Wisdom Path GU immortal after all. I was just mimicking Wisdom Path. I cannot deduce Fang Yuan's true location. Prince Feng Xian sighed. He was tasked to capture Fang Yuan, but the problem was, he had hidden himself too deeply. Most of the time, he was inside a blessed land and did not come out. As long as blessed lands and grotto-heavens did not absorb fragments of the 9 heavens, they would be a completely different world isolated from the 5 regions. Even Fairy Ziwei cannot deduce anything. Prince Feng Xian primarily cultivated Fire Path. He naturally could not. Of course, Fang Yuan would go outside as well. But he had Familiar Face and Dark Limit Immortal GU. Together with his Dark Path Dao marks, Fang Yuan could conceal his traces every time he traveled. Lord Feng Xian, Gong tribe is here. They want to meet you. At this moment, a female GU immortal dressed in yellow came to the hall and reported. She was beautiful like a flower. She had watery eyes and peach-like lips. She was one of Prince Feng Xian's 2 female GU immortal attendants, Lu Yao. Gong tribe is here? HMPH. Prince Feng Xian frowned, not meeting them. But Gong tribe's GU immortal brought the longevity edict. Li Yao hesitated. Prince Feng Xian smiled lightly. So what if they have the longevity edict? It can control the Huangjin bloodline, but I am not one of them. Li Yao pouted, but Lord, did you forget, we are now spies inside Northern Plains. You are still a son-in-law of Gong tribe on the surface, an external supreme elder. If you defy the longevity edict openly, would it not be a problem? Ha ha ha. Prince Fengxian laughed heartily. Li Yao, you are only half right. Longevity heaven is not to be underestimated. It is a rank 9 Grotto-heaven, it has giant sun Immortal Venerable's foundation, and is unfathomably deep. It is simply like Central Continent's Heavenly Court in Northern Plains. But this time, Longevity Heaven sent orders to unite the Huangjin tribes. All of the Righteous Path super forces are to attack Bai Zu tribe. This is a unified battle of the Huangjin tribes against outside forces. The collapse of 88 Truyang building, the creation of Bai Zu tribe, as well as Chu sect, have stepped on Longevity Heaven's bottom line constantly. This time, Longevity Heaven will definitely not ask for my help. Yao Huang is their only choice. Prince Fengxian analyzed it perfectly. Li Yao's eyes shone, but she did not understand. Then why did Gong tribe's Gu Immortal bring the longevity edict here personally? Prince Fengxian's eyes shined with cold light. These people from Gong tribe are trying to falsely use that authority, to use the longevity edict and deceive me into helping them. You also know about Gong tribe's objective. They are still dreaming of becoming the #1 righteous path force. So that's it. Then we will not meet them. Li Yao smiled, showing her pearly white teeth. She had a beautiful smile, like the image of spring. It was all according to what Prince Fengxian had analyzed. Several days later, the longevity edict was passed on to all of the Huangjin tribes, eventually ending up in Yao Huang's hands. Yao Huang used his old hands to receive the longevity edict, sighing deeply to himself. This longevity edict still ended up with me after all. To one who heard him mumbling, it may have seemed that Yao Huang was aware all along. The truth was that it was an obvious situation. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. If the Northern Plains Righteous Path forces wanted to deal with Bai Zu tribe, they would need to have a rank 8 Gu Immortal to deal with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu. On the surface, out of the rank 8 Gu Immortals in Northern Plains, other than Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, old ancestor Shui who was in the demonic path, 5 elements Grandmaster was a lone immortal and had invaded Longevity Heaven. He was already trapped inside Calamity Luck Altar. Only Prince Fengxian and Yao Huang were left. Prince Fengxian's identity was the biggest problem. He did not have the Huangjin bloodline, he was just a son-in-law of Gong tribe. If they relied on Prince Fengxian and defeated Bai Zu tribe, would that not prove 5 elements Grandmaster's point? The great Huangjin bloodline, descendants of giant sun Immortal Venerable, could not rely on themselves to defeat a strong foe. Thus, for Longevity Heaven, there was only one person they could choose, the rank 8 Refinement Path Gu Immortal Yao Huang. In fact, Yao Huang really did not want to involve himself in this mess. Currently, he was very busy trying to refine resurrection from the dead Immortal Gu. He was severely interrupted. Yao Huang was in a bad mood. Ping. A soft sound echoed. Yao Huang threw the longevity edict onto the table casually. I should go talk to Heavenly Lord Bai Zu first. Yao Huang sighed, storing his immortal aperture and going to the outside world of Northern Plains, flying into White Heaven. A moment later, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, who received Yao Huang's invitation, hesitated for a moment, before deciding to meet with Yao Huang and discuss the matter. The 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals met in White Heaven and talked in secret. In fact, they were friends. Long ago, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu had considered creating Bai Zu tribe. Thus, as a lone cultivator, he got very close to Yao Huang. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu wanted to be in the righteous path, but there were only 2 righteous path Gu Immortals. Prince Fengxian did not originate from the righteous path, he stayed by himself and his relationship with Gong tribe was not good. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu could only have a goal of getting close to Yao Huang. Afterwards, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu and Yao Huang had fought against old ancestor Shuehu together. Even though they lost and caused old ancestor Shuehu's reputation to surge, this matter had brought Heavenly Lord Bai Zu and Yao Huang closer together. Thus, when they met, there was no animosity or anger. Friend, what do you think? Yao Huang smiled and asked. Sigh, it has gotten to this point. I'll tell you the truth, I did not expect this. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu waved his hand. He also felt very gloomy about the situation. His motive was very simple, he wanted to take down Fang Grotto-heaven. But to think that Chu Du's battle strength and wits exceeded Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's expectations, it caused the situation to change and worsen. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu could not back out. Among which, the rumors and threats regarding Heavenly Lord Bai Zu in Northern Plains GU Immortal World were all spread by Chu Du and his subordinates. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was aware of this. Anyone with a functioning brain knew. But now, in fact, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu and the culprit of the rumors, Chu Du, had allied to deal with the righteous path forces that he did not want to face. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was also very helpless in the progression of this matter. Yao Huang saw Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's expression and deeply understood his feelings. Yao Huang pointed and smiled. Old friend, do you understand now? It is not easy to be the leader of a righteous path force. In many situations, even as rank 8 GU immortals, we cannot act freely. I used to envy your lone cultivator status. I also urged you not to create any righteous path force. Do you feel it now? I feel it. But I have worked hard for so long, it was not easy to get such results. I am not willing to give up just yet. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu said openly. Yao Huang was silent, before saying, I do not want to interfere in this matter either, but I cannot help it. Longevity Heaven's token is already in my hands. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu sighed deeply. He felt gladness but also sorrow in his heart. He was glad that his relationship with Yao Huang was close enough, but the sad thing was, he and Yao Huang were friends, but they had to fight. Even as rank 8 GU immortals, they could not decide this for themselves. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu sighed deeply. Then we can only fight now. Yao tribe waved his hand. This is an eventual matter, we are not in a rush now. Even though I am in charge of this matter, Yao tribe is just one of the righteous path forces. I still have Longevity Heaven overseeing it. They are watching patiently now. Even if we fight, we cannot resolve this matter. In my opinion, we should let these juniors fight first, and rile them up. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu pondered and nodded. Then in that case, let's decide a date for a martial competition. All right. Yao Huang thought, Blood Plain is a good choice of location. How about there? That is good. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu agreed instantly. The two GU immortals talked for a while, deciding the matter of the Blood Plain martial competition, before leaving White Heaven and going back to their tribes. They gave their respective instructions on the Blood Plain martial competition. At once, Northern Plains GU Immortal World went into commotion again. A new storm was brewing. It faintly swept through the entire Northern Plains GU Immortal World. The GU Immortals from the Huang Jin tribes were rubbing their hands together in anticipation. They felt that they had sufficient strength to suppress the allied forces of Bai Zu tribe and Chu sect. They had high morale. In terms of foundation, the allied forces of Chu sect and Bai Zu tribe could not match the alliance of the righteous path forces, but they could seek help. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was from the lone cultivator faction, while Chu Du was a famous expert in the demonic path. There was still some time until the competition. News of the Blood Plain martial competition had spread. Even Central Continent and the other regions heard of it. Both sides were gathering strength. The righteous path Huang Jin tribes were choosing carefully, only picking the elites, while Bai Zu tribe and Chu sect started recruiting for experts to help them, making great preparations. Chapter 1191. Begging. Delicious wine and food was set out in the garden. Come, Brother Shu, I have heard that you like delicious wine. I have purposely looked for these wines for you to taste. GU Immortal Yang Feng sat upright as he stretched out his arm towards his esteemed guest. This guest had short white hair and shining golden eyes with sharp light in them. He wore a tight martial uniform and had a blue-silver belt. His forearms and knees had dazzling armor. He had broad shoulders and a slim waist. He was emitting a valiant aura. But he was half leaning on the wall and had a casual posture. It lifted a bit of the pressure that he was emitting. GU Immortal Yang Feng was a rank 7 transformation path GU Immortal, an expert in ancient soul sect of the 10 great ancient sects, but compared to his guest, he was inferior in fame. Because this guest was Shalay, he cultivated Earth Path primarily and Transformation Path secondarily. He was at the peak of rank 7, he was an expert of Central Continent known as the Immortal Monkey King. Then I will not stand on ceremony. Shalay laughed, he stretched out his arm, lifting the wine vat on the table. Breaking the seal, the smell of liquor burst out, it felt like an intense flame had started raging. Instantly, in the huge garden, it was filled with the smell of thick alcohol. The alcohol was red in color, the vapor gathered around the vat, resembling a bright cloud of flames. Shalay saw this and became joyful, praising, "Good wine. So this is the legendary Red Emperor wine. Brother Yang Feng, you could actually get your hands on this, you are quite impressive." Gu Immortal Yang Feng laughed loudly. "I'll not hide it from Brother Shi, I paid a huge price to obtain it from Ancient Soul Sect's treasury. Come to speak of it, this was thanks to our ancestor. 300,000 years ago, a Gu Immortal from our sect became friends with a Gu Immortal of Eastern Sea, Wine Emperor. During the Gu Refinement Path Convention, they competed in refining Gu and agreed that whoever won would obtain the loser's creation. They fought for 81 days, having their respective victories, they were closely matched. This Red Emperor wine was created by Wine Emperor, he had lost it to our ancestor. Ancient Soul Sect of the 10 Great Ancient Sects had ancient in its name. True to its name, the sect was very old, having the longest history among the 10 Great Ancient Sects. 300,000 years ago, that was the medieval antiquity era. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable appeared in succession during this era. A female Gu Immortal, Shui Ni, founded Water Path and built Spirit Affinity House. It was also during this era. Oh. Shalay was intrigued. Wine Emperor, I know this person, he was a Food Path rank 8 expert, he was very famous in human history. His entire life's effort was in the creation of his 3 sovereign 5 Emperor wines. Legend says that by combining these 8 wines, one can obtain the rank 8 Liquor Worm Immortal Gu. Using this Gu, one can turn rank 8 White Lychee Immortal Essence into rank 9 Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence. After this person died, he left his inheritance behind. Currently, there is the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal Zui Xianwang, who became the 137th inheritor. Brother Shu, you are so knowledgeable, I am impressed. Cheers! Yang Feng raised his wine cup. Shalay waved his hand instead. Drinking with a cup is not satisfying enough, let's drink from the vats directly. Okay, Brother Shu, you are very direct, I will do the same. Yang Feng patted the table, replying. But Shalay had just touched the vat when his movements paused, his expression changed as he looked outside. An Information Path Immortal Gu had appeared in the sky above the garden, it was flying around but did not land. Shalay's golden eyes shone. This is an Immortal Gu from my sect, Brother Yang, please let it in. This garden was not normal, it was exquisitely built, grand with white jade tiles, it was oozing with cold air, there were faint dragon roars heard occasionally. This was Ancient Soul Sect's Immortal Gu House, Frost Dragon Manor. Yang Feng manipulated the Immortal Gu House, opening a path for the Information Path Immortal Gu to fly towards Shalay. After inspecting it, Shalay's expression changed slightly. Yang Feng could not ask about the sect matters, he raised his cup and savored the Red Emperor wine. To think that Shalay took the initiative, Northern Plains Gu Immortals are indeed battle maniacs. Hay tribe was just destroyed, and now they are starting to fight again. This time, the commotion is even bigger. All the Huang Jin tribes are ganging up to deal with the newly established alliance of Chu sect and Bai Zu tribe. Chu sect? Yang Feng was confused. This is a newly created sect, do you know about Northern Plains Chu Du? I know a little, a Strength Path Gu Immortal, known as Domination Immortal. That's right, he created Chu sect. This person is not to be underestimated, he used Fang Grotto-heaven to forcefully resist Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's invasion. He even nurtured many Strength Path Gu Immortals secretly, he has quite a force. Yang Feng frowned. After absorbing this information, he said, Strength Path is like the setting sun, it is nothing much. But this Chu sect is probably the first sect in Northern Plains, this Chu Du is so daring. That's right. Shelley said, "This is a good show to watch. Both sides have agreed to hold a martial competition. Northern Plains is really exciting, they are fighting all the time, why was I not born in Northern Plains?" Cough, cough. Shelley patted his own head, "Oh, I nearly forgot. Heavenly Court has orders, we are to go and attack star-form blessed land now." "Why, Heavenly Court has already confirmed that Fang Yuan will not come?" Yang Feng asked in surprise. As it turned out, after Ying Wuxie and the rest escaped from Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei had never given up on searching for Fang Yuan's traces. Fang Yuan's true body was not exposed yet, even Prince Feng Xian could not make any progress. But using some clues and her immense capabilities, Fairy Ziwei managed to forcefully deduce the existence of Star-form Blessed Land. Star-form Blessed Land was inside Earth Abyss, it was in Ancient Soul Sect's territory. Fairy Ziwei specially asked Gu Immortal Shelley to complete a task. Shelley was a Supreme Elder of Combat Immortal Sect. Ancient Soul Sect sent Yang Feng to cooperate with Shelley. Shelley was following orders, according to Fairy Ziwei's plan, he was waiting in ambush. The moment Fang Yuan returned to Star-form Blessed Land, he would capture him immediately. But after waiting for so long, Fang Yuan did not even appear once. Not long ago, Star-form Blessed Land faced Calamity, Fang Yuan made up his mind and ignored it. Fairy Ziwei noticed Fang Yuan's determination and deduced that if Star-form Blessed Land was kept intact, it would be of much help to Fang Yuan in the future. Thus, she decided to go ahead and order Shelley to destroy Star-form Blessed Land. Spirit Affinity House. Lake Heart Mountain. Feng Jin Huang's accommodations. Senior sister, you are amazing, you could refine even this type of GU. Qin Huan held the GU with both hands as she cried out excitedly. Feng Jin Huang had snowy skin, her eyebrows were long and golden, her lips curled up as she smiled, this is nothing much. She had Dream Wings Immortal GU, her refinement path attainment was now Grandmaster level. Refining a rank 3 mortal GU was really nothing much. Senior sister, oh no. At this time, a GU master ran over with a flustered look on her chubby face. Qin Huan was unhappy at her demeanor. Sun Yao, you are an elite disciple of Spirit Affinity House, how can you be so panicky? Feng Jin Huang smiled, no need to worry, I am here. Tell me, what happened? Sun Yao breathed in deeply as she said, that Zhao Lianyun is coming. What, Zhao Lianyun? Qin Huan's expression changed, she looked at Feng Jin Huang worriedly, Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon, she has also inherited Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance, since she joined the sect, she had been your opponent. Zhao Lianyun wants to compete with senior sister over the next generation fairy position of Spirit Affinity House, why is she coming here to find you? Feng Jin Huang's smile gradually faded, I am not sure either, go, let's meet her and ask, wouldn't that answer our questions? The three left the room, meeting a girl. This girl was dressed in white, like a flower by the lake, she had long black silky hair with a worried look between her eyebrows, she had clear skin and pupils like they were fused with the night sky, expressing worry and anxiety. Such beauty was comparable to Feng Jin Huang, it was Zhao Lianyun. Junior sister Zhao, I wonder what business you have with me. Feng Jin Huang was the first to ask. Zhao Lianyun hesitated for a moment, determination shone in her eyes. Plop. At the next moment, she knelt down. Qin Huan and Sun Yao did not expect this, they gasped in shock. Feng Jin Huang was also quite shocked, Junior sister Zhao, why are you doing this? I really have no other alternatives. Please save Ma Hongyun. Zhao Lianyun said, as tears flowed down her smooth cheeks. Ma Hongyun, who is he? He asked you to come and beg me? Come, you can get up and tell me, don't kneel. Feng Jin Huang quickly walked forward, stretching out her arms to help Zhao Lianyun stand up. She had the magnanimity of a senior sister. Even though she and Zhao Lianyun were fiercely competing for the position of fairy, now that Zhao Lianyun was begging her, Feng Jin Huang did not look down on her, she offered to help her up instead. But Zhao Lianyun did not get up. She shook off Feng Jinhuang's hands, sobbing, "Right now, the only one who can help me is you, senior sister Feng Jinhuang." Southern border, Guu village. Fang Yuan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. He said to the two people sitting in front, "Uncle, Aunt, you have already obtained the inheritance my parents left. Right now, I need some Primeval stones. Can't you help me?" Aunt snorted, saying shrilly, "That is not right. We did not take your parents' inheritance. They are with your brother. Your brother has a great aptitude. He has a far better future than you. I believe that your parents would do this too if they were still alive." "Oh, Fang Yuan," Uncle said in a calm and slow manner, "I know what you are thinking. You want Primeval stones to buy Gu refinement materials and refine Gu. But do you know how hard it is to refine Gu? How big the risks are? You are simply too young. Don't bear such unrealistic thoughts, just do your part properly. With your C-grade aptitude, stop dreaming and live your life realistically." It was winter now. Inside the warm room, Fang Yuan's heart was ice cold. He had been standing on the spot. After a short silence, he said, "I understand now." He turned around and walked out. Behind him, Aunt criticized sarcastically, "Leaving like this? Not even saying goodbye, he is truly polite." Uncle was smiling, saying in a fake tone, "Oh Fang Yuan, don't be so anxious to leave, stay for dinner." Fang Yuan did not stop, he walked even faster with firmer steps. From his uncle and aunt's place, he went towards the streets with many people. It was late at night now. Even though there was no snow, the cold air gave Fang Yuan a bone-chilling feeling. Next, he looked up at the sky, clenching his fists. In the sky, countless stars were shining brightly. Starlight reflected in Fang Yuan's pupils, his eyes seemed to be shining with life. "Since I transmigrated to this world, I must achieve something in life, so what if I have C-grade aptitude? I can definitely succeed." Fang Yuan did not see that behind him, a figure was quietly tailing him, watching all the events unfold. The stars in the night sky were shining even more brightly. This figure's appearance became clear. It was another Fang Yuan. But this Fang Yuan's appearance had changed completely. Experience and maturity was also deep in his gaze. Under his supervision, the entire night sky, the entire dream realm faded, as if there was a thick layer of fog in the sky. Gradually, everything vanished. In the real world, Fang Yuan opened his eyes slowly, muttering, "To think that I could re-experience what happened in my previous life." Chapter 1192. Concession. Zhao Lianyun might be an otherworldly demon, but she has deep love in her. Feng Jinhuang's mother fairy Bai Qing looked through the window, a very far distance away, focusing on Zhao Lianyun, who was still kneeling in the courtyard. Zhao Lianyun approached Feng Jinhuang and begged her to help save Ma Hongyun. Feng Jinhuang was lost. After asking, she learned about Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun's heart-wrenching story. Zhao Lianyun was begging for help, but regardless of what Feng Jinhuang said, she seemed to be fixated on this. She refused to get up. Feng Jinhuang had no choice but to find her parents for help. Her mother was a rank 7 female immortal of Spirit Affinity House, Bai Qing, while her father was the famous Feng Juji. Feng Juji walked towards Fairy Bai Qing. He did not look at Zhao Lianyun. Instead, he looked at the sky, saying plainly, "Dear, can't you tell? Zhao Lianyun is guided by some people." Fairy Bai Qing's gaze flashed. "Do you mean Shuhao and Li Junying? Places with people will have competition for benefits." Spirit Affinity House had its internal conflicts too. Feng Juji was powerful. In the absence of rank 8s, he dominated the 10 great ancient sects. Nobody could rival him. But this did not mean he had no opponents. Competition in this world did not just involve fighting and killing. Shu Hao and Li Junying were Feng Juji's main opponents in Spirit Affinity House. The two of them were married too. Among which, Shu Hao was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, while Li Junying was known as the Illusory Fairy. Her power was extraordinary. In the previous life, when Feng Juji died inside the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance's special space, these two immediately exerted pressure on Fairy Bai Ching and had a powerful stance. But afterwards, when Fang Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada and ended up saving Feng Ju-Ji, history was changed. Feng Ju-Ji's return caused great pressure on Xu Hao and Li Junying. They were at a disadvantage. However, using Zhao Lianyun's influence, the two of them held their ground and were untouchable by even Feng Ju-Ji inside Spirit Affinity House. Hearing Fairy Bai Ching mention their names, Feng Ju-Ji admitted, "It is them. This was my mistake. Back then, I sent Xu Hao to complete the mission for the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. I wanted to push them aside, but to think they actually benefited from it. Huang wants to be the next generation fairy. She was originally unmatched, but now, Zhao Lianyun appeared. As expected of an otherworldly demon, this woman is very intelligent and has a different perspective on many matters, yet she can get to the point and succeed in her unique methods. She is truly worthy of being Huang as opponent." This time, Zhao Lianyun is kneeling and begging for help. Xu Hao probably instigated this. Zhao Lianyun wants to save her lover. She has to fight for the position of fairy. That way, she would have enough authority to use Spirit Affinity House's power. If Huang gives in to her, she would give up being the fairy. But if she rejects her, it would breed trouble. Feng Ju-Ji analyzed deeply. He easily exposed Xu Hao's schemes. He was a sound path GU immortal, but he had incredible wits. He had a keen perception towards these internal conflicts. Fairy Bai Ching rolled her eyes, saying playfully, "Dear, why would I not understand these? Our Spirit Affinity House's signature immortal GU is love. Our sect values moving people through love. Xu Hao asked Zhao Lianyun to do this. He probably does not expect her to succeed. But after Zhao Lianyun is rejected by Huang, others would sympathize with her." "Ha ha ha, my dear, you are so smart. I was unduly worried." Feng Ju-Ji laughed. Xu Hao was trying so desperately to make Zhao Lianyun win and defeat Feng Jin Huang, and become the fairy of Spirit Affinity House. That way, he could use Zhao Lianyun's power to ally with others and oppose Feng Ju-Ji together. Xu Hao had a good plan. All along, Zhao Lianyun's identity as an otherworldly demon was her biggest obstacle in becoming Spirit Affinity House's fairy. Because people were more willing to believe in those who originated from a similar background. Zhao Lianyun, who came from another world, was ostracized and guarded against. But after this matter, Zhao Lianyun's image in Spirit Affinity House would completely transform in the eyes of everyone. Even though Zhao Lianyun was an otherworldly demon, she loved a man of the GU world. For this man, she fought for the position of fairy. She was not a vicious or ambitious person. She was really pitiful. Nobody was helping her. Her lover was in Northern Plains. He might die any time. These lovebirds might never get together again. This time, Xu Hao made a good plan. No matter what decision Huang makes, she would still lose. In fact, to compete for the position of fairy, she has to reject Zhao Lianyun. Feng Ju-Ji said plainly. "Then we let her continue kneeling here?" Fairy Bai Ching asked. Feng Ju-Ji smiled. "No worries, she won't stay here for long. This is just a show." But Fairy Bai Ching shook her head. "I do not agree with this. Did you not see Zhao Lianyun's eyes? She is so determined and resolute. She is in deep agony. Do you think Xu Hao would tell her about the truth?" At this moment, Zhao Lianyun probably thinks that her only hope in saving her lover lies in Huang giving up this contest. She will definitely not give up. She will continue kneeling. Feng Ju-Ji did not speak. He looked at the sky. He still paid no attention to Zhao Lianyun. Feng Ju-Ji was a little regretful now. If he had known this, he would not have bought Zhao Lianyun back in the Northern Plains auction. Right now, she was Feng Jin Huang's greatest obstacle. Parents in this world still had the same wishes. They wanted their sons or daughters to succeed in life. Even Feng Ju-Ji with rank 8 battle strength was no exception from this. Even your mother pities Zhao Lianyun. "Oh Huang, we will not advise you this time. How will you deal with this?" Feng Ju-Ji was secretly anticipating as he waited. On the road to Lake Heart Mountain, Qin Huan kicked a rock along the path angrily. "This Zhao Lianyun is so annoying. Is this how you beg someone?" She wants you to give up the contest for the position of fairy. She has the nerves to say that. She is really shameless. But she really has no choice. She already explained that this is for the sake of her lover. Sun Yao mumbled. Yes, but even so, she cannot do this. Kneeling on the ground, refusing to get up, does she want us to beg her to get up? Seriously, oh, I am so angry. She even caused senior sister's home to be surrounded by spectators, causing you to be unable to go home, and have to roam out here. Qin Huan stomped, going crazy. However, she is really pitiful. I did not feel that last time, but hearing her words, I find that Zhao Lianyun is really kind too. Sun Yao shook her head. Hey, whose side are you on? You are speaking up for Zhao Lianyun. Qin Huan was furious as she pointed at Sun Yao. Senior sister is the most qualified person to be Spirit Affinity House's fairy. Zhao Lianyun is an outsider. How can she? And you, Sun Yao, correct your attitude. Did you forget about how senior sister has been taking care of us all along? You actually said such words. Are you repaying kindness with enmity? No, I have no such intentions. I just think that she is pitiful. No matter what decision senior sister makes, I will support her. Sun Yao waved her hand, explaining. Qin Huan calmed down a little. She started worrying for Feng Jin Huang. Senior sister must be troubled now. This Zhao Lianyun really posed a good problem. If we agree to her demand, we will give up the position of fairy. But if we don't, people will say that senior sister is heartless, and people will sympathize for Zhao Lianyun and acknowledge her. Most importantly, the contest for fairy is not just decided by our seniors, it also considers the view of our generation's disciples. Every generation's fairy in Spirit Affinity House has to be acknowledged by everyone. He. Walking in front, Feng Jin Huang suddenly laughed lightly to herself. She stopped walking. Qin Huan and Sun Yao realized that they were at the mountain slope that they usually went to. Feng Jin Huang stood on the slope, raising her head as she looked at the stars in the sky. Next, she spoke, I will not concede. Her tone was plain, but Sun Yao and Qin Huan could hear her unwavering determination. Feng Jin Huang's clear eyes reflected the light of the stars in the sky. Winds of the night blew, caressing her face as her hair fluttered in the sky. She continued, even though Zhao Lianyun is pitiful, the title of the next generation fairy is my goal. This is the path that I have decided on. I will not change it for the sake of others. Northern Plains, Lang Ya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan was inside his own dream realm. Inside Qing Mao Mountain again. In Guu village, a young Fang Yuan was standing in front of Guu clan leader. You want me to give in to Fang Bing tomorrow on purpose? And lose to him? Fang Yuan stared with wide-opened eyes, growling. Guu clan leader sighed. Fang Yuan, I understand that this is not your fault. Fang Zheng was the instigator. But you need to understand, he has been living under your shadow, unable to get free. He challenged you because his heart's inner desires are leading him to oppose you, to defeat you and break free from his childhood trauma, and obtain the heart of an expert. Fang Yuan lowered his head, gritting his teeth. Clan leader, since you looked for me in secret, that means I have the strength to defeat him. That's right, you took a debt and pawned all of your assets just to luckily succeed in refining that GU. This greatly raised your battle strength. But Fang Jing has a great aptitude, he is taught by several elders, he has quite the skill, he just lacks some experience. Guu clan elder said. A great aptitude, he. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at Guu clan leader, smiling in a mocking manner. Your decision is. Guu clan leader was expressionless, looking down at Fang Yuan imposingly. Fang Yuan turned around and walked away. His figure faded into the shadows. He left with one sentence, I'll do it. Guu clan leader did not speak, his gaze became dark as he muttered to himself, he conceded so easily, he must have other ideas. To play it safe, I should preemptively weaken him first. Chapter 1193. Gong Wan Ting. When the first ray of sunlight shone, the flowers and grass were still wet with dew. A blood-thorn snake slithered out of its cavern after the unbearable cold night, greedily absorbing the warmth of the sunlight. Ordinary snakes were cold-blooded, but the blood-thorn snake's blood was warm. As its temperature rose, it gradually regained its nimbleness. It stretched out its body and flicked out its tongue as it started to look for food. It needed to get enough food today and digest them to cope with the next cold night. In this world, all living beings were struggling and fighting for every aspect of survival. The appearance of the blood-thorn snake was terrifying, but its nature was gentle. It did not eat meat and it fed on blood jaspers. Its tongue darted in and out, and soon, it discovered its food. Blood jaspers were translucent, like rose stones, hanging on the tips of stalks of grass. It was the dew from flowers and plants which had certain probabilities of transforming under the rays of dawn. If this blood jasper managed to avoid the blood-thorn snake's hunt and endure through the cold nights, after 7 days and 7 nights, it would transform into a small rank 1 blood jasper GU. The blood-thorn snake quickly slithered over. Rustle, rustle. The dense shrubs were shaking continuously, showing traces of a line. Within several breaths of time, the blood-thorn snake crossed 1,000 steps of distance and neared this blood jasper. The snake's head rose and was about to devour this delectable food when suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from the horizon. The blood-thorn snake shook in fear, its whole body fell down to the ground without any trace of strength left. Boom! 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 Explosions reverberated through the landscape like war drums. An enormous hall moved through the clouds and descended above this grassland, like the ruler of the world. This hall had a broad structure and magnificent appearance, with lightning snakes coiling around it and countless thunderbolts raining down beside it. Inside the hall, Nu Gu laughed heartily. Sure enough, Loud Thunder Hall is extremely powerful. In this blood battle competition, my Nu tribe has this hall to suppress the situation. We will definitely kill the enemies. Ha ha ha. He was a famous rank 7 GU immortal expert of Northern Plains Righteous Path, specializing in Sound Path and had impressive battle achievements. His battle strength stood at the same level as Guan Cho of Guan Tribe, Unfettered Scholar, and Pai Shui Han. Nu Gu had a small head and big belly, his body was disproportional, his eyeballs were popping out, while his limbs were dry as twigs. He had pale skin resembling a sick person, without any hint of blood in his face. Right now, Nu Gu was controlling Loud Thunder Hall, experiencing the overflowing strength of this immortal GU house. He was extremely excited. Along with Nu Gu were several of Nu tribe's GU immortals. Among them, a girl did not conceal her frown, covering her ears as she shouted, "All right, Nu Gu, stop using thunder sound. It is truly noisy. If you use it again, I will turn you into a toad." Nu Gu, who had been in high spirits, heard the girl's threat. His demeanor immediately disappeared without a trace. "Great aunt, I made a mistake." He quickly turned around and bowed in apology. The girl waved her hand. "Little Gu, you need to behave. We can't stand out in this blood battle martial competition. Yao tribe, Guan tribe and Liu tribe are the ones nearer to Chu sect and Bai Zu tribe. If we put too much effort, they will just watch from the sidelines and reap the benefits." "Yes, Great Aunt, you are right. I shall listen to Great Aunt's arrangement." Nu Gu quickly patted his chest and assured. The other Nu tribe GU immortals almost could not hold back their laughter. According to bloodline seniority, this GU immortal with the appearance of a little girl was indeed Nu Gu's great aunt. The crucial point was that she was very powerful and had a trump card immortal killer move, which she had tested on Nu Gu since he was young. The trauma on Nu Gu was extremely huge from this, and he had developed a fear of his great aunt. Gong tribe's people are also coming. The girl suddenly turned around. Under the amplification of Loud Thunder Hall, her gaze easily pierced through an enormous distance, seeing another immortal GU house. This immortal GU house was similarly a hall. It was Gong tribe's Golden Dawn Hall, shining with brilliant golden radiance. When Nu Gu saw a female GU immortal standing at the entrance of the Golden Dawn Hall, he immediately frowned. Why is it her? This woman looked to be in her late 20s. She was clad in dazzling palace attire with the lower hems touching the ground. Her black hair was tied up high with jade and gold ornaments. Her skin was snow white, her eyebrows slender, her gaze sharp, and her chest was voluptuous and perky. She looked stately and beautiful, giving a feeling that she could not be offended. Gong Wan Ting. Nu, a tribe's girl, exclaimed in slight surprise, before quickly adding, "Come with me." Nu, a tribe's Gu immortals immediately flew out of Loud Thunder Hall and went up to the entrance of Golden Dawn Hall. The girl greeted first in a cordial tone, "Elder Sister Wan Ting, hope you have been well." Gong Wan Ting lightly smiled, "Little Sister Nu Chien, good day to you." The two immortal Gu house stopped above Blood Plain. This was a rare scene in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Next, the third immortal Gu house appeared, making this scene even more colorful. Divine Light Hall. Yao tribe's immortal Gu house. A Gu immortal of Yao tribe, Yao Yuan Ying, flew out of the immortal Gu house and greeted Gong Wan Ting first before greeting Nu Chien. Nu Gu could not help but secretly transmit his voice to Nu Chien, "Great aunt, it looks like Gong tribe came prepared this time." Sending Gong Wan Ting over, even the current holder of the longevity edict, Yao tribe, is overwhelmed. Nu Chien transmitted back her reply, "Gong Wan Ting is Prince Feng Xian's official wife, who can dare to not respect her? Even if Yao Huang were to be present, he would also have to be somewhat courteous to her." But the person Yao tribe sent this time is actually Yao Yuan Ying. Her nature is gentle and she is not proficient in fighting and killing, but is specialized in healing. It seems Yao tribe also does not have the intention to put in much effort. Just looking at these Gu immortals, one could have some clues to the thoughts of each tribe. Last time, Gong tribe had suffered the most in the battle at Iron Eagle Blessed Land. When Gong returned to the tribe, he had been punished. This time, Gong tribe wanted Prince Feng Xian to show up, but their ploy was seen through by Prince Feng Xian. Gong tribe could only choose the next best option, sending Gong Wan Ting. She was Prince Feng Xian's wife. She had rank 7 cultivation, with powerful battle strength, and was a genuine expert. Gong tribe's main objective this time was to revitalize their prestige. Yao tribe sent Yao Yuan Ying, a healing Gu immortal who was not good at fighting, and she had been appointed by Yao Huang. Yao Huang was friends with Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, so he came up with the blood battle martial competition as an explanation to Longevity Heaven. His main focus was still on refining Gu. Some combative Gu immortals of Yao tribe had been suppressed by Yao Huang, and could only grit their teeth with nothing they could do about it. Nu tribe sent Nu Chien and Nu Gu as the main forces. Nu Gu's nature was erratic and was very aggressive, while Nu Chien was stable, experienced, and very reliable. The main thing was that she could restrain Nu Gu. However, Nu tribe also had the intention to forge ahead this time. So they did not stint on mobilizing the tribe's immortal Gu house, Loud Thunder Hall. But the final decision was in Nu Chien's hands. Next, Huang Jin tribes appeared one after the other. Liu tribe, Yi Lui tribe, Chanyu tribe, Meng tribe, Yuan tribe, Nian tribe, Murong tribe, Guan tribe. A total of 11 Huang Jin tribes, super forces who ruled over territories and had undisputed influence to Northern Plains Gu immortal world. There had been 2 more tribes previously. One was Dongfang tribe. It was a pity Dongfang Changfan made it flourish, and it also was destroyed because of the failure of his plan to resurrect. It could be said that Dongfang tribe rose because of Dongfang Changfan, and also suffered their downfall at Dongfang Changfan's hands. Another was He tribe. He tribe had many surviving Gu immortals, but they were annexed by Bai Zu tribe. Their tribe name was discarded and they no longer were acknowledged by other Huangjin tribes, even being cast aside and disdained upon. Greetings to Fairy Gong Wan Ting. Like Yao tribe and Nu tribe, the Gu immortals of different tribes also greeted Gong Wan Ting. Gong Wan Ting's own battle strength made her an undisputed leader of the righteous path, and more importantly was her status. She was Prince Feng Xian's wife. Even if she were a mortal, just this status alone was worthy for these GU immortals to have such an attitude. Gong tribe actually sent Fairy Wan Ting over, such a ruthless move. They clearly want to suppress Yao tribe. Gong tribe's people like to look down on others. To be honest, I like Yao tribe a bit more. After all, Lord Yao Huang is of our Huangjin bloodline. Each tribe's GU immortals acutely sensed the undercurrents in the righteous path forces. They were all secretly discussing and looking forward to how Yao tribe would react. With Fairy Gong Wan Ting here, how could I, Yao Yuan Ying, command this edict? Beyond most of the GU immortals' expectations, Yao tribe's representative Yao Yuan Ying directly handed over the longevity edict. Gong Wan Ting, however, refused with a smile. Yao Yuan Ying offered a second time. Gong Wan Ting again refused, except her attitude had eased up by a lot. Yao Yuan Ying offered the third time, and only then did Gong Wan Ting accept, looking like she was forced to. And the moment she took it, she placed it at the center of the plaque on the entrance of Golden Dawn Hall. Gong Wan Ting then continued, "Everyone, please come inside the hall. My tribe has already prepared some light wine and delicacies." The immortals all accepted her invitation. Previously, Gong had also invited others, but no one gave him face. Gong Wan Ting, however, was different. All the immortals knew that behind her was Prince Feng Xian. Even though the rumors of marital discord between them had spread for a long time, the immortals could not be careless. Each tribe's immortals entered the hall. Yao tribe was seated first from the left side, because left had the highest status, followed by right and center. Point 1. Nu tribe was first from the right side because they had brought Loud Thunder Hall. Other tribes were arranged according to the strength of the forces that they sent over. Who could have thought such an arrangement would make one person extremely dissatisfied? Why is my Nyana tribe last? Does Gong Wan Ting look down on us? Nyan Apingji was outraged, as he transmitted his voice to the tribe's senior GU immortal beside him. Right now, it was not just Nyan Fu who came, but also would path GU immortal Nyana Yi Fang. When he heard the words, he placed his aged hand on Nyan Apingji's shoulder, and spoke expectantly and with encouragement. "Pingji, if you are dissatisfied, kill some opponents in the blood martial competition. At that time, when we mention changing our positions, no one will stop us, and it will also show our Nyana tribe's prestige." "Elder Yi Fang, you are right. I will do so then." Nyan Apingji clenched his fists, his eyes brightened with a sharp luster. From the main seat in the middle, Gong Wan Ting was secretly observing everyone, and when she saw Nyan Apingji's expression, she smiled lightly in her mind. Chapter 1194. Not Kneeling. A huge grey cloud was flying over, upon which Domination Immortal Chu Du proudly stood at the front. Behind him were two battle formations. On one side were Haozhen, Chou Lao Wu, Li Sai Chun, Immortal Wang, and others. On the other side were Bai Zu Ren, Bai Zu Ling, as well as some familiar faces of He tribe, among which the four top supreme elders were also there. The righteous path immortals' gazes went past the spacious entrance. Their glances swept through the enemy group of immortals, before they fixed their gazes on Chu Du. Several breaths later, a GU immortal laughed. "Our righteous path shall win this battle, no doubt. What Chu sect and Bai Zu tribe, such a lineup dares to provoke our Huangjin tribes? Ha ha, that makes sense. The way I see it, we only need to be slightly on guard against Chu Du." The immortals talked happily, the atmosphere in the hall becoming relaxed. In contrast, Haozhen, Chou Lao Wu, Bai Zu Ren and others looked gloomy and worried. One would just have to look at the situation and they would know it. The righteous path had brought out 3 immortal GU houses. Loud Thunder Hall was to the right, Golden Dawn Hall was at the center, and Divine Light Hall was to the left. In contrast, Chu Du's side only had a huge empty grey cloud below them. The stronger and weaker side was clear at a glance. The righteous path immortals were resting at ease with wines and delicacies inside the hall. But Chu Du's side was standing amidst the wind, only able to watch. The righteous path immortals talked and laughed, their morale was high. In contrast, Chu Du's side was silent. Only Chu Du had a relaxed expression. He had both brains and brawn, he was extremely shrewd, and had already anticipated such a scene before this trip. Right now, he was not anxious, he looked at a GU immortal beside him. This immortal was tall and thin, folding his arms across his chest, he had white brows and white hair, and had an extremely cold and aloof expression. Chu Du transmitted his voice to him, "Brother Xue, you have been in seclusion for a long time, tempering your abilities, and possess astonishing attainments, but you don't have reputation. Right now is the time to make your name known. I want to hand over the first battle to you. After this battle, I believe your name will not only be spread to the world, it will likely go down in history." The GU immortal surnamed Xue heard this, and bright light shone in his eyes immediately. "Last time, Brother Chu invited me to take action, but I was refining GU and not able to come out. This time, I must make the world know of my, Xue Wu Hen's, name." The GU immortal named Xue transmitted his reply to Chu Du, and then flew to the sky before hovering between the two sides. He still had his arms folded across his chest as he remained silent. Inside Golden Dawn Hall, the immortals pointed at Xue Wu Hen and jokingly spoke, they sent some nameless junior to his death. Nyana Pingji was just about to stand up and take the fight, but was stopped by Nyana Yi Fang. "Be patient, the enemy only has rank 6 cultivation and has no reputation. Killing him won't be enough to awe these immortals. No need to take this fight." "Ah." Nyana Pingji thought for a moment and realized it was true, and did not get up. "Who wants to take the first battle?" From the main seat, Gong Wan Ting asked the group of immortals. A young GU immortal stood up soon after. "I, Yi Lui Xiao Jin, am willing to take the fight." Gong Wan Ting hesitated for a moment. She was inwardly thinking, Domination Immortal Chu Du is an extraordinary person, he actually sent a nameless character for the first battle, they are definitely not someone ordinary. If our side gets careless and we lose the first battle, it won't be good. Yi Lui Xiao Jin was also a young junior, and came to the blood battle competition under the company of his seniors. He was also like the enemy, he was still unknown and had not made a name for himself. At this time, Yi Lui tribe's GU immortal Yi Lui Hui Hong smiled, this junior might only be rank 6, but he is talented in fighting and often pulls brilliant moves in battle. Even my tribe's first supreme elder has praised him repeatedly. Gong Wan Ting heard Yi Lui Hui Hong, it was not good to contradict and disregard him publicly, so she agreed, then we shall see Yi Lui tribe's valiance. I heed the command. This young GU immortal turned around and walked out. When he passed by Nyan tribe, he gave a deep glance at Nyan Apingji with his golden eyes. "You!" Nyan Apingji was provoked, and almost jumped up. But Yi Lui Xiao Jin had already walked out the entrance. Nyan Apingji had made his name in the battle at Iron Eagle Blessed Land, but many young Righteous Path GU immortals were not willing to feel defeated. Yi Lui Xiao Jin was one of them. This time, he also wanted to spread and establish his name through the Blood Battle Martial competition. The Blood Battle Martial competition's first battle was about to unfold under both sides' gazes. At the same time, far away at southern border. I have told you all the crucial information regarding Bai Xiong Grotto-heaven. After a bloodline descendant of Bai Xiong becomes a GU immortal, this white form immortal snake can guide them to Bai Xiong Grotto-heaven. But Bai Xiong Grotto-heaven is filled with danger. Because Bai Xiong of the Heaven Surveying 5 Xiongs is a demonic path GU immortal, you need to be very careful when doing this. According to the information my shadow sect has gathered, Bai Xiong was a man of his word, and hated people who went against his wish, and was extremely tyrannical in the way he did things. Only GU immortals whose battle strength met his expectations could talk and associate with him. You cannot stubbornly charge ahead in this trip, you need to remember when to yield. Ying Wuxie carefully instructed Bai Ning Bing. Shadow Sect had already looked into the bet between the 5 Xiongs for a long time, and wanted to meddle in it. But inopportune time and coincidences made this plan progress very slowly. Naturally, the main reason was because Shadow Sect's full efforts were in refining Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU. Shadow Sect recruited Bai Ning Bing because they wanted to hit 2 birds with 1 stone. On one hand, they wanted to exploit her identity as a fate escapee, on the other hand, they were preparing to step into the bet. Bai Ning Bing snorted, "I know what to do." Ying Wuxie was unfazed, still smiling, "All right, go then." Bai Ning Bing quietly took out White Form Immortal Snake. The White Form Immortal Snake was slender and long, its whole body was covered in snow-white scales and it had a graceful physique. Its eyes were like jade, and on the two sides of its head were a pair of long whiskers, floating like celestial ribbons. It was a rank 5 mortal GU and was very attached to Bai Ning Bing, which was likely because it was attracted by her northern dark eye soul physique. Bai Ning Bing began to activate her Phantom Aperture. The Phantom Aperture was illusory, but after it was activated, it turned from phantom to real. Shadow Sect had stolen this method from Heavenly Court and had studied it until 50 to 60% completion. As such, it had many flaws. Because of this, Bai Ning Bing could temporarily possess GU immortal strength without undergoing tribulation. So she was only a false immortal. After leaving Shadow Sect for a period of time, she had not been able to maintain her Phantom Aperture, causing it to lose many of its effects and have limited periods of use. Ordinarily, Bai Ning Bing would be in her mortal body, turning into a woman. After her Phantom Aperture was activated, she would turn into a temporary false immortal. The effect of the mortal GU would be suppressed at this time and her body would return to that of a man's. Sometimes a man, sometimes a woman, Bai Ning Bing herself felt awkward. However, among the immortals present, no one joked about it. Tai Bai Yunsheng was kind-hearted, He Lu Lan was fierce and ambitious, and did not care about these details. She Enyu was actually rather nervous. After all, Bai Ning Bing's success or failure would be of huge influence to Shadow Sect's following actions. Bai Ning Bing began to release his GU immortal aura. The White Form Immortal Snake sensed this, its whole body jolted before it gave a long hiss towards the sky. Its hissing was completely different from the sharp hiss of normal snake species, carrying a resounding and mighty aura. Then, the White Form Immortal Snake flew under Bai Ning Bing's feet of its own accord, carrying him and flying towards the sky. He Lu Lan, Ying Wuxie and the rest stood at their spots, looking at this sight. They could not go as they did not have Bai Song's bloodline, and would only make things worse if they went. Everything now depended on Bai Ning Bing. Fortunately, to raise Bai Ning Bing's success rate, Ying Wuxie and the rest of the group had gone to Jade Pot Mountain and gave I Soul Immortal GU to Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing had his first truly owned Immortal GU. He looked down while standing on the White Form Immortal Snake's back. However, when he saw the mountain ranges and the heavy fog, he suddenly recalled a scene back in Bai Tribe. That was his first encounter with the White Form Immortal Snake. The spirit spring was raging like boiling water. All of a sudden, the spring water rose up like a tidal wave. After it reached a certain height, the spirit spring scattered and splashed in all directions. The White Form Immortal Snake flew out. "I pay respects to Great Immortal." Bai clan leader emotionally knelt on the ground, and at the same time anxiously urged, "Bai Ning Bing, why are you not kneeling down?" "I will never kneel before a GU." Bai Ning Bing coldly snorted, his body standing upright and tall. Although the White Form Immortal Snake GU released an ethereal cold grandeur with heavy killing intent concealed within, Bai Ning Bing was not the least bit afraid. His two blue eyes directly stared at its snake eyes. According to the clan's secret records, once a GU master obtains approval, the White Form Immortal Snake GU would fly with the inheritor and open a secret place in the sky. So, this so-called secret was Bai Song's Grotto-heaven. And the condition to receive approval was to become a GU immortal. The question from a long time ago finally cleared up at this time. Unknowingly, I have already reached this stage. Bai Ning Bing took a deep breath in, his blue eyes gazing high. Success or failure does not matter, I only hope Bai Song Grotto-heaven won't be too boring, this trip should be splendid. Lang Ya Blessed Land, inside a secret room in a cloud city. Fang Yuan lightly let out a breath of air. In his hand was a Dream Path Mortal GU that had just been refined, and was still giving off warmth. His cultivation was still at rank 6 second heavenly tribulation level and had stopped here for the moment, unable to be raised. Because he had almost annexed all the blessed lands in his memories. There were still some remaining, but he could not annex those blessed lands because of his attainment level. Ever since he realized that dream realms provided incomparable help to this style of cultivation, he had immersed himself in refining Dream Path Mortal GU these last days. These Mortal GU, when paired up with Unravel Mystery Immortal GU, could form the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. With this killer move, Fang Yuan could easily solve dream realms and unravel them, raising his attainment in many paths. With Unravel Dream raising his attainment level, Fang Yuan could annex even more immortal apertures. After annexing blessed lands, his cultivation level would soar up, causing his battle strength to surge. After his battle strength surged, killing would become easier and he could obtain even more blessed lands. It would then form a feedback loop of constant benefits. Do not bother mentioning bullshit like whether killing is against morality or how it would influence one's reputation. Demonic Path GU Immortals were direct and straightforward in this aspect. Fang Yuan had never thought of himself as a good person. The blood battle martial competition should have begun. I should participate a few times, kill a few GU Immortals and seize their immortal apertures, taking the final step to becoming a rank 7 GU Immortal. Although Eastern Sea has city well, and there are many blessed lands in the well, it is too far away. Moreover, I have already been there once, Heavens will already knows of it. It is better to continue refining Dream Path Mortal GU while killing in the blood battle martial competition, it won't be too late to go after that. With this idea, Fang Yuan once again entered a dream realm. Verdant green trees grew in the rugged mountain path. A merchant caravan was traversing on the mountain path with difficulty. Fang Yuan was one of the members in the caravan. In the end, he did not yield and wanted to prove that with his ability, he could defeat his genius A-grade aptitude little brother. He also needed such evidence for himself. But GUU clan leader did not give him this opportunity. He personally schemed against Fang Yuan and used some sneaky moves, causing Fang Yuan to suffer an overwhelming defeat. Finally, he became someone who overestimated his ability, being cast aside and troubled by everyone. C-grade aptitude does not have any future. Even if you won against GUU Fangjing, so what? He has a grade aptitude, the future of the whole tribe belongs to him. No, he is our tribe's future. As an elder brother, you truly don't have even a little tolerance, you are actually making things difficult for your little brother. Winner takes all. Victory or defeat was decided, right or wrong was thus overturned, black and white was blurred. Fang Yuan was on the verge of being exiled from the tribe, he could only join a merchant caravan, laboriously working while continuing his cultivation. Stop, I am tired. This carriage is too bumpy, let's rest for a while. A young man's voice came from a carriage. But young master, we are still a long way from the next village. We have already rested 3 times on the way, if we rest again, we won't be able to walk out of this mountain before the sky gets dark. A steward of the merchant caravan stood outside the carriage, and spoke with a bowed waist. Ping! There was a sharp sound as a lightning whip instantly landed on the steward's body, sending him flying. What did you say? This caravan is my clan's, I have complete management rights over it. You lowly servant, you dare to lecture me? The carriage curtain was raised up, and a malevolent-looking young GU master walked out from within. This servant deserves to die, this servant deserves to die. The steward kowtowed continuously. The whole caravan stopped. From ahead came questions, what is happening behind? Questions came from behind as well, what is going on ahead? Feeling countless gazes at him, the young GU master frowned, as he shouted, what are you looking at, you bunch of lazy slaves? If you look at me again, I will dig out your eyes. Fang Yuan quickly lowered his head. You, yes you. The young GU master suddenly pointed at Fang Yuan, come over, kneel down, be a stool for this master. This is your honor, I want to rest outside for a while. Fang Yuan raised his head, staring at the young GU master with pursed lips. I won't kneel. What? The young GU master could not believe it, almost thinking he had misheard it. What did you say just now? You won't kneel. His finger that was pointing at Fang Yuan was slightly shaking. His expression was exaggerated, as if he had heard a joke. Ha ha, you won't kneel. You are an ant-like slave, you still won't kneel. He then heard Fang Yuan's words again. No, I won't kneel. Chapter 1195. Young. He raised his arms above his head, a grand radiance rose up from his body and rapidly condensed into a crescent moon in the air. The crescent moon was thin and long, it was pale white but covered in a grey halo. Good. Elder Liu Hui finally got the chance to use his move, Grey Rock Moon. This move is a well-known method of Liu Hui. That's right. Those that are struck by this move will start solidifying before finally turning into stone. Even their immortal aperture will also be contaminated, turning rocky. It is a truly troublesome move. Inside Golden Dawn Hall, Righteous Path GU immortals were discussing with smiles on their faces. On the demonic path side, Xue Wuhen was only illuminated by the grey moonlight for several breaths of time before his expression changed greatly. He immediately felt the power of this move, and did not dare to be rash as he quickly used an immortal killer move. Strong cold aura coiled around his whole body, ice and frost attaching to his body. The grey moonlight turned the ice and frost to stone, but the ice and frost regenerated themselves. The grey moonlight was unable to penetrate through them and reach Xue Wuhen's body. What? He actually used an offensive killer move on his own body. Amazing! Xue Wuhen handled such a complicated thing with ease. He is quite clever. For the moment, he has blocked old Liu Hui's signature trump card. Go, beat him! The immortals in Chu Du side cheered and applauded loudly. By contrast, the relaxed mood inside Golden Dawn Hall had now completely dissipated, and a bad feeling rose up in everyone's hearts. We are not going to lose to Xue Wuhen again, right? Even Elder Liu Hui cannot hold him down. Xue Wuhen is an unknown character, while Elder Liu Hui is a renowned rank 6 expert. As the immortals talked, Xue Wuhen wore the heavy layer of stone and frost, and charged towards Elder Liu Hui. Old geezer, you are so old, what are you doing not resting at home? Just die. Xue Wuhen pushed both his hands forward, instantly a wave of snow and frost rose up in the air. The Righteous Path GU immortal, Elder Liu Hui, had to maintain the grey crescent moon in the sky. His hands were raised as if he was supporting the sky. He could not move and was directly submerged by this wave of snow. Xue Wuhen won. Liu Hui died. Everyone was surprised. They had not expected such an outcome. Before this battle, Xue Wuhen had already won 2 consecutive battles. He was injured and not in his best condition. In the previous 2 battles, he battled against Righteous Path juniors, and could not kill the opponent. But now in this 3rd battle, he killed Liu Hui. The Grand Liu Hui actually died at the hands of a nameless demonic path minor character. Heavens, this is unbelievable. This person might only have rank 6 cultivation, but he truly has rank 7 battle strength. Where did this guy come from? I can't help but think of old ancestor Xue Hu. This Xue Wuhen is similarly of ice and snow path. He truly resembles old ancestor Xue Hu when he was young. He is still far from being qualified to compare to old ancestor Xue Hu. But 3 victories in 3 consecutive battles, his name will spread throughout the whole GU immortal world. Whether it be the Righteous Path or Chu Du's side, they were both discussing Xue Wuhen. Xiao Jin, don't put your loss to heart. This is not your fault, but the opponent being too strong. He actually killed Liu Hui. Sigh. Li Lui Hui Hong consoled the young man beside him. Yi Lui Xiao Jin felt his right arm. His right arm was currently still in a frozen state. His whole arm had already turned black and blue from the cold. The intense chill was even affecting his bones and blood. Yi Lui Xiao Jin felt such pain that after his defeat, he returned to the hall and had his head lowered the whole time. As for Yi Lui Hui Hong's words, he did not seem to have heard them. Yi Lui Hui Hong saw this, and sighed inwardly. You are still young. But this setback will be beneficial to you. This shame will make you try harder. Who can say what will happen in the future? Maybe your future achievements will be above them. The main thing is to not lose the confidence in yourself. As he thought of this, Yi Lui Hui Hong gazed at Xue Wuhen, who was standing alone in the air, and then at Nyan Apingji, who was unable to stay still. "Can I go fight now?" Nyan Apingji impatiently transmitted his voice to his senior, Nyan Yi Fang. However, Nyan Yi Fang shook his head. "This person has won 3 battles, there are many injuries on him and his state is not at its peak. If you kill him, it would be nothing extraordinary, but if you can't kill him, it would instead weaken your prestige. Moreover, the other side is not foolish, why would they let Xue Wuhen continue fighting?" Sure enough, the next moment, Chu Du spoke, withdrawing Xue Wuhen from the battle. Nyan Apingji snorted, "Even if he does not battle, I will go up. He won 3 battles, I will win at least 6 battles." Nyan Apingji rose up and bowed to Gong Wan Ting. "I request to go to battle." Gong Wan Ting's frown relaxed a little. The righteous path, which should have been victorious, was instead defeated thrice by a nameless character from Chu Du's side. This was not only a heavy blow to the righteous path GU immortals, it harmed their reputation and was also damaging to Gong Wan Ting's prestige. Gong Wan Ting knew Nyan Apingji was Nyan tribe's current generation sword child, she naturally had no reason to not permit him. Nyan Apingji took the stage, and shouted, "Who wants to die?" The rising morale of Chu Du's side immediately stifled. "Careful, don't be fooled by this kid's rank 6 cultivation, he can kill rank 7s. He made outstanding battle achievements in the Battle of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, he is also extremely savage, killing multiple GU immortals. Even old Monster Corpse Poison could not do anything about him. He is the current inheritor of Sword Saint Nyan as true inheritance, he naturally is not ordinary." Chu Du's side was silent. Facing Nyan Apingji's challenge, there was actually no one who dared to accept for a period of time. Youngsters at the moment, each of them truly are fiercer than the other. Chu Du stroked his forehead. "Big brother Chu, let me go handle him." Xue Wuhen requested. How could Chu Du permit it? He already saw Xue Wuhen's weak state. Not only were there injuries on his body, many areas of his immortal aperture had even turned into rocks, causing losses to many resources, as a result of Elder Liu Hui's immortal killer move. "Relax, I have already made arrangements to deal with Ping Ji." Chu Du smiled, assuring Xue Wuhen. "Granny Yin, I will hand this battle to you." Chu Du spoke to a black-robed GU immortal behind him. This GU immortal with a hunched back was holding a walking stick, and had been silent the whole time. Hearing Chu Du's words, terrifyingly bony hand stretched out of the wide sleeves and lifted up the hood, revealing an old, crooked face. He, let this old woman love you tenderly." Granny Yin flew to the battle and stared at the young Nyan Apingji with her turbid yellow eyes, which flickered with dangerous light. "What, she is the rank 7 demonic GU immortal Granny Yin. Chu Du is shameless, our side's Nyan Apingji is only a rank 6 GU immortal, they are actually sending a higher rank expert famous in Northern Plains. This won't do, call back Nyan Apingji." Nyan Yi Fang was also very anxious. Nyan Apingji was a future star of Nyan tribe who was heavily nurtured, and Nyan Yi Fang was in charge of his safety in this trip. If he died here, Nyan Yi Fang would have greatly neglected his duty. However, Nyan Apingji's fighting intent burned even stronger when facing a strong opponent. He howled towards the sky, and disregarding the crazed voice transmission of Nyan Yi Fang, he turned into an incomparably sharp sword light that charged towards Granny Yin. "Snowy Mountain, first peak. Now that I mention it, you need to be thankful to me. Haven't you discovered, your cultivation has risen and is going to reach rank 5. Lady Wan Shou said to Ma Hongyun, while holding a ball of lightning. Ma Hongyun shouted madly and hysterically, "You insane lunatic! You still want to shock me, you have tormented me so many times, you still want to continue. I don't want this cultivation, please let me go." Lady Wan Shou sneered, "Impossible." She then sent out the ball of lightning. Crack, crack, crack. Ma Hongyun's whole body shook, his eyes rolled over, his mouth occasionally opened wide, occasionally pursed up and occasionally turned into O shape, but all the time, he was shouting. "Ah-oh arga." He screamed until the lightning completely dissipated. Failed again, this guy. Lady Wan Shou's face looked extremely gloomy. She fiercely slapped Ma Hongyun's cheek. Ma Hongyun instantly fainted from the slap. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. Heavy rain poured down, causing the sky to darken. Zhao Lianyun was drenched, her vision was blurry and intense dizziness was threatening to make her unconscious. But she firmly held on, using every bit of strength in her body. Although she was an otherworldly demon with memories of a previous world, she did not have much understanding of the upper levels of the GU world, especially of the mindsets of GU immortals, whom she had rarely been able to associate with. As far as she was concerned, this was the only way to save Ma Hongyun. This otherworldly demon is indeed somewhat foolish. Li Junying had been observing secretly. Xu Hao shook his head. I also had not expected her to be so persistent. It has already been over 10 days now. Li Junying turned back and looked at her husband. Have you thought about it? Feng Jinhuang can use this to make a countering scheme against us, requesting Zhao Lianyun to give up on contending for the position of fairy, and then she will help save her lover. Xu Hao smiled. How could that be? According to Feng Jinhuang's nature, she absolutely would not be able to do such a thing. These two are still young. Inside a dream, southern border. Ow, it hurts, it hurts. Fang Yuan screamed in pain. Kid, you know pain now? If you had knelt, you would not have had to experience this pain. A middle-aged man with a big beard was holding a GU worm in his hand, healing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan raised his head and clenched his right fist. Uncle, what are you saying? A man only kneels to their parents, heaven and earth. How can we kneel at someone's order? Even if I die, I won't kneel. Not cherishing life, it seems healing you was completely in vain. I should not have done it. Big Beard suddenly became moody. HMPH, I didn't ask you to heal me. Fang Yuan endured the pain and stood up, walking out of this tent without looking back. However, he fell down to the ground after taking just a few steps. The intense pain sent him unconscious. When he woke up again, he found he was still inside Big Beard's tent. Oh, you are still too young. Big Beard took a gulp of wine. I have healed half of your injuries, and have left the other half as a lesson. Fang Yuan grumbled, weakly retorting, Uncle, thank you. But I have told you, this is not about being young, this is a matter of principles. Chapter 1196. Sword Heart Clarity. Nyan Pingji and Granny Yin's battle had attracted everyone's attention. Granny Yin was a veteran demonic path GU immortal. She cultivated soul path and possessed bewitching soul immortal GU, and her reputation had already been established long ago in northern plains. She moved like a ghost, gloomy wind surged and vengeful souls moved around her, sending chills down people's hearts. And Nyan Pingji was a shining member of the Righteous Path's younger generation, the current sword child of Nyan tribe. His movement was quick and his sword moved like lightning. Both sides had exchanged dozens of moves. At first they probed each other with mortal killer moves, then they used immortal GU, then immortal killer moves, and now the battle was at a very heated stage. On the field, dark souls had covered most of the sky. And the white sword light representing Nyan Pingji was already surrounded, despite it charging everywhere and the dark souls moving away. The overall flow of the battle was dictated by Granny Yin. Granny Yin is indeed a demonic path expert. The way she fights is steady and full of experience. Immortal Wang praised. Chu Du, however, frowned, silent. He was inwardly thinking, Granny Yin is a rank 7 GU immortal, but she was not able to immediately kill Nyan Pingji. Even though the situation looks more inclined towards her, Nyan Pingji's sword light is still rampaging around without the slightest of hesitation. He still is thinking of winning. Inside Golden Dawn Hall, seeing his tribe's shining hope, a sword path genius, falling into disadvantage, Nyan Yifang was becoming nervous, staring at the battle without blinking. If the situation looked bad, he would immediately make a move and save Nyan Pingji. No matter the rules or reputation, as far as Nyan tribe was concerned, Nyan Pingji being alive was most important. He, such a tender body, you have nowhere to dodge now, except your death. A change suddenly happened at this instance. Countless vengeful ghosts suddenly covered all directions, as they surrounded the sword light that Nyan Ping had transformed into. Then, Granny Yin revealed her true body from amidst the countless dark souls, stretching out her withered finger and pointing at Nyan Ping from afar. Immortal Killer Move, Bewitching Soul Art. Nyan Ping's eyes immediately lost their light. The freely moving nimble sword light completely dissipated and turned into his true body. He was floating in the air like his mind had halted, not having the slightest bit of reaction to the charging Granny Yin. He. Granny Yin laughed in satisfaction. She opened her mouth wide, revealing her sparse yellow teeth. Her hand suddenly enlarged by many times, dark wind coiled around her 5 fingers, her nails as sharp as needles. The fan-like hand descended on Nyan Ping's head. If this attack were to land true, Nyan Ping's skull would no doubt be crushed under his defenseless state. "Stop it!" Nyan Fang shouted as he rushed out of Golden Dawn Hall. However, Chudu had already made prior arrangements. He saw that Granny Yin was firmly grasping the battle situation, and had already considered if she were to make a killing strike towards Nyan Ping, she would surely be obstructed by the Righteous Path GU Immortals. Therefore, he had already arranged his forces to lie in wait. Sure enough, when Nyan Fang rushed out, Haozhen moved out shortly after. "Shameless fellow, you are interfering in a one-on-one battle." Haozhen shot out a bolt of lightning right at Nyan Fang's face. Nyan Fang slightly shook, and emerald wooden armor appeared, covering his whole body firmly. This wooden armor was Nyan Fang's Immortal Killer Move, and it had extremely powerful defense. Regardless of how sharp Haozhen's lightning was, it could not even make a dent on the wooden armor. Instead, the wooden armor seemed to be rejuvenated as it produced fresh yellow and green leaves, like it had received many benefits. Chudu immediately gave out a light gasp. He was surprised. What made Chudu surprised was not Nyan Fang's wooden armor, as his wooden armor was already famous in Northern Plains and was his self-created Immortal Killer Move, Sick Tree Spring Armor. Instead, it was that Nyan Fang had rushed out madly to save Nyan Ping. However, by using this move and blocking off Haozhen's lightning, he had missed the best opportunity to save Nyan Ping. Chudu considered what he would do in Nyan Fang's position. His tribe's genius, a star of the younger generation, was at risk of losing his life, while he himself could choose to either block the lightning or move to protect Nyan Ping's life. But right now, Nyan Fang had chosen to protect himself. This action meant he did not feel it was urgent to save Nyan Ping. What was going on? Oh no! Chudu's heart suddenly jumped, and he quickly looked at the battle. He was just about to warn Granny Yin, but it was already too late. The sluggish-looking Nyan Ping suddenly let out extremely sharp, mysterious light from his eyes. This change immediately froze Granny Yin's ecstatic laughter. Granny Yin's mind sent out warnings of danger. She wanted to get back to defend herself, but it was already late. An extremely stunning sword light flashed. Life and death, victory and loss, were determined within this moment of time. The Dark Souls were still hovering around, but Granny Yin was already starting to fall down, cut into 2 by the sword light. She was gazing at Nyan Ping with an incredulous look on her face, unable to think of how he had suddenly gotten free from her signature trump card. Bewitching Soul Art is Granny Yin's proudest method, which she used when she roamed Northern Plains, but it was actually ineffective against Nyan Ping. Chudu and his group of immortals paled in shock. What's going on? Inside Golden Dawn Hall, the Righteous Path GU Immortals were both surprised and joyous. This is Sword Heart Clarity. It is an Immortal Killer Move in Sword St. True Inheritance, especially used to restrict Wisdom Path and other similar methods. Few of the Sword Childs in history could use it. Nyan Fang laughed heartily, not giving up this chance to increase Nyan tribe's prestige. Yi Lui Xiao Jin could not help thinking, is he saying Nyan Ping is outstanding even when placed among all the Sword Childs in history? He was a genius of Yi Lui tribe, but unfortunately had lost to Shui Wu Hen. On the contrary, Nyan Ping had killed the rank 7 demonic path expert Granny Yin. Comparing the two, it was clear for everyone who was better and who was worse. This Niana Yi Fang is truly crafty. He clearly knew Niana Pingji's situation was of no concern, but still pretended to rush out in panic to save Niana Pingji. Chou Lao Wu mumbled behind Chu Du, feeling indignant. One had to say Niana Yi Fang had acted really well. Because of his acting, the GU immortals of both sides had subconsciously thought Niana Pingji was in absolute danger. Even Granny Yin was deceived. No, maybe it was Granny Yin who was too confident in her immortal killer move Bewitching Soul Art. Chu Du assessed internally, and this Niana Pingji is also not just a brutish person, he actually pretended to be struck by the ability, deceiving Granny Yin. The killer move he used to kill Granny Yin is also not simple, it is terrifyingly powerful and also extremely fast, it is virtually impossible to guard against. It should be one sword life, an immortal killer move used by Sword Saint Niana in his younger days. Come back quickly. Niana Yi Fang was in high spirits, but quickly and anxiously transmitted his voice to Niana Pingji. Niana Pingji had killed Granny Yin, but he had also suffered heavy injuries. He quickly retreated, but before leaving, he naturally brought the two halves of Granny Yin's body with him. One half of the corpse had Granny Yin's immortal aperture. This was Niana Pingji's spoils of battle. Chusek did not stop him, this was one of the rules stated in the competition agreement. It was like when Xue Wuhen who had stored away GU immortal Liu Hui's corpse. However, Xue Wuhen might have won 3 battles, but he only killed the rank 6 GU immortal Liu Hui. While Niana Pingji might have only won 1 battle, but he took a rank 7 demonic path GU immortal, Granny Yin's, life. Thus, the righteous path side was slightly leading. Chu Du was feeling the pressure. The slight dominance brought by Xue Wuhen had now been balanced out by Niana Pingji. Who should I send in this next battle? Chu Du was hesitating. Soon, the result of this battle reached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still in Lang Ya Blessed Land, cultivating. Niana Pingji killed Granny Yin. Fang Yuan was only slightly surprised before he accepted this fact. There were many genius experts who were able to achieve the feat of winning against rank 7 with rank 6 cultivation. But using rank 7 cultivation to fight rank 8 was extremely rare. Niana Pingji. Fang Yuan did not have any impression of this person in his memories. After all, in his first life, Fang Yuan was still a mortal around this time, and was not at all aware of the events in the GU Immortal World or Northern Plains GU Immortal World. What made Fang Yuan more interested was instead Xue Wuhen. Precisely speaking, it was the loot in Xue Wuhen's possession, that GU Immortal, Liu Hui's, blessed land. GU Immortal Liu Hui is an Earth Path GU Immortal who has gone through 2 heavenly tribulations, his blessed land is suitable for me to annex. With this, my cultivation can also rise and reach rank 7. As he thought of this, Fang Yuan immediately wrote a reply. He took the initiative to request for Chu Du's help in expressing his intention of buying the immortal aperture from Xue Wuhen. As for the invitation of Chu Du asking Fang Yuan to help, Fang Yuan used the reason of being in secluded cultivation to delay in a roundabout way. I need to raise my cultivation to rank 7 first, it won't be too late to join this blood battle martial competition then. Fang Yuan slightly shook his head, throwing the news of this blood battle martial competition to the back of his mind. The Chu Sect alliance agreement he had was rather lenient. Even if Chu Sect was annihilated, Fang Yuan could choose not to show up and it would not be a problem. Fang Yuan prioritized raising his cultivation, all the other things were secondary. Chu Du received Fang Yuan's reply. Fang Yuan did not come, which made Chu Du frown. Sigh, if Elder Liu Guanyi could come, I would not be in this difficult spot. Chu Du heaved a sigh. Xue Wuhen was standing beside Chu Du, and curiously asked when he heard Chu Du, hearing Brother Chu's tone, it seems you hold this Elder Liu Guanyi in high esteem. Chu Du laughed, he had mentioned you in his letter, hoping you can sell Liu Hui's immortal aperture to him. Xue Wuhen shook his head, I could not get Liu Hui's immortal GU, but the resources inside the immortal aperture are my battle spoils. I don't know their value, so how can I sell them? His intention of refusal was extremely obvious. Chapter 1197. Sword Dragon Transformation. Deep down, Shui Wuhen was someone he wanted to recruit to his Chu sect, so he had been giving him a lot of consideration. However, Fang Yuan was his collaboration partner. Later on he would have to get Reckless Savage true meaning from Fang Yuan to raise his strength path attainment. Chu Du was well aware of which was more important. In his letter, Liu Guanyi entrusted me to accomplish this matter. Chu Du thought to himself, while transmitting his voice to Shui Wuhen, Brother Shui, collaborating with Elder Liu Guanyi is probably your best choice to get the resources in Liu Hui's Aperture. How so? Shui Wuhen asked doubtfully. Because Elder Liu has an upper extreme heavenly eagle. This eagle can go into blessed lands. It is better for you take away the resources in the Immortal Aperture and give the Immortal Aperture to Elder Liu, making him add on some resources as the price. Isn't this a win-win situation? Chu Du replied. Shui Wuhen's eyes brightened. Upper extreme heavenly eagle. I have also heard of this immemorial beast. I did not expect Elder Liu Guanyi to have such a rare bird. Pausing for a while, Shui Wuhen continued his voice transmission. I am willing to transact with Elder Liu. Right as Fang Yuan's plan was about to succeed, a change happened. A GU Immortal walked out of Golden Dawn Hall. It is a Liu tribe GU Immortal, Liu Zhuanshan. Immortal Wang immediately recognized this person. He is coming down to fight. Chu Du's side cast their gazes. However, Liu Zhuanshan did not go to the stage, instead stopped at the entrance of Golden Dawn Hall. Lord Domination Immortal, my side is willing to use Granny Yin's corpse to exchange for Elder Liu Hui's corpse and soul. Liu Hui's corpse had ended up in enemy hands. Liu tribe's GU Immortals naturally were not willing to see such a scene. The corpse was still alright, the main thing was the soul. Liu Hui's soul had not been destroyed. Therefore, Liu tribe's GU Immortals wanted to get back Liu Hui's corpse and soul no matter what. However, Liu Zhuanshan did not have enough bargaining chips on him, and was also afraid that the other side would be very greedy and recklessly extort them. If so, then the situation would be quite awkward and they would be put on the spot. So, Liu Zhuanshan and the other Liu tribe GU Immortals felt anxious, but did not make a rash move. After Nian Pingji killed Granny Yin, Liu tribe's GU Immortals saw hope in this matter. Liu Zhuanshan had thus communicated with Nian tribe, and after giving up many benefits, had exchanged for Granny Yin's corpse. An Immortal Aperture was inside Granny Yin's corpse, and for the moment, was unharmed. It was only that Granny Yin's soul was already destroyed by Nian Pingji. Nian Pingji had a tough victory and simply was unable to hold back. Granny Yin's soul was completely destroyed by the Immortal Killer move One Sword Life. However, as far as Liu tribe's GU Immortals were concerned, Granny Yin was rank 7 while Liu Hui was only rank 6, this transaction was very likely to be accomplished. Chu Du's side heard these words, and there was immediately a stir among them, as they began to whisper to each other. Chu Du inwardly exclaimed, amazing, this Liu Zhuanshan has quite the ability, putting me in such a spot. Chu Du did not have to turn around to sense the disturbance among the GU Immortals behind him. Granny Yin moved alone and had few relations with other GU Immortals, most of her relationships were even hostile. Granny Yin had come this time only because of Chu Du's prestige and the rewards. However, Chu Du knew these GU Immortals behind him hoped the two sides could exchange the corpses. The reason was that this blood battle martial competition had just begun. In the following battles, there might be GU Immortals whose bodies and souls would perish in battle. If that was the case, so be it, since there was no body nor soul. But if they lost their life and their soul was left behind in the enemy's hands, what could they do? Under such a situation, they could only rely on their side's GU Immortals to help retrieve their soul. If I agree to Liu Zhuanshan's request, I can stabilize these GU Immortals' mindsets and lessen their worries. Otherwise, the morale will probably lower, which can seriously impact the following battles. Chu Du understood the importance of this matter. Most of the members of Chu sect and Bai Zu tribe were lone immortals or demonic cultivators. They were not well united to begin with, they only took this risk because of the reputations of Domination Immortal and Heavenly Lord Bai Zu, as well as the rewards. If Chu Du were to refuse now, these GU Immortals would probably be self-conscious and be on guard against each other. Chu Du hesitated for a while, apologizing to Liu Guanyi inwardly, before he spoke, agreeing to this transaction. Liu Xuanxun was joyous. Both sides exchanged the corpses. Shui Wuhen had lost a rank 6 Earth Path Immortal Aperture and GU Immortal Soul, but obtained a rank 7 Soul Path Immortal Aperture. While Chu Du had also secretly made it up to him with some Snow Path killer moves. So, he was quite happy with this result. Anyway, even if he interrogated Liu Hui's soul and obtained Earth Path killer moves, they would be useless to him. After both sides exchanged the corpses, Gong Wan Ting also saw the importance of this matter, and took the initiative to negotiate with Chu Du. Because of this event, both sides had thus conveniently added a rule in the blood battle martial competition regarding the exchange of corpses and soul captives. After a delay of half a day, both sides engaged in another battle. Chu Du's side sent a Bai Zu tribe GU Immortal. It was the previous He tribe Supreme Elder. The actual Bai Zu bloodline members were still being taken care of. Before this trip, Chu Du had received Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's instructions to protect as many Bai Zu tribe descendants as possible. Because of this setback, Fang Yuan's plan went down the drain. Not long later, he received Chu Du's letter. The letter explained the reason in detail. Chu Du's tone was polite and even apologized to Fang Yuan for not fulfilling what he was entrusted with. Fang Yuan understood Chu Du's difficulty. He was standing in a GU refinement secret room, mumbling to himself, "I don't have a use for a Soul Path Immortal Aperture. It seems I still have to make a move personally and seize the Immortal Aperture that I want, and advance to rank 7. However, there were many forces in the blood battle martial competition. Although Fang Yuan had familiar face, he still needed some new offensive methods. After all, he had proclaimed to the outside world that he was a Transformation Path GU Immortal. I have Flying Bear Strength Immortal GU, but the power of the Flying Bear transformation is quite poor. Fortunately, I have been considering this beforehand and have many possible solutions now." Fang Yuan's gaze landed on the dragon corpse in front of him. This was a desolate beast. Its whole body was shining with silvery light, its horn was sharp as a spear, its eyes were pure white, its fangs and claws looked fearsome, many layers of scales covered its body emitting metallic luster. This was a silver-colored dragon. The whole body was 20 feet long, its body was slender and its shape was fluid and graceful. It was like a piece of art, but it emitted a dense cold feeling of sharpness, as if anyone who got close to it would be pierced through by the surrounding air. This was not a false feeling, but it was because this silver dragon with 2 claws was originally a Sword Path Desolate Beast, Sword Dragon. Now, it was already dead, its Sword Path Dao marks were gradually dissipating, merging into the surrounding environment. This was the transformation Fang Yuan had prepared to cultivate, Sword Dragon Transformation. The killer move Sword Dragon Transformation needs Dragon Scale GU, Dragon Horn GU, Dragon Claw GU, Dragon Eyes GU, and so on. If any one of the GU worms is an Immortal GU, then it becomes an Immortal killer move. But I have changed form Immortal GU. This GU is one of the core essences of Transformation Path. Thus, I don't need to refine Immortal level Dragon Scale GU, Dragon Horn GU, Dragon Claw GU or Dragon Eyes GU, and only need to refine the Mortal GU versions, and use change form Immortal GU as the core, to form Immortal killer move Sword Dragon Transformation. Transformation Path killer moves were extremely simple. It could even be said to be rudimentary. This was one of the advantages of cultivating Transformation Path. Immortal killer moves of other paths were not easy to deduce, but Transformation Path was completely different in this aspect. Adding on that Fang Yuan himself was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, not only did he successfully deduce the contents of Sword Dragon Transformation, but also improved on many aspects, making the transformation faster and nimbler. Naturally, GU Immortal Han Dong had a contribution in this. He was a Transformation Path GU Immortal who specialized in cultivating Spirit Snake Transformation. A dragon had a similar body shape and battle style. Although Han Dong died and his soul had dissipated, he had left behind a land spirit which retained some of Han Dong's cultivation insights. It was enough for Fang Yuan to take as a reference. He started activating the GU refinement formation and began to refine this desolate beast sword dragon. The Desolate Beast Sword Dragon was full of sword path Dao marks and in itself was an immortal material which could be refined into immortal GU. However, Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment was not particularly high, and with just this sword dragon, the immortal materials to refine the relevant immortal GU were also not sufficient, so Fang Yuan was refining only mortal GU to support change form immortal GU. The refinement process went rather smoothly. Fang Yuan himself was a GU immortal and was using precious immortal materials to refine some rank 5 mortal GU. The success rate was naturally extremely high and could even be said to be quite easy. Some days later, Fang Yuan stood still and took in a deep breath. His mind was still. Suddenly, thoughts surged up like a storm, as GU worms started activating one after the other. In just a breath of time, Fang Yuan's whole body emitted piercing silvery radiance. After the silver light dissipated, an elegant and exquisite silver sword dragon that was emitting a feeling of sharpness appeared. The sword dragon's eyes were white, but they flashed with intelligence. It was Fang Yuan. Immortal Killer Move Sword Dragon Transformation has already been refined. Next, Fang Yuan began to get familiar with his body, brandishing his claws and fangs, or flying in the sky. His practice drills went quite decently. It was because he had already begun cultivating transformation path. Not only the flying bear transformation, many times, he had used change form immortal GU to transform into all kinds of appearances. Although they had not reached mastery, he could be said to be familiar with them. After thoroughly getting familiar with this form, Fang Yuan began to test the might of this immortal killer move. First was the expenditure of immortal essence. Very little. The expenditure of green grape immortal essence to maintain the sword dragon transformation was not high. After all, it only involved rank 6 change form immortal GU. Next was his battle strength. Fang Yuan had already arranged immortal materials in front of him. First was a piece of 100 years profound ice. He swept at it with his claws. Fang Yuan felt like he had sliced into tofu. He easily smashed this profound ice into pieces. Next, Fang Yuan moved to the subterranean adamantite and clawed at it. Subterranean adamantite was among the hardest rank 6 immortal materials. It immediately showed a clear claw marking that reached a few inches deep. Fang Yuan was immediately aware of the limit of the power of his dragon claws. He did not need to test it on the rank 7 immortal material at the side. Chapter 1198. Dragon Breath. Human intelligence was the highest among all the living beings. However, the way of heaven was to have balance. Humans were highest in intelligence, but their bodies were extremely fragile. Humans did not have sharp claws, fur, wings, or gills. The strength of humans might not be the weakest, but it was at the bottom tier. They were fundamentally unable to contest with typical desolate beasts. Human skin was no different from paper compared to desolate beasts. However, when Fang Yuan transformed into a desolate beast sword dragon, he obtained the qualities of a sword dragon. Although there was still a difference from a true sword dragon, he was already far beyond the limits of humans. The initial concept when transformation path was created was: study all living beings and add the advantages of those beings to one's own body. Humans did not have sharp claws, so transform human fingers into claws. Humans did not have fur, so transform one's hair into fur. If one is without wings, then create wings, and fly like the birds in the sky. If one has no gills, transform into a fish, and swim in the depths of the sea. Naturally, by the current era, the concept of transformation path was not limited to just this. Using one path to project every path had become transformation path's main principle, imitating the advantages of other paths. As time passed, there were bound to be improvements. The wheels of history would keep on turning forward. Ever since reckless savage demon Venerable created transformation path, this path had not declined and was passed down throughout human history. Moreover, new ideas replaced the old, causing it to thrive even now. Fang Yuan lightly stretched out his dragon body, flying to the rank 7 immortal material. This was a giant dark inkstone. Among rank 7 immortal materials, it was considered very firm and had the characteristic of being difficult to process. His dragon claws slashed at it, but were unable to leave any trace. Fang Yuan had already expected this, thus he did not use only his claws, instead, he turned his body and suddenly whipped his tail. Ping! A sharp sound resounded as the dragon tail fiercely whipped at the darking stone. Pain could be felt from the dragon tail, causing Fang Yuan to take a sharp breath of cold air. While on the darking stone's surface, a thin crack appeared. Just based on the dragon tail's whip, it was more menacing than the claws. This was an attribute of the sword dragon. Many dragons' characteristics differed in subtle aspects. Some dragons had extremely sharp fangs, their strong bite power surpassing the power of their claws and tail. Some dragons were better at ripping, their claws were their most powerful weapons. And the sword dragon was slender and nimble, the power of its tail surpassed its two small claws. And above the power of its tail was the sword dragon's speed. Fang Yuan had already practiced it. The sword dragon was not powerful in long-distance attacks, but its burst of speed from an unmoving state was impressive. Although it could not compare to Sword Escape Immortal Gu, it was not inferior to Fang Yuan's Blood Path movement killer move, Blood Torrent. Moreover, because it was the sword dragon's own innate movement speed, Fang Yuan could change directions much more nimbly than Blood Torrent, and it was much easier to maneuver as well. And the sword dragon's strongest weapon was its dragon breath. Dragons could breathe out attacks. This was almost an innate ability of any dragon. It was like the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, having the innate ability to penetrate space and enter blessed lands and Grotto-heavens. It was just that the dragon's breath was a very common ability, while the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's ability was rare. Upper extreme Heavenly Eagles were very rare. Rank 8 GU Immortal Hua Die had also obtained one through a fortuitous encounter. Besides him, no one had obtained another upper extreme Heavenly Eagle in Hei tribe's history. Whoosh! Fang Yuan tested his dragon breath. In an instant, a white light flashed and shot at the rank 6 immortal material subterranean adamantite. The subterranean adamantite shook lightly before the dragon breath disappeared. The whole process was very fast, it was as if nothing had occurred. But the next moment, changes started to slowly appear in the subterranean adamantite. A clear crack appeared on the subterranean adamantite. The whole crack was incomparably straight, going from top to bottom in a slightly inclined angle. The subterranean adamantite was split into two by this thin crack. Then, due to the subterranean adamantite's enormous weight, the two halves fell down. Bam bam, two consecutive muffled sounds echoed. The boulder-sized subterranean adamantite had split into two and fallen to the ground. The cut surface was smooth, like it was directly split by the sharpest weapon in the world. Fang Yuan's dragon claws could only leave behind marks a few inches deep. But his dragon breath was incomparably sharp, cutting down this giant subterranean adamantite into two. It had to be known that subterranean adamantite was considered among the hardest rank 6 immortal materials. The might of the sword dragon's breath could be seen from this. Despite Fang Yuan being mentally prepared, upon seeing the two halves of the subterranean adamantite, he could not help slightly nodding his dragon head in satisfaction. Next, he continued to test. He used his dragon breath on the rank 7 immortal material Darking Stone. Darking Stone was even firmer than subterranean adamantite. The dragon breath was like sword light, cutting open marks several inches deep on the Darking Stone. Fang Yuan continuously breathed it out 16 times before he reached his limit. For a short period of time, he would not be able to send out his dragon breath. He felt like a traveler in a desert who had not drank water for over half a month. His throat was extremely dry. If he tried to use dragon breath anymore, he had the feeling he would destroy his throat. Consecutively using dragon breath 16 times changed the appearance of the whole Darking Stone. There were sword marks everywhere on it. It looked somewhat scary. After resting for some time, Fang Yuan felt he had recovered to some degree. He breathed out again. Sure enough, he used the 17th dragon breath. Fang Yuan engraved this duration in his mind. He was continuously estimating, with just my own strength, I can use dragon breath 16 times in a row. After resting for about 5 minutes, I will recover and can continue to breathe it out. But it is just barely possible, and after breathing out the 17th dragon breath, I will once again fall into the previous plight and will still need to rest for 5 minutes of time. If I add some Dragon Breath Mortal GU in this, I should be able to increase the amount of times I can use Dragon Breath. Fang Yuan had not yet combined Dragon Breath GU in this Sword Dragon Transformation Immortal Killer move. Dragon Breath GU was quite difficult to refine. This was because the material to refine this GU worm was the breath of dragons. This dragon Fang Yuan obtained was dead. He had waited for a long time in Treasure Yellow Heaven before he found someone selling it, and he had to pay a considerable price to buy it. Only a living dragon could send its breath out, which could then be used as material to refine Dragon Breath GU. Naturally, if the GU recipe was modified and other materials were used to substitute for Dragon Breath, it could be done. But Fang Yuan clearly did not have such ability. Besides a living sword dragon, other living dragons also could be used to refine Dragon Breath GU. However, such a Dragon Breath GU might be the same in name, but would have some slight differences. Although it could be used, some other mortal GU had to be added in to remove the differences. Transformation Path was somewhat particular about this aspect. Thus, Fang Yuan had specifically refined all the required GU like Dragon Scale GU, Dragon Claw GU and so on from the Sword Dragon's corpse. By using these GU worms, he could much more quickly and conveniently activate the Immortal Killer move, Sword Dragon Transformation. The testing of the killer move was finished. The results were in line with Fang Yuan's expectations. He had pondered deeply about choosing Sword Dragon Transformation, and he had deduced these results in detail prior to this. With just a rank 6 Immortal GU as the core, Sword Dragon Transformation has a certain level of battle strength, but it is still not enough against rank 7 GU Immortals. Normally speaking, rank 7 GU Immortals had defensive methods that were stronger than Dark Inkstone. Fang Yuan used the strongest weapon of his Sword Dragon Transformation, Dragon Breath, but was only able to deform this Dark Inkstone. This Sword Dragon Transformation was not sufficient for display in the Blood Battle Martial competition. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. He naturally had follow-up methods. Cancelling his transformation, he flew out of his cloud city and soon arrived in front of Lang Ya Land Spirit. Fang Yuan directly expressed his intent. Greetings to First Supreme Elder, I am here to exchange for sect contribution points. Lang Ya Land Spirit's eyes flashed with joy. He knew Fang Yuan had obtained Heifan Grotto-heaven, had the status of an inheritor of Thieving Heaven, wrecked 88 Truyang building and definitely had many good things in his hands. And for Lang Ya sect to develop, it naturally needed better and more precious cultivation resources. However, Lang Ya Land Spirit could not force other GU Immortals to hand over their resources. This would conflict with their interests, and Lang Ya sect would then fall apart. It is good you have such thoughts. Lang Ya Land Spirit was greatly interested. What do you want to contribute to the sect this time? First, take a look at this. Fang Yuan brought out an item. A GU Immortal Soul. Lang Ya Land Spirit frowned. Souls of GU Immortals could be treated as a type of immortal material, and had more value if they were of a Soul Path GU Immortal. There was even more value in the cultivation memories in the GU Immortal Soul. GU Immortal Souls were naturally not common. Many GU Immortals had methods to detonate their soul. Shadow Sect were most adept in this. Back then, when Feng Juji had battled Qin Bai Sheng before he recovered his memories, he had sensed the latter had a powerful soul detonation method, and thus let go of Qin Bai Sheng, not willing to fight to such a desperate extent. When GU Immortals battle, it would not be easy for them to hold back. Just like when Niana Pingji killed Granny Yin, he directly destroyed her soul. Lang Ya Land Spirit accepted this GU Immortal Soul, but he found this soul was already tampered with by Fang Yuan and could no longer be soul-searched, only being used as immortal material. Like this GU Immortal Soul can only exchange for 100 contribution points. Lang Ya Land Spirit said with slight disappointment. Fang Yuan, however, smiled. No, I think the price can be slightly higher. We can place this GU Immortal Soul in Dang Hun Mountain and turn it into Guts GU. GU Immortal Souls are extraordinary, they are supreme goods. This will definitely turn into a large sum of Guts GU. Recently, we have not been able to increase the production of Guts GU. With this GU Immortal Soul, we can definitely satisfy the Rockman tribe's requests. Lang Ya Land Spirit came to a realization and nodded. It is indeed true. He estimated the price again and said, this rank 6 GU Immortal Soul can be considered as 210 sect contribution points then. Chapter 1199. Huge Sale. This price was fair. The value of the GU Immortal Soul had increased because of Guts GU. Since the Four Races Alliance was set, the Rockman tribe below the northern icy plain requested for a large amount of Guts GU as they had an extremely urgent need for them. However, Guts GU had always been sold at a fixed price in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This price could not be reduced. After all, they had to consider the long term. Currently, although the Rockman tribe's relation with Lang Ya sect was close, most of the Guts GU were still sold at Treasure Yellow Heaven. Because of the monopoly on Guts GU, they could not only exchange Guts GU for immortal essence stones, but also exchange for many immortal materials and other resources. In the resource-scarce northern icy plain, the payment the Rockman tribe could provide was not able to satisfy Lang Ya sect's development requirements. For the benefit of the whole sect, Lang Ya Land Spirit would not make the Rockman tribe the main trade partner. The Rockman tribe was dissatisfied but had no choice regarding this. In short, the production of Guts GU was far from enough to meet the demand in the market. Especially in regards to southern border, because of the Righteous Path GU immortals exploring the giant dream realm repeatedly, they had excessive demands for the Guts GU in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This even created a black market for Guts GU. Some Guts GU were resold at a much higher price. Lang Ya sect had repeatedly raised the price of Guts GU, but the item was still extremely popular. The whole market was like an insatiable monster, and even though Lang Ya sect was already putting full effort in producing Guts GU, it simply was unable to satisfy the terrifying appetite of this monster. Among Fang Yuan's revenue sources, the profits from the Guts GU trade had already soared far ahead, entering its own level. Guts GU was the greatest contributor to Fang Yuan being able to repeatedly use rank 7 Immortal GU in battle and easily replenishing his reserves of green grape Immortal Essence at set intervals. Lang Ya Land Spirit received this GU Immortal Soul and spoke, "Man is the spirit of all living beings. With this GU Immortal Soul, we can indeed increase the production of Guts GU to a huge degree next time." Unfortunately, GU Immortal Souls can only be found by fortunate circumstances and not sought out. In the future, the primary investment for this aspect is still in Taichio. Fang Yuan, if you are free, make a few trips to Taichio. Desolate Beast and Desolate Plant Souls might be far inferior to GU Immortal Souls, but we can offset it with quantity and the source is also stable. With you taking action, we should be able to develop even more quickly in Taichio. Lang Ya Land Spirit thought highly of Fang Yuan's ability. However, Fang Yuan replied, "I will be going to take part in blood battle martial competition soon. I am afraid I won't have time to split my attention. This is a second GU Immortal Soul. I hope First Supreme Elder can verify its quality." Second? Lang Ya Land Spirit raised his eyebrows, but was not surprised. He knew some details about Fang Yuan, and was not surprised at Fang Yuan selling some GU Immortal Souls. This is a Featherman GU Immortal Soul. When Lang Ya Land Spirit inspected it, he was slightly surprised. Variant humans were suppressed, variant human GU Immortals were extremely rare. He had not expected Fang Yuan to have a Featherman GU Immortal Soul. "This is your kill?" Lang Ya Land Spirit casually asked. Fang Yuan smiled, "Right. This GU Immortal Soul was of a Featherman, Zhengling, the previous soul was Shui Songzi's. Lang Ya sect was a hairy man sect. Regarding an unknown Featherman GU Immortal Soul, Lang Ya Land Spirit decided to take it and did not have the intention to investigate further. Thus, Fang Yuan gained several hundred contribution points. Immediately afterwards, he brought out a third GU Immortal Soul. Lang Ya Land Spirit smiled, "It seems you intend to sell a lot today. All right, just take out all the GU Immortal Souls you want to sell." "All right." Fang Yuan started taking out GU Immortal Souls one after the other. He truly had many GU immortal souls. There were souls of Dongfang Changfan, Shuesongzi, Zhengling, and others from before. Later, in Heifan Grotto-heaven, he killed a group. Then finally, he received even more souls in the Turbulent Flow Sea area. When Fang Yuan took out 3 GU immortal souls in a row, Lang Ya Land Spirit smiled. When Fang Yuan took out 6, Lang Ya Land Spirit was surprised. He subconsciously stood a little from his seat, as if he wanted to come closer to check. When Fang Yuan took out the 10th GU immortal soul, Lang Ya Land Spirit's expression changed. He started pointing at Fang Yuan. How did you kill so many people? Fang Yuan smiled. It was just luck. He then continued to take out GU immortal souls. Finally, when Lang Ya Land Spirit saw GU immortal souls all around in the surroundings, he was extremely shocked. I finally understand why you are not able to blend in with humans and sided with us variant humans. Lang Ya Land Spirit was left speechless. You only have rank 6 cultivation. Lang Ya Land Spirit knew details about Fang Yuan, because familiar face was given to Fang Yuan by him. How long has it been since you became an immortal? You also still had to travel around here and there to revive yourself. Killing so many people, you are simply like Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was young. Fang Yuan gave a forced smile when he heard the name Spectral Soul. I am contributing all these souls to the sect. Besides this, I also have many cultivation insights, GU recipes of all paths, immortal GU recipes, killer moves, and immortal killer moves. Even battlefield killer moves as well as up-to-date maps of each region, which will make it more convenient for my fellow sect members to move in the outside world. Fang Yuan was undergoing a huge sale. Lang Ya Blessed Land's history was extremely long. It had incomparably rich treasures which were even coveted by Heavenly Court and always in the minds of Shadow Sect. But Fang Yuan had killed so many people, and the things he obtained from soul searching were also extremely abundant. Most of the treasures in Lang Ya Blessed Land were payment received in the past by Long-Hair Ancestor by refining GU for others. While some were items purchased by Lang Ya Land Spirit through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Among these treasures, the former were stored ages ago. Long-Hair Ancestor was a person from 300,000 years ago, a figure of the medieval antiquity era. And the latter could be sold at Treasure Yellow Heaven. One could imagine that the top quality goods among them were sparse, although they would also have rare items. As for these things Fang Yuan contributed, most of them were the entire foundation of the GU Immortals. These things were as precious as life to them. Not to mention that they were new creations that would also not be sold for no reason in Treasure Yellow Heaven. In this regard, Lang Ya Land Spirit did not reject any offers. He was different from the previous Lang Ya Land Spirit. The previous Lang Ya Land Spirit was only interested in refining GU, while he was brimming with ambitions, creating Lang Ya sect and wholeheartedly trying to make hairy men the rulers of the world, restoring their glory from the immemorial antiquity era and remote antiquity era. Currently, Lang Ya sect primarily used Refinement path. Most of the hairy man GU immortals cultivated Transformation path as well. Lang Ya sect wanted to become a large sect, completing Lang Ya Land Spirit's ambition. For this they needed to incorporate various kinds of things and possess GU immortals of all paths. Like the great Huangjin tribe super forces of Northern Plains, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent and so on. Fang Yuan sect contribution points rose steeply. In another cloud city, 12th Hair was in the midst of refining GU. Oh no, there is an error. Suddenly, his expression changed as the fire he was controlling suddenly weakened. He quickly activated GU worms, spurting out blood into the fire. Whoosh! The fire burned high once again. 12th Hair was pale, his body shivering uncontrollably. He had just been injured by the backlash caused by failing in GU refinement. Blood was slowly seeping out of his 7 orifices, causing the hair on his whole body to moisten with blood. His wide-opened eyes were filled with traces of blood as they firmly focused on the fire. After a while, the burning fire suddenly erupted and disappeared. The refinement path GU formation opened up, revealing over 100 self-will GU. The hairy man GU immortals raised by the previous Lang Ya Land Spirit had extremely weak battle strength, but had strong GU refinement ability. These self-will GU were only mortal GU, but they were rank 5. 12th Hair could refine over 100 of these rank 5 self-will GU at once, revealing his extraordinary refinement path attainment. 12th Hair thought to himself that it was a close shave. He rejoiced, "Fortunately, I sacrificed myself to make up for the mistake. Otherwise, these self-will GU would be destroyed. Not only would it waste the effort I spent over these last few days to refine these GU, I would also have to compensate for it with 3 times the refinement materials." To increase the production of self-will GU, Fang Yuan not only used his sect contribution points to attract other hairy man GU immortals to refine them for him, he also supplied them immortal materials out of his own pockets, letting these hairy man GU immortals use these immortal materials to refine mortal GU. The hairy man GU immortals no longer had disdain and disgust towards Fang Yuan like before. Fang Yuan possessed rank 8 battle strength, causing these hairy man GU immortals to be filled with respect. Moreover, after such a strong financial ability was revealed, these hairy man GU immortals accepted the difference between them and Fang Yuan even more. Strong dizziness assaulted 12th Hair's mind. Refining self-will GU 11 times without pausing is truly too consuming on the body and mind. The mistake just now is a warning that I need to rest. I need to quickly recover and accept some of these self-will GU refinement assignments later to earn more immortal essence stones. 12th Hair had a bitter expression when he thought of immortal essence stones, heaving a deep sigh. Desolate beasts are not easy to raise. These desolate beasts all have great appetites. There is a huge burden on me every month to feed and raise them. More importantly, beast enslavement immortal GU is only lent to me. Every time I borrow it, I will have to pay with sect contribution points according to the period of time. Considering the long term, I definitely need to buy this beast enslavement immortal GU. But rank 6 beast enslavement immortal GU needs up to 10,000 sect contribution points. 12th Hair took out an information path GU worm. This GU worm had one use, to display the sect contribution points of all GU immortals in Lang Ya sect and rank them accordingly. Simply put, it was Lang Ya sect's contribution list. 12th Hair looked into it with his consciousness and easily found his name in the upper half of the list. Then he saw a series of numbers beside his name. Over 600 sect contribution points, but I am still way too far from my target. 12th Hair gave a bitter smile, feeling he had a long way to go. But the other hairy man GU immortals are also similar to me, some are even worse than me. My advantage lies in that I cultivate enslavement path as well, and now already have several desolate beasts with me. I can obtain sect contribution points more easily than others. Chapter 1200. Dragon Breath Immortal GU. I can use this to break the deadlock and drive up my cultivation speed. According to this development, my strength will continue to grow and the sect will need me more often. When I have strength like Elder Fang Yuan, the sect contribution points will be solely mine to take. Cheer up, these days will keep on improving. 12th Hair, you need to continue working hard and reach your peak in life. 12th Hair's mood changed, and his fighting spirit gradually returned. As he thought of Fang Yuan, he subconsciously glanced at the first name of Lang Ya sect's contribution list. Last time, because of the Four Races Alliance, Fang Yuan had obtained 1,000 sect contribution points which had caused the hairy man GU immortals' mouths to water in envy. But recently, because Fang Yuan had issued large numbers of GU refinement tasks, his sect contribution points had been continuing to dwindle, and quickly at that. Fang Yuan's name still occupied first on the list, but the gap with the second-ranked hairy man GU immortal was getting smaller and smaller. A lot of hairy man GU immortals were waiting for the time when Fang Yuan's name was surpassed. Fang Yuan was a human GU immortal possessing rank 8 battle strength. Surpassing him at the contribution list would give a different sensation to the hairy man GU immortals. It would be an enormous glory. However, the next moment, 12th Hair's whole body suddenly stiffened. He remained still like a stone statue. Because he saw the number behind Fang Yuan's name. Over 15,000 sect contribution points, how could it be? 12th Hair almost felt like he was hallucinating. Ever since Lang Ya sect was established, there had been no one who had obtained so many sect contribution points. At most, at one time, Fang Yuan's sect contribution points had reached above 2,000, before it started rapidly falling. Now, Fang Yuan's sect contribution points had passed 15,000. Unbelievable! This was an unprecedented record. 12th Hair's heart shook wildly, but the following scene made him even more shocked. Fang Yuan's sect contribution points were continuously rising. 15,000, 18,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 60,000. The number kept on rising steeply. It surpassed 80,000. 12th Hair was stupefied at the sight. What made him even more astonished was that Fang Yuan's sect contribution point still showed no signs of stopping. When it reached over 90,000, suddenly, Fang Yuan's total sect contribution points decreased by over 70,000. Only over 10,000 was left now. What is happening? Could it be I actually refined GU so much that I am starting to hallucinate? This is a dream. Ah, no. 12th Hair suddenly shook and snapped back to awareness. Over 70,000 sect contribution points suddenly disappeared. Fang Yuan definitely exchanged for an immortal GU. No, he did not exchange for my beast enslavement immortal GU, right? 12th Hair quickly took out another information path GU worm and placed his consciousness in it. After inspecting, he let out a heavy breath of relief, so he did not exchange for beast enslavement immortal GU, but a rank 7 immortal GU. It is good as long as it is not beast enslavement immortal GU. That was seriously a huge scare. 12th Hair patted his chest, his whole body easing up. But the moment he relaxed, his eyes rolled backwards as he fainted on the spot. He had suffered injuries during the GU refinement process, and his mood had swung up and down at this moment. He naturally would fall unconscious after relaxing. Achieving his target, Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city. Inside a secret room, he took out a completely new immortal GU. This GU resembled light purple-colored fog in the form of a dragon. It did not have a fixed shape and was floating around. Rank 7 immortal GU, Dragon Breath. Fang Yuan had finally chosen Sword Dragon transformation because Lang Ya Sect's treasury had this immortal GU. To exchange for this immortal GU, Fang Yuan had to sell all his GU immortal souls along with large amounts of cultivation information he had obtained from soul searching. Naturally, Fang Yuan had withheld some of the contents. Like Dong Fang Chang Fan's wisdom path methods, Hei Fan True Inheritance's important details, and so on. This had sharply raised Fang Yuan's sect contribution points to above 90,000. In the near future, this amount would be Fang Yuan's peak, difficult to surpass. Then, Fang Yuan used over 70,000 sect contribution points to exchange for the rank 7 transformation path immortal GU, Dragon Breath. In just a short while, his sect contribution points had fallen to over 10,000. But he still occupied first place on the contribution list. The second-ranked GU immortal on the contribution list only had 4 digits in terms of contribution points. The gap had been widened by a huge margin. Fang Yuan's position was firmly in place like a mountain. Naturally, Fang Yuan did not care about the sect contribution list. He also did not know 12th Hair had received a great impact from this event and had fallen unconscious. If he knew, Fang Yuan would think he was overthinking it. Not all immortal GU in Lang Ya Blessed Land could be exchanged. Beast Enslavement immortal GU was on the exchange list, but Lang Ya Land Spirit had clearly left it behind for 12th Hair. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for it, he would not be able to. Besides this, rank 7 immortal GU Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also not for sale. This immortal GU was originally Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's immortal GU, later it was refined by Long Hair Ancestor up to rank 8 and was merged into the rank 8 immortal GU House Refinement Cauldron. Some time ago, Shadow Sect had invaded Lang Ya Blessed Land, destroying Refinement Cauldron and seizing many of the core immortal GU. Although Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus remained, it had been damaged and had fallen from rank 8 to rank 7. If Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for this immortal GU, he would have to pay a very large price that could move Lang Ya Land Spirit's mind. However, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would not be of much help to Fang Yuan. He had calculated that after he raised his cultivation to rank 7 and his Immortal Essence started producing Red Date Immortal Essence, it would be sufficient. It was not worth it to pay a greater price for just Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Fang Yuan spent some time before he successfully integrated this rank 7 Dragon Breath GU into his Immortal Killer move, Sword Dragon Transformation. Transformation Path Immortal Killer moves were essentially very simple. Dragon Breath GU was a natural component of Sword Dragon Transformation. What's more, Fang Yuan was a Transformation Path Grandmaster. With this rank 7 Dragon Breath Immortal GU, Fang Yuan simply did not need any Dragon Breath Mortal GU. Like in He Fan's True Inheritance, He Fan had really wanted to obtain Immortal Level Day GU and Month GU. Because then, when he activated Days Pass Like Years and similar Immortal Killer moves, he would not need to spend so many Mortal Day GU and Month GU. Having a relevant Immortal GU made it extremely convenient. It also reduced the difficulty of controlling the killer move. Its effect would also have a large boost. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan tried Sword Dragon Transformation again. Silver light burst out, shining towards the sky. Just looking at this, Fang Yuan knew that Sword Dragon transformations might had increased by multiple times. From within the silvery light, a Sword Dragon revealed its figure. Its body was more than double the size of before, reaching over 40 feet. Its eyes were still white, its scales were much wider and thicker than before. There were now 2 more claws, reaching a total of 4 claws now. The dragon horn protruded out further, piercing towards the sky. Fang Yuan inspected all over and saw that every aspect had received a huge boost in quality. After adding the rank 7 Dragon Breath GU, this is now an ancient desolate beast level sword dragon. Fang Yuan was well aware. As such, this immortal killer move could be used at the Blood Battle Martial competition. The previous sword dragon transformation would not work. It could only be used to bully some ordinary rank 6 GU immortals. The current ancient sword dragon had the qualifications to match against rank 7 GU immortals. Next was the most important part. Fang Yuan was unavoidably a little nervous. He lightly stretched out his dragon body and flew to a completely new dark inkstone. Dragon breath. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and breathed out. In that instant, a pure white sword light flashed past. Crack, a crisp sound was heard as the dark inkstone was cut in two. Not only this, the sword light still had strength remaining to destroy the whole secret room. Fang Yuan's Cloud City shook intensely, giving off muffled noises as large numbers of GU worms that formed the secret room died instantly. I have already controlled my strength. The dark inkstone already bore most of the dragon breath, only a small part of its power was leaked out. Intense joy flashed past the ancient sword dragon's eyes. Fang Yuan had only displayed a small portion of his strength, but his surrounding environment actually was unable to endure it. Although the Cloud City structure was exquisite and hairy man GU immortals had spent immense mental effort to make it, it was after all only a mortal GU house, and could not endure the remaining power of the ancient sword dragon's breath. Green grape immortal essence continued to be consumed to maintain the form of the ancient sword dragon. Clearly, the immortal essence expenditure had increased by many times. Where there are gains, there are losses. After all, adding rank 7 immortal GU dragon breath had increased the level of the immortal killer move. Sword dragon transformation, immortal essence being expended rapidly was an inevitable outcome. I can no longer practice in the Cloud City. Lang Ya Blessed Land has many observers, but if I go out of Lang Ya Blessed Land I will receive even more attention from Heaven's will. It seems I still need to place my sovereign immortal aperture and properly test the limits of ancient sword dragon transformation. The dragon breath I send out has already reached rank 7 battle strength, its effect is outstanding and the expenditure is still small. How powerful will it be when I use sword marks targeting death, dark assassination, and triple-layered sword wave in my ancient sword dragon form? Fang Yuan was feeling anticipation. He resolutely took action, immediately flying out of the Cloud City, going through the Super GU formation and teleporting to the outside world. Fang Yuan has left. He actually exchanged for Dragon Breath Immortal GU. What is the reason? Sixth Hair was secretly activating investigative methods, paying close attention until the Super GU formation activated and Fang Yuan's figure disappeared from his perception. After Sixth Hair knew the change in the sect contribution points list, he was filled with unease. Fang Yuan's development speed had surpassed his expectations again. Moreover, he did not understand the direction of Fang Yuan's growth. Fang Yuan naturally won't exchange for an immortal GU that has no use to him. No, I need to report this information to Lord Ying Wuxia quickly. Sixth Hair was filled with worries.